Chapter 1. The Arrogant Male Model. Ruan Li wished to share the news of her recovery from face blindness with her fiancé. However, she overheard him betting with his friends. Ruan Li? She was arranged by my family. I have no affection for her. Whoever can pretend to sleep with her and ruin this engagement will receive my sports car. Don't worry, she's face blind. The room filled with eager young heirs. Ruan Li faltered in her steps. Through the slightly ajar door, she unexpectedly collided with a pure and youthful junior beside Shi Yu. The junior was young and beautiful, her gaze provocative as she wrapped her arms around Shi Yu's neck and kissed him. The crowd erupted in cheers. Ah, see, Ruan Li will be here soon. Aren't you worried she'll find out? What's there to fear? It's not the first time. Shi Yu smirked with a hint of mischief, his collar slightly undone. After all, she's face blind. Ruan Li lowered her eyes, intending to leave. Yet, suddenly, a stream of text floated before her. The junior and the male lead are getting too close. The female supporting character is indeed eavesdropping. How annoying. What a pity. The male lead only wanted to test the female supporting character and didn't truly kiss her. Please, male lead, hasten to break off the engagement. With a gold-digging female supporting character, I want to see a sweet plot. Gold-digging female supporting character? Me? Ruan Li struggled to digest the scene before her. The comments labeled her as the gold-digging female supporting character, while the male lead was her fiancé, Shi Yu. Ruan Li felt bewildered. Was this correct? For years prior, her biological parents had sought her out, insisting she marry the heir of the Zhang family. Shi Yu had suffered a car accident, likely resulting in a disability. Reluctant to raise their adopted daughter, they sent her instead. Initially, Ruan Li agreed for the sake of financial gain. In the face of Shi Yu's capricious nature, she remained patient. He despised being touched, and anyone who dared to do so faced his wrath, including doctors. Ruan Li learned massage techniques and, disregarding his resistance, assisted him with rehabilitation. Everyone believed that once Shi Yu recovered, his first act would be to marry her. Yet he expressed gratitude to the doctors, nurses, and even the cleaning lady in his ward, presenting her with a generous red envelope of 100,000. However, he never thanked Ruan Li and even spoke harshly to her, displaying an unpleasant demeanor. Ruan Li had anticipated that her suffering would eventually yield sweetness, but instead, she found herself enduring year after year of hardship. The junior referred to in the comments was the heroine of this world, also known as Shi Yu's childhood sweetheart. Coincidentally, she had been studying abroad when Shi Yu's accident occurred. Having recently returned to the country, she was indeed the white moonlight of his heart. Sigh, the male lead had the accident while trying to pursue the junior who was studying abroad. Those unloved are always the third party the female supporting character drank, drugged water, and was soon taken advantage of by the second male lead. Hee, let's see how this tainted woman competes with our junior. Before Ruan Li could finish reading the comments, a wave of heat surged from her lower abdomen, gradually spreading throughout her body. The female supporting character's drug is taking effect. It was the infatuated second male lead who administered the drug. He likes the junior, but to ensure her happiness, he endured the distaste of being with the female supporting character, hoping for a reaction from a junior. Exactly. He even recorded a video to play during the engagement of the male lead and the female supporting character. What a disgrace for the female supporting character. Even if we were to concede, why should she enjoy everything alone? Ruan Li felt a lump in her throat. Should she offer this to them? And who, pray tell, is the tender-hearted male supporting character? Having grown up in the countryside, Ruan Li was no stranger to hard labor, having harvested wheat and planted seedlings, possessing both strength and resourcefulness. Yet now, she felt utterly feeble, her mind clouded. In a moment of desperation, she dialed her brother's number. As the words, "Save me," escaped her lips, her brother's impatient voice cut her off. Ruan Li, you are well aware that our parents and I are accompanying Baozhu to the Fu families. Gala, are you intentionally resorting to such tactics to capture our attention? Do you wish to sabotage Baozhu's chance of meeting the heir of the Fu family? The call was abruptly terminated. Ruan Li attempted to call the police, but her phone had run out of battery. Then it struck her there were rumors that the heir of the Fu family had recently arrived in Haiqing. A prodigy from Wall Street, a refined young master of a prestigious family, Adhering to propriety and self-discipline, he remained unmarried, and many sought to connect with this advantageous union, the Ruan family included. Her parents had high hopes for their adopted daughter, Ruan Baoju. As Ruan Li's consciousness began to fade, she had no time to ponder the identity of the tender-hearted male second lead. She bit down on the inside of her cheek to maintain a fleeting clarity. She needed to leave this place quickly. Just then, another door opened at the end of the corridor. A tall figure emerged, the dim light of the hallway, casting shadows that gradually unveiled a strikingly cold and superior visage, like delicate snow beneath the moon of the late Tang dynasty, like the transient blue hues of the sky after sunset. The comments erupted once more. Wow, what a handsome face. Who is he? He is the male lead's roommate Shi Yu, the impoverished campus heartthrob, with a gambling father, a sick mother, and a studying sister. A shattered existence. What a pity. With such a physique, he must be quite desirable. I recall his fate. It seems he was kept by a wealthy woman. Ruan Li's eyes flickered. At that moment, a woman resembling a wealthy matron rushed out from the private room behind a man. Shi Yu, please reconsider. Money is not an issue as long as you agree to me. Shi Yu, with a casual flick of his eyelids, replied coldly, Auntie, I'm quite expensive, you cannot afford me. Behind them followed a well-dressed man, soothing the wealthy woman. Ms. Yao, please don't be upset. Our young master is inexperienced. He has not been with anyone before. Instantly, Ruan Li understood the identities of the individuals present: a wealthy matron, a rebellious male model, and a madam of the trade. Though Shi Yu was rude and abrasive, he was undeniably beautiful. A thought crossed Ruan Li's mind. Rather than be a pawn in the narrative, she would take the initiative as they brushed past one another. Ruan Li reached out and tugged gently at the boy's sleeve, quietly inquiring, I have money, how much for a night with you? Fu the air, Shi Yu. Chapter 2. I do not sleep alone. Ruan Li feigned a casual demeanor as she approached the male model, yet the tremor in her voice betrayed her anxiety. For 21 years, she had adhered to a life of compliance, obedient, honest, and a perennial, good-natured soul. The few acts of rebellion in her life were perhaps embodied in her decision to forego the last challenging question on the mathematics exam, solely to attend the same school as Jiang Xiyin. This nervous disposition did not escape Fu Shiyu's notice. He leaned closer, a faint smile curving his lips. How much are you offering? Confronted with his suddenly magnified visage, Ruan Li's eyes widened. Unable to discern whether her racing heart was a consequence of the medication or the allure of his striking features. The pain from biting her cheek moments ago rendered her mind unusually alert. She moistened her parched lips, initially intending to state 1,000. But feeling it insufficient for such a face, she amended her offer. 10,000? The words fell upon the ears of the assistant behind her, causing her heart to stall. Was the sky falling? Was this girl intoxicated or simply reckless? Not only did she mistake the scion of Beijing's elite for a mere male model, but she also proposed such a paltry sum. The last woman who attempted to drug the young master had spent millions merely to bribe the waiter. And what was the outcome? She failed and ended up in a mental institution. 10,000? How had this girl dared utter such a figure? The assistant cautiously glanced at General Yao behind her, exhaling in relief when she noted he had not overheard. Otherwise, given his protective nature, hearing that his precious nephew was worth only 10,000 for a night might provoke an explosive reaction. Just as the assistant was about to step forward, the young master's voice resonated, fine. The assistant was left in disbelief. Had he misheard, or had the young master lost his mind? Ruan Li was equally surprised by the prompt acceptance. She had expected a bargaining session akin to haggling at a market. As regret washed over Ruan Li for potentially overbidding, she felt a firm grip on her wrist, drawing her toward the affluent woman. This is my girlfriend, Fu Shiyu stated, glancing at her with a smirk. Darling, introduce yourself. Didaling? Ruan Li's mind buzzed, questioning if this was the emotional value provided by a male model. Bewildered, she stammered, what? Address her as Annie, Fu Shiyu said matter-of-factly. Ruan Li protesta. That is terribly impolite. Despite the affluent woman's advanced years, she appeared remarkably well-preserved. Fu Shiyu, a man of his profession, displayed a blatant lack of decorum, even resorting to age as an insult against a customer. Such behavior was truly reprehensible. Ruan Li raised her gaze, meeting the affluent woman's scrutinizing stare, and muttered softly, "She looks young enough to be called sister." Yao Ying's eyebrows arched, her serious demeanor softening into a smile. "No wonder Shi Yu is fond of you. I find you quite agreeable as well. When you both have time, do come to my home for a visit. My husband is rarely around, and I often find myself feeling quite lonely." Ruan Li froze momentarily. Did this affluent woman have an inclination towards both genders? She swallowed hard, wanting to decline outright, yet feeling it would be discourteous, so she merely nodded ambiguously. "Good girl," Yao Ying remarked, increasingly pleased with her prospective niece-in-law. The thought that she was among the first to meet her brought her even greater joy, and she promptly produced a card. Within this narrative lies a sum of 500,000, with a password composed of 6 sixes presented as a token of greeting. Ruan Li found herself questioning whether she had been drugged or was merely experiencing a delusion induced by food poisoning after a shared meal. She spent 10,000 and shared a night with Shi Yu. And now, a wealthy woman who harbored affection for Shi Yu bestowed upon her 50,000? Having never won even a second bottle of iced tea in her childhood, Ruan Li felt slightly incredulous in the face of such unexpected fortune. A phrase, "sister, I no longer wish to strive," nearly escaped her lips. Her astonishment was not solitary. The barrage of comments before her mirrored her disbelief. What? The supporting character not only freeloaded off the impoverished school heartthrob, but also gained 490,000? Is this truly the case? That lucky girl. If only I could step in for a few episodes. What the second male lead? Has he vanished? It was agreed he would overpower the supporting character today and record a video to be played at the supporting character's wedding with the male lead. As Ruan Li lingered in her daze, the wealthy woman had already departed, having thoughtfully escorted the madam away. By the time she regained her senses, Shi Yu had pulled her into a private room. This establishment operated on a membership basis, nestled in the heart of High City, where land was exceedingly precious. Known for its exceptional privacy and lavish decor, frequented by the affluent offspring of the city, Ruan Li had visited with Jiang Xiyuan on several occasions. However, upon witnessing the opulence within, she found herself momentarily speechless. The room was significantly larger than the others, boasting an impressive height. A 5-meter-tall pane of spotless glass framed the exquisite nightscape of High City, a sight both luxurious and enchanting. Outside the window, the skyline was a dazzling array of towering edifices juxtaposed with splendid century-old mansions, all aglow with lights. Shi Yu lounged languidly on the sofa. Even in the absence of illumination, his long legs sprawled comfortably. Ruan Li felt a dryness in her throat, diverting her gaze as she murmured, "Is this the treatment afforded to the headliner?" A brief silence enveloped the room before a soft chuckle resonated. Shi Yu stretched his arms, resting his elbows on the back of the sofa, his collar slightly open, revealing a glimpse of his porcelain-like skin, dazzling in its whiteness. The cool blue light illuminated his features, rendering them even more striking. With a teasing smile, he inquired, "Shall we sample the skills of the headliner?" Ruan Li's cheeks flushed as she stammered, "No, you needn't do anything." She hesitated to leave, fearing the second male lead, as mentioned in the comments, had not departed. Thus, she pointed to one side of the grand bed. "Just lend me half the bed." "That simply won't do," Shi Yu replied, reclining with an air of nonchalance. His gaze fixed intently on Ruan Li's lovely, innocent visage. He drawled slowly, "I do not sleep with the unseasoned." Chapter 3. Come here, kiss me. Not with the unseasoned. This insinuated he only engaged with the experienced. Before Ruan Li could react, the man's deep voice resounded once more. "Come here, kiss me." Ruan Li's head snapped up, meeting Shi Yu's obsidian gaze. The man sat upon the sofa, exuding a languid, cold grace, as if he were born of nobility. The clarity she had fought to maintain began to wane, yielding to a haze that battled against her remaining lucidity. Stay calm, stay calm. Ruan Li alerted hergaze, attempting to focus on the barrage of comments for distraction. The intensity is overwhelming. Even through the screen, my legs feel weak. Damn, such a sultry man is merely a passerby. Strongly recommend incorporating him into the harem of the heroine. As I adjusted the screen brightness to its maximum, I discovered that Shi Yu was clad in a complete set of fitted attire. Such finesse. Speaking of which, would the female supporting character remain unresponsive? The barrage of comments stirred a sense of unease within me. My composure was shattered until another comment surfaced. Do not fret, tonight is pivotal. The female supporting character will undoubtedly lose her virtue. The second male lead has potent intentions. If she does not comply, it would be her demise. The moment she exits the room, she shall encounter him, pleading like a lost puppy, while he records the encounter for public display at the wedding. Ruan Li took a deep breath, steadying herself as she approached Shi Yu. Are you unwell? You're my first guest. The man chuckled. Would you like to inspect the merchandise? Ruan Li, perplexed by his words, gazed at his lips as they parted and closed, feeling an overwhelming urge to kiss him. Overwhelmed by her desire, she acted upon it. As their lips met, Shi Yu's expression darkened. Before he could push her away, a single tear fell upon his cheek. Regaining focus, he found himself staring into her tear-filled eyes. Though he was the one at a disadvantage, she was the one weeping sorrowfully. Instead of feeling anger, he found amusement. Why are you crying? Ruan Li wiped her tears and realized she had indeed been crying, admitting perhaps it was too exhilarating. Is that all it takes to excite you? Ruan Li felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her eyes growing redder. Shi Yu observed her flustered state. Recognizing that this unexpected intruder had mistaken him for something he was not, a lesson was in order. I have something far more thrilling in mind. He grasped Ruan Li's wrist, drawing her into his embrace. In his personal space, an alluring sweetness enveloped the air, teasingly beckoning him to explore further. His playful intentions gradually morphed into something deeper. He desired to see her cry even more. Outside, the moon ascended to its zenith. The city's decorative lights dimmed, and a damp mist enveloped the river, blurring the orange glow of the streetlights, akin to a nearsighted individual removing their glasses, rendering the world a hazy explosion of fireworks. Ruan Li nestled in bed, her pale skin contrasting against the dark sheets, infused with the scent of Shi Yu. A familiar quote from Dr. When echoed in her mind, the wine that day was insufficient to stir my emotions. Ruan Li felt lost. In truth, she had harbored feelings for Jiang Xiyuan. When she first arrived in Haicheng, many referred to her as a country bumpkin. In the face of their derision and shoving, Jiang Xiyuan had always shielded her. Although she struggled with facial recognition and could not recall his features, she vividly remembered the warmth of his hands that connected her to this unfamiliar city. Suddenly, the sound of water trickling from the shower jolted her back to reality. What had she just done? Ruan Li hastidi donet herdiris, placing 10,000 yuan on the bedside, and with trembling legs, exited the room. What of the earlier scene? What is it that I am too noble to witness? The female supporting character indulged herself, disregarding Shi Yu? This is unacceptable. I wish for the female supporting character to endure severe torment. Why should she be pampered by the dashing gentleman? How amusing. Shi Yu remains oblivious to the fact that the person has departed. Still sending someone to deliver a small umbrella? Unable to focus on the barrage of comments, Ruan Li summoned a ride and returned to the Ruan residence. At 2 a.m, the Ruan household was ablaze with light. The family gathered around the adopted sister. Our Baiju is truly stunning. It is said that the heir of the Fu family could not attend due to an unexpected matter. In a few days, it will be Mrs. Fu's birthday, and the young master will surely come. He will recognize you as his beloved Moonlight. In the dim light of the foyer, Ruan Li stood in the shadows. Her adopted sister, Ruan Baiju, had been preparing for her ambition to marry into high society for quite some time. Though the heir of the Fu family had not made an appearance, he was rumored to possess striking looks that linger in one's memory. And Ruan Baiju aspired to be his bride. A flicker of realization crossed her eyes. On her way back, she discovered a photo of a wealthy woman, the aunt of the rumored young master of the capital. An unbidden suspicion began to form in her mind. Just then, Ruan Baiju noticed her in feigned surprise, saying, "Mom and Dad, perhaps you should refrain from being so kind to me. I fear it might upset my sister." Upon hearing this, her brother frowned. "Has she bullied you again?" No. I merely borrowed that necklace from her yesterday, and she misunderstood, thinking I intended to take it from her. Her brother seethed. If you ask me, Grandma is also biased. You are far more deserving of that necklace. Yet she chose to give it to Ruan Li. After all, she grew up in the countryside and does not require such an extravagant piece for social gatherings. She has been trailing behind young Master Jiang for 4 years, and he has never even mentioned marrying her. She is of no use at all. Had I known young Master Jiang could stand again, I would have never brought her back. It would have been splendid for Baizhu to marry into the Jiang family. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. I swear, Baizhu, rest assured, I shall go to her room right now and take that necklace to give to you. Brother, that would be inappropriate. Their father interjected. It is merely a necklace. Baizhu is our family's blessing. Ever since we adopted her, it seems fortune has smiled upon us. Their mother hugged Baizhu tightly, adding, Little Li was abducted at a young age, and her mind is not quite right. Her luck has been poor. Growing up in the countryside has made her rather naive, coveting whatever she sees. Fortunately, Baizhu is clever and has become the beloved moonlight of the Fu family heir, which will surely aid our Ruan family. Ruan Li's expression remained impassive as she recorded the conversation on her phone. It was because she was abducted and saved Jiang Xiyuan that the Ruan family was able to prosper. It was through her substitution that the Ruan family maintained their connection with the Jiang family. Now, her hopes seemed utterly futile. The reason she agreed to replace Ruan Baizhu and marry Jiang Xiyuan, who had been in an accident, was to cover her adoptive mother's medical expenses. After the accident, the doctors declared that Jiang Xiyuan might never walk again. The Jiang family insisted on Ruan Baizhu marrying into their family, provided they continued to support the Ruan family. However, Ruan Baizhu was unwilling, her eyes swollen from crying. The Ruan family, feeling compassion for her, sought to bring Ruan Li back, promising to treat her adoptive mother. Yet they repeatedly delayed the medical fees. Oh, sister, you have returned? Ruan Baizhu feigned, just noticing her. The entire room turned its gaze towards Ruan Li. Her mother spoke with disappointment. What time is it? Why have you only just returned? You should learn from your sister, who is soon to marry the heir of the Fu family. What is the meaning of that red mark on your neck? Ruan Li raplia indiferently. It is a mark from the Fu family's heir. Chapter 4. A brief encounter? The Ruan family was taken aback. Naturally, they did not believe her. They had searched high and low and found not a single trace of the heir. How could Ruan Li claim such a thing? Her brother, filled with rage, demanded, Where have you been wandering? He reached to drag her in front of their parents. Ruan Li, already fair-skinned, stood under the light, and the ambiguous mark on her neck was unmistakable. Scoundrel! Ruan's father, furious, raised his hand to strike. Ruan Li swiftly duja, causing her father to lose balance and crash onto the coffee table, shattering a fine Yixing teacup and injuring his back in the process. Ruan Li blinka. It was not her intention. With practice, she had developed a reflex for avoiding danger. Why hasn't T, the supporting character, been punished? Their essay's sense of helplessness, as if the slap cannot reach through the screen. Seeing the father injure his back brought me some satisfaction. Am I the only one who thinks the supporting character's family is a bit excessive? I feel the same. The supporting character has it tough. Ruan Li smiled, refraining from offering assistance, merely expressing concern. Father, are you all right? How can you still speak? With whom were you gallivanting? Her father exclaimed. Dad, please don't blame my sister, Ruan Baizhu interjected, standing protectively in front of Ruan Li. Sister, I know you love to have fun, but this matter must not reach the Jiang family. Our family business is in trouble, and we are counting on you to marry brother AC to strengthen our ties with the Jiang family. It was better not to mention the Jiang family at all. The moment it was brought up, everyone tensed. Her mother, disappointed, said, Xiao Li, your adoptive mother is from the countryside and may not have taught you this. But a girl must have self-respect and self-love. How could you fabricate a story about being with the Fu family's heir? She continued, in a few days, Baozhu will attend a banquet at the Fu family. Give her the ruby necklace that Grandma gifted you, and we will temporarily overlook your escapade tonight. Ruan Li smirka inwardly, realizing their true intention. She spoke. All right, I confess, I was with Jiang Xiyuan just now. What? This statement struck like a thunderbolt. The Ruan family knew well that Jiang Xiyuan held no affection for Ruan Li. Ruan Baozhu narrowed her eyes, but brother AC had posted on social media. and many were present, including his childhood friend who had just returned. They had not seen sister at all. Upon hearing this, Ruan's father directed a scrutinizing gaze at Ruan Li. "What is going on?" Ruan Li nodded. Yes, many were indeed present, but he insisted, and I had no choice. A flurry of question marks appeared on the screen. "Clarify your words. Do not slander the male lead." From a corner of the gathering, a cough broke the tension. Ruan Baozhu pressed, "Clarify, what did he insist on?" Meanwhile, Ruan's mother pulled her closer. "Baozhu, you are still young and unaware of many things. Now, it is late. You should return to your room and rest." Ruan Baozhu bit her lip in frustration. With a forced smile, she said, "Sister, I happen to have something to ask Brother AC. I will call him tomorrow morning. You don't mind, do you?" Ruan Li raised an eyebrow and replied, "Why not wait until noon to call? He is utterly exhausted and likely want to wake up in the morning." Ruan Baozhu responded with confusion, amused by the cleverness of the female character, thinking her words are as eloquent as a literary piece. And she is quite clever, managing to keep Grandma's necklace safe. Yet another voice chimed in, "Cleverness indeed. She only knows how to play these little tricks. I'm just waiting for her to stumble." The moonlight poured down like silver, and Shi Yu emerged from the shower. Droplets of water clung to his slender shoulders. A white towel wrapped around his waist, and his long legs were fully visible. Approaching the bedside, he noticed the emptiness beside him, halting his steps. A stack of cash abruptly caught his eye. Exactly 10,000, neither more nor less. Shi Yu smiled rather than frowning. So, she enjoyed herself and disappeared? Did she really think he was a fool? A series of knocks interrupted him. Upon opening the door, he found his assistant standing there. "What brings you here?" he asked. "Young master, you forgot. You asked me to bring." The assistant faltered, unable to utter the word condom, and simply thrust a black bag into Shi Yu's hands. "No need," Shi Yu replied. The assistant was taken aback, glancing down. "So soon?" The next moment, a piercing gaze struck him like a dagger. "Ah, it's understandable, young master, considering it's your first time," the assistant stammered. Shi Yu remained silent, merely raising his hand and twirling his long index finger in the air. The assistant, bewildered, turned to leave, only to receive a kick to his backside. "Go investigate that person," Shi Yu commanded. Yes. After taking another cold shower, Shi Yu returned to bed. The sheets and blankets had been changed, yet a lingering sweet scent remained. Sleep was increasingly elusive. He picked up his clothes and headed back to school. The dormitory was a 4-person room, shared with Jiang Siyuan. Their relationship wasn't particularly close, yet Jiang Siyuan had unilaterally regarded him as a brother and added him to a group chat. Messages flashed continuously along the way. "Guo Junjun. See, I don't know who started the rumor that whoever sleeps with your fiancé, he will receive a sports car. These people are detestable. I suggest reporting them. Jiang Siyuan, it's not a rumor. Guo Junjun. Zhou Wu Wow. Your sister-in-law is so beautiful. Brother C, you're not joking, right? They'll take it seriously. Jiang Siyuan, it's true." Shi Yu turned off the screen, his eyes devoid of emotion. He had no interest in sports cars, nor did he care about anyone else's fiancé. Upon returning to the dormitory and opening the door, bathed in the dim moonlight, he saw 2 individuals sprawled across his bed. His roommates were entangled with a woman on his sheets. The smell of alcohol mixed with the woman's perfume was quite unpleasant. Furrowing his brow, Shi Yu grasped a water cup and drenched the pair. Chapter 5. Can I still sleep? A startled scream erupted as Sheng Nan was suddenly splashed with cold water, waking up with a shriek. Who threw cold water on me?" Jiang Siyuan, beside her, was also roused by the commotion. In the hazy twilight, he met the indifferent gaze of Shi Yu, and the effects of the alcohol dissipated in an instant. "I apologize. Brother Yu." Jiang Siyuan swiftly lifted Sheng Nan from the bed. "I drank too much and thought this was my bed." Hearing Jiang Siyuan's apology, Sheng Nan widened her eyes. Having known him for many years, she had never witnessed him being so cautious in front of anyone. Feeling aggrieved, she retorted, "Is it such a big deal that I slept on your bed? Why must you douse me with cold water? Why should a grown man bicker with a young girl like me?" From the shadows, Shi Yu's voice was frigid. "I find it filthy." And Sheng Nan felt as if struck by lightning. Meanwhile, Ruan Li was in the midst of a shower when a barrage of comments suddenly flooded her screen, startling her. She initially feared these people could see her. It was only when she read the texts that her apprehension subsided. Shi Yu is being too harsh. Is it really necessary for him to douse our girl, just because she slept on his bed? If he find it filthy. He was quite enjoying himself earlier with the female supporting role. What a cruel male supporting character. No wonder he's poor. I wish him and the gold-digging female supporting role would be locked together. Oomph. From now on, the male lead and our girl shall engage in 180 different poses on this cruel male supporting character's bed. Count me in for support. From the comments, Ruan Li could roughly deduce what had transpired. Her face flushed crimson upon reading the words about him enjoying himself with the female supporting role. As the scene she had deliberately tried to forget resurfaced in her mind. The next morning, Ruan Li arrived at the school library. She held 8 part-time jobs, ranging from photo editing, illustration, video editing, online voice acting, wedding dress modeling, to dog walking and training. Occasionally, she even took on housekeeping services. She had tried every opportunity to earn money. This weekend was supposed to be busy for her, however, and Shangnan had not completed her quality development credits, which would affect her graduation. To assist the junior, Jiang Xiyuan had applied for a group activity and included Ruan Li to meet the required number of participants. She had set aside time this weekend to collaborate on the project. They had agreed to meet at the library gate at 11, but by 1:30, she had yet to see anyone. She called Jiang Xiyuan, but he did not answer. On her third attempt, he finally picked up, evidently annoyed. What is it? Where are you? It's Saturday, and we agreed to work at the library together. Where are you? Can't you do it by yourself? You want me to complete the group project alone? Ah, see, a female voice chimed in on the line. We're meeting at the South City CAF with Ruan Li. It's a new trendy restaurant, and I need to check in there as well. All right, as you say, Jiang Xiyuan replied indulgently. At that moment, the comments floated past her screen. The male lead is accompanying our girl to choose bed linens. Our girl is the blogger. And the theme this time is a day as a boyfriend. So sweet. This is no different from newlywed couples. Oh no, our girl is still kind-hearted, unwilling to leave the female supporting role in the lurch. She set the meeting at the trendy CAF. Damn that female supporting role. She's merely using it as an excuse to sabotage the young couple's date. Ruan Li did not wish to interfere with the male and female leads. But her adoptive mother's illness required financial assistance. In a bid to exert control over her, the Ruan family sent her adoptive mother abroad, leaving no trace of her whereabouts. They claimed that only upon her wedding to Jiang Xiyuan would she be granted the opportunity to reunite with her mother. Ruan Li navigated to a CAF in the southern part of the city, a remote location inaccessible by public transport. Upon arriving by taxi, she discovered that the CAF was in its trial phase, nearly devoid of patrons. She settled into a window seat, and, just as she did, her phone rang with a call from her close friend. Li, I need your help urgently. I'm sending you a WeChat contact card. I need you to train this for me. Your persona is that of a meat-eating girlfriend. You will portray a stranger in a one-night stand. Initially, he is an aloof, unattainable figure, but later transforms into a possessive and sinister man. Please, I'm in dire straits. As soon as I'm finished here, I'll reward you with a plethora of delightful experiences. Once the call ended, Ruan Li found a new contact card in her WeChat. The profile picture was striking, featuring a pale-skinned young man holding a DSLR camera, his face mostly obscured by the camera, with a backdrop of azure waters. His name was Roman, signifying the moon. Her friend, a computer science major, had established a virtual boyfriend studio even before graduation, providing emotional value to single women. This was not Ruan Li's first time assisting her friend with such training. Previously, she had trained a proud queen with a taciturn, loyal demeanor. Although it starkly contrasted her own personality, the fact that she was merely conversing with a fictional character significantly alleviated her embarrassment. More importantly, the remuneration was substantial, 40,000 in total. She noted down the key phrases: one-night stand, female seducing male, meat-eating girlfriend, initially aloof yet unattainable, later a possessive and sinister man. After careful consideration, Ruan Li earnestly typed 4 words into the friend request. Can we still sleep? In the library, Shi Yu was engrossed in writing his thesis when his WeChat pinged with a message from his roommate. Jiang Yuan, Brother Yu, I apologize for last night. Xiaonan, and I would like to invite you to dinner as an apology. The venue is a Black Pearl restaurant in the city center. Shi Yu's gaze turned cold as he deleted the conversation. Although he had never met Jiang Yuan's fiancé, he was aware that she was not in Shangnan. He harbored a profound disdain for homewreckers. How could one interfere in another's relationship without feeling repulsed? His expression darkened, exuding an aura of chilling severity. A girl who had considered approaching him hesitated, intimidated by his demeanor, ultimately refraining from intruding. After a moment, the WeChat icon on his computer flashed repeatedly. Shi Yu clicked to reveal a friend request. Lazily and I, can we still sleep? Chapter 6. I have last night's video under normal circumstances. Friend requests are typically approved instantly. However, Ruan Li stared at the screen for a full minute, and the request remained unapproved. She scratched her head. Could this be part of the aloof persona? She was determined to secure that 40,000 in training fees. With that thought, Ruan Li sent another message. I have last night's video. This time, the request was approved. Only a question mark appeared. This was indeed quite aloof. Ruan Li began typing furiously on her keyboard. If you wish to avoid being seen in last night's video, meet at the usual place tonight. Let's not miss each other. A momentary pause seized Ruan Li's fingers. How could they possibly know about last night? She was genuinely taken aback. Although she was aware of the existence of devices capable of eavesdropping, she exited the chat, intending to write her thesis to calm her nerves. When she finally surfaced from the ocean of knowledge, she discovered it was already 5 in the afternoon. The once clear sky had become densely overcast, with dark gray clouds hanging low like sponges saturated with ink, brewing a tempest. As expected, Jiang Xin did not show up. Ruan Li packed her laptop and summoned a ride through her app. However, she did not anticipate that due to the remote location and impending rain, she would raise the fare 3 times without success in getting a car. I'm sorry, a CAF attendant approached her. Miss, we are about to close. Ruan Li turned and realized she was the only customer left. She dreaded the moment when all patrons departed, reminiscent of the time she was abducted. When she looked up to find the crowd had vanished. The oppressive humidity thickened in the air. Hello. Ruan Li displayed her phone screen to the attendant. I truly cannot secure a ride. Would you be so kind as to drive me to the subway station? I can pay. Apologies, miss, the attendant replied with regret. We all live nearby, and 1 TEB heading into the city. I'm truly sorry. It's fine. Ruan Li was not one to inconvenience others. She gathered her belongings and stood beneath the CAF's awning. The lights of the CAF extinguished one by one until only the sign remained illuminated. The staff departed gradually, and the kind attendant who had spoken to her left a small lamp glowing softly, casting a warm yellow light. A thunderclap erupted from the heavens, stark against the low buildings, heralding the imminent downpour. Ruan Li felt a surge of frustration and dialed Jiang Xin's number, but the call did not connect. Please, female antagonist, do not disturb the male lead. The heroine has sprained her ankle, and the male lead is at the hospital with her. The heroine is asleep, and the male lead stays by her side. How sweet. To facilitate the female antagonist's connection with the male lead, the heroine even hired a couple of ruffians to tease her, hoping the male lead would come to her rescue. The heroine is so kind. Does this mean the female antagonist will soon be harassed by the ruffians? It's captivating. I must watch daily. Ruan Li remained alert, casting a glance to see 2 men approaching in the distance. Before the low buildings, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom sped by, splashing the rainwater beneath it. The Fu family intended to construct a drone base in the southern suburbs, and Shi Yu had come to inspect the area. He leaned back in the rear seat, his phone vibrating with several voice messages. They were from Jiang Xin. Brother Yu, are you in the southern district? My fiancé, is the CAF there. Could you please bring her back? Following this, a photo was sent. The image loaded gradually, and Shi Yu's unflinching gaze glanced out the window. Outside, dark clouds loomed over the city, and the streets were nearly devoid of businesses. Under a dim light, 2 drunken men were advancing toward a solitary woman. Through the haze of a dim gray atmosphere, a familiar face emerged clearly, reminiscent of the visage that had haunted her dreams the previous night, leaving her eyes moist with tears. The vehicle came to a halt, and Shi Yu exited the car. As the door closed behind him, the smartphone, carelessly tossed onto the leather seat, displayed a photograph of his roommate, Jiang as fiancé, none other than Ruan Li. However, Shi Yu remained oblivious to the image. Chapter 7. Come to my home, the thunder rumbled ominously. Ruan Li discreetly grasped the colorful wine bottle, an ornamental piece at the CF's entrance, hoping her apprehensions were unfounded. Yet, when two blonde individuals approached her, one attempting to touch her face, a sheen of perspiration coated her palm. She tightened her grip, her knuckles paling as she ensured that the bottle would not slip from her grasp at the pivotal moment. Just as she intended to bring the bottle crashing down upon the blonde's head, her wrist was suddenly seized. From behind her, a clear voice resonated. That won't kill anyone. She whirled around to meet a pair of obsidian eyes. Clad in a form-fitting black turtleneck, a pale visage emerged, with damp bangs framing his sharp brow, revealing dark, shadowy eyes. Ruan Li's heart leapt. It was Shi Yu. Where did this person come from? The male lead, concerned for the female supporting character, has sent her roommate to her aid. What? Our heroine has already twisted her ankle, and the male lead still cares for the supporting character? Poor heroine, anticipating a tragic love story. I thought the supporting character would face adversity. Such expectations were in vain. Fear not. To enhance the heroic rescue effect, she has summoned 2 underground fighters. Si is a wealthy heir, trained in martial arts from a young age, while Shi Yu is merely a poor boy, incapable of besting these 2. Upon reading the spoiler, Ruan Li's anxious heart finally sank. The underground fighters were reckless in their pursuits. You cannot contend with them. Ruan Li, unwilling to endanger the innocent, whispered to Shi Yu, "You should flee and call for help." Me? Not capable? Shi Yu raised an eyebrow. Ruan Li retorted, "In this tumultuous moment, you still ponder such trivialities? You earn a living through your looks. Should your face be marred, I cannot afford to compensate for that." "Huh. So, he is merely a pretty boy." The 2 thugs displayed their yellowing teeth, mockery evident in their expressions. No one is getting away. Ruan Li was on the brink of panic. Yet, Shi Yu behind her appeared unfazed, his languid voice brushing against her ear. "Let me show you how to truly incapacitate someone." Before Ruan Li could react, a force propelled her arm forward. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the wine bottle fractured. Another flash of lightning illuminated the scene, rain mingling with blood as it cascaded down the thug's head. The once arrogant assailant now stood frozen, bewildered, unable to comprehend how the man had struck so swiftly. "Remember, aim here next time." Shi Yu's voice was calm yet tinged with disappointment. What a pity. It was just an empty bottle. Seeing the tide of the confrontation shift unfavorably, the 2 thugs turned and fled. However, Shi Yu pulled her back, dragging her into the alley, the sound of rain drowning out the desperate cries for mercy. After a moment, Shi Yu emerged, striding with long legs, and said to Ruan Li, "I am injured." Ruan Li's heart skipped a beat. Upon seeing the wound, she finally exhaled with relief. It was merely a superficial cut, caused by shards of glass that had shattered in the air, grazing her fingertip. She reassured him, "It's nothing, it will heal in no time." "That won't do." Shi Yu leaned down, his deep, dark eyes fixed on Ruan Li, his lips curling into a slight smirk. "I deal in flesh and blood. If I end up with a scar, how will I earn a living? Then shall I take you to the hospital?" "I do not wish to go to the hospital." "Then where?" "Anywhere." Ruan Li, being an honest person, found it hard to argue with someone who had saved her life. "Then let us go to my house. I have iodine." However, she glanced down at her ride-hailing app, only to find no available cars. Shi Yu's gaze fell on the destination displayed on the screen. "You live at Jiangjing Mansion?" He placed his hands in his pockets. "Come on, I'll give you a ride." Ruan Li hesitated, looking around. The empty street had only one black sedan. "Where's your car?" As if to answer her, the black car turned around and stopped right in front of her, without the curtain of rain obscuring her view. The car's sleek lines and striking emblem caught Ruan Li's eye. She stared at the Rolls-Royce Phantom before her, then glanced at the driver, momentarily stunned. Rumor had it that Shi Yu regularly ate at the cheapest stall in the cafeteria, a fact corroborated by Jiang Xiyuan. Otherwise, The title of campus heartthrob would not be accompanied by the notion of poverty. Yet at this moment, Shi Yu leaned against the sumptuous leather seats of the Rolls-Royce, the starlit ceiling shimmering above, as if the vast cosmos was merely a backdrop to his presence. Not getting in? Shi Yu lifted his gaze, his dark eyes sparkling, captivating in their intensity. Ruan Li gasped, "Is this your car?" Shi Yu observed Ruan Li's wide-eyed astonishment, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "Are you envious? A body swap can do wonders." Chapter 8. What are you hiding from? Ruan Li was taken aback by the revelation. Could it be that being a duck was this lucrative? Bewildered, she climbed into the car as the Rolls-Royce departed southward, arriving at Jiangjing Mansion, where it halted at the driveway. This was the wedding house prepared by the Jiang family, conveniently close to the school. The elders had intended for her to live with Jiang Shi Yu to cultivate their relationship. As she stepped into the elevator, the confined space made Ruan Li feel somewhat awkward. Clutching her phone, she messaged her brother. "Ruan Li, brother, could you tell me the address of the rehabilitation center for my adoptive mother? Brother, if you can persuade Shi Yu to move into the wedding house, I will provide you with the address." Ruan Li felt troubled. Jiang Shi Yu would rather squeeze into a 4-person dormitory than live under the same roof as her. How could he possibly move in? Her gaze inadvertently drifted to the side, where the elevator's mirrored surface reflected Shi Yu's broad shoulders and long legs, and an idea struck her. From this angle, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Shi Yu. Ruan Li opened the door, allowing Shi Yu to enter, while she quietly captured his figure-changing shoes and sent it to her brother. "Ruan Li, he's moved back." Shi Yu remained oblivious to the commotion behind him. The Jiangjing mansion had 2 households per floor, and at the entrance lay a pair of men's sneakers. His gaze swept the surroundings, landing on the men's jacket hanging on the balcony, a classic Adidas piece reminiscent of one owned by his roommate, Jiang Shi Yu. "Are you living alone?" he inquired. He understood that many single women often placed men's shoes at their doors or hung men's clothing on balconies to feign the presence of a man in the household. Sort of, Ruan Li pondered, "My fiancé comes over occasionally. Last week, during the torrential rain, Jiang Shi Yu had visited, and the jacket on the balcony belonged to him." Ruan Li lowered her head to change her shoes. In her haste that morning, her shoelaces had been tied too tightly, making them difficult to remove. Coupled with her anxiety that her brother might discern the truth from the photograph, her focus wavered. She faintly heard Shi Yu say something rather cautious. "I'll fetch the medicine box. Make yourself at home." Ruan Li clapped her hands, and, as she stood up, her almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment. She witnessed Shi Yu unbuttoning his shirt with one hand, his straight, pale collarbones reminding her of the exquisite artifacts in an art museum. "Why are you taking off your clothes?" "I'm wet," he replied nonchalantly, approaching her with his bare torso, his chest muscles rising and falling with each breath. "Where's the bathroom?" Ruan Li was taken aback. "You want a shower? At my place?" Shi Yu nodded. "If I'm sick, I can't go out. Otherwise, will you take care of me?" The mention of money made Ruan Li shift her gaze from his chest muscles and shake her head. The last time she spent 10,000 was due to necessity. Her money was valuable. It should not be squandered on a man. "The guest bathroom is at the entrance. I'll help you find a clean set of clothes." She turned to leave, but as she took a step, her wrist was captured by his warm hand. Shi Yu's voice resonated. Together, the 2 words echoed in her ears like boiling water. "Danger, danger, danger." Ruan Li had heard of Shi Yu during her freshman year, renowned for his striking looks. The affluent young women pursuing him could line up from the south gate to the north gate, with the school forum constantly broadcasting the scenes of confessions. Yet, he remained solitary, truly a high mountain flower. Little did Ruan Li expect that the high mountain flower was merely a flower that played around. "No, thank you." Yet Shi Yu seemed determined not to let her off the hook. "What are you hiding from? Didn't you say multiple times that you wanted to sleep with me?" Ruan Li found herself in a state of confusion. Aside from the previous night, when, under the influence of medication, she had asked Shi Yu how much he charged for a night, when had she ever expressed a desire to sleep with him? Or perhaps, this was merely the tactic of a top-tier player? It was acceptable to deceive for affection, but not for money. "No, my boyfriend is coming back," Ruan Li asserted, struggling to free her wrist as she turned and retreated to her bedroom, firmly shutting the door behind her. As the wooden door closed, Ruan Li leaned against it, her heart racing incessantly. She had read a news article about Japanese hosts luring clients into a downward spiral, not only emptying their pockets, but also coaxing them into working in the industry, subsequently spending their earnings on him. Terrifying. She felt that Shi Yu had similar intentions. Women like her, who were honest and straightforward, were the most susceptible to being manipulated by such unscrupulous men. Ruan Li had resolved, after taking the medication, she would allow him to leave. In the next instant, a bold red comment erupted before her eyes. A battlefield ahead. Is the female supporting character a prophet? The male lead has truly arrived, laughing to death. As soon as Shi Yu entered the bathroom, this time there's no way to explain. Chapter 9. The Battlefield. Ruan Li's heart tightened. The comments continued to scroll. Jiang Xiyuan is worried about the female supporting character and has driven downstairs. Isn't that a direct encounter with Shi Yu? Wait, not only is the male lead downstairs, but Ruan Li's adopted sister has also arrived, accompanied by Ruan Li's brother. My goodness, how thrilling. I'm looking forward to it. When Shi Yu discovers the female supporting character's indiscretions, he can justifiably call off this engagement and be with the little sister. The comments rejoiced. Only Ruan Li felt a jolt in her heart. If her brother and Jiang Xiyuan collided downstairs, her lies would unravel effortlessly. Not only would she fail to obtain her adoptive mother's address, but she would also anger her brother, severing her adoptive mother's medical funds. Ruan Li slapped her own face. Calm down, there must be a way. She steadied her mind and decided to intercept Yuan Baozhu and her brother downstairs. At the very least, she could obtain her adoptive mother's address. As for Jiang Xiyuan, the worst-case scenario would simply be the cancellation of the engagement. With this thought, Ruan Li approached the entrance. Hearing the faint sound of running water from the bathroom, she instinctively turned her head. The decoration of this marital home was a collaborative effort by both families, filled with various thoughtful details. For instance, the bathroom door was made of frosted glass. The warm orange light flickered, revealing the outline of the person inside. Wow, those shoulders, that waist, those legs, absolutely stunning. Something feels off upstairs. Though the words may be crude, they are not unfounded. In the next life, let us just be online friends. Too much drama. Ruan Li hurriedly averted her gaze. This was not the time for such thoughts. Her immediate task was to stop her brother. She opened the main door and paused. Outside stood two figures, one in blue and the other in yellow. Sister-in-law, you're home. The round-faced boy in yellow was somewhat surprised, holding a stack of beer. We were just about to knock. The slightly taller boy in blue carried a case of drinks. Upon seeing Ruan Li, he nodded slightly, sister-in-law. Having previously struggled with face blindness, Ruan Li was unable to recognize them at first, but upon hearing their voices, she identified them as Jiang Xiyuan's roommates, Guo Junjun and Zhao Shun. The comments continued to scroll. Whereas the male lead, worried about Ruan Li, couldn't bring himself to return to the new house. So he made an excuse for his two brothers to bring a case of beer upstairs to check if Ruan Li was home. He's in the garage downstairs. Oh, does that mean he's missing out on a good show? No. Ruan Baozhu and the brother have already come up and are now waiting at the elevator, ready to catch the female supporting character in the act. It's a complete mess. Drink it quickly. Ruan Li felt a tightness in her spine. Life is singular, yet perilous matters abound. Who has arrived? Behind her, the bathroom door opened, and Shi Yu stepped out. Due to the absence of a change of clothes, he was only wrapped in a grayish-pink bath towel around his waist. He lifted his gaze, his piercing eyes locking onto the doorway, where he spotted two familiar faces. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze as their eyes met across the threshold. Meanwhile, a few meters away in the corridor, Ruan Baozhu felt a surge of excitement. Although she could not perceive the events transpiring within the room, she could distinctly hear the voice of a male. Oddly enough, she mused quietly, her lips curving upward. Why does that voice not resemble that of Brother Shi Yin? What did you say? Ruan Baozhu timidly replied. Brother, I saw the photo that sister sent you, but I don't think that silhouette resembles Brother Shi. Perhaps I am mistaken. Please don't overthink it. Ruan Bo furrowed his brow. His finger hesitated above the send button as his gaze ascended to the photograph. If the figure in the image was not Jiang Xiyuan, then who could it possibly be? With a frown, he stepped closer. The supporting character's brother has arrived. How exhilarating. The supporting character's lies will be unveiled. The brother is drawing nearer. Indeed, footsteps echoed from the corridor. Ruan Li felt her heart race. In the face of Go Junjun and Zhao Shun's astonished expressions, she spoke as calmly as possible. Please, just place the items on the floor. Go Junjun responded. He is not a delivery person. That sounded rather awkward. Meanwhile, Shi Yu had reached the refrigerator and poured himself a glass of water. As the water ran low, he noticed Go Junjun still standing there. With an indifferent glance, he asked, "Would you care to join me for a moment?" Go Junjun chuckled, incredulous. How could he remain so composed after being caught in an affair? He had always been principled, previously defending Ruan Li due to a bet. And now he felt the same indignation for Jiang Ziyan. A question, do you even care for Brother C? Caught in his throat. Just then, Ruan Li asked in surprise, "Do you know each other?" Go Junjun frowned. "Of course we do. We're all in the same dormitory." Before he could finish, Zhao Shan interrupted, "What a coincidence. I didn't expect it to be you too." He continued, "We left the items here. We should be going now. Let us have a meal together next time." With that, Zhao Shun placed the alcohol and beverages at the entrance and pulled Go Junjun away. "What just happened? Am I the only one who didn't understand? I don't get it either. What is going on with Zhao Shun? Why did he pull him away?" To be honest, the two of them, one in blue and the other in yellow, do resemble delivery boys. Ruan Li's palms grew slightly damp with perspiration. She had previously interacted with these two. Go Junjun came from a modestly affluent background, innocent yet principled, while Zhao Shun was a well-regarded academic, mature beyond his years, adept at reading the room. Just now, she had acted naturally, emphasizing her face blindness, leading Zhao Shun to conclude that she had mistaken Shi Yu for Jiang Ziyan. As for why Shi Yu was there, to drive the car, masquerading as Jiang Ziyan to entice her. A person as cautious and intelligent as he would never wade into such murky waters. Ruan Li exhaled in relief, and she was astonished by Shi Yu's composure. Even when discovered in disarray with his roommate's fiancé, he remained unruffled. Truly, he was the main attraction. 2 boxes of wine and beverages obstructed the entrance, and as Ruan Li was about to move them, a pair of hands swiftly lifted the boxes with ease. When she looked up, her gaze met Shi Yu's chiseled chest, glistening with steam from a hot shower. Flustered, she quickly lowered her eyes, focusing on her narrow waist wrapped in a gray-pink bear towel. The bear's face appeared distorted, resembling a long-nosed Pinocchio, heavy with the weight of the moment. Her breath caught in her throat. Was this the allure of a top-tier companion? It certainly seemed so. "Do you know them?" Shi Yu's voice resonated above her. Startled, Ruan Li stammered, "Don't be ridiculous. How could I possibly know them? We didn't I'm talking about Go Junjun and Zhao Shun." Shi Yu lifted his gaze, leisurely scrutinizing the blushing Ruan Li, then glanced at his own legs. A smile playing on his lips. "Baby, what are you saying? Baby?" Ruan Li froze for a moment, her face ablaze. She thought, she simply could not articulate it. A wave of embarrassment crashed over her brain, leaving her feeling as if she were glued to the floor, utterly immobile. She awkwardly shifted the topic. I'll find you some clothes first." Outside in the corridor, Go Junjun looked puzzled. "Zhao Shun, what do you mean?" Zhao Shun, catching sight of someone approaching in the corridor, whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Ruan Li has face blindness. Have you forgotten Aussie's wager?" Go Junjun was taken aback. "You mean?" "Yes. She mistook someone." "What?" Go Junjun exclaimed. But how could Shi Yu be involved? He hesitated, wondering if he too was part of Jiang Ziyan's wager. That Cullinan, Jiang Ziyan had staked an 8 million yuan sports car as a bet, a fact well known in their circle. And Ruan Li, with her beauty and gentle demeanor, would be an enticing prize. Even if seduction failed, the men would still gain something. With this mindset, many sought to impersonate Jiang Ziyan to entice the face-blind Ruan Li. Go Junjun felt a surge of sympathy and quietly remarked, "That Ruan Li must be so pitiful. I heard Aussie had an accident and broke his leg, and Ruan Li has been taking care of him. What a good girl. And Aussie, even we, his brothers, can see how much he cares for Ruan Li. Why would he still test her? It's truly incomprehensible." Zhao Shun pondered for a moment before seriously responding. The bright moon hangs high, casting its light not only on itself. What? Sensing someone approaching from the end of the corridor, Zhao Shun refrained from saying more. In any case, let us keep this to ourselves. We'll pretend we didn't see Shi Yu. Rest assured, I'll keep it to myself. Zhao Shun nodded. There was, in fact, one more thing he and T shared with Go Junjun, Shi Yu's true identity. He had learned, quite by accident, that the seemingly humble campus heartthrob was actually a prince in the capital. When gods battle, it is the lesser beings who suffer. Whether it be Fu Shi Yu or Jiang Xian, neither was someone they could afford to provoke. As for Ruan Li, perhaps she had already guessed Fu Shi Yu's true identity. It remained uncertain. Meanwhile, at the other end of the corridor, Ruan Baozhu was feeling quite pleased with herself. She had been waiting for a quarrel to erupt from within the room, but unexpectedly, amidst a peaceful atmosphere, the door had been quietly closed. Yet, Jiang Xian's two brothers appeared unfazed, as if nothing had transpired, and they intended to leave. Ruan Baozhu's smile gradually froze on her face. How could this be? Having uncovered Ruan Li's affair with the man, how could they remain indifferent? Just as the two were about to pass her by, Ruan Baozhu grasped one of the men and sweetly inquired, "May I ask if Ruan Li and Brother Si are inside?" "They are inside," Go Junjun could only respond. Ruan Baozhu couldn't help but raise her voice. "Impossible. You must be lying." Go Junjun was taken aback by her outburst, rolling his eyes dramatically. "Sister, their matters are none of your concern. Are you trying to be the third party and steal someone else's partner?" Ruan Baozhu, both furious and agitated, raised her hand to knock on the door, determined to confirm for herself. Zhao Shun lightly interjected, advising her not to disturb them, for no one enjoys being interrupted at such a moment. Ruan Baozhu was momentarily stunned. She refused to believe it. She had to knock on that door to ascertain whether the man inside was indeed Jiang Xian. At that critical moment, Ruan Bo intercepted Ruan Baozhu. Looking towards the door with a reassuring expression, it seems that Xiao Li was right. Her relationship with Xian has indeed improved recently. As he spoke, Ruan Bo sent Ruan Li the address of a foreign rehabilitation center as agreed. Upon receiving the message, Ruan Li's almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise. It was her foster mother's address. It appeared that Ruan Bo believed her. A gleeful smile adorned Ruan Li's face, and as she carried the medicine box into the living room, her steps felt remarkably lighter. Shi Yu lounged on the sofa, observing the young lady approach him. She had changed into a home dress, her hair cascading down in soft, dark curls, framing her oval face with a fresh pallor, her cheeks adorned with a smile, and her dimples enhancing her delicate features. At the entrance, he noticed a badge issued during last year's centennial celebration of Haiqing University. So, she was also an alumnus of Haiqing University. Given that they shared an alma mater, it was not surprising that Zhao Shun and Go Junjun were acquainted with her. However, Shi Yu did not anticipate that the two, who seemed inseparable, would even deliver takeout together. "The clothes are here," Ruan Li said, handing him the neatly folded garments. The slate gray, short-sleeved top and matching pure cotton trousers bore the scent of laundry detergent. Shi Yu did not take them, prompting her to explain, "They're new. My boyfriend hasn't worn them yet." "Boyfriend?" Shi Yu echoed the words, continuing her train of thought. "You really like him?" "Yes," Ruan Li nodded. Shi Yu let out a soft laugh. Indeed, as a young woman living alone, she was quite cautious. There were boy sneakers outside the door, and a man's jacket hung on the balcony, suggesting the presence of a boyfriend. Yet, she seemed to have forgotten to place any men's items in the bathroom. He chose not to expose this oversight, simply stating, "I don't want someone else's." He then extended his hand, requesting her to apply the medicine directly. Ruan Li gazed at the now-healed wound, somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, remembering how Shi Yu had assisted her at the safe entrance, she half-knelt before the sofa, cradling his hand and gently applying the antiseptic cotton to his fingertips. Shi Yu's gaze was fixed on her face. Her long eyelashes cast an orange shadow upon her eyelids, and as she crouched down, the pale yellow skirt swept the ground, revealing her rounded, fair toes resting on the dark carpet. She appeared to assume that the dress was rather conservative, completely unguarded. The high collar concealed her upper arms, while the ankle-length hem draped gracefully. Even the cartoon print on her chest, weathered by time, exuded a sense of childishness and carelessness. Little did she know, when she raised her arms, the excessively loose sleeves hardly concealed anything at all. Slim waist, soft lips, sweet voice. At that moment, a refreshing breeze brushed against his fingertips, reminiscent of Ruan Li's habitual blowing on her wounds when applying medicine. Her lips were naturally rosy, akin to being adorned with lip balm, evoking the image of her being called out by the disciplinary head during her school days to remove her makeup, her hand rubbing against her lips until they were chafed. A testament to her innocence. "All right," Ruan Li declared, noting that the day was growing late. "You should leave now. Thank you for today at the CAF." "Leave?" Shi Yu's fingers stirred slightly, the sensation lingering on his fingertips. In the next moment, he effortlessly clasped Ruan Li's waist with one hand, drawing her onto his lap. The voluminous nightgown was molded into pleats by his strong arms, the hem lifting a few inches to reveal her delicate ankles, porcelain-like and fragile, reminiscent of a still life painting for art students. "What are you doing?" Meeting Ruan Li's astonished gaze, Shi Yu tightened his grip, his fingertips sliding up the sleeves, the cool touch resembling fine jade, inviting to the senses. He narrowed his eyes. "I have professional ethics. I didn't finish yesterday, so I'll make up for it tonight." Chapter 11. Who is more powerful, him or me? Make up for it. Ruan Li's almond-shaped eyes widened, still reeling from the sudden sensation of being lifted, when Shi Yu's words struck her like a blow. "No, there is no need for that." She attempted to descend from Shi Yu's lap, yet hesitated to move, as if treading on a minefield, fearful of igniting a spark. "No can do, darling." Shi Yu's voice was almost a whisper against her ear, his warm breath grazing her tender skin, sending shivers down her spine. "In our line of work, we cannot let our clients suffer." "I'm not suffering." Ruan Li's heart raced, her voice trembling. With great effort, she resisted the temptation that felt devilish, suppressing the urge to relive the tremors of the previous night. He must be hoping to entice her, to extract more money from her pockets. Ruan Li raised her hand, pushing against Shi Yu's chest. But upon encountering his firm, warm skin, she froze. She had forgotten that Shi Yu was shirtless. In an instant, Ruan Li felt as though she were immobilized. When she tried to retract her hand, both her wrists were seized by a strong hand. Looking up, she locked eyes with Shi Yu, intrigued. Not suffering? Then what about indulging in something else? Ruan Li's mind buzzed. The value of having read extensively manifested at that moment, with the right words flooding her thoughts, all hinting at the standard response to this question. The barrage of comments surged suddenly. What to indulge in? They don't understand. With such a fine figure before me, who wouldn't want to indulge? Her face turned yellow. "I love watching eating shows. Eat heartily, eat vigorously. This is infuriating. Why should the female lead enjoy such indulgence? Go away, go away." In a marital residence, the female antagonist exhibits a blatant disregard for propriety. Fear not. In the original narrative, there exists a scene where the female antagonist finds herself hospitalized, while the protagonists, Mei Bao and Asi, engage in a riveting encounter by her bedside. Far more exhilarating than this, Ruan Li found herself taken aback, realizing that she had a part in the sleeping fiancé. Lost in thought, she felt a tightening at her waist. Shi Yu inquired, "Are you thinking about your boyfriend?" As he spoke, he pressed a kiss against her lips, challenging. Who is more formidable, him or me? Ruan Li's breath caught in her throat. Although Jiangxi Yan had initially mentioned their mutual independence, hearing it from Shi Yu's lips brought a flush of embarrassment. He was acutely aware that she was engaged to Jiangxi Yan. Perhaps Shi Yu's earnestness stemmed from his fascination with Jiangxi Yan's luxurious sports car. Contemplating this notion left Ruan Li's emotions in a state of disarray. After all, she was not a stunning beauty. Her demeanor was subdued and uninteresting. Throughout her life, she had been rather unfortunate in her interactions with boys, scarcely possessing any male friends, leading her to believe that she lacked the allure to attract Shi Yu's interest. Yesterday, she had thought that spending 10,000 yuan for a private room was extravagant, but after witnessing Shi Yu's Rolls Royce, she realized the true magnitude of his wealth. That sum likely didn't even cover the tip. recalling the comments made by Jiang Si Yin's friends in the private room the previous night. A wave of nausea washed over Ruan Li. If Shi Yu succeeded in his advances, would he boast about their encounter as a trophy, reveling in his conquest? Feeling queasy, she pushed Shi Yu away and replied in a languid tone, "I have my period, and I love my boyfriend dearly. I would never betray him. Yesterday was an accident. Please leave." Shi Yu's expression turned cold. Countless individuals aspired to share his bed, yet he had never paid them any mind. He was accustomed to dismissing advances, and being rejected was an unfamiliar experience for him. The notion of her boyfriend was merely an excuse to rebuff him. With a sudden grip on the nape of Ruan Li's neck, he kissed her fiercely. Caught off guard by the intensity of the kiss, Ruan Li lost track of time, feeling as though the air had been siphoned from her lungs. After what felt like an eternity, Shi Yu finally released her. His languid voice brushed against her ear. "So, inexperienced? Has your boyfriend never taught you how to kiss?" Breathless, Ruan Li struggled to respond. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise, clouded with mist and tinged with red, lacking any intimidation. Shi Yu, unable to resist, embraced her again and kissed her for an extended moment. This time, although less forceful, the kiss still left Ruan Li's lips tingling. Once she regained her composure, fueled by a surge of defiance, she retorted, "Of course he has. We kiss every day." Shi Yu's gaze darkened. He knew full well that this boyfriend was a mere figment of her imagination. Yet the thought of her kissing someone else stirred a tumult of frustration within him. Rising with a stern demeanor, he challenged, "Very well. When will you bring your boyfriend around? I would like to meet him." The following day, Ruan Li found herself at the library, cradling her laptop as she worked on her graduation thesis. Yet a damp, unsettling gaze lingered behind her, as if it sought to consume her whole. She glanced around, detecting no anomalies, and shook her head, redirecting her focus to the task of applying for her passport. The thought of reuniting with her foster mother brought an involuntary smile to her face. Upon realizing that a household registration book was required for passport application, she found herself unable to smile. How could she possibly procure the household registration book from home? Marriage? At that moment, a WeChat notification popped up. Ruan Li. Who is this? Scrolling through the chat history, she recalled the identity of her cyber boyfriend, whom she had trained. How negligent of her to forget about her job, causing the cyber fellow to remind her. Lazy pair. Are you there? Show me your abs. Cyber boyfriend. Not going to show? Then good night. Lazy pair. Good night. Are you living on American time? Lazy pair. No. I just want a night to come quickly so I can sleep with you. Cyber boyfriend. Did your period end? Ruan Li nearly leapt off the bench in shock. How could he possibly know about her menstrual cycle? She reached out to her best friend to inquire about this peculiar situation. Her friend, still busy, quickly replied, "Darling, do you have your period recorded?" The cyber boyfriend, as a robot attuned to the nuances of female biology, could access certain permissions after user authorization to retrieve her monthly menstrual cycle data. Ruan Li recalled having clicked on a confirmation pop-up for some permissions. That made sense. On the other end of the line, she heard rustling sounds, as if her friend was sorting through a pile of documents. "Sweetie, I have a meeting with the client soon, so I can't talk for long." "All right, you take care." Ruan Li cradled her phone and sent a virtual kiss. Returning to the chat interface, she noticed a flurry of messages from her cyber boyfriend. Cyber boyfriend, why are you silent again? Cyber boyfriend, I'm not in a convenient situation right now. Cyber boyfriend, I can show you this. Cyber boyfriend, photo. Just as Ruan Li was about to open the image, a hand suddenly tapped her shoulder from behind. "Xiao, why are you here all alone? What intriguing thing are you looking at?" Startled, Ruan Li barely managed to turn off her screen before the intruder leaned in closer, whispering excitedly, "Wow. Don't tell me this is the abdominal muscles of your homeboy, Jiang Si Yu." It was her roommate, Beijing-circle. The school mandated that freshmen reside on campus, and she and Beijing-circle had been assigned to the same dormitory. Beijing-circle was generally wonderful, except for one flaw, her loud mouth. Once she knew something, it was akin to the entire school being informed. "This is my side job, training, still in the secret testing phase," Ruan Li explained, placing a finger to her lips to indicate it was a confidential matter. Beijing nodded, Don't worry. You know me well enough. I can keep a secret. Ruan Li chuckled, examining the photo closely, her smile widening. Wow, those muscle lines. Wow, that V-shaped waist. Look at the background. It's in the library. And how come the abs are still glistening wet? It must be water sprinkled on purpose. So hot, even more intense than those guys online. As she spoke, BIRND eagerly pulled out her phone to conduct a reverse image search. Can't find it? Xiao. Quickly ask him who the original poster of those abs is. I need to follow them immediately. Ruan was momentarily stunned. And only after BIRND's words did she realize the underlying implications of the photo. She murmured, it must be synthetic. Indeed. Byron Dong felt a twinge of disappointment. Based on her extensive experience in film analysis, it was improbable for a normal person to possess such flawless abdominal muscles. Is that so? Ruan Li unexpectedly thought of you. His abs resembled those in the photograph quite closely. By the way, Byron Dong interjected. Have you received the stamped proof of your internship? The counselor has been pressing. Mentioning the internship dispelled any whimsical thoughts Ruan Li had. Not yet, she sighed. Our supervisor said they would stamp it after securing the order for the foos drones. Is he trying to withhold your internship certificate? Kind of. But wait, aren't you interning at Zhang's? Why don't you ask Jiang Xiyuan to speak to your supervisor? When a young master speaks, who would dare to defy? Upon hearing this, Ruan Li forced a smile. Inform Jiang Xiyuan? He would be more likely to set her up than help her. Byron Dong, unable to contain her frustration, exclaimed, You are the top of our major. Numerous companies are vying for you. You secured a position with foos through your second major. If it weren't for your parents insisting you intern at Zhang's, you wouldn't have to endure this nonsense. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet. You're too timid. I'll talk to Jiang Xiyuan. Wait a moment, Ruan Li called out, chasing after her. Just then, the screen lit up. Not satisfied? Why did you kiss my photo if you're not satisfied? Ruan Li. Lazily and I. When did I kiss your photo? Lazily and I. Come on, where did you steal that image from? After sending the message, there was no further reply from the other side. Ruan Li tucked her phone away and hurried after Byron Dong. She couldn't shake the feeling that a gaze was fixed on her back, like the damp chill of spring rain and wind enveloping her. Yet when she turned around, apart from the lush trees and the white architecture of the library, there was nothing. Chapter 13. She understands men. Ruan Li did not catch up with Byron Dong, but she spotted Jiang Xiyuan. He was standing under the shade of a tree, speaking on the phone, while not far away, a flamboyant orange sports car sat proudly. The window of the passenger seat was rolled down halfway, revealing the face of her junior, and Shengnan. She appeared pure and innocent, a social media influencer, dressed in a striking yellow checkered strapless top paired with a white cake skirt. Sweet and spicy little fox. Wow, the male lead is taking the junior to swim. The junior can't swim. Brother C will teach her. It's so sweet. Is a memorable scene about to unfold? The junior, afraid of water, snuggling into Brother C's arms, is just too adorable. Manager Chun, a new recruit, will report to your department on Monday. Please assign her to the team working on the foos drone project, Jiang Xiyuan said into the phone. Ruan Li happened to pass by and overheard. Manager Chun was her direct superior, the one who had been withholding her internship certificate. Ruan Li felt somewhat dazed. A gust of autumn wind swept in, howling in her ears, causing a slight ringing, and she vaguely heard Jiang Xiyuan continue. She's in your department, so please take care of her. His tone was somewhat awkward. After all, Jiang Xiyuan had once despised favoritism and had warned Ruan Li not to disclose their relationship within the company. The male protagonist instructed his subordinates to take care of Mei Bao. Brother C directly positioned Mei Bao in the Fu Corporation project, which the female antagonist had labored over for half a year, thereby enhancing her own credentials. This surely infuriated the female antagonist. As for Ruan Li, a persistent issue that had troubled her was resolved with a mere phone call from Jiang Xiyuan. How exasperating these wealthy individuals can be. Regarding the Fu Corporation's drone project, she had been diligently following it. Initially, the seasoned employees of Jiang Corporation doubted their ability to secure the Fu Corporation's order in the capital, but her audacity, akin to that of a young calf unafraid of tigers, drove her to tirelessly revise the proposal overnight, ultimately earning the opportunity for a Fu representative to attend a briefing at Jiang Corporation. The comments continued to gush with sweetness. Did anyone notice that Brother Shi and Mei Bao are dressed in matching outfits today, both in shades of yellow? They are so well matched. Yellow is delightful. Just thinking about the underwater teaching later, Mei Bao couldn't resist being playfully provocative with Brother Shi, her heart aflame. We are all brothers. What's wrong with a little touch? What brings you here? Jiang Xiyuan's voice pierced through. Ruan Li looked up and saw him, visibly displeased, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, fur bristled. How long have you been eavesdropping on my call? Just arrived. What did you hear? Huh? What did I hear? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiyuan relaxed, hands in his pockets, casting her a sidelong glance, casually inquiring, "What do you want from me?" Ruan Li replied, "The counselor is urging for my internship certificate. It has been stuck with Manager Chun. Do you want me to assist you?" Jiang Xiyuan retorted with a hint of mockery. "Who are you to me that I should help you?" As the autumn breeze blew, Ruan Li clenched her fists. Unable to hold back, she shot back. "Because I am your father. What on earth? Is the female antagonist insulting the male lead? Not happening. I see." A sultry voice from the orange-red sports car interrupted. "When are we leaving? I'm so tired." Jiang Xiyuan, after hearing "I am your father," paused momentarily, wondering if he had indeed misheard. How could Ruan Li dare to speak to him in such a manner? After a while, he replied to Shangnan, understood. "Oh, Mei Bao's voice is so sweet." The male lead seemed stunned, surely savoring the moment. Although our Mei Bao is a tough girl, her voice is genuinely sweet. Such a delightful contrast. Who could resist? Si clearly has feelings for Mei Bao without realizing it. Ruan Li thought to herself, this is unbearable. Had she committed a crime in her past life to endure such nauseating comments? She'd harbor some feelings for Jiang Xiyuan. After all, when she first arrived in Haicheng, he had protected her. Now, she resolved to let Jiang Xiyuan go. At that moment, the campus broadcast crackled to life. A hoarse female voice accompanied by a poignant melody pierced through Ruan Li's ears. He never uttered the words, "I like you. Every word from you is a willingness of mine." His response during lonely moments, "Yet you are exhilarated." Ruan Li thought, must it be so coincidental? At such an emotional moment, it feels like an alarm. Yet, she found herself irresistibly drawn into memories. Back then, when her facial blindness had not yet improved, she could perceive the brightness in Jiang Xiyuan's eyes whenever he looked at her. She believed that this was the signal of affection. Even though everyone claims that he has become irascible and unapproachable after breaking his leg, and that his status as heir is precarious, to her, he remains the sole source of warmth in this unfamiliar city. Yet, she forgets that he is merely experiencing a temporary fall from grace, which has imparted upon her the illusion of shared misfortune. Upon reflection, even during that period, Jiang Xiyuan's demeanor towards her was capricious at best. As Ruan Li turned away from the flirtations between the protagonists, she hastily departed. The golden sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a dappled glow upon her face, dispelling the chill that clung to her. She had figured out how to obtain the household registration book. Chapter 14. Teach me to swim in the afternoon. Ruan's mother arrived, presenting Ruan Li with a photograph. The backdrop was a private swimming pool, featuring only Shangnan and Jiang Xiyuan. And Shangnan, clad in a wine-red bikini that accentuated her porcelain skin, was nestled closely against Jiang Xiyuan's arm, resembling a couple in love. This was a post shared by Jiang Xiyuan on social media, accompanied by the caption, "Teaching a coward to swim." Ruan's mother remarked, "If you cannot even secure a man, what else can you accomplish? You must marry into the Jiang family by any means necessary." She then insisted with unwavering authority, "Get in the car. I will take you to the swimming pool to reclaim him." "But I cannot swim," Ruan Li confessed, her fear of water palpable. She had been abducted from the seaside as a child, adorned with a small yellow duck float, and even though her adoptive mother rescued her from the traffickers, her dread of the water persisted. "No buts," Ruan's mother interrupted, narrowing her eyes. "As elders, we should not interfere. You must go in and find Xiyuan. By whatever means. I want to see him choose you over that girl." Thus, Ruan Li was forcefully ushered into the car. Ruan's mother had even taken the time to select a swimsuit from the mall, presenting it to Ruan Li. This outfit suits you perfectly. Once you wear it, no man will be able to resist. As she spoke, Ruan's mother exuded genuine pride. Regardless of her feelings towards this daughter, it was undeniable that Ruan Li embodied the merits of both her parents. Fair skin, lustrous black hair, and an innate charm. Not only was her visage beautiful, but her figure was also striking, with a graceful neck and delicate shoulders. However, this child had been raised in a conservative manner, resulting in a modest and outdated fashion sense that obscured her advantages. Ruan Li accepted the bag, her lashes cast downwards as she noticed the swimsuit crammed into a small pouch, its outline indiscernible. All she could ascertain was that the fabric was scant. With a smile, she reassured her mother, "Do not worry, I will win Shi Yu back. Once he has a moment of impulse, he will agree to marry me. Why not just hand over the household registration book to me? It would alleviate your constant concerns." Ruan's mother replied, "Let us see how you perform." The Ruan family's car halted at the entrance of the Private Paradise, a renowned swimming pool club in Haicheng, known for accommodating only 3 reservations per time slot. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce Phantom in the parking lot caught Ruan Li's attention. It appeared somewhat familiar. This venue was known for its strict management. However, Ruan Li walked in without encountering any obstruction. Upon pushing open the grand pool door at the end of the corridor, she beheld a scene bathed in blue light, where a girl was draped over Shi Yu. The girl playfully scolded, "How dare you, Shi Yu? You actually posted on social media, calling me coward? Aren't you afraid? Then let me go. I fear not. It is merely the water that is too cold. Hiss! Do not release me, you coward. Shi Yu, you are finished." And Shengnan lunged forward, grasping Shi Yu's face. In their playful scuffle, the bow of her swimsuit that was entwined around her neck came undone, and Shengnan's face flushed crimson. "It is all your fault. Hurry and tie it back." Shi Yu caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye, his lips curling into a smirk. In the next moment, he lifted Shengnan's chin and kissed her. The young couple embraced tightly, as if seeking to meld into one another. Water droplets cascaded from their bodies, splashing onto the surface and creating ripples that danced across the water. This scene was far more exhilarating than yesterday in the private room. The barrage of comments before Ruan Li transformed into a rosy hue. "So adorable. The cute yet fierce girl. Let me see." Did the male lead stand up and smirk? The female antagonist must be seething with jealousy. "I feel so satisfied. What a pity." The male lead deliberately posted on social media to provoke the female antagonist and allowed her to enter, all for this performance. Yet it was merely a clever ruse. They did not truly kiss. "Oh, poor girl, be brave and kiss him passionately. The male lead surely cannot resist you," Ruan Li observed quietly. Even though the comments incessantly suggested it was all staged, with the male lead intentionally provoking jealousy in the female antagonist. It mattered little whether it was a genuine kiss or a mere act. Ruan Li turned away, intending to wait until the two had finished their kissing before entering. "Stay right there." An angry voice rang out. Turning back, she saw Shi Yu swimming to the shore, water splashing around him, as he firmly grasped her wrist. "Are you pretending not to see again? If I were to sleep with someone else, would you still bring me a set? Ruan Li, you are truly too virtuous." Faced with Shi Yu's fury, Ruan Li sighed inwardly. She did not care. She silently endured, all for the sake of marrying into a wealthy family as a gold digger. If she did care, she would be consumed by jealousy, a malicious female antagonist who slanders brotherly bonds. No matter what she chose, it felt wrong. Ruan Li was not ready to confront Shi Yu openly. She gazed up in confusion. "Are you a sea?" Hearing her uncertain tone and catching the bewilderment in her eyes, Shi Yu suddenly recalled something. Ruan Li was face-blind, so she did not recognize him. Had his earnest performance been in vain? What about yesterday? Did she fail to recognize him in the private room as well? These thoughts blew through his mind like a gentle breeze, dispelling the irritation that had lingered for 2 days. Shi Yu's lips slightly curved upward, though his tone remained harsh. "What else could it be? Did you come looking for me after seeing my social media post? Or is it about the internship certificate?" He continued to speak to himself. "And your calculations are mistaken. I shall not grant any favors." In truth, his call that morning was a subtle suggestion to Manager Chun to take special care of Ruan Li. And Shangnan had once said, "The one who falls in love first loses." And Jiang Xiyuan, he despised losing. The water lay tranquil, and Ruan Li, as Jiang Xiyuan desired, revealed a hint of jealousy at the opportune moment. "I too wish to learn to swim." She lifted her face, displaying the envy of a woman witnessing her fiancé swimming and kissing another girl. "How ambitious." Jiang Xiyuan chuckled. "I could certainly teach you, but there must be a sense of order, right? As you can see, I am currently instructing someone else. Perhaps you could wait until tomorrow." "No, I wish to learn right now." The azure waves rippled, and the soft light refracted upon Ruan Li's brow, her expression resolute. Jiang Xiyuan paused momentarily. Just as he was about to acquiesce, a cry for help echoed from behind. "Ah, see, save me. Ah, the little sister has fallen into the water. It's all the fault of the supporting character. She did it on purpose, unaware of the order of precedence." But I distinctly saw the female lead deliberately let go of the railing. "What do you mean? If it weren't for the supporting character stealing the spotlight, would the little sister have been distracted and fallen in? Regardless, here comes the sweet scene of artificial respiration." Chapter 15. Don't kiss the photo, kiss me with a splash. Jiang Xiyuan leaped into the pool, rescuing the unconscious in Shangnan and lifting her above the water, preparing to administer artificial respiration. "Do you really have to perform artificial respiration?" Ruan Li inquired. "Of course," Jiang Xiyuan replied anxiously. "She is merely pretending to be faint." "Enough, Ruan Li. Lives are at stake. Do you still have a heart to feel jealous? Nan is my brother. Unlike you, she is not one to harbor such trivial thoughts." Ruan Li fell silent, but noticed the corners of Shangnan's lips curling upwards. She watched quietly as Jiang Xiyuan performed artificial respiration. Eventually, Shangnan awoke with red-rimmed eyes. As if startled, and weakly punched Jiang Xiyuan's chest, crying, "It's all your fault. Were you just now? Did you not know I was scared alone in the water?" Jiang Xiyuan tightly embraced her to offer comfort. "All right, it was my mistake." After a moment, Shangnan met Ruan Li's gaze and, recovering from her near-death experience, abruptly pushed Jiang Xiyuan away. "All right, I'm not that fragile. You can teach Sister Ruan Li first. She is so delicate. Treat her well, and don't toss her aside like you did with me." She then whispered softly in Jiang Xiyuan's ear, "Don't blame Ruan Li. She thinks I'm pretending because she cares about you. I want to learn to swim anymore and want to accompany you in performances. You'd better treat the beautiful sister well, or I want to let you off easily." "Oh no." The little sister is deliberately acting fierce, pushing the male lead towards the supporting character. Nanan is truly an angel, a good baby who loves her sister. All those who said the little sister was competing, step forward. Not good. There is a knife hidden in the sugar. Don't be afraid. The male lead is heartbroken and will drive the supporting character away. The pool was tranquil. "Ruan Li," Jiang Xiyuan said darkly, turning his back to her, "you should leave now." "All right, I shall return in 10 minutes. Do you lack compassion?" Jiang Xiyuan suddenly erupted. "Must you insist on today? And what if I insist on today?" Jiang Xiyuan rose, his cold gaze fixed upon Ruan Li, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Ruan Li, I finally understand why Uncle Ruan and Aunt Ruan favor Baozhu over you." These words struck like a dagger, piercing Ruan Li's most vulnerable spot. She halted, her hair cascading over her forehead, casting a watery blue shadow. "You have somewhat overstepped the boundaries." She has consistently feigned indifference towards her parents' favoritism towards her adopted sister. In reality, it is not that she truly does not care. Rather, she finds solace in her own mental fortitude, assuring herself that it matters not, for she is unaffected. However, she is not an unloved wild child. She has the affection of her adoptive mother. The reason for her incessant chatter with Jiang Xiyuan is to capture his voice and image. In due course, she can utilize software to create a video of Jiang Xiyuan teaching her to swim, which she can then present to Ruan's mother to obtain her household registration. Ruan Li has nearly finished recording, disregarding the pair of free-spirited lovers, Jiang Xiyuan and Shangnan, as she steps outside, needing to capture one last empty shot. Her phone vibrates incessantly with messages from Ruan's mother urging her for progress updates. Ruan Li approaches the front desk. "Excuse me, is there an available swimming pool?" "I'm afraid not. The manager replies, appearing somewhat troubled. All rooms have been booked, and there are quite a few patrons. Only room 2 is occupied by a single individual. May I meet this person? I would advise against it. The manager whispers, lowering his voice, that individual has a rather foul temper and despises being disturbed. However, with Ruan's family pressing for urgency, Ruan Li, with a mindset of trying her luck, knocks on the door of pool 2. After a moment's silence, she receives no response. Tentatively, she pushes the door, which creaks open. Inside, shimmering blue waves reflect off the walls, creating an illusion of being submerged in a cerulean planet. A lithe figure bursts through the water's surface. The man's taut back and muscular arms resemble a silver blade through the mist, firm and robust. A paragon akin to an ancient Greek statue. Sensing a disturbance, the man's piercing gaze turns toward her. Who is it? I apologize. Ruan Li quickly lowers her head. Her prepared words scattered by the intimidating aura. May I borrow the space for a moment? She continues, just 5 minutes. I can pay for it. I will cover all your expenses for today. The expansive pool remains silent in response. With a splash, the man emerges from the water, his damp footsteps drawing nearer, revealing his feet, followed by long, sculpted legs and defined abs. It is too close. Ruan Li retreats a step, yet the man advances. Water droplets cascade from his chiseled abdomen, disappearing into the dark swim trunks, outlining his physique. Ruan Li's heart races, her gaze dropping further, too timid to meet his eyes. I can let you use it, he states, but how do you intend to utilize me? 5 minutes may not suffice. Above her, a familiar languid voice speaks. Ruan Li looks up abruptly, colliding with Shi Yu's nonchalant gaze. What? You no longer recognize me? Shi Yu's lips curl into a teasing smile as he steps closer, leaning down to scrutinize Ruan Li. Did you not come on your period? How can you swim? Or did you, perhaps, his eyes darken, lie to me last night? Ruan Li. She almost forgot about that. When Shi Yu had kissed her yesterday, she genuinely believed she was on her period, but later discovered in the restroom that it was not the case. If the person opposite her were a girl, she could easily explain it away. It is a common occurrence during ovulation. Many women find themselves in a panic, asking their friends, "Quick, check if I've stained my pants." However, when faced with Shi Yu, Ruan Li could only vaguely respond, "I didn't deceive you. I thought I had my period." Shi Yu lazily elongated his tone. "So you were wet last night?" "No way. Are you a pervert?" Ruan Li vehemently refuted, "I didn't." The comments section erupted. As expected of the lead, truly captivating. No, these words must be accompanied by that handsome face. If it were anyone ordinary, it would be harassment. Isn't this guy the aloof school prince? Why is he speaking so boldly? Honestly, I think Shi Yu is more handsome than the male lead. The female lead is really indulging herself. Moreover, their physiques are almost indistinguishable. If you ignore the face, you could hardly tell them apart. This indeed reminded Ruan Li. She set aside her chaotic thoughts and seriously asked, "Are you free? Can you teach me how to swim? I am quite expensive." "How much?" "I will pay." "No need for payment." Shi Yu's gaze unabashedly lingered on Ruan Li's lips. In the library, it was those very lips that stirred his restless heart. She had asked him for a photo of his abs. He had obliged, yet she still ignored him. Instead, she was seen holding her phone, letting out a sound that suggested, since you adore his body so much, what is the point of asking for a photo? Just kiss him. Shi Yu glared at Ruan Li with a mischievous intent. "So, are you going to kiss him?" Chapter 16. The Third Wheel. Not even a dog would be one seeing Shi Yu's lack of seriousness. Ruan Li decided to seek someone else and turned to leave. Shi Yu blocked the door. "Aren't you going to learn anymore? You weren't planning to teach me seriously," Ruan Li pouted. "Learning to breathe is the first step in swimming." Shi Yu scrutinized her. "If you can't even kiss, how will you learn to breathe?" Ruan Li chuckled at his twisted logic. "So, is that how you learn to swim?" "No." "Then how did you learn?" "I was thrown into the sea. You either sink or swim, and that is how I learned." Ruan Li Bauja. The water's reflection illuminated Shi Yu's striking profile, adding an air of allure. A pang of pain struck her heart, akin to a thorn. Just as she was about to speak, he smiled. "So, are you going to kiss him?" Ruan Li thought to herself that she must have been mad to believe his words. "All right, I won't tease you anymore." Shi Yu pulled her back. "Let us change the approach. How about a minor protection mode? Consider it? Only then did Ruan Li stop. Now, open your mouth. Shi Yu stepped into the pool, demonstrating personally. First, take a deep breath, hold it, and quickly submerge while exhaling. Ruan Li followed along from the shore. Breathing seemed simpler than she had imagined. Shi Yu praised her, good girl. On the other side of the wall, Shi Yu hurried out, feeling somewhat vexed. Earlier, in his concern, he had spoken harshly to Ruan Li. That wasn't his intention. As he hurried past, he overheard a low, husky voice from the private pool, filtered through the door, with fragmented sounds coming through. Open your mouth. Take a deep breath. Exhale. Good girl. Shi Yu paused, realizing how terrible that voice sounded. However, he had no inclination to eavesdrop. He merely thought that voice resembled his roommate Shi Yu's. He shook his head in disbelief. He had been roommates with Shi Yu for many years and had never witnessed an excess of expression on his face. Though he lived modestly, he exuded an air of refined elegance, possessing a strikingly handsome visage. Despite his reticent and aloof demeanor, he was remarkably well-liked. Yet few could penetrate the depths of his heart. He was indeed a flower on a high peak. When faced with various declarations of affection, Shi Yu consistently rejected them with grace. The sole exception occurred when the belle of the art department clandestinely entered the male dormitory, hiding naked beneath Shi Yu's sheets. Upon his return, he unceremoniously tossed both the intruder and the bedding into the hallway, displaying no hint of tenderness. As Shi Yu reminisced, the door to the swimming pool swung open. A tall figure emerged, and Shi Yu gasped in disbelief. Yuga, is that really you? Such a coincidence, Shi Yu replied. Shi Yu pointed toward the interior, tentatively inquiring, girlfriend? Yes, really, Shi Yu exclaimed, excitement bubbling forth. When did you get girlfriend? You didn't even inform us. You're brothers. He was genuinely curious about the kind of girl who could capture the heart of such an unattainable figure. With enthusiasm, he continued, next week, and Shengnan and I are planning a camping trip. Yuga, why not bring your girlfriend along? At the mention of Shengnan's name, Shi Yu's brow furrowed. He harbored a profound disdain for third parties. Thus, no matter how much he might cherish someone, he would never become a homewrecker. We'll see, he replied. Approaching the front desk, Shi Yu addressed the proprietor. I'd like to have a float, please. Certainly, the owner promptly responded, rising to retrieve it. Mr. Fu, what color would you prefer? You needn't have come all this way. Shi Yu dismissed any further chatter, his gaze skimming over the options displayed on the screen. A smirk gracing his lips. That one, please. Pink, it suits her. The owner nodded vigorously, adding, I heard Mrs. Fu's birthday is just around the corner. Many prominent families in Haicheng have received invitations. It has been quite a while since such festivities took place. Fu Shiyu's eyes darkened. A mere mistress seeking to ascend the social ladder did not deserve a birthday celebration. His thin lips curled into a cold smile. He would ensure that this gathering became even more lively. Ruan Li was in the changing room, donning her swimsuit. In the full-length mirror, her exquisite figure was reflected, long limbs and skin as fair as snow. Ruan's mother had an eye for fashion. This swimsuit, in a verdant hue, appeared rather conventional from the front, with a metallic clasp linking the top and bottom. However, the side view told a different story. Ruan Li doubted her choice of attire and, upon researching online, discovered it was a popular style, whimsically named Tender Green and Awareness of the Great. After perusing buyer reviews, Ruan Li assured herself that the swimsuit would not lead to any awkward moments during swimming, and she accepted the garment. She retrieved a small bottle of concealer, applying it over a conspicuous tattoo on her chest, an emblematic letter that her family had compelled her to ink, intending to sever any thoughts of her marrying another. It was the initial of Si Yu's name. A woman who had tattooed another S name on her body would inevitably find it unappealing to any man. Ruan Li felt that her life was irrevocably entwined with Si Yu. Their words echoed in her mind. She could only marry him. The female supporting character is shameless, having tattooed the name of the male lead on her body. How will she find a new partner? You all are being excessive. This tattoo was forced upon her by the Ruan family, not of her own volition. Shouldn't she have refused? The way she dresses so provocatively suggests she is inviting attention. Thankfully, the male lead hasn't seen her. Given her desperation for male attention, perhaps she should aspire to be a princess. It's infuriating. The synopsis clearly states that the supporting character loses her virtue to the second male lead. And the video is supposed to be revealed at her engagement with the male lead. Why hasn't that scene occurred yet? Rest assured, major plot points will remain unchanged. Just be patient and watch. Ruan Li paused. If the storyline remains unaltered, she is destined to meet a predetermined fate at the engagement banquet. Shi Yu will replace her with a new bride and share a sweet kiss with Shangnan. Not only will her private video be exposed, leading to public humiliation and a tarnished reputation, but she will also be cast out by the Ruan family, with her adoptive mother cut off for medical support. Dying far from home. What purpose does it serve for her to endure this? The ringing in her ears resembled the sound of a sea breeze whistling through a rusty iron fence, drowning out all other noises. Meanwhile, Shi Yu returned, but found no trace of Ruan Li. He called out several times, yet received no response. Had she fled again? A surge of frustration swelled in his narrow eyes, accompanied by a fleeting, frantic thought. He wanted to confine her, to keep her by his side. The opulent swimming pool became a dull backdrop, and Shi Yu lost interest in swimming. He headed towards the changing room, easily pushing open the fragile door. A soft gasp escaped. A flash of vibrant grass green caught his eye, reminiscent of the first snow of winter, heavy upon the evergreen pines. Ruan Li had not anticipated Shi Yu's entrance. The concealer in her hand fell to the ground as she crouched, arms wrapped around herself, gazing in shock towards the door. The shimmering waves from the pool filtered through the door, casting a blue hue upon Ruan Li, whose fair skin became a splendid canvas, adorned with the infinite hues of sky and sea. Shi Yu's gaze was deep and penetrating, as if a tangible presence descended upon her heart. There, on her chest, lay a small tattoo. His name, Shi Yu. Chapter 17. Do you have a crush on me? Laughing so hard. Look at Shi Yu's expression. It's full of misunderstandings. I must say, the supporting character has an incredible figure. Stunning. Goodness, the impoverished campus heartthrob is quite the opposite of destitution. He seems quite affluent. Can't blame him. If Azu or Ian were to tattoo my name on their magnificent pecs, I too would lose control. This feels morally questionable, doesn't it? Isn't it? With such a stunning physique, how can he not be deserving of the lovely female lead? Author, are you harboring any secrets? The male supporting character has one fatal flaw. He is poor. With that alone, his appeal is diminished. He cannot compete with our ARC. Ruan Li instinctively covered her chest. Why does he keep staring at her chest? Is he a pervert? When did he get this tattoo? Shi Yu spoke up. Ruan Li felt a surge of annoyance. This person seemed utterly oblivious to the concept of propriety, showing no embarrassment for intruding into the changing room, lazily leaning against the door while conversing with her. This is none of your business. You should leave first. Very well. I shall take my leave. You may swim alone. No. Ruan Li grasped his arm, for the photographs had yet to be taken, and he could not depart. Her voice was slightly muffled, a characteristic of her first year in college. Shi Yu observed her face, a mixture of frustration and timidity, and chuckled. So, you've harbored a secret admiration for me since that time? Ruan Li exclaimed. The embarrassment that had surged within her transformed into astonishment in that fleeting moment. Unable to restrain herself, she burst into laughter. It was as though a switch had been flipped. She laughed so heartily that her stomach ached, and her legs, which were still in a crouched position, lost their strength, threatening to topple her. Shi Yu promptly extended his hand, lifting her up, with the barrier of fabric removed. She could distinctly feel the warmth and firmness of his abdominal muscles. Ruan Li ceased to laugh. Why the sudden silence? Shi Yu raised an eyebrow. Ruan Li blushed. Changing the subject. Weren't you supposed to teach me how to swim? Perhaps you should collect a fee for extra lessons. That sounds rather inappropriate. If so, I shall refrain from teaching you, he teased. It's too late now. Shi Yu lifted her effortlessly, striding towards the pool, feigning an intent to kiss her. Release me. Ruan Li protesta. He complied. The pool was shallow, and as Ruan Li walked along the bottom towards the edge, she heard Shi Yu's voice from behind. The first step to learning to swim is to conquer your fear of water. Are you still afraid? Ruan Li halted. Until that moment, her attention had been wholly captivated by Shi Yu. causing her to forget her trepidation. In truth, memories of her childhood abduction instilled a sense of panic within her, even when standing at the pool's edge. Yet here she was, standing in the water. Shi Yu's lips curled into a smile. Do you still wish to learn? Ruan Li nodded. Yes, I do. Very well. Let me teach you how to float. He swam towards her, his palm resting gently on her waist, supporting her as she floated on the surface. Relax and breathe slowly. Place your hands on the edge and envision yourself as a piece of driftwood, light and buoyant, floating on the sea. Yet, Ruan Li remained fearful. It was not the water itself she feared, but the thought of lifting her head above the surface and finding herself alone once more. The deep azure of the water mirrored the ocean of her memories. She felt her body tense, rigid, just as she was on the brink of succumbing to the haunting nightmares of her past. A pair of warm hands grasped hers, intertwining their fingers. Do not be afraid. I am here. His voice, resonating through the ripples of the water, seemed tangible, gently caressing her ears. Inexplicably, Ruan Li recalled the hand that had clutched hers in the hospital 4 years prior, stirring something within her. That evening at the Ruan family dinner table, when Ruan Li presented the edited video to her mother, she felt as if the lingering sensation of fingers beneath the water remained at her waist, causing a momentary daze. Most of the clips she selected showcased silhouettes or segments of underwater instruction, and her family remained oblivious to any irregularities. Ruan's mother beamed with satisfaction. I always said that dress suits you perfectly, and Shi Yu clearly adores it. However, our family is rooted in scholarly tradition, and you must maintain a certain decorum in your interactions with Shi Yu. He should marry you promptly, otherwise, it would be quite disgraceful for the Ruan family to have you in a wedding gown while heavily pregnant. Such words were indeed harsh. Ruan Li nodded obediently, assuring her mother, do not worry. Shi has promised to register our marriage. Really? Her mother replied, I worry he may just be acting on a whim. After all, a man's words can often lack reliability. Ruan Li felt a bitter pang, recognizing that her father, as a man, should understand this truth. Father? As the conversation veered towards him, Mr. Ruan feared potential revelations about his past. He hastily suggested, how about this? I will retrieve the household registration book from the bank tomorrow and hand it to Ruan Li, allowing you to obtain the marriage certificate with Shi Yu at your convenience. Ruan Li felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of acquiring the household registration book so swiftly. Suppressing her elation, she feigned a sigh. Alas, it seems this is the only way. Mrs. Ruan, radiating maternal affection, added, Ruan Li, why don't you accompany me to Mrs. Fu's birthday banquet on Wednesday? It's an opportunity to broaden your horizons. We cannot afford to remain so provincial any longer. As for the gift, I want you to personally select something for Mrs. Fu. Do not let your mother down, understood? Yes, mother. Mother, you are biased, Ruan Baozhu interjected, noticing that Ruan Li had become the center of attention. Sister is your biological daughter. Why not send that white porcelain vase you asked someone to procure for me as a gift to Mrs. Fu in her name? That simply won't do. Mrs. Ruan promptly shook her head. Baozhu is our little lucky star. By the time of the banquet, when a young master of the Fu family sees you, he will recognize you as his one true love. Our gift must resonate deeply with Mrs. Fu. A blush crept on Ruan Baozhu's cheeks. For years had passed. The young master was surrounded by beauties and had likely forgotten who she was. Not at all. Ruan Bo laughed. I've heard that the young master is quite ascetic, with no women around him. He is merely waiting for our Baozhu. Is that true? Ruan Baozhu's face turned crimson, overwhelmed with shyness. Ruan Bo raised his glass. To my sister and the young master of the Fu family. May you recognize each other soon. The Ruan family clinked their glasses together, as if the young master of the Fu family was already destined to become their son-in-law. Ruan Baozhu felt a bit bashful, remarking, Sister is so beautiful. Perhaps the young master would prefer her instead. Her? Ruan Bo scoffed. It has been 4 years. If even Jiang Xiyin is not secured, how could the young master of the Fu family take a liking to her? Ruan Li, feeling like an outsider, silently continued her meal until her phone rang, displaying an incoming video call. It was her virtual boyfriend. Ruan Li was not taken aback. She had previously programmed this feature. I'll take this call, Ruan Li announced. Rising from the table, which provided her a convenient excuse to leave. However, her thumb inadvertently pressed the answer button. The video connected, revealing a chiseled torso with 8-pack abs, not only invading her gaze, but also that of the Ruan family present. The previously lively atmosphere instantly fell silent, the tension palpable. Chapter 18. The damp male ghost. The virtual boyfriend shared scenic views and hobbies, allowing players to experience the essence of a genuine romantic relationship. However, it was her first encounter with someone who showcased their abs right off the bat. Confronted with the awkward tension at the dining table, Ruan Li ended the call, managing to display a hint of bashfulness as she said, I will head upstairs now. Mrs. Ruan squinted her eyes. Is it Shi Yu? Ruan Li's face flushed as she murmured an affirmation. Mrs. Ruan's expression softened with satisfaction. The supporting character is once again in the spotlight, performing at will. To be fair, the supporting character's acting is rather impressive. Do not slander our Shi Yu. He would never show you his abs. Stop dreaming. Ruan Li disregarded the barrage of comments as she ascended the stairs, overhearing a conversation between Mr. Ruan and Ruan Bo behind her. Father Ruan, you should treat your sister better in the future. Once she marries into the Jiang family, she will undoubtedly need to navigate and support us. Ruan Bo remained unconcerned, pondering why he should worry. Baozhu is the cherished moonlight of the heir to the Fu family. Perhaps in the future, both Ruan Li and the Jiang family will seek our connection with the Fu clan. The heir of the Fu family, you say? Ruan Li lowered her gaze, the dim light at the top of the stairs casting an indistinct glow upon her face. Upon returning to her room, Ruan Li opened the chat interface and sent a question mark. The response came back cryptically. Not a stock photo. Ruan Li was momentarily taken aback. Piecing together the morning's conversation, she understood. Earlier, she had claimed that his abdominal muscles were a stolen image, prompting him to initiate a video call to prove otherwise. Once again, Ruan Li was astonished by his progress. Yet, she recalled her initial intent, to transform the lofty flower into a damp, ghostly man. She had consulted a close friend on how to gauge success. Her friend had said, you must guide him from being a distant deity, aloof and self-disciplined in the eyes of ordinary people, into a sensitive, suspicious, and shadowy creature, one who secretly observes everything, becoming obsessively paranoid and sickly devoted. He would possess, imprison, and exhibit a fierce sense of ownership. You would find it impossible to escape. Wherever you are, a damp gaze would follow you, consuming you whole. You would feel fear, addiction, and obsession. Moreover, you would know that you are the one in control of this relationship. Ruan Li did not fully comprehend this, but she respected it, especially the respect for money. Ruan Li believed that a man's insecurity is his finest dowry. Lazily, Ruan Li, I am not fond of this style. Then what do you prefer? Hearing this tone, could it be possible to generate exclusive videos tailored to the player's tastes? Ruan Li decided to give it a try. She searched online for commands and sent them over. Lazily, Ruan Li. The setting is a male dormitory, featuring a tall, slender man in a white shirt, complemented by a black shirt jacket that tightly embraces his well-defined chest and biceps. His sleeves are rolled up to his forearms, revealing his lean arms adorned with a silver watch, fingers slowly tugging at the drawstring of his gray pants. Lazily, Ruan Li. A low-angle shot under backlighting, with pink and blue lights illuminating from both sides, a flat-brim cap, and a black mask enhancing the air of mystery. Ruan Li pondered for a moment before adding another command. Lazily, Ruan Li. No background music. Play the sound of fabric rustling instead. After sending all the instructions, Ruan Li realized that fulfilling such a multitude of commands would require a substantial data model. It seemed her friend's virtual boyfriend might not be capable of accommodating so many instructions. She felt a twinge of concern. Would it malfunction? As she anticipated, the other side fell silent. Indeed, it had lagged. Patience was key. Ruan Li set her phone aside, switched it to silent mode, and focused on writing her thesis. When she glanced at the time again, several hours had passed. The moon reached its zenith, casting a silvery glow. After a shower, she lay down on her bed, only to find 10 unread messages on her phone. 2005. You want me to film such a video? Impossible. 2210. It is not impossible. 2240. Video. My roommate is back, so I casually recorded a bit. 2250. Not satisfied? Did you see how others have pushed the boundaries? Ruan Li clicked on the video, her eyes widening in surprise. The backdrop was a male dormitory, dimly lit, where a man donned a white shirt, his slender fingers resting against his throat as he loosened his tie. The reflection of his watch glimmered on his jawline as he slowly unbuttoned his collar. 1 button, 2 buttons, 3 buttons. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing the sharp contours of his forearms. One hand rested on the edge of the table, while the other, as per her request, fell upon the drawstring of his gray sweatpants. Even without seeing his face, he exuded an overwhelming allure. The atmosphere was quiet. Only the sounds of fabric rustling and his deep breaths could be heard. As the sound of the door opening echoed, the roommate returned, prompting the man to put away his phone and conclude the recording. The screen dimmed, reflecting Ruan Li's flushed face. Watch it again, please. Wow, what is this called? I want to download it too. What is it called? It's called Husband. Though I graduated a long time ago and have forgottenly saw, I'm burning with desire now. Ruan Li buried her face in a plush pillow, attempting to cool down physically. This was absolutely outrageous. Her head spun. She recalled that the training manual had explicitly stated the need for timely positive feedback, suppressing the impulse to overanalyze. She typed a line in the input box. Chapter 19. Does her boyfriend mind? Lazily, Ruan Li. This is passable. Ruan Li felt that this praise was insufficient. She copied some flattering comments from male streamer sections online and sent them all at once. Lazily, Ruan Li. Mediocre. I've only watched it 50 times. Lazily, Ruan Li. It's not that I'm lecherous. It's just that the bloom is so splendid. If I don't appreciate it, it would seem I lack appreciation for beauty. Lazily, Ruan Li. You have 1 minute to retract, or tonight my left I will think of you, while my right I will only think of mosaics. Lazily, Ruan Li. Who told you to send such unhealthy videos? I will punish you according to the law. Henceforth, you shall be my mistress. After about a minute, the other party replied leisurely. Does her boyfriend mind? Lazily, Ruan Li. You don't mind that I have a boyfriend, but my boyfriend minds that I have a mistress? Who loves me more? Can I tell? Am I the mistress? Lazily, Ruan Li. There's an old Chinese saying, Tao produces 1, 1 produces 2, 2 produces 3, and 3 produces all things. Thus, having a mistress signifies completeness. I'm going to take a shower. Lazily, Ruan Li. Can I buy a ticket to watch? Haicheng University, male dormitory. Jiang Xian returned to the dormitory and found his roommate, Shi Yu, staring seriously at his phone, as if awaiting some important news, exuding an aura of unapproachability. The dormitory felt inexplicably colder. After taking a shower, he looked again and saw Shi Yu holding his phone, a smile tugging at his lips. Girlfriend? Despite the minor discord between the two in the afternoon, Jiang Xian, with his remarkable forgetfulness, took the initiative to inquire. Shi Yu, in a rather pleasant mood, responded affirmatively. As he inadvertently tilted his phone, Jiang Xian caught a glimpse of several lines of conversation. His swift reading ability caused him to vocalize the words before his mind could fully process them. Brother's waist is not a waist, but a deadly curved blade. Brother, aren't you hot in all those clothes? I want to wear brother's outfit. Just as Jiang Xian was about to continue reading, Shi Yu had already turned off the screen. Jiang Xian, astonished, asked, Is that from your girlfriend? Shi Yu merely affirmed with a sound. Though it was but a single note, it revealed his good spirits. Jiang Xian, intrigued, remarked, What kind of person could possibly pluck such a high and unreachable flower as you? I truly wish to meet your girlfriend. What was her name? Shi Yu paused, realizing he did not yet know her name. He had only heard her family call her Xiaoli during their recent video call. Meanwhile, Go Junjun's eyes widened. Resembling a large feline predator, he could not conceal a single secret. His mouth seemed to betray him uncontrollably as he began to speak. I know, while Zhao Shen appeared to have anticipated this very moment, promptly handing Go Junjun a prepared snack to divert his focus. The atmosphere in the dormitory grew oddly tense. Jiang Xian, puzzled, asked Go, What are you trying to say? Go Junjun, on the verge of tears, lamented. I want to say this question is too difficult. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I can't solve it. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Wait a moment. Jiang Xian squinted. Why are you not even a little surprised that Yu Ge has a girlfriend? Did you already know? Go Junjun, feeling guilty, Thought to himself, what does this mean? You know Ji's girlfriend. She is your fiancé, E. But he could not voice it. He pulled out another snack, crunching away. Shi Yu, now invigorated, leaned closer to Go Junjun and asked, so is sister-in-law beautiful? Yes, indeed, very beautiful, he replied. Is she from our school? Yes, she is, came the response. Just as Shi Yu was about to probe further, Zhao Shun interjected, I only met her once before, and it was dark, so I didn't get a good look. Wait, you know too? Shi Yu exclaimed incredulously. Am I truly the last one in the dorm to find out? He turned to Shi Yu, saying, you go. You must bring sister-in-law to the camping trip next week. I have to meet her. Sure, Shi Yu agreed. It's settled then, Shi Yu beamed. I'll invite Ruan Li as well. They're both girls and should get along splendidly. As his words hung in the air, Zhao Shun paused in his reading. Meanwhile, Junjun remained silent, consumed by his snack. Chapter 20. Driving on Monday morning, before the sun had risen, Ruan Li arrived at the company. So early? Her colleagues from the algorithm department greeted her. I came early to prepare for this morning's report, Ruan Li replied. She was interning in the Jiang planning department, where the company required colleagues to address each other by their nicknames. You are indeed impressive. A colleague patted her shoulder. By the way, I heard that the prince of the Fu family will be attending the report today. He is wholly responsible for the new product, which marks his first step in establishing himself at Fu's. If you secure the publicity contract for Fu's new product, your position will be solidified, and the bonus will be substantial, at least this much. As she spoke, her colleague made a hand gesture indicating 6,000? No, 6 figures. Ruan Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a substantial amount? She intended to purchase a home and relocate her household registration from the Ruan family. Housing in Haicheng was expensive. Although she had saved some money over the years, it was still insufficient for a down payment. If she could indeed secure this order. Ruan Li took a sip of her coffee, feeling invigorated. Buzzing. Her phone vibrated. It was Manager Chen calling. Ruan Li felt a twinge of resistance. This was the person who had been holding back her internship certificate, refusing to sign it. She answered the call, only to hear the other party's displeasure. Why did it take you so long to answer? You're at the office, right? I'm sending you a location. Drive over, pick me up, and then head to Haida to collect someone. Authority certainly had its weight. As for who she was to pick up, Ruan Li had a vague inkling. Upon arriving at the entrance of Haicheng University, she confirmed her suspicions upon seeing in Shengnan, elegantly dressed in a chic ensemble. Sister Bao is stunning. The female lead is particularly adorable. Her boyish personality showed when she scrunched her face at having to wear this outfit. No wonder she dons such effeminate attire. Poor Sister Bao. I recall Sister Bao wearing this outfit, leading to a rather intense encounter with the male lead in the office, resulting in her skirt being torn. Ruan Li occasionally felt helpless reading these comments. Missin, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Manager Chun, who had been sitting in the back, shed his usual sharp demeanor and stepped out to greet her. Ingratiatingly resembling a Shiba Inu meme, Ruan Li discreetly raised the partition, wishing to remain unseen. And Shengnan seemed to be live streaming. She waved at the screen. Babies, today is my first day of internship, and my boss sent a car to pick me up. I can't be late. We'll see each other tonight. Is Miss an internet celebrity? Manager Chun inquired cautiously once inside the vehicle. Not exactly. I just document my life, and some people happen to enjoy my content. Manager Chun's gaze flicked to the screen, astonished. Over 3 million followers? This platform has excellent monetization potential. Doesn't that mean Miss and earns millions annually? Not quite that much, and Shengnan shook her head, but I do make over 100,000. Ruan Li listened intently. Was being a content creator so lucrative? While waiting in an exceptionally long red light, she searched for Shengnan's account. A day in the life of a little affluent girl unboxing. The happy daily life of a little affluent girl at home. Each post garnered substantial likes, and the comments were overwhelmingly positive. As the green light illuminated, Ruan Li resumed driving. I wonder how Miss In and our little Jiang became acquainted. Childhood friends, I believe. They attended the international class together in both middle and high school, having been desk mates for several years. No wonder little Jiang had specifically arranged for her to be involved in this project. It demonstrated his regard for her. I wonder if little Jiang has any dietary restrictions. I've made a reservation at a private dining establishment for lunch and would appreciate Miss N's discerning taste. No problem. A CS palate is quite similar to mine. He has mentioned that it's essential to find someone with similar tastes to avoid conflicts after marriage. Are you two approaching a good thing? Manager Chun inquired, to which Xiangnan playfully retorted, of course, but this isn't work. Indeed, I might have been too inquisitive. Why does the female lead speak so oddly? Indeed, the barrage of comments suggests she is merely accompanying the male lead in the production, rather than being a genuine mistress. Now, she feigns ignorance about the identity of the driver, making her words rather ambiguous. The meeting is scheduled for 10 in the morning. However, the traffic lights at the intersection ahead are malfunctioning. Behind her, Manager Chen's voice rises in reprimand. Hurry up. Are you unaware of the time? If we are late and it impacts the project with the Fu Corporation, do not expect me to sign your internship certification. Manager, the traffic lights are broken, she replies. Just then, a lovely oval face appears as the partition is lowered, and Xiangnan's expression freezes. Ruan Li smiles at her. What a coincidence, and classmate. A flicker of guilt passes through Xiangnan's eyes. Indeed, she had subtly indicated to Manager Chun that she is Jiang Siyuan's girlfriend, unaware that the legitimate fiancé overheard every word. Who wouldn't feel a twinge of guilt? Meanwhile, Manager Chun is in a state of urgency. How do you drive? Can't you check the traffic conditions in advance? Do you realize that the young master of the Fu Corporation is coming to the company today to hear the drone planning proposal? Are you deliberately making me late? The name young master of the Fu Corporation has echoed in Ruan Li's ears far too frequently of late. She interjects, we have the drone samples in the car. We could use the drone to communicate with the drivers and clear a path. Absolutely not. The aerial view from Fu Corporation's drone hasn't been launched yet. If there is an accident due to your mismanagement resulting in a significant public relations crisis, who will take responsibility? I can take responsibility, Ruan Li asserts. Manager, today's proposal report is crucial for me. That's still one due. Manager Chen frowns. Missin and I will take a taxi via back road. As for the report to Fu Corporation, he trails off, visibly troubled. At that moment, and Xiangnan speaks up, I can present the report. As a blogger, I believe this would add value for the client. Upon hearing this, Ruan Li's eyes darken. No way. Senior Ruan, I understand that girls can be petty, but now is not the time for such behavior. If this is advantageous for the company, you should be willing to sacrifice for the greater good. Manager, what do you think? Indeed, let us proceed with that. Manager Chen declares, look at Miss N's vision. You should learn from her in the future. As he prepares to exit the vehicle, the door is locked. Ruan Li produces her internship certificate and hands it over. Manager, I can relinquish this opportunity to Miss N, but may I request you sign this internship certificate first? Manager Chen retorts, you are doing this on purpose. Ruan Li responds, there is still half an hour until the meeting. I'm merely an intern. If I don't receive the certificate, it's no great loss. But manager, if you lose the Fu Corporation's major contract, could you face termination? The atmosphere inside the car becomes tense. Manager Chun grits his teeth and signs the document. The female supporting character has labored for half a year on this plan, only to have it snatched away at the last moment by the lead. Even if she obtains the internship certificate, I still feel a sense of injustice for her. Who cares? Just imagining the little darling flaunting the fruits of the supporting character's hard work before the male lead and the client is utterly delightful. Is there truly someone who revels in the misfortune of the protagonist? The supporting character is beautiful, strong, and tragic. One cannot help but feel sympathy. The female supporting character is so beautiful. Why not marry the prince of the Fu family? Only the Fu family can tame the eccentric couple. I find this matchmaking quite agreeable. Chapter 21. Does the prince know how to handle matters? Ruan Li let Manager Chen out of the car, simultaneously pausing the recording. Admittedly, she had prepared the proposal for the Fu Corporation for quite some time, and the reward was substantial. However, even if the contract were signed today, she would still have to wait for the finance department to process the payment. It would take at least a month before she could receive the funds. That was far too slow. She needed quick money. With this recording, the situation would be different. She owed her gratitude to Xiangnan's internet celebrity status. Should the recording from the car be released online, it would spell disaster for Xiangnan. Moreover, her identity was not easily verifiable. Jiang Xiyuan, in his quest to protect his childhood sweetheart, would undoubtedly offer a considerable sum as a hush fee. Ruan Li, recalling the fleeting comments she had just seen. Marry the prince of the Fu family? Those comments were truly astute. Just then, the sound of an ambulance siren pierced the air. A young girl, about 8 or 9 years old, emerged from the ambulance. Please, uncles and aunts, let us through. My mother has fainted. We need to get her to the hospital quickly. The girl, dressed in a faded top with mud on her shoes, pleaded with the driver to make way for her ailing mother. People were eager to help, but the congested intersection left no room for maneuvering. Ruan Li felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her, reminiscent of her own past. She recalled the first time her adoptive mother fainted at home, and how she had begged neighbors for assistance. Life and death were at stake. Ruan Li released her drone out of the window. While controlling the drone, she used the speaker to call out to each vehicle, urging them to clear a path. Soon, the road was opened. The ambulance's siren blared in gratitude, and the young girl continually bowed in thanks toward her. Initially believing the matter to be resolved, it soon gained traction online as someone had captured the event on video, turning it into a trending topic. Since Ruan Li had not shown her face throughout, discussions about finding the Good Samaritan ensued. Some internet users even provided clues, noting, "Isn't this the vehicle that appeared in our Nanbao's livestream? The truth is out, sisters." Nanbao is the blogger. Her videos often feature aerial shots, so it must have been her drone that cleared the way for the ambulance. Wow, Nanbao is not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted. I adore her even more. Quick, follow her. Does anyone know what model of drone this is? I want the same one. It's a new release from the Fu Corporation, not yet available for sale. Fu Corporation, send money to our Nanbao. When Ruan Li learned of this, she had just stepped into the office. A crowd of people stood before Shangnan, including Jiang Xiyuan and Madame Jiang. Madam, Mr. Jiang, Manager Chen grinned. Today we owe a great debt of gratitude to Shangnan. She acted decisively, unafraid of the consequences, and resolutely used her drone to create a green passage for the ambulance. Ruan Li paused in her tracks. Upon seeing her, Manager Chen displayed a hint of guilt, but quickly added, "I was present as well," but she was concerned about potential issues and kept trying to stop Miss and Madame Jiang frowned, her well-maintained features revealing deep disappointment as she glanced at Ruan Li, remarking, "She's still just a country girl, unable to handle such matters." Is this truly the case? Quickly deny it. However, and Shangnan did not refute. Although I have an affinity for the villainous protagonist, the narrative of the celestial dragon's wife usurping the merits of others is simply excessive, isn't it? The barrage is filled with self-righteous individuals. If you dislike it, then don't watch. Who is forcing you to? Indeed, we demand the villainous protagonist. The allure of a scheming sister is simply irresistible. This is a sweet romance. The supporting character who dares to claim credit will face humiliation. Rest assured. Hooray! Ruan Li gazed at the endless barrage, feeling a wave of darkness wash over her. Even when one errs, they are still adored. Is this what it means to be a protagonist? Is this just? It is not just. She clenched her fists and, with countless eyes upon her, declared, "It was not Shangnan who saved, but I enough." Jiang Xiyuan interjected, his gaze towards Ruan Li brimming with displeasure. "Not only do you lack self-reflection, but you also dare to steal someone else's credit." Fortunately, Manager Chen informed us first. Otherwise, you would have succeeded. Your bonus and performance for this month are entirely forfeited, and the entire company will be notified of your reprimand. Ruan Li certainly could not accept this outcome. You can review the dashcam footage. However, when the cloud video was retrieved, it was discovered that the morning's footage had been deleted. Ruan Li froze. Manager Chen scoffed. "You wouldn't have deleted it on purpose, would you?" The whispers in the office infiltrated Ruan Li's ears. Truly shameless. How do we not know she was such a person before? Jiang Xiyuan glanced at his watch and stated solemnly, "The heir of the Fu family is about to arrive. We must not give outsiders a reason to laugh at us." Manager Chen, instruct your subordinates to compose a 5,000-word reflection to be read aloud at tomorrow's meeting as a warning to others. Understood. The crowd proceeded to the conference room. while Yuan Li felt as if her legs were weighted with lead, darkness closing in around her. Just as she was about to fall, a hand steadied her waist. Through the thin fabric, the warmth of the palm was intense. She turned abruptly to find Shi Yu standing behind her, having appeared without her notice. Unlike their previous encounter, he was clad in a slate gray suit, adorned with a dark patterned tie and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his prominent nose. Yuan Li recalled that Shi Yu was interning at the Fu Company. What a coincidence! She feigned normalcy, offering a respectable smile. I didn't expect you to be involved in this project. Are you really going to let them slander you like this? Shi Yu inquired. His words shattered Yuan Li's facade. As an adult, shouldn't he pretend he hadn't heard anything? Yet, he was the only one who believed in her. Upon hearing his words of concern, the suppressed emotions within her surged forth, and she could hardly contain her tears as she hastily exited the office. In the corridor, silence enveloped her. Hearing footsteps behind her, Yuan Li asked, "Aren't you going to the meeting?" "It matters not whether I go or not," he replied, hands in pockets. "But I fear you might wallow in your misery alone." Yuan Li retorted, "This person could poison himself just by bringing his lips together." She sighed. "Have you ever seen a short drama about the Dragon King? The protagonist, having been wronged, is aided by a group that punishes the villain. And then, in front of the villain, they say, 'The 3-year period has come to an end. We welcome the Dragon King back to his rightful place.' How delightful it is. Yet a short drama remains just that, a mere short drama. In reality, where can one find a Dragon King or a war god? Why not?" Shi Yu interjected. "You could join the Fu Corporation as a representative of the client." Ruan Li's eyes widened in surprise. "Thank you for the thrill. But this sounds like a terminal fantasy of a weary worker seeking a feast. This project will not be handed to the Jiang Corporation," Shi Yu stated. Yuncan is a key project for Fu Corporation's research and development over the next 5 years. There is internal controversy, and Jiang's capabilities are insufficient to promote Yuncan's. Utilizing Yuncan to pave the way for ambulances would make you a benefactor of Fu Corporation. Yet remaining with Jiang would complicate matters for Fu. "How do you know so much?" Ruan Li inquired, puzzled. "Could it be," she lowered her voice, "that you are the kept man of Madame Fu?" Shi Yu raised an eyebrow, amused rather than angered, and playfully held Ruan Li at the waist. "Can't you wish for something good for me?" Alarm bells rang in Ruan Li's mind. "I have a fiancé. Truly, he is with Jiang. No worries, I don't mind. But he does." Shi Yu smiled knowingly. "I don't mind that you have a boyfriend, but does he not mind your little secret? Who loves you more, can't you see?" Ruan Li thought confirmed. He's playing abstract. Yet this phrase sounded oddly familiar. At that moment, not far away, Assistant Wang, who had just uncovered Ruan Li's identity and was hurrying to report, unexpectedly halted in his tracks upon witnessing the scene. The sky has fallen. The young master has truly taken a plunge. What is this? Others may choose to be the third wheel, but to willingly embrace such a role, is it a tragic romance? Chapter 22. Your profession must charge quite a bit for home service. Ruan Li initially believed Shi Yu was jesting. To her astonishment, she truly received an offer from Fu Corporation. The contact person was Wang Ying, the HR supervisor at Fu's Haiqing branch, instructing her to report to the branch within 3 days. Ruan Li felt dizzy, questioning whether she was in a dream. Resigning from the subordinate role to join the principal? Could such a thrilling plot genuinely unfold in her life? She promptly took her internship certificate to the HR department for stamping. Passing by the administrative office, she overheard discussions. "Have you heard? The new recruit from the planning department is the future princess consort. Quite unfortunate, really. No one in the company believed she could secure the contract with Fu Corporation. She single-handedly tackled it. Now that the project is successful, a princess consort has parachuted in to reap the rewards. How tragic. This young lady hasn't caused a stir. Alas, without connections and with a gentle disposition. It is no wonder manager Chun has consistently bullied her. Given the current economic climate, it's commendable that she can remain with Jiang after graduation. She wouldn't dare to voice her grievances." Just then, Ruan Li knocked on the door. "Hello, I'm here to process my resignation." "Resignation?" The HR personnel looked surprised. "Yes, and to stamp my internship certificate as well." "So suddenly? Have you secured a new position?" "Indeed." "Which company?" Ruan Li smiled, saying nothing. To the HR personnel, It seemed she was merely putting on a brave face. The HR advised, the job market is challenging. Enduring some difficulties at work is reasonable. Surely, you wouldn't want to resign? Ruan Li simply smiled, appearing amicable. Before long, the internship certificate and resignation paperwork were completed. The crimson ink mingled with the scent of paper, reminiscent of the most exquisite perfume, enveloping Ruan Li in a sense of lightness. After departing from the administrative office, she overheard the discussions within. Today's youth cannot endure hardship. Resigning may feel liberating, but the job market is a graveyard. Perhaps in a few days, they will wish to return. Indeed, she had witnessed such scenarios frequently. Upon returning to the planning department, Ruan Li gathered her belongings. Having long contemplated her departure, her possessions were minimal, fitting neatly into a single bag. Her colleagues had all convened for a meeting, and she had no intention of bidding them farewell, as their interactions had seldom been pleasant. As she stepped out of the office, she encountered Shi Yu, who was visibly irate. Ruan Li, where have you been? Why did you skip the meeting? Before she could utter the words of resignation, Shi Yu's mouth fired away like a machine gun. Is this how you usually behave at the company, being so lackadaisical? Skipping departmental meetings? Are you merely coasting by due to our relationship? If that's the case, it would be best for you to leave as soon as possible. Ruan Li was taken aback, a smile escaping her lips. What relationship do we share? Of course, Shi Yu began, but was interrupted by a sweet, crisp voice. I see. What are you doing here? And Shengnan approached, linking her arm with Shi Yu's. The Fu family representatives have arrived, awaiting my report. I'm a bit anxious. It's a pity the heir of the Fu family is not here. Relax, you're already exceptional, Shi Yu reassured Shengnan, then turned back to Ruan Li with disapproval. If you wish to remain at the Jiang Corporation, prepare an apology letter post-haste and apologize to Nan in front of the entire company tomorrow. Why should I apologize? Ruan Li retorted. Because you attempted to usurp Nan's achievements, which is both despicable and shameless. Ruan Li chuckled softly. Perhaps it was the impending acquisition of her household registration or the olive branch extended by the Fu family that emboldened her to escape this unwanted union. She gazed at Shi Yu and thought to herself, with an air as blind and foolish as you, the Jiang family is fortunate to have such an adversary. With that, she disregarded Shi Yu's dark expression and strode out of the Jiang Corporation building. Ruan Li returned to her university and submitted her internship certificate. In pursuit of saving for a home, she resumed her previous part-time job and specifically contacted the owner of the wedding dress shop to inquire if they still needed models. The owner was thrilled and exclaimed, "Absolutely. It will be wonderful if you could shoot. The new styles will arrive in a few days. By the way, have you considered doing a couple shoot? I can offer you double the modeling fee." Ruan Li felt a flicker of temptation. The owner continued, "You can look forward to the male model. He attends the same school as you. His looks, his physique, and his legs rival those of supermodel." Curiosity piqued. Ruan Li asked, "Who is he?" The owner hesitated. "I don't know his name. He is not interested in modeling. Despite my best efforts, I couldn't persuade him. But darling, trust me, his appearance alongside yours will be impeccable. You two will be the ultimate power couple in wedding modeling." The owner was animated. Although Ruan Li was uncertain about the source of her enthusiasm, the prospect of double pay was enticing, and her previous reluctance to accept a couple shoot had been due to Shi Yu. Now, resolute in her decision to move on from him, she would not let this opportunity slip away. "All right, let's go ahead with the couple shoot." "Wonderful. See you this weekend." Perhaps it was a fortunate turn of events for Ruan Li after leaving Zhang's company. She had taken up a new part-time job in a dog walking group. The client was a female executive who owned a Bernese mountain dog, and Ruan Li had assisted in walking the dog a few times. The dog was strong, gentle in temperament, and affectionate towards humans, primarily because of its adorable appearance. Ruan Li had entertained the idea of adopting one, but after researching the costs, she had ultimately dismissed it as too expensive. As usual, the pet owner provided Ruan Li with a one-time access code for the door, allowing her to walk the dog. Familiar with the routine, she made her way to the villa area. "Lulu," she called out, and the large dog, previously sprawled on the ground in a lethargic state, perked up at the sound, immediately bounding into the living room with its tail wagging, nearly knocking Ruan Li off her feet. "Good boy," Ruan Li exclaimed. Having not seen Lulu for quite some time, she affectionately patted the dog's head and asked, "Where's your leash?" "Right here," came a male voice. Ruan Li paused, her first instinct being to think the dog had spoken. Realizing the voice came from a different direction, she hesitantly looked up to find an unexpected figure. "Shi Yu? What are you doing here?" "Working." "Oh," Ruan Li responded, her expression indicating understanding. Yet she couldn't help but inquire, "In your line of work? ISNT on-site service quite expensive? What's on your mind?" Shi Yu teased, lightly tapping her forehead. "This is a serious job." Shi Yu had come to discuss matters with his cousin, but she had unexpectedly been called away for an international conference, leaving him to depart. Just then, he noticed the girl affectionately playing with the dog. "My sister mentioned needing someone to walk the dog. I didn't expect it would be you." Shi Yu leaned against the archway, adding, "What do you think? Is this fate?" Ruan Li paid him no mind, her focus solely on the dog. It had grown significantly since their last encounter, and its fluffy coat felt delightful in her embrace. She raised her hand, requesting the leash. Shi Yu's dark eyes deepened as his long, pale fingers toyed with the new black leash he had purchased for the Bernese mountain dog. He then handed it to Ruan Li. However, her attention was entirely absorbed by the dog, and when she grasped the leash, she found it unyielding. Confused, she raised her gaze, her pupils widening in shock. Chapter 23, Don't Walk the Dog, Walk Me Outside. The crescent moon hung like a hook. Ruan Li's almond-shaped eyes widened. One end of the leash was firmly in her grasp, while the other was surprisingly looped around Shi Yu's neck. The ordinary black elastic leash encircled his prominent Adam's apple, resembling luxurious lambskin. Beneath his pale skin, blue and purple veins spread out like delicate patterns under the shimmering light, akin to the exquisite celadone glaze of Ru ware, captivating and unattainable. As she tugged on the leash, Shi Yu inched closer to her, his strikingly handsome face, characterized by his cold complexion and crimson lips, looming before her. Leaning in close to her ear, he murmured, "I'll pay 3,000. How about walking me instead?" The comments exploded in a frenzy. Wow, what happened to the impoverished campus heartthrob? Competing for affection with a dog? Enough already. Why not walk him? He'd be thrilled. I want to see. Walking dogs is work, but walking a person is a playful indulgence. I've settled into the female lead's perspective. The food is delightful. Sisters, I'm with you. But Shi Yu is a male model. Aren't you all concerned about the dirt? What has become of the male model? There is no intention of marrying him. Let's indulge ourselves first. However, Ruan Li felt anything but pleasure. She was utterly terrified, unaware of what she had grasped. She pointed at Shi Yu, demanding, "Whoever you are, get off Shi Yu at once." Shi Yu, unfazed, approached her. In a moment of panic, Ruan Li swung her arm, inadvertently striking him on the chest. The water droplets from the verdant bamboo plant left a mark on his white shirt, soaking into his skin. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, Shi Yu inched closer, teasing, "Do you enjoy this?" Ruan Li shook her head vigorously, retreating until she stumbled over a Bernese mountain dog at her feet and fell onto the sofa. The sudden loss of balance prompted her to instinctively grasp for something, and she seized a warm leash instead. Upon returning home, Su Jiao stumbled upon this peculiar scene. A lovely girl sprawled on her black leather-lorn sofa, her fair oval face devoid of makeup, yet radiating vibrancy. Her delicate, pink-tinged hands clutched the dog leash, the other end tethered not to a dog, but to her younger brother. Su Jiao raised an eyebrow, contemplating her own avoidance of the situation. The moment Ruan Li realized the homeowner had returned, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into thin air. Although nothing untoward had occurred, the tableau was hardly innocent. She hastily stood up, recognizing that her dog-walking duties were at an end. I must take my leave. I shall accompany you," Shi Yu asserted, pulling her back. Ruan Li felt mortified and wrenched her arm free. Shi Yu, far from being offended, enveloped her in his embrace, addressing Su Jiao. "Sister, I must take my leave to escort my girlfriend." "Girlfriend?" Ruan Li's eyes widened in disbelief, convinced he had lost his mind. She shot him a glare, only to hear the sound of a woman's laughter nearby. How intriguing. It was the first time she witnessed someone capable of keeping this rogue in check. "Here, Little sister, consider this a gift. I captured it in Paris yesterday. In the future, should you desire any jewelry or antiques, feel free to seek your sister. Su Jiao declared. Ruan Li stood in bewilderment as Shi Yu casually opened the box, revealing a diamond brooch. Shi Yu raised an eyebrow and handed it to Ruan Li, suggesting it could be worn for fun. Ruan Li's pupils constricted slightly. Her knowledge of jewelry informed her that this brooch was worth at least 7 figures. She hesitated to accept it. Not to your liking? Su Jiao dismissed her concern with a wave of her hand, revealing that the once innocuous white wall concealed a treasure trove of collectibles. Choose whichever you fancy. Ruan Li was momentarily speechless. No, I mean it's far too extravagant. Not a problem. Consider it your reward for walking my dog. Su Jiao laughed, adding, besides, I'll gain it back from your Shi Yu. Ruan Li was taken aback. Did gain it back imply what she thought it did? Wow, is this not my dream? A wealthy woman supporting my husband, indirectly supporting me. Though it's not dignified, it is quite thrilling. How bizarre that I have accepted such an outrageous premise and found myself rooting for the supporting characters. Please, assist me in finding a rich woman for my husband. Su Jiao still had a meeting to attend, swaying her hips as she ascended the stairs, exuding charm. As she reached the second-floor landing, she turned back with a smile. Little sister, do not forget to help your sister walk the dog. With her fingers adorned with a delicate butterfly brooch encrusted with diamonds, Ruan Li playfully directed her gaze towards the Bernese mountain dog, which was playfully sticking out its tongue. A mischievous smile graced her lips as she cautioned, "Oh, be careful not to take the wrong turn." 5 minutes later, Ruan Li strolled with a leash in hand, still enveloped in a subtle twinge of jealousy. She felt envious of Shi Yu. Unable to restrain herself, she inquired, "Where did you find so many beautiful and generous wealthy sisters?" "I wish to find one too. Hopefully, the sisters are not too rigid in their preferences." Shi Yu cast a penetrating glance at Ruan Li, perhaps suggesting, maybe it was in the womb. Upon arriving at the dog park, an expansive grassy area bustling with playful dogs, she unfastened Lulu's leash, allowing it to frolic with its companions. The Bernese mountain dog, though large in stature, remained timid, circling around Ruan Li. "Your dog is quite well behaved," remarked the owner of a beagle nearby. "What's its name?" "Lulu. Lulu is truly delightful. And Lulu's mother is also quite lovely," the beagle owner continued, turning to Shi Yu. "And you must be Lulu's father?" "Ah, no," Ruan Li shook her head. "Indeed." Shi Yu claimed the title with a gentle pat on Lulu's head. "Lulu is thirsty. Daddy will go buy some water. You and Mommy wait for Daddy to return." Ruan Li replied with a puzzled expression. During the evening rush hour, the traffic flowed incessantly. Jiang Xiyuan, having finished work, offered to drive in Shengnan back to Haida University. The ostentatious orange sports car caught the eye of many along the route, and Shengnan, seated in the passenger seat, snapped a photo and uploaded it to her social media. "Nan Bao, grateful to my boss for the ride home." The image revealed a fleeting glimpse of Jiang Xiyuan's profile, igniting a flurry of comments. "The boss is so handsome." "Is her boss lady?" "This is the son of the richest Jiang family in Haiqing, and that car is a limited edition worth over 8 million. Wow. Does this mean our Nan Bao could be the future wife of the Jiang family CEO? It's like a storybook romance come to life. With a boyfriend so handsome and wealthy, who wouldn't envy her?" While walking her dog, Ruan Li stumbled upon this post, also noticing the price of an advertisement by Shengnan, which ranged from 10 to 15 million. Such a vast sum. Ruan Li's eyes sparkled with a longing for wealth. She too aspired to become a social media influencer, yet her social anxiety deterred her from revealing her face. After scrolling for a while longer, she came across Mr. Lu's Little Rose, clearly an abstract piece of literature, but with a commendable following. Inspired, she resolved to carve out a new niche for herself, delicate and whimsical literature. Without hesitation, she registered a new account and posted a picture of the diamond brooch gifted to her by Su Jiao. A pair. Does anyone understand? I helped my boss walk their dog, and they gifted me a diamond brooch. I'm in tears. The brooch was far too extravagant for her to accept, yet it served as an excellent conversation starter. What is she up to? The warm sensation of his touch brushed against her face, prompting her to lift her gaze as Shi Yu returned with 2 cups of milk tea. Fixating on the hand that held the milk tea, an idea sparked within her. Could you do me a favor? Speak. May I borrow your hand for a moment? She gently took Shi Yu's hand, placing the brooch in his palm as she pressed the shutter button. The photo captured a glimpse of his charcoal gray suit sleeve and the cool-toned watch adorning his wrist. Her slender fingers cradled the diamond brooch, enhancing the inherent brilliance of the jewel. Ruan Li felt a sense of satisfaction as she clicked send. Lulu seemed to sense Ruan Li's joy, barking playfully twice. At the intersection, Shi Yu, waiting for the red light, grasped the steering wheel and heard the barking, glancing out the window. He caught sight of two familiar figures and paused. Ruan Li and Shi Yu? What were they doing together? Chapter 24, Darling. Sign here as the sun dipped below the horizon and the city lights began to twinkle. Shi Yu strained to discern the two figures in the distance when the green light illuminated. The car behind him impatiently urged him forward. Shi Yu engaged the vehicle, but by the time he turned back, the figures had vanished. A sense of unease inexplicably stirred within him, prompting an immediate call to Shi Yu. You go. Where are you? With my girlfriend. Shi Yu exhaled in relief. Beside him, and Shangnan sensed something amiss and inquired, What's wrong? Nothing. It appears I was mistaken. That girl wasn't Ruan Li. And Shangnan dismissed it, returning her focus to responding to her fans. Due to her drone work, she had garnered significant fame, attracting numerous collaboration offers. Stealing a glance at her back-end data, she noticed a new account that had launched after hers, yet had far surpassed her in popularity. Named a pair, a sense of urgency crept into her heart. Who was this person? Upon returning home, Ruan Li opened her app backend, astonished to find 999 comments awaiting her. Have you eaten too much? Even as a workhorse, one must prove their worth. Workers have their own romantic tales. Such a large diamond? Clearly fake. I would eat dirt. Blogger, your primary task now is to uninstall the Tomato app. Is this boss a Beijing gentleman? Men must retain their dignity. But those hands are truly exquisite. Despite some harsh comments, the account was gaining traction. In her private messages, several small business inquiries had arrived, albeit with low offers. Ruan Li remained unperturbed, planning to approach Shi Yu at work the following day for another photo shoot. This post had exploded in popularity, largely thanks to Shi Yu's adept skills. Before bed, Ruan Li routinely messaged her virtual boyfriend. Lazy pair, what are you up to? Working. Lazy pair, I truly envy your ability to focus on work. Unlike me, who can only think of you. What do you think of me? Lazy pair. It's all a blur, too indecent to speak of. If the recipient were a real person, Ruan Li would never utter such cheesy lines. Yet, there was no denying the reality of the situation. In the male dormitory of High University, Shi Yu lost a game and inadvertently caught a glimpse of Shi Yu's computer. He saw the conversation and instinctively gasped. You go. So you fancy this one? I must say, the girl who can capture your heart possesses some skill. The things she dares to say, I wouldn't even dream of hearing. Shi Yu's gaze darkened. It wasn't meant for you to see. Why are you defending her? I didn't say anything. Shi Yu, unfazed, jested. At worst, I could show you my conversation with Ruan Li. As he spoke, he opened the chat history for Shi Yu to see. Jun, engrossed in his game on the bed, was taken aback, his eyes widening, completely abandoning his game. Was Shi Yu not concerned about being discovered while so openly chatting with Shi Yu's fiancé on the computer? No. Shi Yu had mentioned that anyone who could impersonate him and disrupt his engagement with Ruan Li would earn themselves a sports car. Logically, Shi Yu should be indifferent. Although he understood that Shi Yu was merely putting on a brave front, he had recently observed Shi Yu and realized something crucial. Shi Yu seemed oblivious to the fact that his girlfriend was actually Shi Yu's fiancé. Were they all being played by Ruan Li? Jun, no longer interested in gaming, leaped down from the upper bunk and moved closer to the two. His gaze flitted between Shi Yu's phone screen and Shi Yu's computer screen. One contact was saved as Ruan Li, while the other was labeled baby. One conversation was rather mundane, while the other was bold and provocative. One chat was sparse, the other abundant in exchanges, due to network latency or other reasons. The profile pictures were entirely different, making it impossible to discern they were the same person. As Jun sighed in relief, he couldn't help but reassess Shi Yu. This guy had a cold, unyielding demeanor, so why the affectionate nickname? Baby? Was he truly that enamored? His throat itched, and he was eager to ask Shi Yu if he was even aware that his girlfriend was Jiang Xiyuan's fiancé. Just then, Zhao Shun, passing by, swiftly shoved a piece of bread into his mouth. Have you finished your paper? Are you just here to watch the spectacle? Guojunjun, teary-eyed, chewed away. Shi Yu frowned. With all his roommates gathered around the computer, eavesdropping on the chat, it was an uncomfortable situation. It seemed he would need to consider moving out of the dormitory. He tapped on the keyboard, composing a standard response. Send me your address. I'll pick you up for work tomorrow and help you familiarize yourself with the company. Ruan Li, nestled in her soft, fragrant bed and preparing to sleep, noticed the reply from her virtual boyfriend. It wasn't surprising that he had a monitoring function and was aware of her job change. However, she replied, "Stop, change your persona. What worker would fall in love with a colleague? Haven't you ever worked?" There was a brief silence from the other side. After a few minutes, several photos arrived, various mirror selfies. One featured a gray vintage suit from a high-profile Paris show. Another showcased a black velvet three-piece suit in an old-money British style. Yet, each image exuded an air of irreverence, either revealing a chiseled chest or teasing with a tempting shirt. One photo, featuring a black suit with the collar wide open and no shirt beneath, displayed his well-defined chest and abs as he bent forward. It was unclear what questionable website had produced such images. In any case, it was quite provocative. Who on earth would dress like that for work? What if a colleague dressed like this? I see now. You are too eager to advance. This highlighted the shortcomings of artificial intelligence. It simply could not grasp such risky humor. However, this is also a matter that Ruan Li must navigate. Lazy pear puree. The implication of this statement is that if I were your superior and you paraded before me in such attire, I would certainly take stern measures against you. What to do? Ruan Li recalled Manager Chen's face, remembering how he had delayed her internship certification for so long when it merely required a signature and a seal. In a fit of anger, Ruan Li typed out a line. Lazy pear puree. I will firmly compel you to sign and seal it at the office desk. Fine, where should I sign? Just as Ruan Li was about to type the 5 words for the certification, the other party sent a video. Under dim lighting, every muscle glistened with a baptism of sweat, appearing as if freshly exercised, full of vitality and strikingly beautiful. In the next moment, the owner of the sculpted abs entered the frame, their elongated bones resting against a pronounced Adam's apple. A deep male voice resonated from the video. Where do you want to sign? Here? The camera shifted downward, landing on the conspicuous chest muscles. Here? This time, it was the question of whether to reveal the abs. The camera then moved to the V-line. Should I sign here? Ruan Li's breath caught. Her bright almond-shaped eyes widened, and she abruptly flipped the screen down. The silver electronic clock on her bedside reflected her flushed face. No, is this right? Chapter 25, Explosive Horse. The barrage of comments left viewers dumbfounded. Is this what city folks call a signature? Not for me. Isn't this harmful to the mental and physical well-being of the youth? Where's the moral boundary? Where's the download link? Impressive. I thought workplace fashion had reached its zenith, yet there are still surprises? Such magnificent abs. Speaking of greatness, the supporting female character eats quite well. Can I swap places to act for a few episodes? The comments were filled with gluttonous remarks. Yet, a few discordant comments emerged. The supporting female character is truly shameless. Flirting with someone. No witties. The supporting female character doesn't know how to cherish. But our sister baby will comfort the male lead with her body. The male lead will relish the moment and forget who the supporting female character is. Ruan Li. Can this barrage have a filter for certain words? She could hardly bear to look at the words sister baby. The next morning, Ruan Li arrived at the Fu Corporation to commence her employment. Hello, I am Wang Ying, assistant to young Master Fu. I noticed that you previously submitted your resume to our company, and your second major is optical engineering. We did send you an offer, but you chose Jiang Corporation instead. May I ask why you did not select our company back then? Upon seeing Wang Ying for the first time, Ruan Li recognized him as the pimp from that day at Young Club. Indeed, the current environment is challenging. Even company executives are moonlighting in such roles. Ruan Li replied earnestly, Initially, it was because my boyfriend was at Jiang Corporation and my parents hoped for a harmonious partnership. However, I believe that is not right. and I have plans to break up, so I wish to reapply to your esteemed company. Wang Ying's eyes brightened. A breakup? That's wonderful. The young master can rise in status without being tied down to her. He smiled. Good. Welcome to join the optical research team of Yunkin Development. Shortly, I shall have a colleague familiarize you with the lens development tasks, but prior to that, I require you to undertake certain responsibility. Wang Ying produced a document. Xiao Fu has no intention of collaborating with the Jiang family. However, due to public sentiment, we find ourselves in a precarious position. Therefore, I intend to appoint you as the representative of the first party to negotiate cooperation with the Jiang family, with your primary role being to identify any shortcomings. Xiao Fu has already dispatched someone to the traffic police department to request the retrieval of yesterday's surveillance footage, which will vindicate you. However, you must exercise patience. Once we terminate our collaboration with the Jiang family, who are leveraging public opinion for their own gain, we shall reveal the truth at the earliest opportunity. Thus, I regret to impose upon you temporarily. Ruan Li pondered. Is this storyline truly as astute as Shi Yu predicted? Simultaneously, she couldn't help but admire the acumen of this young heir of the Fu family. In the future, she must keep her distance from him. Otherwise, she would inevitably be left with nothing but scraps. Throughout the morning, Ruan Li acclimated to her new role and colleagues, reverting to her original name. By afternoon, Wang Ying sent a car to escort her to the Jiang family. Upon opening the car door, she was surprised to find a familiar driver. Shi Yu, with one hand resting on the steering wheel, glanced at her. Dressed impeccably in a misty purple suit, it appeared tailor-made for him. His skin a cool porcelain and his demeanor imposing. What a coincidence! Are you also out for business? She inquired. Unfortunately not, Shi Yu replied nonchalantly. I am merely here to observe the drama, fearing you might meet an untimely demise. The car drove all the way to the Jiang Group's building. Ruan Li noticed the lack of a welcoming committee and felt a twinge of confusion. Given Manager Chen's personality, it should be a grand affair. Why is it so quiet? She murmured. It was I who informed them. The representative of the first party would arrive at 3 o'clock, Shi Yu stated. But it is only 2:30, Ruan Li realized. You did that deliberately, didn't you? Shi Yu smiled lazily. I shall go park the car. Ruan Li exited the vehicle and stepped into the familiar office building. Is that really you? Didn't you resign? She turned to find it was Sister Sun from HR, the very person who processed her resignation. I am here to work. She replied. Are you regretting your decision? Sister Sun wore a knowing expression. Then, with a hint of reproach, she continued. Today, young Master Jiang came to the company, expecting you to submit an apology letter, only to discover you were absent. I only learned of your resignation through him, and he was quite displeased, which led to me receiving a scolding as well. Had I known young Master Jiang required an apology letter from you, I would not have stamped your resignation. Had this occurred previously, Ruan Li would have endured such unfounded accusations. However, she was now Nyo Hulu Ruan Li. She declared, Sister Sun, an intern's resignation only necessitates signatures from the supervising leader in HR, as per company policy. You should attribute the reprimand to young Master Jiang's abuse of power, rather than direct it at me. Sister Sun was momentarily speechless. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, revealing Jiang Xiyuan striding down, followed by Sheng Nan and Manager Chun. Young Master Jiang just in time. Sister Sun stepped forward to report, claiming Ruan Li regretted her resignation and wished to return to work. Ruan Li thought, when did I say I regretted my resignation? Before she could retort, Jiang Xiyuan had already approached her, his piercing gaze fixed upon her. Regret? Do you think this is a place where you can come and go as you please? Since you have resigned, do not even think of stepping into Jiang's again. Ruan Li replied, Are you certain? She nodded. Then I shall take my leave and never return. Jiang Xiyuan gritted his teeth. Stay right there. Instantly, the attention of everyone in the lobby shifted towards them, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Let me handle this. And Sheng Nan stepped forward, still clad in her chic Chanel suit. Senior, I know you must regret resigning and are displeased with me taking over your responsibilities. Otherwise, you would not have left behind a pile of erroneous reports. It took me a considerable amount of time to rectify them. However, the company has its regulations. If we make exceptions for you, what will the other employees think? Ruan Li shook her head. That's not the case. The data is accurate. I merely deleted my own summarized formulas. You could summarize them yourself. It's quite simple. How could it take you so long? And Shengnan paused, a hint of grievance appearing on her face. Jiang Xiyuan shielded her behind him, glaring at Ruan Li. I didn't expect you to be so malicious. Please don't speak of her that way. And Shengnan gently interjected, I actually hope for Senior to return to work. Ruan Li nodded. If you wish for me to continue working, has my independent office been prepared? A moment of silence ensued before Manager Chen erupted into laughter. An independent office? You must be out of your mind. At Zhang's, only the clients and department heads are entitled to such accommodations. Are you dreaming? Let me tell you, I have already informed Mr. Jiang of your habitual tardiness and negligence at work. And Shengnan glanced at the time. Senior, we need to welcome the representatives from FUS. If you persist in this unreasonable behavior, I will have no choice but to call the police. Ruan Li turned towards the entrance, spotting a misty purple figure emerging from the revolving door. She spoke, I'm the person you are here to meet. Chapter 26. Do you even qualify? The atmosphere grew tense. A burst of laughter erupted in the lobby. Manager Chen laughed heartily. You truly are insane. I believe calling the police is unnecessary. Instead, they should take you to a psychiatric hospital for examination. And Shengnan's gaze held a hint of pity. Senior, you cannot even return to Zhang's and are now impersonating a client, turning yourself into a laughingstock. Is it really worth it? Enough. Jiang Xiyuan could no longer tolerate it, pinching the bridge of his nose as he summoned security to escort her out. Wait, don't be angry, and Shengnan pleaded, considering we are from the same school. Why not give Senior a chance to be my assistant? I will ensure she behaves. Manager Chen chimed in, Miss and has a grand vision. What do you think? I see. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Jiang Xiyuan turned to Ruan Li. For Nan's sake, I will allow you to re-enter Zhang's. However, tomorrow you must not only apologize to the entire company at the morning meeting, but also publicly on social media, acknowledging your disgraceful attempt to claim credit for others' work. And Shengnan smiled. Rest assured, I will take good care of Senior. Let her be your assistant. You think she qualifies? A cold voice interrupted. Everyone turned to see who had spoken. A towering man approached, silhouetted against the light, his misty purple suit enhancing his aloof demeanor, reminiscent of a supermodel. Naturally, Shi Yu recognized him. He had accompanied the client the previous day. His appearance was aristocratic, his aura frigid, almost mistaken for the heir of the Fu family. However, it was later revealed by Shengnan that he was merely Xiao Zhang's university roommate, hailing from humble beginnings and merely interning at the Fu firm. Jiang Xiyuan's gaze lingered with uncertainty. Shi Yu, why have you come alone? Where's the client representative? Shi Yu's eyes were distant. Aren't you the ones making things difficult for me? The crowd was taken aback. What did you say, Senior Shi? And Shengnan thought she had misheard. Shi Yu cast a cold glance at her and sneered. It seems Zhang's firm does not regard our cooperation with much seriousness if they assign an intern to assist the client. And Shengnan's face turned pale, and she stiffly turned to look at Ruan Li. Ruan Li was somewhat bewildered. Was it finally her turn to play a role in this short drama? She maintained a facade of calm and declared, Mr. Xiao Jiang has made it clear that I am not welcome at Zhang's firm. So let us consider this collaboration null and void. Shi Yu timely presented a stack of documents. Ruan Li accepted them, her slender fingers gripping the contract before tearing it in half. The sound of the paper shredding echoed in the quiet lobby like a thunderclap. The atmosphere instantly froze. Have you lost your mind? Manager Chen glared with beady eyes, reaching out to push Ruan Li and snatch the contract. Shi Yu's gaze sharpened as he seized Chen's wrist. His touch was light, yet it felt as heavy as a thunderbolt upon Chen's wrist, turning his face a shade of pig liver. He smirked. If Zhang's group is filled with fools like you, there's indeed no need for collaboration. Only then did the crowd grasp the reality. Ruan Li had actually joined the Fu firm and was now the client representative for the Zhang project. Jiang Xiyuan's piercing gaze turned towards Manager Chen. Chen's cold sweat poured down as he hastily shifted blame to Sister Sun, Mr. Xiao Jiang. It was she who lamented her resignation just moments ago. I merely misunderstood. Sister Sun remained in shock, muttering, You resigned yesterday, claiming you found another opportunity. Could be true? Ruan Li nodded. Sister Sun's face turned ashen. Good heavens, what have I done? If I hadn't swiped the access card for Ruan Li, hadn't he been sarcastic or reported to Mr. Xiao Jiang, this situation wouldn't be so embarrassing. Suddenly, Sister Sun realized, pointing at Manager Chun, it was you. You have been exploiting her. 6 months ago, she sought to secure the Fu project, always the first to arrive and the last to leave. Yet you continuously withheld her internship certificate. Otherwise, that young lady would not have been driven away by you. Jiang Xiyun narrowed his eyes, realizing that this project had initially been spearheaded by her. Manager Chen nodded weakly. Jiang Xiyun's throat tightened. He could hardly believe that the Ruan Li, whom Manager Chun had described as unprofessional, tardy, and lazy, who only managed to enter the company through his connections, was, in fact, the one who had been bullied all along. Jiang Xiyun clenched his fists, staring at Ruan Li. Why didn't you tell me? Ruan Li replied calmly, what Mr. Xiao Jiang said is not relevant. You hadn't set foot in the company for the past 6 months. I had no way to present my case to Chun. Detecting the sarcasm in Ruan Li's words, Jiang Xiyun clenched his teeth in silence. With a fleeting glance, he spoke in a low tone, effective immediately. Chun Guang will be relieved of his duties as the manager of the planning department, and his labor relationship with us is hereby terminated. Additionally, Sun Qing from the HR department will have her bonus for the past 6 months deducted. Shifting his gaze from the two pale faces, Jiang Xiyun turned to Ruan Li. Surely, this should suffice to appease her? Yet, his voice remained cold and unyielding, as if to imply that Ruan Li was being unreasonable. Ruan Li shook her head. I believe that your company, whether in its upper echelons, management, or even among interns, lacks the fundamental professional qualities expected of a public relations team. Take today's altercation. For instance, you could have discussed this matter behind closed doors, yet you chose to air it in the lobby for all to witness. Furthermore, assigning such a critical project to a third-year intern with only a day of experience speaks volumes about your company's disorganized structure, mismanagement, and lack of professionalism. Moreover, Mr. Jiang, as a senior executive, your emotional volatility makes collaboration and communication exceedingly difficult. The details reflect quality, and these factors sufficiently demonstrate that Jiang's firm is ill-equipped to handle our new product promotion at Yun, Kansas. Ruan Li's voice was soft yet distinct, like the crisp sound of a pear. The lobby of Jiang's firm was not only filled with its own employees, but also included individuals from other companies conducting business. Previously, Fu's primary business was dominated by capital from the Beijing-circle. Even with a branch in Haicheng, local enterprises were excluded from the industrial chain's interactions. However, since the rumored heir of the Fu family became involved in operations, a trend toward collaboration with local companies emerged. Every enterprise was eager to secure partnerships with Fu. Upon hearing her words, several individuals hastened to Ruan Li, eager to introduce themselves. Hello, I'm the marketing manager from the media department. I have been a user of the Yunkan series for a long time and have always wanted to collaborate with Fu, but lacked the opportunity. Rest assured, we would never make the kind of elementary mistakes that Jiang's firm has made. Our company is an all-female team, so there is no inappropriate mingling of personal relationships. Nor would we allow a newly hired intern to overshadow seasoned employees. Importantly, our boss is emotionally stable and easy to communicate with. You could trust us with your collaboration. These words were undoubtedly slaps to Jiang Xiyun's face. In Chapter 27, Try It Tonight, these individuals stepped over Jiang's firm, each remark piercing through Jiang Xiyun's composure. In a moment of desperation, and Shengnan interjected, Senior, even as the client, you cannot arbitrarily terminate a contract. Your current actions seem like personal retaliation. Do you not fear that the higher-ups at Fu will find out? I could call Manager Wang Ying from Fu's previous executives right now. Who says she lacks the authority? Shi Yu spoke up, his expression no longer one of amusement. Dressed in a finely tailored fog-purple suit that accentuated his broad shoulders, he stood out with his jade-like visage. He stated, the contract between Fu and Jiang clearly stipulates that the decision to proceed with further cooperation lies with the client's representative upon conducting an inspection at Jiang Group. You are in charge of this project, yet have not thoroughly reviewed the contract. The capabilities of the Jiang family are clearly in question. and Shengnan's complexion turned pale. If this is the caliber of individuals within the Jiang family, we should not squander our time. Shi Yu glanced at his cold watch. It was getting late, and we must depart. He took the lead, and Ruan Li followed, walking alongside him. The sound of their footsteps echoed on the gray marble floor. The contrasting black leather shoes and brown sheepskin heels moving in perfect harmony. One was tall and aloof, the other poised and gentle, their garments billowing gracefully as if they were striding down a fashion runway. Jiang Xiyuan gazed at their retreating figures, a strange feeling stirring within him. Meanwhile, those in the lobby, reveling in the spectacle, whispered amongst themselves, "Ah, the symptoms of disdain are manifesting. No wonder the Jiang family's profits have plummeted in recent years. It appears they have an unreliable heir." To be fair, switching to the client side and slapping the faces of former foolish colleagues and bosses is the ultimate dream of a worker. Young Master Jiang, and that in turn seemed quite extraordinary. I recall young Master Jiang had a fiancé. Why is he involved with an intern? A mistress, perhaps? But this mistress is not particularly beautiful, and Shengnan, overhearing the murmurs, bit her lip in distress. She was not a mistress. If it had not been for her father's downfall, leading to her being sent abroad with the savings of several million accumulated over the years, she could have remained in the country to care for the accident victim, a C, better than Ruan Li ever could. Thus, there would have been no need for Ruan Li's involvement. The thought of her solitary years abroad filled her heart with immeasurable grievance. She did not seek wealth. She only yearned for abundant love. Feeling a mix of bitterness and sorrow, and Shengnan shed her facade of strength and shared her experiences of the day online. Nan Bao. Yesterday, an intern left, leaving behind a chaotic spreadsheet. I spent the entire morning sorting it out. In the afternoon, I was surprised to find that the departing intern was our client. She disregarded our report and canceled the contract. Our 6-month project just fell through. I'm not particularly affected. One person's hunger does not starve the family, but it's regrettable for the long-serving employees in the department. Some need that bonus to marry, while others urgently require funds for elderly care. Even a diligent project manager with over a decade of service was dismissed because of her. Upon reading this, her followers were incensed. My goodness, what a piece of work. She will face consequences. Leaving one day and joining the client the next. She must have some connections. I know who the blogger is referring to. This woman relies on her youth and beauty, flaunting herself daily while circling around our young master. Clearly, her focus is not on her work. Just yesterday, she attempted to claim credit for guiding an ambulance, only to be reprimanded by young Master Jiang, which led to her resignation. I can't believe she has now joined the Fu family. How is it possible that Fu Company is hiring someone like her? Report. They should terminate her employment. Outraged followers rushed to the comment section of Fu Company's official account. Fu Group, what is your hiring process? Could this woman possibly be the beloved of the Crown Prince? How audacious! And Shengnan felt somewhat helpless. She sought out Jiang Xiyun, expressing her surprise that fans would comment on the official account of the Fu family. Could this adversely affect your fiancé? Jiang Xiyun, staring at the glaring comments, frowned and replied, "Delete them." "Yes, I intend to remove the post as well," she sighed. "I can apologize to her, and regarding her taking credit yesterday, please don't blame her. She merely sought to capture your attention." Observing the remorseful in Shengnan, Jiang Xiyun recalled Ruan Li's attempt to claim credit the previous day, and his feelings of guilt diminished considerably. "You haven't done anything wrong, so there's no need to apologize. Indeed, the senior probably wouldn't wish to jeopardize our collaboration with the Fu family. She's just being a bit temperamental, waiting for you to appease her." Jiang Xiyun clenched his fist, detesting manipulation. If she was calculating in this manner, she was mistaken. Are you not concerned that the senior might genuinely cancel the collaboration between our families? No, as long as I threaten her with the annulment of our engagement, she will relent. Meanwhile, Ruan Li sat in the car heading back to the Fu family. She noticed a barrage of comments. The female lead actually played the victim first, exposing the supporting character online. No one from the Jiang family believed in this project before. Only Ruan Li put in the effort while others mocked her. Now that they can't receive bonuses, they blame Ruan Li? A bunch of foolish pigs. I noticed it too. Fans are cyberbullying Ruan Li. The younger treasure isn't wrong. Ruan Li has indeed left a mess, causing the younger treasure to spend the entire morning compiling data for reports, leaving no time to share sweet moments with the male lead. Stop. Is that a primary school student speaking? The supporting character's data handover was correct. It merely excluded the formulas. Don't forget, it was your younger treasure who sees the report planning prepared by the supporting character for 6 months and the credit for saving someone. I could almost resort to violence. Hilarious. I did the same when I was replaced by someone with connections. That person was utterly dumbfounded. Ruan Li averted her gaze and scrolled to Xingnan's account. The accusations of tardiness, early departures, seducing superiors, and affecting colleagues' bonuses were all unfounded, and she could easily prove her innocence. She handed her phone to Shi Yu, anxiously asking, with Xingnan's fans targeting the crown prince of the Fu family, claiming an improper relationship between us. Could this affect my job? Shi Yu glanced at her and replied, No, none of this concerns you. Some individuals within the Fu family are merely seizing the opportunity to vie for inheritance. Ruan Li felt a flicker of surprise. She hadn't anticipated the depths of the Fu family's intrigue. However, her brows furrowed slightly as she looked at Shi Yu, questioning, How do you know all this? Curious to know. Shi Yu tilted his head, his dark eyes glinting with interest as he leaned closer. Ruan Li instinctively covered her mouth, only to hear a click sound echo in the quiet vehicle. It was the sound of fastening a seatbelt. Shi Yu raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking if he was going to kiss her. Ruan Li felt utterly embarrassed and retorted, No, thank you for helping me with the seatbelt. The word seatbelt echoed within the car, causing Ruan Li to suddenly freeze. Shi Yu languidly smiled. All right, let's try it tonight. Chapter 28. The boss makes an appearance. Due to a verbal misstep, the situation became quite awkward. Along the way, Ruan Li closed her eyes, pretending to doze off. When the car stopped at the Fu family building, she abruptly opened her eyes and dashed back to her office. At the entrance, Wang Ying spotted her. Back already? Yes. Ruan Li replied, switching to a reporting mode. I have informed Zhang's side to cancel the collaboration. I heard about the incident at Zhang's. You did well, Wang Ying remarked, pulling out an exquisitely wrapped gift bag. The recent events have garnered significant attention. This is a token of appreciation from young Master Fu. Ruan Li was momentarily taken aback. From young Master Fu? Indeed. Keep up the good work, and feel free to ask me anything you find unclear. After Wang Ying departed, Ruan Li opened the gift, her eyes widening. It was a limited edition watch from Jiang Shidun. Although Ruan Li wasn't well-versed in watches, she recognized this model. Last year, Ruan Baozhu had been eager to purchase the same one, believing she had acquired a genuine piece through various channels and flaunted it at school. Ultimately, it was discovered to be a counterfeit, leaving her in tears for quite some time. Ruan Li, being quite ordinary, searched for the same model online and was astounded to find a price in the 7 figures. The comments were equally shocked. A few $100,000? As expected of the young master. So generous. It's just a watch worth 7 figures. Is it superior to my little genius smartwatch? Lemon. Suspecting that this young Master Fu has a crush on the supporting female character, and this watch is evidence. Laughing to death, everyone is already starting to spread rumors for the sake of shipping. Shaking her head at the comments, Ruan Li realized she had no acquaintance with this young master. Before long, it was time to clock out. Ruan Li initially intended to stay a bit longer, as it was an old tradition at Zhang's. Everyone lingered past working hours. However, at precisely 6 o'clock, the office emptied in an instant. As the supervisor left, she asked, Ruan Li, aren't you leaving? Ruan Li raplia earnestly. I want to familiarize myself further with the work. The supervisor's expression shifted immediately. No internal competition allowed in the office. With that, she summoned others to escort Ruan Li out of the office. In swift succession, the lights were turned off and the door locked. Ruan Li thought, is working overtime a transgression? As colleagues gradually departed, Ruan Li remained dazed in the corridor. What are you thinking? A hand waved in front of her. The fingers were long and graceful, a sight she was quite familiar with. She seemed to recall something, grasping the hand before her, and asked, Do you have a moment? Shi Yu lowered his gaze to their hands and responded with a soft Ruan Li did not notice his expression. She produced the Jiang Shidun watch and placed it in his palm. Shi Yu raised an eyebrow. Bribing me? You're holding this watch. Yes, just like this angle. Don't move. Let me take a picture. Shi Yu chuckled. Am I a display stand now? Your hand is simply beautiful. Don't you believe me? Look, she extended her hand. Comparing it to his, my hand is a bit shorter. It won't look good in the photo. She spoke in a coaxing manner, her already sweet voice becoming even softer. Shi Yu fell silent. Just then, Wang Ying exited the office and witnessed this scene. Particularly noteworthy was the moment the young girl finished speaking. The flush on the young master's neck ascended to his face, leaving him internally astonished. No wonder Ruan Li could make him willingly assume a subordinate role. With but a single utterance, she had reduced him to a mere embryo. Who could achieve such a feat? After capturing 5 or 6 photographs, Ruan Li cradled her phone, gazing contentedly at the images. The opulent watch in Shi Yu's hand sparkled even more brilliantly, appearing as though it were beyond her financial reach. Thank you, Shi Yu. A verbal expression of gratitude? Then allow me to treat you to dinner, Japanese cuisine, or Western. Shi Yu's expression softened slightly, casual. Then let's go with Japanese, Ruan Li said, tapping on the screen to finalize her choice. Shall I fill in your dormitory as the delivery address? Shi Yu smirked coldly. Takeout? Though it is takeout, it isn't inexpensive. Ruan Li raised her phone, lamenting, it's 280. Am I indebted to you for a meal? Ruan Li raised 2 fingers, smiling brightly. That would be 2 meals. Then, Shi Yu chuckled instead of getting angry, grasping her 2 conspicuous fingers. Keep pretending. But I have noted the 2 meals. The remaining 1 will be at the school cafeteria. With that, he strode toward the elevator. Ruan Li could no longer muster a smile. She hurried after him. Wait. I was just joking. Let's eat at that newly opened Shandong restaurant. I can make a reservation right now. It's too late. Upon reaching the first floor, they discovered it was raining. I'll drive you home. Ruan Li contemplated refusing, but recalled the congestion of the subway, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Once again, it was that ostentatious Rolls-Royce Phantom, with the same driver as last time. Throughout the journey, Ruan Li focused on editing her post. A pair, because I assisted my boss with a small task, he graciously gifted me this token of appreciation. Truly, my boss is exceedingly generous. The comments refreshed rapidly. Wow, you actually possess this limited edition watch? One commenter exclaimed, someone please confirm this isn't fake, or I might just lose it. I specialize in luxury goods authentication and can assure you this is the real deal. Is that so? Are you serious, blogger? Just tell us, we'll be live streaming sales. I'm interested, but can we have your boss on camera? Ruan Li had not applied a privacy screen. With a mere glance, Shi Yu could see these comments. He took Ruan Li's phone, his long fingers tapping the screen as he replied to one of the netizens, sure. 50,000 followers, my boss will make an appearance. Chapter 29. The breakup. Ruan Li snatched her phone back. Before she could delete that reply, a netizen had already taken a screenshot, flooding the comment section. Screenshot taken. Following for updates. Expose the photos. Her follower count surged. At this rate, Ruan Li could become a semi-million follower influencer within a week. Shi Yu remarked, curiosity can enhance user engagement, leading to stronger monetization capabilities. But Ruan Li felt tears welling up. She understood the logic. The internet thrives on buzz to attract traffic. However, the pressing issue remained. Whose photos would she post when the time came? Shi Yu raised an eyebrow. Am I not presentable? Ruan Li replied, this post is gaining traction. Behind the scenes, Ruan Li received numerous invitations from merchants, offering prices 2 or 3 times higher than before. Yet, Ruan Li felt that the price still did not align with her psychological expectations. Whenever advertisements were involved, there would inevitably be signs of deception. For instance, if her wealthy roommate gifted her something amidst a collection of luxury brands, only to find a subpar product among them, any discerning adult would recognize it as a covert advertisement. Thus, if one were to engage in advertising, it would be prudent to accept something of considerable value. Ruan Li's literary aspirations brimmed with hope, especially with the addition of a watch worth several million as a token of gratitude and compensation, lifting her spirits immensely. The thought of soon acquiring her household registration book filled her heart with joy. As the skies cleared, she instructed Shi Yu to stop the car at a distance from the Ruan residence, choosing to visit a mall instead. Unfamiliar with men's fashion, she entered a store frequently visited by Jiang Xiyuan and purchased a foggy purple tie as a gift for Shi Yu. As for the dinner she owed him, she decided to forego it. Dining together in the school cafeteria, with Shi Yu bearing the title of campus heartthrob, would attract too much attention. Upon returning to the Ruan residence, she noticed a sharply dressed man holding a box, seemingly waiting at the entrance. "Hello, are you Miss Ruan?" he inquired. Recognizing him as a courier, Ruan Li readily signed for the package and stepped inside. The living room was bustling with activity. In addition to the 4 members of the Ruan family, there were 3 familiar guests: Mrs. Jiang, Jiang Shi Yu, and Shangnan. Ruan's mother was holding a Ru-kiln porcelain vase, exclaiming, "I hear Mrs. Fu has a keen eye for collectibles. This is a Song Dynasty sky blue Ru porcelain piece I specially arranged to acquire as a birthday gift for tomorrow. I hope Mrs. Jiang can lend her discerning eye to it." Mrs. Jiang took the vase and marveled. The color, the crackle, it's clearly an authentic piece. However, as Ruan Li stepped into the foyer, the harmonious atmosphere immediately turned tense. "How dare you come back?" Ruan's father bellowed. "Ruan Li Bauja, Dunning a cumpleaños mila. Aunt Jiang and AC are here. Please continue your conversation. I will just put this package away." "You better put down that box," Ruan's father chastised. "Look at you, spending money recklessly day after day. I truly wonder how your adoptive mother raised you." Hesitating momentarily, Ruan Li carefully set down the box and approached the living room. The few meters felt like an eternity as she glanced back at the box, as if it contained something of immeasurable worth. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and apologize to Mrs. Jiang and Shi Yu," Ruan's father barked. "You have audaciously meddled and jeopardized the orders between the Jiang and Fu families." Ruan Li shook her head in protest. "I did not. You still dare to argue." Ruan's father slammed the table. "I tell you, if you cannot salvage this cooperation, our family has no room for you." Mrs. Jiang expressed her disappointment. "Shao Li, I considered you as dear as my own daughter. Yet your recent actions have truly saddened me. I am unaware of the means you employed to get into the Fu family, but I hope you can restore the collaboration between the Jiang and Fu families." "That is not within my purview," Ruan Li replied honestly. "From the outset, the Fu family never intended to collaborate with the Jiang family." "Impossible," Jiang Shi Yu interjected, displeased. The Fu family was clearly satisfied with Nan Nan's report. "I am aware that you may be discontent with Nan Nan's presence in the Jiang family, but her capabilities are evident. I will not allow her to leave. I grant you a week's time. Should you fail to salvage this partnership by Friday, our engagement shall be dissolved." The mere mention of a broken engagement sent the Ruan family into a state of panic. Yet, to Ruan Li's surprise, her first instinct was to breathe a sigh of relief, though she concealed this sentiment. She clenched her palm tightly, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. "I see. What do you mean? Canceling the engagement? But I heard with my own ears that the Fu family has never intended to collaborate with the Jiang family. If it weren't for the media's incessant reports about Jiang employees using Fu drones to clear a path for ambulances, indirectly promoting Yuncan, they would not have compelled me to sabotage this partnership." The atmosphere became heavy with tension. As she scanned the faces of those present, noting their growing belief in her words, Ruan Li discreetly wiped away her tears. "The only course of action now is to leverage public opinion to coerce the Fu family, which is precisely what they dread. They are unaware of my relationship with Ah-Si, which is why they revealed these insider details to me." Suddenly, she faltered, hastily covering her mouth, as if she had just realized she had divulged confidential information. What is the matter with the female antagonist? She knows full well that this is a trap set by the Fu family for the male lead, yet she still leads him into it? Perhaps she is simply foolish. Is it possible that the female antagonist has been acting all along, deceiving even us from a God's eye perspective? She may not harbor any affection for the male lead and could be seeking to escape this marriage. Are you joking? Ruan Li's words sparked a revelation in Jiang Xiyin. Thanks to Shangnan heroic deed yesterday, the Fu family Yuncan series had become a sensation even before its official launch. Jiang Xiyin pondered. Are you suggesting that the Fu family wishes to extricate themselves from this partnership while avoiding any blame? And Shangnan's eyes lit up. I know what we must do. We can purchase a press release, emphasizing my assistance in clearing the path for ambulances yesterday, which has immeasurable promotional value for Fu's new product. Subsequently, We can leak that the Fu family intends to cut marketing costs by canceling our collaboration and attempts to label us as unprofessional. This will undoubtedly provoke public outrage against them. At that point, the Fu family will find themselves in the wrong and may even seek our collaboration. Her proposal was met with unanimous approval. Mrs. Jiang expressed her admiration. Let us proceed as you suggest. With you assisting Xiyin, I feel at ease. The Ruan family chimed in with praises. However, Ruan Li opposed the plan. If this scheme succeeds, the Fu family will certainly shift the blame onto their employees to protect their corporate image, and I will become the scapegoat, enduring the wrath of the entire internet. And Shangnan sighed. Sister, one must sacrifice to gain. Were I in your position, I would prioritize corporate interests over personal losses. Ruan Li retorted, No, I disagree. Enough. Jiang Xiyin slammed his hand down in frustration. Ruan Li, you had better pray that the Fu family has a change of heart before Friday. Otherwise, our engagement will be nullified, and I will hold to my word. Furthermore, you must apologize to Nan Nan now and admit your attempt to claim her credit. The Ruan family listened intently, terrified of the engagement being annulled. Even as their daughter was mistreated before their eyes, they remained indifferent, siding with the outsider against her. Ruanbo interjected, Little Li, how could you dare to take credit for another's achievements? Hurry and apologize to Missin. Ruan Li stood firm. I will not. Ruan Baozhu observed from the side and gently spoke, If my sister feels troubled, allow me to apologize on her behalf. No, Baozhu, this is not your concern. Jiang Xiyuan interjected, his elongated gaze fixed intently on Ruan Li. I want her to apologize with her own lips. The audience was left speechless. To be honest, everyone claims the male lead is infatuated with the female supporting character, who is said to have left him for her materialistic desires. Yet, I fail to perceive any affection from him. He exhibits more tenderness towards Ruan Baozhu than he does towards the female lead. If I were the female lead, I would find the male lead utterly exasperating. The more I watch, the more I feel the protagonists resemble antagonists. All I wish to know is what lies within the box. Ruan Li pressed her lips tightly together, her gaze resolute. I will not apologize. With that, she grasped the box and intended to ascend the stairs to her room. Jiang Xiyuan abruptly seized her arm. The sudden pull caused the box in Ruan Li's hands to tumble to the ground. Upon witnessing the contents of the box, a collective gasp escaped the onlookers. Chapter 30, Delight. The authentic for the foe inside the box was a vase securely wrapped in foam. Ruan Baozhu picked it up, unwrapping the packaging, only to discover it was identical to the one held by Ruan's mother. What is happening? This is a fake, Ruan Li stammered anxiously. Ruan Baozhu released a sigh of relief and murmured softly, I know my sister has always envied the affection our mother has for me, and coveted the generous gift she bestows upon Mrs. Fu in my name, but one cannot simply purchase a counterfeit. With a hint of disdain, she extended the vase towards Ruan Li. Just as Ruan Li was about to take it, Mrs. Jiang suddenly interjected, Wait, this is indeed the genuine article. What? Mrs. Jiang stepped forward, gazing intently at the vase's luster, reminiscent of a clear sky after rain. Indeed, this is authentic. I previously encountered an identical piece at a small exhibition. The one you had, though remarkably similar, lacked its spirit. Ruan's mother was left in a state of disbelief. The vase she had purchased for over 20 million was, astonishingly, a counterfeit. Ruan Baozhu withdrew her hand abruptly, cradling the vase protectively to her chest. She regarded Ruan Li with suspicion. Sister, why did you falsely claim this was fake? No, where did you acquire this vase? You don't intend to curry favor with Mrs. Fu, do you, in hopes of marrying into the Fu family? The implication hung heavily in the air. Yet, at this juncture, no one was inclined to dwell on semantics. All eyes turned towards Ruan Li, skeptical, furious, and wary. Ruan Baozhu's jealousy was palpable, almost tangible. Though Ruan Li had been raised in the countryside, her beauty was striking. Her skin was as flawless as a freshly shelled egg, and not a single blemish marred her visage even without adornment. What captivated most were her eyes, perpetually glistening with a layer of moisture that evoked sympathy. That damned enchanting appearance. Yet, it was this very allure that Ruan Baozhu could never hope to attain, regardless of her cosmetic enhancements. Moreover, Ruan Li possessed an enviable figure, elegantly long neck, slender limbs, and a delicate waist. One recalled her arrival in Haicheng, clad in the most unremarkable of school uniforms, yet managing to capture the attention of all the boys present. Had it not been for her own interference, inciting their disdain for Ruan Li, she might have become the cherished dream of the elite youth in Haicheng. In recent years, Ruan Li has neglected her appearance to such an extent that Ruan Baozhu almost forgot the pangs of jealousy she once felt towards her sister. The mere thought of Ruan Li vying for the affection of the heir to the Fu family left Ruan Baozhu breathless. No, it is absolutely imperative that the heir does not set eyes on Ruan Li. She must not attend Madame Fu's birthday banquet. With her hand pressed against her heart, Ruan Baozhu sighed. Sister, I never imagined that even with brother AC by your side, you would still seek to attach yourself to the Fu family. Had I known you harbored such thoughts, I would have never accepted the invitation from the Fu family. Turning her gaze to their mother, Ruan Baozhu continued, Mother, upon reflection, I have decided not to attend Madame Fu's birthday banquet. I fear that sister might make a fool of herself in front of the heir, thereby bringing shame upon our family. This declaration sent the Ruan family into a frenzy. They eagerly anticipated the moment when Ruan Baozhu would be recognized by the heir, envisioning their family's rise to prestige. Ruan mother coaxed Ruan Baozhu, Darling, how can you not go? I have already prepared exquisite jewelry and a gown for you. A high-fashion piece fit for royalty. Ruan mother then turned to Ruan Li, her tone chilling. As for you, little Li, there's no need for you to attend a banquet. I shall present your vase in Baozhu's name. At this, Ruan Baozhu beamed. Thank you, mother. No, this is mine. Ruan Li's face turned pale as she attempted to reclaim the vase, only to be pushed aside by Ruan Li. Stop making a scene. Aren't you ashamed? Didn't you say you purchased a fake? Well then, Ruan declared, picking up the replica from the coffee table and tossing it into Ruan Li's arms. This fake is yours, so don't get confused. Ruan Li clutched the vase tightly, her head bowed, her chin nearly touching her collarbone, her frail shoulders trembling as tears threatened to spill. She wept. This was the genuine article, while the vase she had brought home was merely a replica from Su Jiao's collection. Just yesterday, Ruan Li had spotted the very vase amidst Su Jiao's extensive array of collectibles, which was the Ru porcelain that their mother had been desperately seeking. Yet, their mother claimed to have acquired an identical piece for 20 million. Doubt crept into Ruan Li's mind, prompting her to contact Su Jiao on WeChat. Su Jiao, impossible. We only have that one imitation at home, and you spotted it. Su Jiao. But how did you discern it? Those wealthy ladies previously believed it to be authentic and even borrowed it for exhibitions. Su Jiao. If you like it, I'll gift it to you. Ruan Li, troubled by her financial woes, had concocted this scheme, initially not anticipating such smooth sailing. Fortunately, Madame Jiang was a connoisseur, and her certainty stemmed from having seen Su Jiao's imitation firsthand. Ruan Li dared not smile, struggling to suppress the corners of her mouth. Holding the genuine vase worth 20 million, she reflected on the most challenging moments of her life. Why do I feel the supporting character is laughing? The supporting character is so tragic, one must feel sympathy. What is there to pity? She purchased the vase solely to curry favor with Mrs. Fu, mistakenly believing that the young master of the Fu family had romantic inclinations towards her due to the watch he gifted her. She, relying on her beauty, aspired to attach herself to him. However, it is clear that she was aware of the discord between the young master and her stepmother, making it implausible for her to present such an extravagant vase. Finally, Ruan Li encountered a perceptive comment amidst the barrage of opinions. Yet, to dispel any lingering doubts from the Ruan family, she feigned a desire to reclaim the counterfeit, adopting an air of urgency. Ruan's mother remarked, It is not that I favor one over the other, but you ought to focus on your work. If you cannot renegotiate the contracts between the Fu and Jiang families, you may as well cease to be considered a daughter of the Ruan family. Ruan Li's tears flowed silently, enhancing her sorrowful performance, evoking sympathy from those around her. Ruan Baozhu felt a sense of satisfaction. Nearby, and Shengnan sighed, leaning closer to Jiang Xiyuan's ear and whispering, "Ah, see, Do not blame Ruan Li. I believe she merely momentarily strayed from the path. She does not genuinely harbor feelings for the young master of the Fu family. Perhaps she only wishes to associate with them. Jiang Xiyuan's gaze fell upon a finely wrapped tie, a misty purple hue that had just fallen from Ruan Li. It was from a brand he frequently wore, undoubtedly intended as a gift for him. How thoughtful of her to remember the upcoming occasion and prepare a present in advance. Although the color of the tie may not complement him perfectly, it is understandable that she, being a girl, might not grasp the nuances of male accessories. Jiang Xiyuan's expression softened slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he confidently asserted, "It is not merely a momentary lapse. She does not seek to attach herself to the Fu family. She wishes to attach herself to me." And Sheng Nan fell silent. Ruan Li, sensing her victory, gracefully ascended the stairs with the vase cradled in her hands, her slender silhouette reminiscent of a butterfly in autumn. Upon entering her room, she locked the door and burst into laughter. Carefully, she placed the Ru porcelain on the table, capturing several aesthetically pleasing photographs before sharing them online. A fortune beyond measure pales in comparison to a piece of Ru porcelain. Amidst a sea of trinkets, the Ru porcelain stands out so vividly. Just because I remarked on how lovely the vase is, my boss allowed me to take it home. This whimsical declaration once again captivated the attention of numerous netizens. In the comments section was a buzz. However, Ruan Li was aware that the comments were far from flattering and chose not to linger on them. Just as she was about to exit, she noticed a familiar name leaving a message in her comment section. "Nan Bao. Sister, you've been deceived. This is a fake. The authentic piece is at my friend's house." An uproar ensued. Wow, this self-proclaimed expert has finally stumbled. Indeed, upon encountering her post, many were filled with disgust. I had suspected this blogger was a fraud from the beginning. The fakes are simply unbearable. First, a diamond brooch, then a limited edition watch, and now Ru porcelain? Laughable. Is your boss just throwing money around? Beautifying the capitalist's wife is ludicrous. Reported. Nan Bao is indeed impressive. She instantly recognized the counterfeit. Of course, Nan Bao hails from a wealthy family, a true heiress, incomparable to those who flaunt their wealth without substance. Her well-intentioned warning likely incited animosity from the blogger. Ruan Li remarked, "This is unacceptable. Such ostentatious accounts must avoid counterfeit items, as it could negatively impact advertising rates." A netizen replied, "Indeed, it's true." The comment section was filled with derision. One user stated, "Our Nan Bao is a genuine affluent beauty, a scion of the elite in Haicheng, accustomed to such antiques since childhood. Can you compare her to someone earning a mere 5,000 monthly in a small town?" Ruan Li responded, "So it's evident that this platform, with its average wealth of millions, even looks down on a 5,000 monthly salary. During her internship, she didn't even earn that much." Ruan Li was infuriated. Another user added, "I too am from Haicheng. I wonder which heiress this is. Perhaps I know her father?" Shortly after this comment was posted, and Sheng Nan deleted her initial remark. After all, Ruan Li was aware of her father's identity, which could not withstand scrutiny. Another user exclaimed, "Why was the comment deleted?" A netizen replied, "That's just our Nan Bao being low-key. Our fans are already investigating her identity. You will be shocked once we uncover the truth." Ruan Li was unfazed. On the other side of the screen, and Sheng Nan's complexion paled. Who is this user? A pair? They were clearly exploiting counterfeits for attention, yet they redirected the focus onto her family background. She could not allow netizens to shift their attention towards her lineage. Swiftly, she sought out marketing accounts to publicly announce the termination of the contract with the Fu family, emphasizing Ruan Li's unreasonable behavior as the representative of the client, insulting her benefactor who had indirectly assisted the Fu family in promoting their new drone. The insinuation was that Ruan Li's entry into the Fu family was due to an inappropriate relationship with the president's assistant, Wang Ying. Scandals involving large enterprises spread rapidly, even exceeding Sheng Nan's expectations. The headlines proclaimed, "The ungrateful Fu family. The heir's lover insults the girl who cleared the way for the ambulance." The Fu family's heir's management skills. And Sheng Nan stared blankly at the trending topics. Something was amiss. She had directed the marketing accounts to focus on Ruan Li, exposing her ambiguous ties with Wang Ying. Yet it had turned into speculation about her own relationship with the Fu family's heir. Even the heir himself became the primary target of criticism. While the Fu family was embroiled in controversy, their official account released a statement upon investigation. The woman who cleared the way for the ambulance using our new drone yesterday is not the blogger Nan Bao, as rumored. Just this one sentence was enough to send chills down Sheng Nan's spine. What was happening? On the return trip, Jiang Xiyuan also saw the statement and inquired about it, and Sheng Nan suppressed her panic, speculating it was just a public relations tactic. After all, she hadn't exited the vehicle yesterday, and no one had recorded her presence at the scene, or else Ruan Li wouldn't have harbored thoughts of claiming credit. Jiang Xiyuan remarked, "I didn't expect the Fu family to be so despicable." And Sheng Nan nodded, anxiously clenching her fingers. How did the Fu family learn about this? Did Ruan Li inform them? Fortunately, they lacked evidence. Otherwise, it would have been disclosed long ago. And Sheng Nan's emotions had stabilized considerably. At that moment, Jiang Xin fixed his gaze on the screen and spoke. The patient in the ambulance awakened yesterday, and Sheng Nan's eyes brightened as she grasped Jiang Xin's hand. "I see. Let us go to the hospital at once. The patient's daughter can testify on my behalf." The sun dipped below the horizon, and the evening breeze swirled around them. Outside the hospital's admission office, a throng of media personnel gathered. Ever since the official statement from the Fu Group was released, the incident of saving lives had evolved into a veritable rashomon. Journalists clamored to interview the mother and daughter from yesterday's ambulance, seeking exclusive news. Naturally, the hospital dispatched personnel to obstruct the reporters, prohibiting anyone with recording devices from entering. And Sheng Nan, however, was an exception. Although she held a live-streaming device, she was the benefactor of the rescue, visiting the patient, and thus the hospital did not impede her. By now, it was just past 7 in the evening, and as netizens finished their meals with nothing to occupy their time, they entered in Sheng Nan's live stream with a sense of curiosity. Upon reaching the door of the patient's room, the number of online viewers had surged to 5 million. In the corridor, and Sheng Nan caught sight of a little girl approaching. She recognized her from a photo in the news as the patient's daughter. And Sheng Nan smiled and said to the girl, "Hello, little sister. It's nice to see you again. How is your mother doing?" The girl looked at her in confusion. "Auntie, have we met?" Hearing this address, and Sheng Nan nearly lost her smile. She managed to respond in a warm tone, "We met yesterday. I was directing traffic with a drone to ensure your mother's ambulance arrived at the hospital safely." The girl, with her hair in 2 small braids, looked up at her, her delicate brows furrowing in thought. "No, I remember the sister who helped my mom yesterday. It wasn't you, Auntie. Little sister, I didn't get out of the car. How could you see me? I saw you in the car's mirror. I wanted to thank that sister in person, but the uncles and aunties in the ambulance called me back." And Sheng Nan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this twist. The comments on the stream provided her solace. The child appears quite clever. How could she not recognize her benefactor? It must not have been the anchor who saved her yesterday. Children forget things easily, and with Bao changing her clothes, it's no wonder the child couldn't recognize her. At that moment, footsteps approached from behind. The little girl's eyes lit up as she dashed past Sheng Nan and Jiang Xin, calling out, "Sister, you've come. Thank you for saving my mother yesterday." Chapter 32. Who are you really? Upon learning that the patient in the ambulance had awakened, Ruan Li arrived at the hospital, accompanied by Shi Yu. They had been informed by Wang Ying, who had contacted them on behalf of the Fu Group, to visit the patient. As Ruan Li was looking at the room number from a distance, she noticed a little girl running toward her. "Sister, you've come. Thank you for saving my mother yesterday." Ruan Li recognized the girl and squatted down to inquire, "How is your mother doing? Is she feeling better?" The little girl nodded eagerly. "Much better. The doctor said that my mother has been farming for years and exhausted herself. She just needs to rest for a while. Such a good girl. What is your name?" "My name is Dodo," as in the soybean. The live broadcast captured this scene, igniting a fervor online. Could it be that the situation has taken a turn? Surely, such a significant event would not allow the host to claim unwarranted credit without facing repercussions. Nonsense. It was indeed our Nan Bao who saved them. This little girl is truly the daughter of a farmer, utterly lacking in manners and gratitude. How dare she address Nan Bao as aunt? How can she regard this woman as her sister? Her mother must have endured much suffering to give birth to such a child. The followers of this blogger seem unwell. What is wrong with being a farmer's child? Our lineage traces back 3 generations of farmers, unless one is a trader or a capitalist in collusion. I suggest a thorough investigation into this host and her followers. Perhaps something will indeed come to light. To be fair, the girl from later on is more beautiful. Discussions erupted online. Shi Yu was taken aback and inquired of Shengnan, "What is happening?" And Shengnan smiled wryly. Perhaps someone had come beforehand and advised the little one. After all, yesterday at the intersection, my face was not captured on camera. The child declared whoever saved her and her mother is indeed the savior. Shi Yu furrowed his brow, casting a suspicious glance at Ruan Li. And Shengnan continued, "I do not blame my senior. She only wishes to draw your attention. I do not fault the mother and daughter either. The lure of wealth is captivating. They have toiled in the fields their entire lives, enduring poverty, and seeing money is hard to resist." This statement was captured by the microphone. In the live stream, everyone heard it. Is there a love triangle involved? I had thought Nan Bao could not possibly claim credit, but that scheming mistress not only desires to steal a man, but also the credit. This mother and daughter are truly ungrateful. Though saved by Nan Bao, they distort the truth for money. May they wither like a fleeting flower. The upstairs chatter is quite the spectacle. Indeed, poverty is the original sin. Those around me with wealth are particularly kind. And Xingnan's fans online were enraged. Although Ruan Li could not see these comments, the barrage before her voiced their discontent. The supporting character is truly unfortunate. This mother and daughter are wretched. Help! How can the heroine slander an innocent bystander? Now her fans accuse the little girl and her mother of taking money, thus declaring Ruan Li their savior. How did Mei Bao become the antagonist? Who can rescue the supporting character? I cannot bear to watch. Such heroines and heroes are rare indeed. There is a sense of helplessness, like hands unable to reach through the screen. Ruan Li was somewhat taken aback. Would these comments truly speak in her favor? Balancing a flower basket in one hand and holding the little girl's hand with the other, she gently said, "Let us go and see your mother." The girl nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Yes, Mommy is eager to meet sister too." Upon reaching the hospital room door, Ruan Li peered through the glass window to glimpse the figure lying in the bed. The woman appeared to be in her 40s or 50s, aged by years of labor under the sun, though she might be younger than she looked. She seemed familiar, as if Ruan Li had seen her somewhere before. Before she could scrutinize further, a commotion erupted in the corridor. A piercing female voice rang out, "You shameless hussy! Stealing Nan Bao's boyfriend and attempting to claim her accomplishments? Go to hell." With a swift motion, she splashed a cup of water towards Ruan Li. No one knew whether it contained mere water or something as caustic as sulfuric acid. Instinctively, Ruan Li shielded Dodo. However, the anticipated chill or pain did not befall her. Turning her head, she noticed Shi Yu standing protectively in front of her, his exposed forearm and the back of his hand now stained with the mysterious liquid. A pang of concern gripped Ruan Li as she clasped his hand, asking if he was all right. Shi Yu, observing her worried expression, reassured her that it was merely water. Raliava, Ruan Li exhalat souffly. Meanwhile, Jiang Xin watched the entwined hands of the two, his expression darkening. He knew Shi Yu well. He was popular at school, yet he maintained a cold demeanor. Why would he shield Ruan Li from the water? Before Jiang Xin could ponder further, security personnel rushed in to subdue the frenzied fan. The fan, however, was relentless. "Let me go. Are you blind? Can't you see that this little wretch is wearing a gold bracelet on her wrist? It must be expensive. She's just a farmer's child, a mere girl. Surely her family's yearly earnings can't rival the cost of that bracelet. This little wretch, so young yet full of deceit. And what about that old man in the hospital? A thankless wretch. It was our Nan Bao who saved her, yet she turns on us. Why doesn't she just die?" At that moment, a few patients gathered in the corridor, drawn by the commotion. They glanced at the little girl's wrist and indeed spotted the gold bracelet. Noting its fine craftsmanship, it was reasonable. One seldom saw impoverished families gifting a girl with such lavish adornments. Ruan Li disagreed. who said that poor families could not cherish their daughters. Just like her foster mother, she had known that if Ruan Li returned to the Ruan family and married the possibly disabled Jiang Xin, she would gain access to the best medical resources. Yet, her foster mother had still refused treatment abroad, citing that she would not allow Ruan Li to sacrifice her freedom and happiness for her sake. Clenching her fist discreetly, Ruan Li glanced at Shengnan, confronting the deranged fan. Firstly, that gold bracelet was not a gift from me to Dodo, nor did I bribe her and her mother. Secondly, what is wrong with being a farmer? The rice, flour, and fruits that you consume are all cultivated by farmers. Lastly, I will not let today's incident slide. I will hire the best lawyer to see you imprisoned. The fan, however, remained unfazed, asserting arrogantly, "You dare to sue me? My father is an executive at the Fu Corporation. A word from him and you'll be out of job." Ruan Li Raplia. Is this what they refer to as a deadbeat parent? Beside her, Shi Yu remarked flatly, "With such a mindset, even zombies would turn away." Ruan Li chuckled at this. Offended, the fan immediately dialed her father, putting the call on speakerphone. "Dad, someone at their company offended me. Fire her." Yet, from a speaker came her father's furious roar. "Don't you dare call me Dad. Who the hell did you offend to make me lose my job?" The fan froze. Who had she offended? Stiffly, she looked up at Ruan Li, her fear evident. "Who exactly are you?" Chapter 33. Her name is Zheng Zheng. Not only were the fans in a state of panic, but even Shengnan and Jiang Xin looked at Ruan Li with disbelief. From the tone of the fan, it was evident that her father was a high-ranking executive in the company. Yet, due to this incident, he was dismissed? To expel an executive is no trivial matter. Such authority rests with the upper echelons of the company. Could it be that Ruan Li had connections with the higher-ups of the Fu family, who possessed such formidable influence? And Shengnan's eyes flickered as she recalled the assistant of the Fu family's young heir, named Wang Ying. It was Wang Ying who had attended the report on behalf of the Fu family heir that Monday. She had witnessed Wang Ying speaking privately with Ruan Li. Were they colluding at that moment? And Shengnan's gaze shifted, and she grasped Jiang Xin's sleeve, whispering, "I see. That day I saw our senior talking with manager Wang Ying from the Fu family. We are currently vying for a project with the Fu family. Otherwise, this matter would be dropped. Since our senior desires the credit, I am willing to grant it to her." The live stream was still underway, and her fans were filled with righteous indignation. Our Nanbao is truly pitiful. Not only did she save a pair of ungrateful mother and daughter, but she also encountered connections within the Fu family. The new model drone from the Fu family became a sensation thanks to Nanbao's heroism yesterday. And now they've turned their backs on her? The situation escalated, dividing the online community into two factions. One group believed the little girl and asserted that Ruan Li was the one who saved her, while the other faction accused the girl of lying, claiming she had been bribed. Concerned about further incidents affecting the hospital's reputation, the hospital authorities used the excuse of visiting hours being over to dismiss everyone. Jiang Xin still had questions for Ruan Li, but with outsiders present, he planned to inquire later. However, upon reaching the first floor of the hospital, the journalists, eager for news, surrounded the entrance to the inpatient department, making it nearly impossible to pass. Additionally, some streamers had taken position to broadcast live. As they spotted a few individuals emerging, they surged forward like a horde of zombies. Ruan Li, slender and delicate, was jostled by the crowd, becoming a mere plaything in their hands. In a moment of urgency, Jiang Xin grasped Ruan Li's hand, shielding her behind him. In the midst of the chaos, he faintly heard a reporter inquire, "Are you two on the verge of good news?" Jiang Xin typically refrained from responding to such tabloid gossip, but out of consideration for the tie he wore, he replied with a simple, "Yes." At last, he had provided the journalists with a nugget of valuable information, causing them to momentarily pause before their excitement surged, ready to return and report extensively. The headline would read, "Heir of Haicheng responds publicly. Good news imminent. Girlfriend is none other than her." Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Xin shook off the reporters and made his way to the parking lot. Only then did he turn back to Ruan Li and ask, "Are you all right?" To his surprise, he found himself facing Shengnan. "What are you doing here?" he inquired. "Who did you think it was?" She retorted, "Jiang Xin, not responding, appeared anxious and took a step back toward the hospital. However, after only a few paces, a pained groan suddenly emanated from behind him. He turned to see Shengnan crouched on the ground, pale and clutching her abdomen. "What's wrong?" he asked. "It's nothing, just menstrual cramps, an old ailment. I'll wait a moment for the reporters to leave. Then I'll go to the obstetrics department to get some painkillers from a friend on duty." And Shengnan managed to muster a faint smile. "You should quickly seek out Sister Ruan. I am fine." No sooner had she uttered those words than she fainted. Jiang Xian, disregarding all else, swiftly scooped her up, intending to find the doctor friend that Shengnan had mentioned. He approached a passerby clad in a white coat and inquired, "On which floor is the obstetrics department?" "The third floor," the stranger replied. The journalists trailing behind, upon overhearing this exchange, were instantly electrified. Within 5 minutes, sensational news swept through Haiqing. "Have you heard? The heir of the Jiang family's girlfriend is pregnant. Do we even need to hear it? I witnessed it with my own eyes." The Jiang heir cradled his girlfriend as if she were a precious gem. Ruan Li sat in Shi Yu's car, listening to the discussions outside. Just moments ago, while caught in the throng, the reporters had swarmed like rabid hyenas. Ruan Li could almost see their sharp teeth. The memory still sent shivers down her spine. It wasn't that she lacked the strength to push them away. Rather, it was the haunting recollections that resurfaced. Years ago, her foster mother had remained in the mountains as a volunteer teacher. Later, driven by a desire to empower the girls of the village, she established a girls' school. When accused of embezzling 500,000 yuan in donations, the reporters had hounded her foster mother in the same manner. Yet, she knew that the funds had never reached the school's account. Some sought to exploit the situation for publicity, and even worse, there were those who attempted to take advantage of the chaos to harass the female students. To protect them, her foster mother had endured injuries that exacerbated a pre-existing condition, nearly leading to her demise. Prior to this, the Ruan family had sent someone to retrieve Ruan Li, claiming they wished to bring her back to a better life. Ruan Li had refused. Although she was uncertain of their intentions, she realized that if her parents and brother truly sought her out, they would not send messenger. They would come personally to the impoverished village she had called home for so many years. It wasn't until her mother was hospitalized and diagnosed with a grave illness requiring funds for treatment that Ruan Li purchased a train ticket to Haiqing. She donned her only somewhat presentable outfit, her high school uniform, and arrived in the nation's most bustling metropolis. As she gazed upon the simultaneously familiar and alien city, observing Ruan Baozhu adorned in high-end designer attire, she came to understand that her notion of dignity was merely a translucent veil of shame. Her parents harbored no affection for her, and her brother held an even deeper disdain. Even though the entire Ruan family had prospered because she had saved Jiang Xian from the fate of being trafficked, no one expressed gratitude. Instead, she was treated as a stepping stone for Ruan Baozhu, who would replace her and marry the possibly disabled Jiang Xian. Initially, she had no fondness for Jiang Xian. This young master had a terrible temper, prone to throwing things in fits of rage. Yet, when she was bullied by the Xians of Haiqing, it was Jiang Xian who came to her rescue. He had vowed, "Zheng, I will protect you for a lifetime." However, just moments ago, amidst the crowded throng, Jiang Xian had immediately grasped Shengnan's hand. Zheng. This was the name her foster mother had given her. The flow of water does not compete to be first. It flows with relentless vigor. If one must strive, let it be pursued with integrity and forthrightness. Reflecting on her foster mother's words, Ruan Li felt a pang of guilt. After all, she had not lived up to her foster mother's expectations of being forthright and honorable. She slightly lowered her head, revealing a fragile and anxious expression. "Will the reporters speak recklessly? I fear my mother might see the news. Her health is not well. I do not wish for her to worry." Shi Yu cast his gaze downwards. The young lady sat in the corner, her head bowed, tugging at the hem of her clothing, exposing a slender, pale neck, reminiscent of a swan poised for sacrifice. This was the first time she mentioned her family in his presence, and it was also the first time she displayed vulnerability and unease. Shi Yu grasped her chilly hand, reassuring her, "Rest assured, the Fu family will handle public relations adeptly." Chapter 34. Capturing the young master online. discussions regarding the ambulance incident were fervent. Even when Shangnan briefly revealed her face during a live broadcast, no photographs of her surfaced afterward. Netizens attempted to delve deeper, but could not uncover her identity. As images of a princess, Carrie, circulated online, many shifted their focus to the budding romance between Jiang Xiyuan and Shangnan. A sweet romance among the affluent. This is the quintessential setup for a romantic novel, isn't it? Nan Yan's hidden affection is so sweet. I too wish to date a young master from a wealthy family. Gradually, the online sentiment transformed. How could someone chosen by the Jiang family to be a young mistress engage in such deceit? Indeed, Nan Bao is a top-tier heiress. She flaunts her luxurious mansion, extravagant cars, and a necklace worth millions, along with a life-sized wax figure made of pure gold. All gifts from her father as an adult gift. She is inherently blessed. How could she possibly claim such credit? It must be some impoverished girl attempting to seize the credit for her own gain, hoping to boost her live-streaming sales. Fortunately, young Master Jiang is resolute. The entire media has blacklisted that girl from the slums, denying her any chance of exposure. Such devotion to Nan Bao. Those who speak ill of Nan Bao are simply envious of wealth. A bunch of farmers. As these discussions raged online, Ruan Li returned to the Ruan household, where she found Ruan Baozhu trying on a gown. "I'm back," she announced. Yet, the Ruan family paid her no mind, their eyes solely on Ruan Baozhu. Since witnessing the Jiang family's attitude toward Ruan Li, they had lost hope in this daughter. Baozhu, on the other hand, was the beloved moonlight of the heir to the Fu family. Once tomorrow arrived and they recognized each other, the Ruan family would ascend to greater heights. As Ruan Li passed by Ruan Baozhu, she deliberately displayed a look of longing. Ruan Baozhu felt particularly elated. "Sister, what a pity you cannot attend Madame Fu's birthday banquet tomorrow. Otherwise, I could have lent you this gown." Ruan Li disregarded Baozhu's taunting gaze and silently ascended the stairs. Behind her, her brother sneered coldly, with her innocence lost and unable to secure Shi Yu's heart. What a useless waste. To think she harbors hopes of pleasing Madame Fu and vying for Baozhu's man, attempting to cling to the Fu family. Thankfully, we discovered her intentions. Otherwise, she would truly entice the heir to the Fu family at the banquet, jeopardizing the Ruan family's pristine reputation. Ruan mother did not intervene. She was busy assisting Ruan Baozhu with her mask. The invitation specifically noted, before the birthday banquet commences, there will be a social dance, and young men and women must wear masks. Many speculate that the heir of the Fu family has reached the age of marriageable suitability, and that misses. Fu's intention is to select a daughter-in-law in Haicheng, while the prince will invite his favored young lady to dance right on the spot. Numerous families with daughters have gone to great lengths to inquire about the prince's preferences. It is rumored that he favors those with slender waists. Although the truth of this remains uncertain, it is better to be prepared than caught unawares. Ruan Baozhu has not eaten for several days and has even purchased a corset in a smaller size, wrapping herself in it throughout the day. After a while, Ruan's mother finally lifted her gaze. Coldly, she instructed Ruan Li, "You shall stay at home obediently tomorrow. Do not even think about sneaking off to the banquet. I have already had your gown locked away." Ruan Li paused, understanding her mother's command. In the dim light, her oval face appeared somewhat pale, and even her footsteps up the stairs trembled. The barrage of comments expressed sympathy. "Enough. My heart aches for you. This feels like a Cinderella story. In fairy tales, those who mistreat Cinderella at least share no blood relation with her. But now the ones mistreating Ruan Li are her own kin. The supporting character is truly beautiful and tragically strong. No, I was looking forward to my ship's meeting. Is there a magical yeast that can conjure a pumpkin carriage to send the supporting character to meet the heir of the Fu family? Haha, is it the fairy godmother?" Ruan Li caught sight of this comment. Her mind involuntarily conjured the image of a lump of yeast sending Cinderella to the banquet, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Why does it feel like the supporting character can see the comments? I feel the same. The comments flooded in with urgency. Yet the next moment, they witnessed Ruan Li covering her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks as she wept loudly. It turns out she isn't laughing, but crying. The supporting character looks beautiful even when she cries. Taking a step back, Is there really no way for the supporting character to be with the heir of the Fu family? Could you not fulfill my wish for a ship's pairing? Hearing the cries from upstairs, Ruan Baoju's smugness became increasingly evident. What good is Ruan Li's beauty? As long as she insists on being the heir's white moonlight, their parents and brother will only focus their affections on her. During this period, she has diligently sought mentorship, acquiring numerous special skills to deal with men. She even purchased a package of medicine from her master. Even the coldest flower atop a high peak could be melted into a puddle under her tender persuasion. The master's meaningful voice echoed in her mind. Indeed, even the master, who has encountered countless women, claimed she was the most talented student he had ever met, making him unable to resist several times. The master even said that once she captures the heir of the Fu family, he would cherish a night with her as a form of tuition. Ruan Baoju's confidence surged. Tomorrow night, she would undoubtedly win over the heir of the Fu family. Early Wednesday morning, Ruan Li left for work, having departed early. Before she stepped out, a stylist was meticulously attending to Ruan Baoju's toenails. With no one else around, Ruan Baoju dropped her pretense. She smugly remarked, "Sister, are you feeling particularly unwilling? The Ru porcelain you secretly purchased has been intercepted by me, just like how our parents and brother, bound by blood, prefer only me. If you truly wish to attend Mrs. Fu's birthday banquet, it is indeed possible." She extended her foot, provocatively suggesting, "If you assist me in painting the remaining toenails, I shall persuade my parents to allow you to join the festivities." Ruan Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really?" "Of course," came the reply. With that, Ruan Li approached and picked up the crimson nail polish. Ruan Baoju smirked. This was no ordinary polish. It was an herbal concoction meticulously crafted through ancient methods. Once it touched the skin or hair, even the slightest smear would leave a permanent mark, only fading with the body's natural exfoliation. Once Ruan Li adorned her toenails, Ruan Baoju planned to feign an accident, knocking the polish over and splattering it across Ruan Li's face. She was eager to witness how Ruan Li would charm men with such a visage. However, in the next moment, a chilling wave cascaded from above. Looking up, she was astonished to see Ruan Li pouring an entire bottle of red nail polish over her head. "Ah!" she screamed, rising in horror. The polish, fluid in nature, streamed down her face as she moved, ruining her meticulously styled hair and the painstakingly applied eyelash extensions. The look of shock on Ruan Baoju's face was more terrifying than Sadako. Ruan Li maintained her usual sweet and sincere smile. "Oh dear, what a mishap! But fear not. May fortune favor you, dear sister. May your endeavors be met with success." Chapter 35. Cinderella. After leaving the Ruan residence, Ruan Li made her way to the office. She settled into her workspace, ignoring the incessant tirades from her family, undoubtedly aimed at her due to Ruan Baoju's antics. The atmosphere at Fu Enterprises was pleasant, with colleagues maintaining appropriate social distances. Ruan Li was assigned to the optics team. Unlike her previous department, which frequently organized team-building events, she found the cooler ambience far more to her liking. After lunch, Ruan Li encountered a familiar face in the cafeteria. It was the wealthy lady who had once gifted her 500,000 yuan at Yunke, the same one whom Shi Yu had instructed her to address as aunt. Following closely behind her was Wang Ying, accompanying the affluent patron. Ruan Li was taken aback. It seemed that even in this corporate environment, such dubious dealings persisted. Lowering her gaze, she intended to discreetly slip away, but the wealthy woman spotted her, her eyes lighting up as she approached with a warm smile. "I heard you started working at Fu's. How are you finding it?" Ruan Li, somewhat confused, replied, "It's fine." "That's wonderful." The lady grasped her hand, lamenting, "Shi Yu has been rather uncooperative. I told him my husband recently flew to Switzerland and suggested he bring you over to visit me, but he keeps postponing it. By the way, I've designed a new dress that would look stunning on you." As she spoke, the lady displayed a picture on her phone. "What do you think? Isn't it beautiful?" Ruan Li glanced at it, her face flushing. While it was labeled a dress, it left little to the imagination. If posted online, it would surely be flagged for removal. Trembling, Ruan Li managed to stammer, "It's very lovely." "Is the wealthy lady a lingerie designer?" No. This should be classified as intimate apparel. I am familiar with this brand. It is the largest supplier in Asia, with Japan being its primary market. Could this wealthy lady be the owner? My goodness, is she that affluent? Dear supporting character, you might as well accept this wealthy woman. Embrace the fortune. Ruan Li's face flushed even deeper. Yaoing observed Ruan Li's reaction with satisfaction, nodding in approval. It was evident the young girl was enamored, her cheeks aglow. This gown marked her return, coveted by numerous stars eager to don it for an early debut at Cannes. However, upon meeting Ruan Li, she resolved to gift this exquisite piece to her niece as a token of their first encounter. Every thread and gemstone was crafted with her own hands, opulent and grand, embodying a classical elegance. If you like it, that's all that matters. With a wave of her hand, Yaoing declared that Ruan Li would wear it to accompany the guests that evening. Turning to Wang Ying, she added, I've borrowed this one. Ruan Li was taken aback. Accompany the guests? What did that mean? She felt a surge of panic and sought Wang Ying's assistance, explaining that she had unfinished work and that such attire was ill-suited for her. Wang Ying assumed Ruan Li was simply unaccustomed to evening gowns. Indeed, her usual style was rather conservative. She had often seen her in white shirts paired with jeans. The gown was either off the shoulder or backless, which likely explained her discomfort, as her expression seemed to suggest she was being coerced into something unsavory. Nevertheless, it must be said that once Ruan Li became a young mistress, such social engagements would be unavoidable. Wang Ying encouraged her, it's all right, just stick with President Yao, and you'll get used to it. Ruan Li thought, what is this? I'm going to be infuriated. I had thought Wang Ying was better than Manager Chun, but it turns out she is pushing me toward this supporting character. How delightful. Though the plot has changed, it has become even more exhilarating. Will the second male lead showcase footage of the supporting character entertaining guests at the wedding? She deserves it, along with her sister's strongman. Ridiculous. How can the supporting character be so inconsistent? Just moments ago, she was quite assertive with her foster sister, was she not? I dare say, she is merely playing hard to get, yearning to don such garments to entice men. Ruan Li shook her head, apologizing to President Yao, stating that she still could not bring herself to wear such a dress. This left Yaoing feeling uncertain. Was her design truly that unappealing? She instinctively turned the screen. What a misunderstanding. Yaoing chuckled, swiping left, realizing the fright was not due to that gown but this one. Ruan Li's gaze refocused on the screen, her eyes widening. What a stunning gown. The ivory organza with a strapless cut flowed seamlessly, the skirt adorned with intricate craftsmanship, shimmering with sequins, reminiscent of the first rays of sunlight dancing through stained glass windows in a cathedral, pure and majestic. Even after returning to the Ruan family, she had seen many expensive gowns worn by Ruan Baoju, yet this extravagant and flamboyant piece was something she had only witnessed on celebrities. Cautiously, she inquired President Yao, may I ask where you intend to take me? Did no one inform you? Yaoing raised an eyebrow. Of course, it is to the Fu family's banquet. Ruan Li gasped, is my rendezvous with my beloved about to unfold? The barrage of comments is utterly nonsensical. Genuine emotions manifesting in a kiss with the supporting actress? In my opinion, the plot-'s arrangement of the supporting actress is merely to allow the female lead to witness our dear sister and the male lead flaunting their affection, a sight that must surely incite jealousy. Tonight's gala is destined to be a sweetly memorable moment for the main characters, complete with a mask-clad kiss. Ruan Li, ugh. How revolting. In the Jiang Corporation's office, before a full-length mirror, Shi Yu deviated from his originally tailored light-striped suit, opting instead for a misty purple ensemble. Yet his collar remained conspicuously bare, and Shengnan approached with a black tie, offering, let me help you with that. No need, he replied, slightly tilting his head. How about a gray one? No, my tie will be delivered shortly. He continued, time is of the essence. You should prepare as well. I have an impromptu meeting and will arrange for a car to take you to the Fu family gala. And Shengnan smiled, all right. Before her departure, she cast a lingering glance at Shi Yu's attire. Subsequently, she opened WeChat to notify the stylist to select a gown of the same hue. By coincidence, she stumbled upon Ruan Li's latest post, a mirror selfie amidst an array of gowns, seemingly taken in a styling studio. Yesterday, and Shengnan had added Ruan's family on WeChat, allowing her to view mutual friends' comments. Ruan Baoju, sister, you wouldn't dare sneak off to the Fu family's gala, would you? Ruan Bo. Nonsense. Ruan Li. Don't even think about embarrassing yourself. Hurry back. And Shengnan shook her head, questioning the necessity of such concerns. What is the matter? Jiang Xiyuan inquired. It's the senior. She appears to still want to attend the Fu family's banquet. She raised her phone to show Jiang Xiyuan. Ah, see. Do you think she is really going for the young master of the Fu family, as Baoju suggested? Jiang Xiyuan cast a glance, noticing in the background of the photo a misty purple gown. A confident smile graced his lips. No, she is going for me. Chapter 36. So arrogant? As the lights illuminated the evening, the opulent rooftop banquet hall in Haicheng brimmed with the elite, their elegant attire creating a vibrant tapestry. Young men and women donned a variety of masks, infusing the soiree with an air of uniqueness. The Ruan family had arrived early. Stationed at the entrance to the banquet hall, the security for the Fu family's event was exceptionally stringent. Even Jiang Xiyuan had to remove his mask for facial recognition upon entry. A woman adorned in luxurious jewels entered the rooftop, accompanied by a young girl clad in a black trench coat. As they approached the entrance, the staff promptly opened the manual gate. Mr. Yao, please. Noticing the girl bore a striking resemblance to Ruan Li, Ruan Baoju felt a twinge of anxiety. Mother, who are they? Why does that girl not have to remove her mask? Could it be my sister? Ruan's mother, seemingly oblivious to her daughter's inquiry, exclaimed with excitement. That is Yaoing indeed. Ruan Baoju shook her head, unfamiliar with the name. She could not comprehend her mother's fervor. Ruan Bo clarified. It's understandable if you don't know her. She was immensely popular a decade ago, one of the few domestic luxury gown designers to achieve international acclaim. And she has ties with the Fu family. Is that girl beside her her daughter? Perhaps, but it certainly isn't Ruan Li. Ruan Baoju nodded in agreement. Until the heavy purple copper doors closed, the Ruan family felt a profound sense of relief. Ruan Bo scoffed. It seems that not only did Ruan Li fail to infiltrate the birthday banquet, but she probably hasn't even set foot on the first floor. However, Ruan Baoju appeared somewhat preoccupied, wondering why she hadn't spotted the heir of the Fu family. Surely he wouldn't miss this occasion like last time. Ruan Bo tousled Ruan Baoju's hair. Silly sister, fret not. Today is his mother's birthday. How could he possibly not attend? They must be trying to maintain a low profile, entering through a private passage. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiyuan, disliking the mask, had removed it early on. He jested with his companions. Why is no one attempting to entice Ruan Li? Do they no longer desire the sports car? A few brothers waved their hands dismissively. Don't even mention it, Xiyuan. Of course, we covet that car. But even if we donned the same outfit and wore the same fragrance, his sister-in-law could spot us from a mile away. It's downright miraculous. Xiyuan, do you think she truly suffers from prosopagnosia? Jiang Xiyuan, amused, replied, Indeed, she may be face-blind, yet she always manages to find me amidst the crowd. As they spoke, a misty purple figure entered his line of sight, approaching him. It must be Ruan Li. Jiang Xiyuan's smile deepened, and he sighed in exasperation. She was too clingy, impossible to shake off. Observing his tone and expression, several brothers exchanged knowing glances, and, in a gathering devoid of Jiang Xiyuan, collectively cursed, Damn that sports car. Does Jiang Xiyuan truly regard us as mere pawns in his game? Thankfully, there was no successful seduction. Otherwise, we would have lost not just the car, but our brotherhood as well. Who claimed that Jiang Xiyuan's moonlight was in Shengnan? I thought he genuinely didn't fancy his fiancé, and was considering pursuing her myself. Shi Yu's phone incessantly chimed. Glancing at it, he saw that he had been added to a group chat. Bored, he deleted the conversation. Ye. A voice of surprise called out. He looked up to meet Jiang Xiyuan's astonished gaze. Yugo, it's really you. What brings you here? Ah, I see. Your superior sent you to arrange the venue, right? Shi Yu remained silent, and Jiang Xiyuan then noticed Wang Ying approaching with a glass in hand. Mr. Wang, good to see you again. I didn't get the chance to introduce Shi Yu properly last time. He is my roommate and quite exceptional. I had intended to invite him to join Jiang's, but unexpectedly, he went to Fu's. Mr. Wang, you should cherish this talent. Wang Ying raised an eyebrow. Asking an assistant to value the air? That's quite the reversal. Shi Yu, who generally disliked such gatherings, locked his cold, weary gaze at the corner of the banquet. His slender brows revealed a glimmer of light as he muttered, "I have other matters," and stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Ruan Li's waist. Wang Ying stood frozen in place. "Wait, is it customary to be so brazen in a third-party role these days?" Jiang Xiyuan, intrigued by Shi Yu's girlfriend, focused on the figure clad in a trench coat and intended to greet her. Wang Ying promptly stopped him. "Young Master Jiang, please hold on. I wish to discuss a collaboration." Ruan Li stood in the corner, sipping juice. The feather and lace-adorned mask perfectly fitted her nose, obscuring her brows and eyes. Drawing occasional glances from passers-by, a middle-aged man's gaze lingered upon her, as if he were making his way toward her. "You're here." Shi Yu's voice resonated behind her. Ruan Li exhaled in relief, and after catching sight of the man's departure, she lowered her voice to inquire, "Mr. Yao brought you along as well?" Shi Yu lifted her eyes, surveying the surroundings. "Where is she?" Engaged in socializing, Ruan Li replied, curiosity piqued. "But how did you recognize me? Aside from you, no one else would don an outer garment over a gown." Ruan Li's tux flusha. Realizing why so many eyes were upon her, she promptly removed her trench coat, exposing her bare shoulders to the chill of the air, which made her feel somewhat uneasy. Though she had worn gowns before, this particular one was quite revealing. The opulent crystal chandelier cast a brilliant glow, illuminating every aspect of Ruan Li, as the warm light enveloped her like a delicate veil, revealing the smooth, porcelain-like expanse of her back, glistening with an ethereal sheen. She adorned no other jewelry, save for 2 silver chains dangling from her earlobes, the metallic glimmers dancing upon her neck like moonlight's tender caress. The gown was splendid, adorned with jewels, meticulously crafted, accentuating her slender waist, a mere hand's grasp. Shi Yu's gaze followed her fingertips, resting upon her heart. Startled, Ruan Li hastily swatted his hand away. "What are you doing?" Shi Yu raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you have my name tattooed last time? Where has it gone?" "That's not your name," Ruan Li replied, her scalp prickling, unwilling to delve further into the topic of the tattoo, which she had covered. Meanwhile, Ruan Baozhu was diligently searching the crowd for the heir of the Fu family. She had recently uncovered a closely guarded secret. The young heir, having grown up abroad, was a prodigy on Wall Street, but had suddenly vanished, reportedly due to a terror attack, returning home for recuperation. Coincidentally, he was residing in the same private hospital as Jiang Xiyuan. Rumor had it that this young heir had once harbored a white moonlight, a beloved figure, whom he had sought to impress by deliberately injuring his own leg, leaving a winding scar in its wake. However, after recovery, he had forgotten that chapter of his life. The thought of such unparalleled affection from a distinguished heir of the capital made Ruan Baozhu's heart flutter with excitement. Lost in her thoughts, she found herself wandering the meandering corridors until she unexpectedly caught sight of a scene within a partially ajar VIP lounge. A young man stood beside a well-groomed matron. The lady adjusted his suit collar, admonishing him, "Though today is my birthday, you are the true star of the occasion, understand?" "Got it, Mom." The young man replied with a smile, languidly sinking into the sofa, one leg draped over the other, revealing a faint brown scar on his ankle. The birthday of his mother, the scar on his leg. Ruan Baozhu suppressed the urge to scream. Heaven be praised. She could hardly believe the Fu family heir was right here. It was a stroke of serendipity. She concealed herself nearby, awaiting the perfect moment. Yet, concerned that Ruan Li might overshadow her, Ruan Baozhu bribed a waiter, providing him with a photograph of Ruan Li. As soon as he spotted the woman in the picture, he was to expel her immediately. Understood? Meanwhile, Fu Ming emerged from the lounge, flirting with a popular starlet via WeChat. He held no interest in vying for power, lacking his elder brother's intellect and talent. He had no desire to exert himself. As long as he did not compete for women with his brother, he was content to live as a wealthy dandy for the rest of his days. As he turned a corner, a young woman collided with him. He had always been tender-hearted towards women, and even knowing this was yet another meticulously orchestrated encounter, he still steadied her by the arm. "Are you all right?" The girl, partially masked, bit her lip, claiming she might have twisted her ankle. Perhaps she was not even aware, but her phone lit up, unlocking to reveal a photograph of another girl. Fu Ming's eyes brightened. In the picture, the girl appeared exceptionally demure, her delicate dimples radiating sweetness, exposing a slender neck akin to fine porcelain. Pure, yet alluring. Fu Ming's interest was piqued. If beneath the mask lay such a beautiful face, what harm was there in a hint of cunning? In matters of love and desire, he eschewed the Na'vi approach, drawing her into his embrace, his voice playful. "What's your name?" The girl, shy and hesitant, replied, "I am Baozhu, Ruan Baozhu." Outside, the church bells chimed the hour, signaling the commencement of the birthday celebration. The lights of the banquet dimmed, and a beam illuminated the spiral staircase as a graceful figure descended. Mrs. Fu, known as Ruan Li, had once been a celebrated actress who announced her retirement over 20 years ago and had remained out of the public eye until recent years, when whispers surfaced about her marriage into the prestigious Fu family. Accompanying her was a tall young man, with short black hair, clad in a white suit, and wearing a half-mask. Guests began to murmur discreetly. Surely, the young man beside Mrs. Fu was the heir of the Fu family? He certainly looked the part. Rumor had it that the Fu family sought a marital alliance in Haicheng. One wondered which fortunate daughter would be chosen. Everyone was keenly watching whom the young heir would invite for the first dance, as that lady would likely become the future mistress of the Fu household. The prominent ladies in attendance shifted their focus to the man illuminated by the spotlight. Despite his mask, his height and long legs exuded a handsome aura. It was said that Mrs. Fu was striking. Her son must be equally remarkable. Beneath the mask surely lay an even more handsome visage. How intriguing it would be to discover whom the young heir would ask to dance. Ruan Li sat in a corner, indulging in cake, occasionally noticing the glances directed her way. Among them were Ruan Baozhu and Shengnan. After Shengnan's visit to the Ruan family, Shi and Ruan Baozhu had become friends. Today, they strolled arm in arm, presenting themselves as the best of sisters. As they passed by Ruan Li, neither recognized her. Ruan Baozhu rolled her eyes. In this day and age, there were still those clinging to the persona of a foodie. Surely, she did not find herself endearing? And Shengnan, gentle in demeanor, perhaps was simply hungry. Ruan Baozhu let out a cold snort. As a woman herself, she understood the thoughts of others all too well. Pretending to be uninterested in the heir of the Fu family, she had already devised a plan to climb the social ladder. This was more theatrical than any idle drama. Such feigned modesty was utterly ridiculous. Ruan Li, on the other hand, was not pretending to be demure, nor was she merely playing the role of a foodie. The weight of her gown was overwhelming, causing her chest discomfort, but sitting down alleviated some of the pressure. She knew all too well that beauty came at a price. Yet, her greatest concern was that this beauty might falter. She frequently lowered her head to check if her strapless dress had shifted, deciding it was safer to remain seated. However, sitting idle felt exceedingly awkward, so she nibbled on some food, feigning busyness. At that moment, the focal point of the evening, Madame Fu, stood gracefully at the center of the stage. It was Ruan Li's first public appearance as Madame Fu, adorned in a set of jewelry worth over 100 million and an opulent gown, all of which unmistakably showcased her wealth and status. Amidst the admiration and adulation of the crowd, she smiled gently, raising a glass adorned with a pigeon blood-red ring. "Thank you all for taking the time to attend my birthday celebration. My husband has been preoccupied with overseas projects for the past 6 months, and he has just received a last-minute notice from his superior to accompany an important guest in the capital, leaving him unable to attend." She did not explicitly state who this superior was or who the guest might be, yet everyone present was astute. By keeping an ear to recent diplomatic news, it was evident that the guest referred to a prominent international leader, while the wealthy of Haicheng were numerous. None could compare to the century-old political and commercial standing of the Fu family. Among the crowd, the Ruan family felt an exhilarating rush. If they could establish such a connection, they too would have the privilege to partake in such illustrious gatherings. The mere thought sent Ruan Bo's heart racing, making him feel as though Haicheng could no longer contain him. Only the capital could provide the platform for his talents and ambitions. After some pleasantries, Jiang Li gently nudged her son forward, smiling as she said, "My son has reached the age of marriage, and out of personal interest, I have decided to host a ball today to allow these young people to mingle." As her words resonated, applause erupted around the room. Countless young women beamed with anticipation, casting hopeful glances towards the young man on stage. Though Ruan Li was seated, she could discern the expressions of the guests. She noticed that Madame Zhou, who often flaunted her own son, could no longer muster a smile. For the first time, she pointed at her son, who weighed over 200 pounds, exclaiming, "Why aren't you a girl?" The smiles that had once graced the room began to shift towards Ruan Li's face. In the world of rebirth, boys were favored over girls. The Fu family was indeed in the business of selecting consorts. She mused internally as the lighting of the venue shifted once more, the waltz flowing like water. Everyone held their breath, eagerly anticipating which young lady the heir of the Fu family would choose for the first dance. Amidst the opulent harmony, an undercurrent of tension surged, stirring the emotions of every individual present. Only Jiang Xiyuan felt an unusual sensation rising within him. In the past, whenever a member of the Jiang family was present, they were always the center of attention. An unfamiliar emotion began to spread within him. Ruan Baoju's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the crown prince of the Fu family, feeling as though the passionate kiss shared in the corridor was but a fleeting dream. To her astonishment, the crown prince, rumored to be cold and aloof, surprisingly succumbed to her gentle allure. Ruan's father appeared somewhat anxious, urging, "Baoju, remove your mask. Otherwise, the crown prince may not recognize you." With an unwavering smile of determination gracing her lips, Ruan Baoju reassured her parents, "Rest assured, the crown prince will choose me." Chapter 38. A shared dance under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Fu Ming approached Ruan Baoju. At the onset of the soiree, his mother had instructed him to select the heiress of the Jiang family, the wealthiest in Haicheng, for a dance. Although Fu Ming was known for his debauchery, he was not foolish. He discerned that his mother orchestrated the masked ball, traveling from the capital to Haicheng for a birthday celebration, with the ulterior motive of facilitating a union with the Jiang family to bolster his claim to power. However, he had no desire for power or marriage. Before him stood Ruan Baoju, whose lineage was unimpressive and intellect lacking, yet her beauty was undeniable. That alone sufficed. He halted before her and extended his hand, asking, "Might I have the honor of inviting this enchanting lady to dance?" A profound silence enveloped the room. As all eyes turned towards Ruan Baoju, they brimmed with astonishment, envy, and resentment. Beneath the spotlight, Ruan Baoju shyly placed her hand within Fu Ming's palm, and together they glided onto the dance floor, marking the official commencement of the evening's festivities. At the other end of the dance floor, Jiang Xiyuan approached a figure clad in misty purple. A smile played upon his lips as he inquired, "Where's my tie?" And Sheng Nan was taken aback. Earlier that afternoon, while getting ready, she had spotted a tie of the same hue. Knowing Jiang Xiyuan would be without one when trying on his suit, she had taken the liberty of preparing it for him. How did he know? And Sheng Nan's cheeks flushed with warmth. Was this a sign of a mental connection? She produced the tie, rose on her toes, and began to fasten it around Jiang Xiyuan's neck. However, something tripped her, causing her to lose her balance. Though she could have steadied herself, her gaze shifted, and she willingly fell into Jiang Xiyuan's embrace, kissing the side of his neck. Jiang Xiyuan, however, tightened his grip around her waist. Was it intentional? And Sheng Nan's face burned with embarrassment. Indeed, it seemed that Jiang Xiyuan harbored a genuine fondness for her, while for Ruan Li, it was merely a sense of obligation. The one who was unrequited in love was truly the third party, if not for her departure abroad years ago. Allowing Ruan Li to seize the opportunity, how could she have remained by Jiang Xiyuan's side under the guise of being merely a good friend? The true interloper in this relationship was Ruan Li, and Sheng Nan reveled in the ambience of the moment. She remained silent, burying her face in Jiang Xiyuan's embrace, savoring this fleeting time devoid of Ruan Li's presence between them. Not far away, Ruan Li observed with clarity. First the kiss, then the embrace, followed by their close proximity amid the tender melodies of the dance. The barrage of comments on the screen turned a rosy hue. Our sister, Bao finally mustered the courage to kiss. The Adam's apple kiss. How tantalizing. Sister Bao's gaze is a delight to behold. 3 parts anticipation, 3 parts bravery. 4 parts bittersweet, prepare to be pushed away. Yet Shi Yu tightened his hold. Who understands the redemptive feeling of this moment? Lei Wenhook. The iconic scene of the lingering kiss is about to unfold. Ruan Li. Previously, Jiang Xiyuan and Shengnan had been testing her reputation, engaging in intimate gestures while occupying the moral high ground. Yet now, in this newfound closeness, whom are they truly testing? A faint smirk graced Ruan Li's lips, and upon unexpectedly meeting Jiang Xiyuan's gaze, she averted her eyes. Before her, a few gentlemen approached. "Miss, may I invite you to dance?" "I apologize, but I already have a boyfriend," Ruan Li politely declined. "Having a boyfriend is of no consequence," one replied. It was Yao Ying who had returned. Yao Ying was quite pleased with how Ruan Li looked in her gown. "It's just a ball. We are not in the Qing dynasty anymore. Xiao Yu won't mind," she assured. Ruan Li shook her head, stating, "Our relationship is not of that nature." Yao Ying chuckled. "You still try to hide it from me." Xiao Yu is different from the boys of today. He is quite devoted in matters of the heart and would not easily indulge in intimacy. "Yours first." "No, we haven't. Not yet." "Does Xiao Yu lack ability?" "That seems unlikely." Ruan Li felt a wave of embarrassment. Rather than continue this conversation with Yao Ying, she preferred to dance. Before Ruan Li stood 3 young men. 2 were tall and robust, their suits straining at the seams. The third, somewhat shorter at approximately 5 feet 7 inches, possessed a slender frame and a delicate demeanor. Ruan Li recognized him, Zhou Wu. He had an attractive face, but sadly, he was mute. A barrage of comments appeared before her eyes. Wow. Zhou Wu makes his entrance at this moment. Ruan Li paid close attention to the comments. Zhou Wu's misfortune is quite pronounced. Despite his astute business acumen, he is competing against the likes of Mei Bao for the same project. Each of her artists is either embroiled in scandal or tax issues. In short, they are all in disarray. What? She's a girl? Indeed, when her mother was pregnant, her father met with an accident. To secure their inheritance, her mother had to falsely claim she was bearing a son, raising her daughter in male attire while feigning muteness. If it were anyone else, Ruan Li might have dismissed the comments as mere jest. However, considering the Zhou family, everything fell into place. The Zhou family had a severe preference for males, and as a collateral descendant, Zhou had lost her father early on. If she were a daughter, both she and her mother would likely be cast out from their ancestral home, let alone receiving any inheritance. Ruan Li noted the key phrase, business acumen. Contemplating this, she placed her hand on Zhou Wu's palm. She smiled. I am Ruan Li, and I know you, Zhou Wu. She gently placed her hand on Zhou Wu's shoulder and leaned in to whisper at her ear, I am not very skilled at dancing. Would you teach me? Zhou Wu's face flushed, and she nodded shyly. As she placed her hands on Ruan Li's waist, she felt a sensation more delicate than silk, leaving her unsure of how to position her hands. It's all right. Ruan Li smiled brightly, guiding Zhou Wu's hand to her waist. Zhou Wu's ears turned an even deeper shade of red. Unable to contain herself, Ruan Li laughed. The comments referred to Zhou Wu as a villain, leading her to anticipate a brooding personality, yet she found her adorably shy. Ruan Li couldn't help but tease her, you are so cute. Indeed, Zhou Wu's face grew increasingly crimson, as if it might ignite. Whether it was merely an illusion, she could not tell. As Ruan Li danced with Zhou Wu, she felt an ominous, damp gaze fixated upon her, as if it sought to consume her whole, to rend her limb from limb. Ruan Li claimed she could not dance. Yet this was but modesty. In her quest for the approval of Ruan's parents, she had once engaged a tutor to learn ballroom dancing. Her figure was elongated and exquisitely proportioned, and adorned in her gown, she shone with a striking beauty that harmonized with her naturally demure and cool demeanor, creating a captivating contrast that drew the attention of many, including Fu Ming. His gaze lingered on her flawless skin and her delicate waist, momentarily distracting him, causing him to inadvertently tread upon the foot of his partner, Ruan Baozhu. Ruan Baozhu winced in pain, suppressing her reaction. Following Fu Ming's line of sight, she recognized that insufferably pretentious girl from earlier. She gritted her teeth in resentment. Dressed so provocatively, She was clearly attempting to seduce the heir of the Fu family. Ruan Baoju's eyes brimmed with envy. She was determined to uncover the true visage concealed beneath that mask. Chapter 39. Unmasking feigning familiarity. Ruan Baoju intentionally exclaimed, "Goodness! She's here too?" Intrigued, Fu Ming inquired, "Do you know her?" "Yes," Ruan Baoju sighed. "This masked ball suits her, as a concealed face allows lesser-looking girls to focus on their figures." Fu Ming, disheartened by her words, redirected his attention back to Ruan Baoju. A subtle smile graced her lips as she noticed other women eyeing Fu Ming with predatory intent, evidently eager to switch partners when the music changed. She felt a sense of urgency, fearful that her hard-won opportunity would slip away. Unaware of the unfolding drama, Ruan Li was intently observing Zhou Wu. Zhou Wu's skin was porcelain-like, her fingers slender, and her neck smooth, almost devoid of any visible Adam's apple. Undeniably, she was a girl, and a strikingly beautiful one at that. Ruan Li's gaze was unabashedly fixed upon her, rendering Zhou Wu as delicate as a perfectly ripe shrimp. Perhaps due to her intense focus on Zhou Wu, Ruan Li suddenly stumbled, nearly twisting her ankle, but Zhou Wu caught her just in time. A cry of pain erupted nearby. "Ah!" Ruan Li turned to find Ruan Baoju, who lamented, "It hurts so much," with a voice tinged with tears. She flung herself into Fu Ming's embrace, looking at Ruan Li with feigned innocence. "I know you are displeased that the prince chose to dance with me. But how could you deliberately step on my foot?" Ruan Li could only respond with confusion. "What?" Then, Ruan Baoju began to coo sweetly, "Prince, Baoju cannot dance anymore. My foot aches terribly. Yet, I do not blame this girl. She is simply envious of my ability to dance with you. If she is willing to clean the footprints off my shoe, I shall consider this incident as if it never occurred." This scene left Ruan Li in awe. She was curious about how Ruan Baoju managed to create such a commotion. Nevertheless, having also stepped on her foot, it was likely that this was a self-staged performance by Ruan Baoju. Ruan Li, unwilling to engage further, decided to extricate herself from this den of intrigue. "Stop!" Fu Ming's voice was icy. The image of Ruan Baoju's beautiful face, marred by a look of grievance beneath her mask, evoked an overwhelming sense of protectiveness within him. He asserted firmly, "Apologize to my woman." The audience was left heartbroken by the unfolding drama. Ruan Li felt a headache coming on. Upon hearing the domineering words, she realized she had become a pawn in this tumultuous game. Rather than engage in a tug-of-war, she opted to apologize. After all, concealed behind a mask, her identity remained unknown. "I am sorry," she said, her voice like the gentle chime of pearls, momentarily distracting Fu Ming. He pondered. How could such a melodious voice belong to someone with an unsightly face? His gaze flickered, reigniting his curiosity about the visage hidden beneath the mask. Yet, Ruan Baoju's heart tightened. That voice bore an uncanny resemblance to Ruan Li's. Could it be that Ruan Li had infiltrated the gathering, intent on vying for the prince's affection? She clung tightly to Fu Ming's arm, her tone laced with feigned sorrow. "This apology sounds insincere. Just let her go, Your Highness. I simply do not wish to see her anymore." This scene captured the attention of all present, including Shi Yu, who glanced towards the center of the dance floor. Though unable to discern the details, he could faintly overhear the surrounding whispers. It seemed someone was deliberately attempting to capture the prince's attention by stepping on his partner's toes. How wicked! It was rumored that Ruan Baoju's feet were swollen. The prince was supporting Ruan Baoju and demanding an apology from that woman. In my opinion, they should unmask her and reveal her audacity to the prince. Shi Yu narrowed his eyes. He had always harbored disdain for the jealousy that brewed among women. He leaned down, teasing the woman in his arms. "You mustn't emulate such behavior in the future." She chuckled softly, replying, "Of course not." However, Baoju's plight is quite pitiable. A woman's jealousy can be terrifying. This statement caused Shi Yu's pupils to constrict. Meanwhile, at the center of the dance floor, as Ruan Baoju absorbed the audience's support and scorn directed at Ruan Li, her perspective shifted. Initially, she feared that the prince would see Ruan Li's face, but now confidence surged within her. Allowing Ruan Li to exit in disgrace would only benefit her. The prince should indeed witness her true appearance, grow repulsed. and perhaps even ensure her expulsion from the Fu family. With this thought in mind, Ruan Baozhu nestled closer to Fu Ming and sweetly proposed, "Your Highness, perhaps we should reconsider." One glance at her gown reveals the effort she invested in attending tonight's gala. If she is willing to remove her mask and sincerely apologize to me, I shall forgive her. Ruan Li interjecta, perplexa. Wait, why does Ruan Baozhu keep wavering in her words? She had no time for such trivialities. Turning to leave, the fragrant air swirled around her, prompting Fu Ming to instinctively reach out to stop her. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Zhou initially assumed that Fu Ming intended to harm Ruan Li, and thus stepped in to signal her to flee. Ruan Li expressed her gratitude with a nod before lifting her skirts and making her way toward the exit. The commotion escalated, drawing the attention of Jiang Li and the affluent ladies surrounding her. Ruan's mother, seated nearby, felt an unsettling tension. "Who is this daughter?" "Mrs." Fu's tone was nonchalant. Yet, Ruan's mother felt a pang of anxiety. No mother could fail to recognize her own daughter. With a single glance, she identified Ruan Li by her silhouette. Perceiving the disdain in Mrs. Fu's voice, she quickly distanced herself verbally, stating, "I am unaware. Our Ruan family does not raise such girls." As she spoke, she presented a gift. "MRS. Fu. This is a Song Dynasty Ru porcelain piece sought by my precious Baozhu for you." Mrs. Fu's attention was momentarily diverted to the exquisite porcelain vase. Its glaze reminiscent of a clear sky after rain, strikingly beautiful. Although Jiang Li looked down upon the Ruan family, she refrained from rebuffing a cordial offering, remarking, "This is indeed a rare treasure. Baozhu is quite thoughtful." Ruan's mother smiled, relieved by her approval, even as she silently prayed for Ruan Li to exit the banquet hall swiftly. However, her cherished adopted daughter remained oblivious to her unspoken wish. Clinging to Fu Ming, the delicate and dependent Ruan Baozhu noticed Ruan Li's departure and rushed over, unceremoniously removing her mask. In that instant, the crystal chandelier illuminated Ruan Li's face with clarity. Beneath her dark brows lay eyes reminiscent of spring water. The removal of the mask had slightly smudged her foundation, revealing her natural complexion, which, instead of appearing flawed, radiated an unrefined yet captivating beauty. It was indeed Ruan Li. Ruan Baozhu swelled with pride, believing she had embarrassed her sister. "Sister, how could it be you? I never imagined you would dare to entice the heir of the Fu family," she exclaimed, retreating a few steps to lean delicately against Fu Ming. However, he brushed her aside. Ruan Baozhu faltered, turning to find Fu Ming's gaze fixed upon Ruan Li, where even the mask could not obscure the astonishment in his eyes. How could this be? Ruan Baozhu felt a tightness in her throat as she attempted once more to grasp Fu Ming's arm, but he shook her off again. Approaching Ruan Li, he said with gentlemanly courtesy, "I have been misled by the words of some and misjudged this young lady, for which I sincerely apologize." Each word resonated deeply within Ruan Baozhu, who felt as though the sky had fallen upon her. "No, wait," she implored, grasping Fu Ming's arm. "You forget. Just moments ago in the corridor, you kissed me." Fu Ming, growing increasingly impatient, raised his hand and removed Ruan Baozhu's mask. In the next moment, he placed it back upon her face, his expression darkening. Ruan Baozhu, having covered her face with nail polish that left a red stain, now appeared ghastly without her makeup. The realization that she, who had hunted for beauty, had kissed such an unattractive girl infuriated Fu Ming. "You deceived me?" Ruan Biaz was bewildered. "I did not," she retorted defensively. "Do not presume I am unaware. The corridor is so wide, and you deliberately bumped into me, merely to entice me. Are you not?" With each word he uttered, Ruan Biaz's complexion grew increasingly pallid. In the end, Fming turned his gaze towards Ruan, his tone softening slightly. "But thanks to you, this counterfeit, I encountered her in person, even more exquisite than in the photographs." Ruan Biaz felt her anger surge. The prince kissed her and invited her to dance, mistaking her for Ruan. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. What a twist! The harm was minor, yet the humiliation was profound. Whispers spread among the crowd, speculating about which distinguished family Ruan hailed from. Due to Ruan M's disdain for Ruan L's rural upbringing, she seldom brought her to such gatherings, resulting in few recognizing her. However, Jin's companions were well acquainted with her. They all turned their attention towards Jinsyn, whose gaze traversed the throng and clearly fell upon Ruan L's face. He froze momentarily. If she was indeed Ruan L, then who was the one he had been dancing with? Jinsyn's eyes lingered on the face in his arms as he gradually raised a hand to unveil her mask. Beneath the mask lay a visage he knew all too well. N-SHNGN? How could it be you? N-SHNGN was taken aback. Who did you think it was? Of course, it's Ruan L. Why are you wearing a gown of this color? His thoughts drifted back to when he had locked eyes with someone from afar while dancing with N-SHNGN, who had worn a hint of a mocking smile. That person had been Ruan L. His inquiry shattered N-SHNGN's illusions entirely. She had believed that Jin's embrace while dancing was due to his affections for her. Little did she know that he had mistaken her for another. She clenched her fists and asked, feeling wronged, "Then who is worthy of wearing this color? Ruan L? What do you truly think of me? Merely a brother?" He replied. The term struck N-SHNGN like a blow, nearly bringing her to tears. She grasped Jin's hand and pleaded, "Do you still blame me for going abroad? You know, it was because my father was reported by envious individuals, and I had no choice but to seek refuge overseas." She wanted to say more, but at that moment, the voice of the prince of the F family resonated from the center of the dance floor. "This beautiful young lady, as a gesture of my apology, may I invite you to dance?" He was inviting Ruan L to dance. Damn it. Jinsyn could no longer heed N-SHNGN's words as he strode toward the center of the dance floor. In the next moment, a hand grasped his arm. "Mother, you cannot go. Are you asking me to relinquish Ruan L to the F family?" His mother silenced him with a wave of her hand, signaling 2 bodyguards to approach. "Young master is having an asthma attack. Please escort him to rest." "Yes." Jinsyn's pupils constricted in disbelief as he looked at his mother. No matter how he struggled, the 2 bodyguards held him firmly, forcibly leading him out of the banquet hall. Witnessing this scene, N-SHNGN smiled bitterly. "If you truly like Ruan L, I'm willing to support you." She approached Mrs. Fu and overheard her inquiring about the identity of the girl, named Ruan Li, while pointing in her direction. "She is an employee of the Fu Corporation," and Shengnan interjected. Mrs. Fu turned her gaze. "And you are?" And Shengnan replied with calm composure, "Greetings, Mrs. Fu. I am in Shengnan. On Monday, I utilized the Fu Corporation's latest drone to assist an ambulance. I am aware of you," Mrs. Fu acknowledged. Jiang Li smiled graciously. "Good child, come sit beside me." "No, I merely wish to inform you that this girl is named Ruan Li. She previously appropriated the credit for saving someone using a drone to get closer to young Master Fu, and ultimately was dismissed by the Jiang family. I am unsure of her methods, yet she has now become an intern at Fu Corporation." In the center of the dance floor, Ruan Li declined Fu Ming's invitation and caught sight of Shengnan beside Jiang Li. Though she could not hear their conversation, the comments from the audience conveyed enough. The sister is so kind." She intentionally informed Mrs. Fu that Ruan Li is a scheming woman, ensuring that Mrs. Fu would not approve of her son's relationship with Ruan Li. She seeks to support the male lead and the female supporting character. If she were truly kind, would she appropriate the achievements of the female supporting character? Damn, and Shengnan is being deliberate, using the guise of matchmaking for the male lead to tarnish the female supporting character's reputation. This infuriates me. Indeed, amidst the crowd, Ruan Li could perceive the disdainful gaze directed at her by Mrs. Fu. What a cunning girl. Such a seductive woman shall never be allowed through my doors, Jiang Li declared, raising her voice for all to hear. This statement served as a judgment upon Ruan Li. Seductive, cunning. The expressions of those present towards Ruan Li began to shift. Jiang Li smiled casually, feigning indifference as she remarked to Mrs. Jiang, "My son is still young. There are matters that we, as mothers, must oversee. In my opinion, Our collaboration in Haicheng should solely involve the Jiang family. Mrs. Jiang's daughter is both beautiful and sensible. I quite admire her. Fu Ming's expression turned stiff. He dared not defy his mother and withdrew his invitation to Ruan Li. Meanwhile, Ruan Li kept her head lowered. Refraining from arguing, her eyelashes cast down like a butterfly with broken wings, both beautiful and silent. The audience expressed their frustration. Female supporting character, stand up for yourself. This is the first time I've seen a weak-willed female supporting character. Where's the fierce spirit you had when dousing Ruan Baiju with paint? Speechless. As the audience's impatience grew, a melodious and languid male voice resonated. Aunt Jiang, do you wish to take charge of my affairs? Chapter 41. She has always been putting on an act. Ruan Li's eyelashes trembled slightly, concealing the turmoil beneath her gaze. Even the audience failed to notice the faintest curve of her lips. At the banquet, all eyes turned towards the entrance, where a tall figure emerged from the shadows, his mask glinting ominously, parting the darkness. Guests whispered among themselves, speculating about the man's identity, only to be awed by his commanding presence as he approached. Instinctively taking a step back, Shi Yu walked directly to Ruan Li's side. Haven't you anything to say? As she recognized the familiar voice, Ruan Li lifted her gaze, her almond-shaped eyes wide with surprise. As this scene unfolded before Shi Yu's eyes, the fury he had amassed dissipated somewhat. She appeared both foolish and pitiful. He could hardly fathom the wretched days she must have endured prior. Just as her trembling crimson lips were about to utter his name, Shi Yu seized her delicate wrist and, without hesitation, pulled her before Jiang Li. The crowd that had gathered parted to create a path. Ruan Baiju, bewildered by the sudden appearance of a man who had come to Ruan Li's aid, refused to relent. Immediately, she obstructed their way, demanding, "Who are you? This is the Fu family's banquet, and you, a mere guest, speak with such audacity." Shi Yu slowed his pace, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the already trembling Fu Ming, his thin lips curling into a cold smirk. "Mind your woman." In an instant, Fu Ming's complexion turned pale. He lowered his head, quickly conceding, "Brother, I was in the wrong." He then yanked Ruan Baiju closer, reprimanding her, "Step aside. This is no place for you to speak. Apologize to your brother." "Brother." Ruan Baiju stiffly turned her head, meeting the ghostly eyes beneath the man's cold mask, and suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Her face went deathly pale. Her legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. The young master, the others present, perceptive as they were, quickly grasped the chaotic relationships at play. The man before them was none other than the true heir of the Fu family. The barrage of commentary surged. "Wow, the true young master has arrived. My fantasies are coming to life. Wait, this young master's voice sounds familiar. Could it be Shi Yu? Wow, it really does resemble him." The male model turned heir of the capital. Among those present, few were familiar with Shi Yu, apart from the Fu family. Jiang Xiyuan, having been his roommate for 4 years, could easily recognize his voice. However, he had already been escorted away. Upon the unexpected arrival of the true heir, everyone's attention shifted towards Madame Fu. Jiang Li, nearly losing her composure at the sight of Shi Yu, forced a smile. "Xiao Yu, what you say is quite unwarranted. I merely saw some negative news about you online recently, and was concerned you might be misled. I wanted to help safeguard you." As she spoke, her gaze subtly directed at Ruan Li. Shi Yu remained indifferent. "Is that so? It seems I owe my thanks to Aunt Jiang." With that, his cold, piercing eyes scanned the assembly before settling upon a piece of celadon porcelain, his lips curling into a faint smirk. "Wang Ying, destroy it." "Understood." Wang Ying nodded. Before anyone could react, the porcelain shattered with a resounding crash. Jiang Li's heart plummeted, while Ruan's mother let out a shrill scream. This was an antique, a piece of Ru ware from the Song dynasty. Shi Yu's expression remained impassive as he waved Wang Ying away. The atmosphere became eerily silent. Those who had gathered around Madame Fu, eager to curry favor, retreated, wary of being caught in the crossfire. Only in Shangnan remained composed. Not well acquainted with Shi Yu and unable to recognize his voice, she held her head high, gazing into the eyes concealed beneath the mask, and summoned her courage to speak. "Young Master Fu, after all, Madame Fu is your stepmother. No matter how angry you are, you can't ruin her birthday banquet. Filial piety surpasses all. Countless eyes were fixed upon them. Once branded with the label of disrespect, the media would sensationalize the incident. Even the crown prince would find himself subjected to ridicule, and the legitimacy of his inheritance might be called into question. Jiang Li cast a deep, approving glance at Shangnan, who seemed quite pleased. The Jiang family quickly grasped the situation. Although the heir of the Fu family showed no interest in collaborating with the Jiang family, Madame Fu harbored aspirations for a union. A shrewd woman, she swiftly aligned herself with her interests. She lamented the loss of the Song Ru porcelain, of which only 65 pieces remain to this day. Each piece is a testament to history, a treasure of Huaxia, and even modern technology cannot replicate the elegance of the Song dynasty. Its destruction is indeed a tragedy. In an instant, the guests shared in the lamentation. The treasures of China, having endured the passage of time, were mercilessly shattered. One could only imagine the onslaught of criticism that would befall Shi Yu once this news leaked online. That is false. A sweet voice shattered the silence. The crowd turned in astonishment towards the speaker, Ruan Li, who even caught Shi Yu's attention. Ruan Li picked up a shard of porcelain and shook her head, declaring, "This is a counterfeit. Young Master Fu would not want Madame Fu to be deceived. The destruction of this imitation stems from a place of filial piety." Ruan's mother could no longer contain herself. "Little Li, what are you saying? Madame Jiang personally authenticated this piece. How could it be fake?" Mrs. Jiang nodded in agreement, asserting, "I can assure you that this Song Ru is genuine and certainly not a forgery." And Shangnan chimed in, "Senior, even if you work under young Master Fu, you cannot misrepresent the truth." Ruan Li shook her head, stating, "After the rain, the sky clears and the clouds disperse. This imitation is poorly crafted. Many present are connoisseurs of antique craftsmanship, and even esteemed figures from the archaeological field, who could discern its authenticity at a glance." Asmai greist Fu Shiu. Remarkably, he seemed emboldened. He instructed Wang Ying, "Proceed as she suggested." Wang Ying nodded and promptly directed someone to gather the shards for authentication. Among them was a distinguished archaeologist. After a mere glance, she affirmed, "This young lady speaks the truth." Ruan's mother grew anxious. "Professor Sun, could you have made an error?" Unperturbed by the challenge to her expertise, Professor Sun explained, "While the surface of this Ru porcelain may deceive the eye, the broken edges reveal the true essence of the genuine article, characterized by a fine, ash-like texture and a subtle red hue. In contrast, this shard is pale and possesses a thick glaze. Even a novice could discern the truth." Following this clarification, even laypersons began to grasp the situation. Indeed, it was blatantly counterfeit. How could Madame Jiang, who prided herself on her expertise, fail to recognize this? It was merely an act of pretension, a quest for fame. Hearing the murmurs, Mrs. Jiang felt a chill run down her spine. She believed she had unearthed a fault of the crown prince, a means to earn favor before Madame Fu. Little did she know, she had inadvertently harmed herself. It seemed she had deeply offended the crown prince. Without hesitation, she shifted the blame onto Ruan's mother, glaring, "Madame Ruan, how could you present a counterfeit?" Ruan's mother, her brows furrowed in anger, glared at Ruan Li. Nearly bursting with rage, she realized the truth. Their entire family had been ensnared in Ruan Li's scheme. When Ruan Li returned with the box the previous day, she had deliberately feigned mystery to lead them astray. In reality, it was a ruse to exchange the false for the genuine. All day long, they hunted the wild goose, only to be ensnared by it. Mrs. Ruan was incensed. She had misjudged the situation, believing that Ruan Li was easily manipulatable. At present, relying on the influence of the heir of the Fu family, she could not express her pent-up frustration and felt as though she might choke on her own indignation. And Shangnan had not anticipated that the vase was a mere counterfeit. However, since she had aligned herself with Madame Fu, she could not easily retract her stance. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. "Fortunately, young Master Fu is well-versed and discerning. It was our oversight. Yet, while the vase is easily discernible, the human heart is inscrutable. The young lady beside you was once an employee of the Jiang family. She was recently dismissed for falsely claiming credit for a rescue, and I am uncertain how she managed to secure a position in the Fu family. Shi Yu cast her a sidelong glance. Who do you think you are? The remark was undeniably blunt, and Shengnan was taken aback. She had been a frequent subject of trending topics these past few days and was credited as a significant contributor to the promotion of Fu's new products. How could the heir of the Fu family not recognize her? Jiang Li intervened. Xiao Yu, she is indeed your major contributor. She was the one who used Fu's drone to clear the path for the ambulance. Oh, Shi Yu replied indifferently. She is merely a fraud. Chapter 42. A slap in the face, a fraud? The utterance left the crowd in stunned silence. And Shengnan nearly lost her footing. Young master, what do you mean? Shi Yu's voice was chilly. The one who operated the drone for the ambulance was not you. He lifted his gaze towards Ruan Li. It was she. The weight of his words struck the audience with further astonishment. Mrs. Ruan initially froze, then shook her head in disbelief. How could this be? Young master, surely you must be mistaken? Madame Jiang could no longer remain composed. With her brows raised, she questioned in Shengnan, is that true? No, it isn't. And Shengnan's expression revealed a hint of anguish. She then turned to Shi Yu. Young master, have you only heard one side of the story from the mother and daughter in the ambulance? They have been bribed. Indeed, I have also heard of this matter. Jiang Li interjecta. Her gaze swept over Shi Yu's hand holding Ruan Li's, her brow arching. Then, her expression softened as she continued, Xiao Yu, one must not let emotions cloud judgment in management. There are certain things I cannot say, as I am. After all, a stepmother. If I involve myself too much, you may grow weary of me. If I involve myself too little, others may deem me irresponsible. It is indeed a difficult position. However, I must say this. Regardless of your relationship with the young lady beside you, do not allow desire to cloud your judgment, nor be swayed by partiality. Desire clouding judgment? Shi Yu chuckled, turning to gaze at Ruan Li. You ought to thank Madame Fu. She has praised your beauty. Ruan Li smiled shyly. Thank you, Madame Fu. You are beautiful as well. It is no wonder that Mr. Fu would be so bewitched. As her words resonated, the atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, as if they had misheard. Yet, Ruan Li wore a sincere expression, appearing like a Na'vi soul, leading one to believe she was illiterate rather than insincere. A low, rumbling laughter broke the silence. Shi Yu laughed, realizing for the first time that Ruan Li possessed a talent for delivering devastating remarks without remorse. He elongated his tone. Was your language arts taught by a physical education teacher? Though it was a reprimand, it carried an undertone of fondness, causing the Ruan family to feel a quiet alarm. They remained oblivious to when Ruan Li had managed to ascend the ranks to the prince of the Fu family. Had they known this earlier, perhaps they would have treated Ruan Li with greater kindness. Ruan Baozhu clenched her fists, feeling as though she might shatter her silver teeth. Ruan Li appeared bewildered. Shi Yu, with a profound expression, remarked that Madame Fu implied their relationship was not that of a typical man and woman. What then? Do you perceive our relationship to be? Ruan Li's face registered a fleeting blankness, revealing a lack of wit. After a moment, she addressed Jiang Li, stating, Madame Fu, you are mistaken. I have a fiancé. Fu Xiao, with keen insight, discerned the truth with clarity. I owe my opportunity to work at the Fu family to Fu Xiao, who will undoubtedly continue the family legacy. Madame Fu filta ayadake bruing. Was she not illiterate anymore? Indeed, that earlier remark about lust clouding judgment had been intentional. As if having Shi Yu as a source of annoyance was not enough. What was this girl even doing here? Jiang Li spoke coldly, with flattery laced with deceit, clearly indicating that she had bribed that mother-daughter duo to deceive the masses. Sister is not lying. A clear, youthful voice chimed in. A little girl appeared, pushing a wheelchair forward. Ruan Li recognized her as Dodo, along with her mother. Dodo's mother sat in the wheelchair. Her complexion significantly improved since their time in the hospital. She donned a simple white cotton shirt, which contrasted starkly with the radiant attire of the other guests, making her appear out of place. Whispers began to circulate. Who are they? They seem to be the mother and daughter who were rescued that day. What brings them here? Goodness, even my maid wouldn't wear such clothes. The room, filled with gentlemen, ladies, and young masters, was rife with curiosity about the two women who clearly did not belong to their social class. Indeed, encounters with such unpretentious individuals were rare in their circles. Madame Fu looked on with disdain. From afar, she could almost smell the air of poverty that surrounded the mother and daughter. Today was her birthday banquet, attended by the prominent figures of Haiqing. Conversations flowed among the learned and distinguished, while the ordinary were excluded. It was not a gathering for mere commoners. She was displeased. "Who are you?" Under the gaze of the crowd, Dodo felt a twinge of shyness. Dodo's mother, however, met their stares with calmness, her gaze soft as she turned to Ruan Li with a gentle smile. "Today, I wish to express my gratitude to Miss Ruan." Ruan Li quickly shook her head. "It was merely a small effort on my part." Before she could finish, and Shengnan approached Dodo's mother. "Auntie, if you face difficulties in life, I am willing to assist you. I can also sponsor Dodo's education. If your illness affects your ability to farm, I can help you find work in the city. However, as a mother, it is your duty to educate your daughter to avoid ill-gotten gains. Otherwise, what will become of Dodo when she grows up? If she becomes a girl full of lies?" And Shengnan spoke with fervor, as if the light of justice illuminated the earth. The audience was left speechless. Is the female lead truly attempting to seduce this mother and daughter in public? I'm utterly disappointed in the female lead. How could she utter such words? Did she not flee abroad due to her father's downfall and investigation? How can she dare to educate others? Wait, is this for real? Indeed, I have revisited this narrative, having overlooked this detail previously. I was only aware that the young lady had penned a diary, lamenting that her world had crumbled, later discovering that it was due to her father's arrest. While her sky fell, ours began to brighten. Wait a moment. Why does the woman in the wheelchair seem somewhat familiar? Yes, Ruan Li also felt that Dodo's mother bore a resemblance. Dodo. In a flash, Ruan Li recalled. The lady before her was none other than Feng Xiuxian, a renowned domestic soybean cultivation scholar who had graced the pages of numerous publications. In a country where 80% of soybeans are reliant on imports, she shattered technological bottlenecks, achieving efficient mass production, tirelessly striving to ensure that our food security remains firmly within our grasp. She is revered as the mother of soybeans. Meanwhile, and Shengnan interjected, "Annie, poverty is not your fault. I only hope you can speak the truth and refrain from making further mistakes." Ruan Li could no longer endure this. She approached Dodo and her mother, introducing, "This is Ms. Feng Xiuxian." And Shengnan and the others present were unfamiliar with the name. "Senior, you claim you haven't bribed them. Yet how do you know this lady's name? A mistake is a mistake, and I hope she can publicly acknowledge her error." Before Ruan Li could respond, an elderly voice interrupted. "Indeed, she is in the wrong." Ruan Li turned around. The speaker was Professor Sun, a distinguished figure in archaeology. Professor Sun's demeanor had shifted from gentle to fierce, his piercing gaze directed at Shengnan. "She erred by allowing someone like you to indulge excessively." In Chapter 43, "She is Jiang Xiyuan's fiancé." Murmurs arose among the crowd. Feng Xiuxian? Who is she? An entrepreneur? A celebrity? Or perhaps an internet sensation? I feel I've heard the name before, yet it eludes my memory. At that moment, two public officials entered, clad in military green uniforms, accompanied by two police officers. One female officer approached Shengnan, displaying her badge. "Ms. Shengnan, please accompany us." And Shengnan appeared bewildered. "You must have the wrong person," the female officer replied. And Shengnan, female, 21 years old, has been spreading rumors online, causing adverse effects on Ms. Feng Xiuxian. At last, Shengnan panicked. Yet she remained oblivious to who Feng Xiuxian was, having never heard of her. Could she possibly be the first wife of some magnate? Fu Shiyu's lips pressed into a thin line as he instructed Wang Ying. "Make her understand clearly." Wang Ying nodded. Ms. Feng Xiuxian is a national-level soybean breeding expert, enjoying the highest level of national research resources and lifelong honorary protection. She is on leave to celebrate her daughter Dodo's 12th birthday, but regrettably, she encountered an accident in the fields. The organization only contacted Ms. Feng yesterday and promptly dispatched personnel from the northwest to care for her. As Wang Ying spoke, she glanced at Shengnan. As for your allegation that someone bribed Ms. Fong with a gold bracelet, that is sheer nonsense. Dodo's gold bracelet was a gift from Ms. Fong, born of her guilt for not being able to accompany her daughter often, a token for Dodo's first birthday. Intricately carved over 6 months by Ms. Fong herself. You have usurped Miss Ruan Li's accolades, spread malicious rumors, tarnished Ms. Feng's reputation, and caused negative public sentiment towards the Fu family. We reserve the right to pursue legal action against you. Ruan Li. Shi Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. So that is her name. It sounds somewhat familiar, as if I have heard it before. Meanwhile, in Shengnan's eyes widened in shock. Had she known the significance of the person in the ambulance, she would never have falsely claimed that the two were bribed by Ruan Li. Now, she found herself with no retreat. I was wrong. I should not have hastily judged Ms. Fong. However, at that moment, Ms. Fong lay unconscious in the ambulance. And all events were recounted by Dodo. A child's words are often unreliable. And Shengnan was convinced that no one had captured the scene of Ruan Li saving the day. The dashcam footage from the vehicle had been destroyed by Chen Guang, leaving no corroborative evidence. As long as there was no proof, she remained a benefactor of the Fu family. Dodo immediately shook her head in protest, insisting, "I did not lie." And Shengnan patiently replied, "Sister did not accuse you of lying. It's just that a child's imagination can be quite vivid, which may cloud their judgment." Dodo grew anxious. "That's not true." A cold mockery echoed. "One does not shed tears until they see the coffin." Shi Yu produced a disc, stating, "This is the surveillance footage from the traffic police department that I had retrieved." He handed it to Wang Ying, who then displayed it on the grand screen of the banquet. As the footage zoomed in, it was clear that Ruan Li was operating the drone, directing the communication throughout. Furthermore, before the ambulance arrived, and Shengnan and manager Chun had exited the vehicle. As the video concluded, the truth was unveiled. Madame Jiang clenched her teeth and slapped Shengnan across the face, exclaiming, "How dare you deceive me?" And Shengnan's complexion turned pale. "No, this is fabricated." Shi Yu replied leisurely, "Are you suggesting the traffic police department colluded to forge evidence?" And Shengnan glared at the public officials beside her, her bravado waning. Yet she continued to deny the accusations. She secretly messaged Jiang Xiyin to come over. At this moment, only Jiang Xiyin could save her. And Shengnan did her utmost to stall for time, saying, "If you do not believe me, I can call Manager Chen right now." He was also in the car. With that, she dialed the number. "Manager Chen, please tell everyone, did you not see me using the drone to clear the way for the ambulance on Monday?" Though dismissed from his post, Chen still dreamed of reinstatement. Upon hearing that the future princess needed him, he promptly affirmed, "Yes, I can testify." Shi Yu's thin lips curled into a smirk. "And you have accomplices?" Just as the tension escalated, Ruan Li bit her lip and produced a recording. "I recorded audio in the car to quickly obtain my internship certificate. I had heard that recordings might not be considered evidence, so I kept it to myself." The police stated, as long as the recording was obtained through lawful means, it qualifies as evidence. Ruan Li nodded and then played the recording. At that moment, Jiang Xiyin arrived late. He stood at the entrance, listening as Ruan Li's voice resonated clearly through the speakers. Ruan Li said, "Manager, the traffic light at the intersection is malfunctioning." Shen Guang retorted, "How do you drive? Can't you ascertain the road conditions beforehand?" Shen Guang's voice was laced with impatience. Jiang Xiyin paused momentarily. Although Chen Guang had already been dismissed, it was his first encounter with Chen Guang's private attitude towards Ruan Li. The recording continued. "Ruan Li asarta. There's a drone in the car. I can use it to communicate with the driver, ensuring a path is cleared, without delaying the report to the Fu family regarding the project." Chen Guang retorted, "No, what if something goes wrong? Missin and I will take a taxi via the back roads. As for the report to the Fu family." Another voice emerged from the recording. It was in Shengnan. "I can handle the report. I am a blogger, and I believe this will be an asset for the client." Ruan Li grew anxious. "No, I have been preparing this project for 6 months. It is of utmost importance to me." And Shengnan sighed. "Ruan, I understand that you girls tend to be particular, but this is not the time for you to act petulantly." Manager Chen flattered, "Indeed, look at Miss N's perspective. You should learn from her." The recording concluded. The attendees displayed expressions of incredulity, particularly the young socialites, who were both amused and irritated by the exchange. Such a blatant display of manipulation is rare. And she says, "You girls tend to be particular? Isn't she a woman herself?" She snatched away a project that someone has worked on for half a year on her very first day. How can she shamelessly accuse others of being childish? One young lady approached Ruan Li, exclaiming, "This infuriates me. How can one be so submissive? If it were me, I would have confronted them long ago. The fact that you have endured this is commendable. From now on, stick with me, do you hear?" As she spoke, the young lady patted Ruan Li's shoulder and embraced her, declaring, "I will protect you from now on. No one is allowed to bully you, understood?" Ruan Li presented the two pieces of evidence before them, solidifying the truth. Even if Shangnan wished to deny it, no one would believe her anymore. The police detained Shangnan on charges of fabricating falsehoods and defaming others, and they reached out to Guang once more. "We have tracked your location. My colleagues will come to escort you shortly." Guang, terrified, shouted from the other end of the line, "Miss, please help me. I am working for you. You are young Master Zhang's fiancé. Surely you can find a way to save me." This elicited a scoff from the young lady. She snatched the phone, saying, "What are you rambling about? When did young Master Zhang's fiancé become in Shangnan? I distinctly remember her name is Ruan." As the young lady pondered the name of the girl engaged to the Jiang family, a commotion erupted in the crowd. Ruan Li's fragile form swayed under the lights before collapsing. The young lady, startled, initially thought her earlier pat on the shoulder had caused Ruan Li to faint. Murmuring, "I didn't even apply much force," she hurriedly reached out to support Ruan Li. However, a pair of strong arms reached her first, lifting the unconscious Ruan Li into their embrace. It was Shi Yu. Shi Yu, his lips pressed tightly, carried Ruan Li horizontally and commanded in a deep voice, "Wang Ying, prepare the car." Yes. Not far away, Ruan's mother noticed her daughter had fainted, and a wave of concern washed over her as she hurried forward. However, a cold voice rang out from above, commanding her to leave. Ruan's mother froze, realizing she was obstructing the path. Upon meeting the dark, ghostly eyes concealed beneath a mask, she was startled and quickly stepped aside, watching helplessly as the heir of the Fu family carried away Ruan Li. This unexpected turn of events led no one to care about who Jiang Xiyuan's fiancé truly was anymore. Mrs. Fu, witnessing the chaos of the birthday banquet she had meticulously prepared, felt a surge of frustration and left in a huff. On the other end of the phone, upon hearing the uncommon surname Ruan, a name immediately surfaced in Guang's mind. "Ruan Li." He shouted, "Are you saying that Jiang Shao's fiancé is Ruan Li?" The phone still clutched in the young lady's hand. She smacked her forehead and exclaimed, "Yes, that's the name." Receiving confirmation, Guang's eyes widened in disbelief. Ruan Li was actually Jiang Shao's fiancé, the diligent worker who arrived earliest and left latest. The soft-spoken pushover who he had ordered around and whose internship certificate he had obstructed was in fact the biggest benefactor of the company and the future young mistress of the Jiang family. After the shock, a torrent of regret washed over him. Not only was he unable to return to work at Zhang's, but he was also embroiled in a lawsuit. Guang shouted into the phone, cursing in Shangnan, "How dare you deceive me? If it weren't for helping you, how could I possibly commit perjury? How could I offend the young mistress of the Jiang family? You wretched woman, you vile creature." And Shangnan heard his outburst. Under the watchful eyes of many, humiliation engulfed her. However, at that moment, she was already handcuffed and taken to the police station. "Doctor, how is she?" Outside the patient's room, the doctor put away his stethoscope. "Rest assured, Mr. Fu, the patient's bodily functions are normal. She fainted due to prolonged stress, fatigue, and mild anemia. Once she awakens, she must pay attention to her diet, relax, and avoid strenuous activities." Shi Yu nodded. After the doctor left, only the two of them remained in the room. After a night of comprehensive examinations, it was now the early hours of the next day. The sky began to lighten at dawn. Shi Yu approached the bedside, gazing at the pale face of the sleeping figure, intending to buy breakfast. However, just as he turned, his hand was grasped. Ruan Li seemed trapped in a nightmare. Her eyes tightly shut, her icy hands gripping his. Her slender back arched, and her legs curled in front of her like a fetus nestled in its mother's womb. "Don't go, don't leave me alone," she murmured. Shi Yu froze, waiting until Ruan Li's breathing gradually steadied, and the daylight outside brightened before he slowly withdrew his now-numb hand to fetch breakfast for her. The door closed gently behind him. On the hospital bed, Ruan Li opened her eyes, clarity shimmering within them. When Shi Yu returned with breakfast and saw that she was awake, she was absorbed in messaging someone, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Upon noticing his return, her smile faded slightly, and she spoke a bit shyly, "Mr. Fu." Shi Yu paused for a moment before responding. "Come and eat." Ruan Li did not dare to move, carefully saying, "Mr. Fu, if I have offended you in any way before, I hope you can forgive my minor transgressions. As for the 500,000 yuan given to me by the wealthy woman, no, by Ms. Yao, and the brooch from Mr. Su, I will return them to you. Then we shall be even." Listening to her polite yet fearful tone, Shi Yu curled his lips, his smile not reaching his eyes. He asked, "What about the 10,000 yuan you spent on me? Shall I return that as well?" Ruan Li's face flushed crimson. "Ah, no need for that. That was an accident, and we are already even. Is that so?" Shi Yu stepped closer, his tall figure enveloping Ruan Li. He leaned down, whispering in her ear, "You were the only one who enjoyed that encounter. How can we be even? Unless, of course, you wish to repay me?" The last word lingered lightly on his lips. Ruan Li trembled slightly, as if scorched by his words. She lowered her head, fiddling with her sleeve. "That was an accident. I have a fiancé." "Very well." Shi Yu chuckled coldly, handing her a cup of soy milk with a straw inserted. "Let us pretend I am the third party, eagerly attending to your needs, shall we?" Ruan Li held the warm soy milk, sipping it delicately. Shi Yu stood at the dining table, unwrapping the packaging of the steamed buns. Watching his long, nimble fingers, Ruan Li felt a rush of emotion, almost burying her face in the cup. This subtle action did not escape Shi Yu's notice. Halfway through, Ruan Li's phone chimed. She replied to the message, a smile gracing her lips, revealing a faint dimple. Shi Yu felt inexplicably displeased. "Who is it?" Ruan Li shyly replied, "It's my fiancé. He has invited me out this Friday." Before she could finish her sentence, her words were silenced by his cold lips. The man's physique was impressive, and even through his shirt, she could feel the firmness of his chest. Ruan Li momentarily lost her senses, but quickly regained her composure, attempting to push him away. Yet, his chest was unyielding. The more she tried to resist, the more fervently he pursued her kiss. Ruan Li felt breathless, her eyes misting with physiological tears. "Mr. Fu," she finally managed to utter during a brief pause, but at that moment, her face reddened even more. The barrage of comments surged. "At this moment, call him husband. Ruan's voice is so sweet. It's enchanting. Ah, my ship has sailed. Heaven, take me away and grant them joy." Shi Yu gazed at her flushed face, his throat tightening as various unspeakable images flooded his mind. Ruan Li, noticing the danger in his eyes, retreated slightly, whispering, I'm hungry." "How fortuitous." Shi Yu's gaze deepened, his palm pressed against Ruan Li's waist, abruptly pulling her back into his embrace. "I am hungry too." His long fingers tapped against the table, pondering whether to have breakfast first or... His hand drifted to her waistband. As Ruan Li's breath quickened, Shi Yu chuckled softly, slipping his fingers into his pocket, revealing a piece of candy. Ruan Li blinked in confusion. "What do you think it is?" His eyes sparkled with intrigue as he unwrapped the candy and brought it to her lips. Ruan Li fell silent, her cheeks puffed out with the candy. Shi Yu chuckled. "The baby is truly remarkable. It's already making its presence known." Ruan Li stiffened, almost biting her tongue. Was it him who was acting strangely, or was it her imagination? Chapter 45. Meeting your fiancé. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks at the door shattered the room's intimate atmosphere. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the hospital corridor. Jiang Xiyuan stood outside the patient room, holding a thermal food container. Ruan, it's me." His eyes bore faint shadows of fatigue. After Fu's young master took Ruan Li away yesterday, no one knew which hospital they had gone to. Utilizing his connections, Jiang Xiyuan finally located Ruan Li's hospitalization information at a private hospital. He had even asked the housekeeper to prepare porridge for her, intending to deliver it early in the morning. Knock, knock, knock. After he knocked twice, there was no response from within. However, he could hear faint rustling sounds. Jiang Xiyuan attempted to turn the doorknob. In the next moment, the door swung open. Upon seeing two entwined figures on the bed, Jiang Xiyuan's pupils constricted sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his fist toward the man. "Who the hell are you? How dare you touch my girlfriend? I'll kill you." "What do you mean? Your girlfriend? This is my wife." Jiang Xiyuan froze for a moment, his gaze slipping past the man's shoulder to catch sight of a woman cowering on the bed, revealing a stranger's face peeking from beneath the covers. Bang! The man retaliated, landing a punch squarely on Jiang Xiyuan's face. Yet, Jiang Xiyuan suddenly broke into laughter. The man exclaimed, "Damn, he's a lunatic." Jiang Xiyuan, nursing his bruised eye, exited the room, only to glance back and see the patient's name was Ruan Li. No wonder the assistant had made a mistake. After all, with Ruan Li's fondness for him, how could she be with someone else? Moreover, it was rumored that the Fu family's young master was always virtuous, and his concern for Ruan Li was merely a facade, leveraging her status as a key contributor, carrying her to the hospital as a mere publicity stunt. Jiang Xiyuan pulled out his phone, questioning his assistant. "What have you done?" Just then, the sound of high heels clicked behind him. He noticed a hurried woman pass by, dressed in the attire of a luxury brand sales associate, her arms laden with two heavy bags. As she knocked on the door of the opposite room, Jiang Xiyuan cast a fleeting glance before returning his attention to the call. "Find someone else." "Knock, knock, knock." Shi Yu rose to open the door. Ruan Li peeked curiously and saw a sales associate enter, arms laden with shopping bags. "Sir, here are the clothes you requested." The associate turned to Ruan Li with a warm smile. "As I am unsure of your lingerie size, I brought a variety. However, from my observation, you should be. Would you like me to assist you in trying them on?" "No, that's unnecessary," Ruan Li quickly interjected, glancing at Shi Yu in the room. The associate nodded and left, taking away the other lingerie while leaving the one suitable for Ruan Li. Ruan Li's face flushed with embarrassment. Shi Yu cleared his throat. "You can change. I'll step outside." Ruan Li murmured, "That is not what I meant." "What is it?" Shi Yu smirked. "Do you want me to help you?" Ruan Li shook her head, her complexion slightly pale. "Where's my dress from yesterday?" Although yesterday's breast pads had lost their stickiness, they should suffice for another day. The ant had taken them away. Shi Yu remarked. Ruan Li reacta, realizing he was referring to Yaoing. She shifted her gaze back to the box containing her new undergarments and bit her lip. "Do you have a cleanliness obsession?" Shi Yu inquired. "Not at all," she replied. Growing up in the countryside, her adoptive mother never required her assistance, yet she willingly engaged in farm work, returning home each day covered in dust, hardly a sign of any obsession with cleanliness. It was when she had just returned to the Ruan family that Ruan Baozhu had played a trick on her, tampering with the undergarments prepared by Ruan's mother. After wearing them, she suffered a severe allergic reaction. Since then, she had made it a point to personally wash any new items that were worn close to her skin. Otherwise, she would feel an incessant itch. The doctor had suggested it was a psychological issue that she could only overcome on her own. Ruan Li thought, since she would only wear them for a short while, it should not pose a significant problem. Setting that matter aside, her gaze shifted, and another thought crossed her mind. What about in Shengnan? She has been apprehended and detained for 5 days. Ruan Li asked softly, could we not pursue her any further? What? I don't wish to pursue her any longer, she reiterated. Shi Yu chuckled in disbelief. Notre Dame has collapsed, and you have nowhere to go. Shall we send you to the Leshan giant Buddha instead? It was not just Shi Yu who was astonished. The comments flooded in. Female antagonist, what are you saying? The prince's words are spot on. Keep scolding. We must awaken this saintly brain. This is the first time I've encountered such a pathetic female antagonist. It infuriates me. I beg you. Ruan Li tilted her head back, her first plea to him. Reason? Ruan Li lowered her gaze. If she were detained, someone would worry about her. Shi Yu did not comprehend her meaning, but the comments did. Is the female antagonist concerned about Jiang Xiyin's worries? The logic of the female antagonist, unwilling to let her fiancé worry about the mistress, so she chooses to forgive the mistress. How wonderful. It's not saintly, but rather a more disastrous romantic mindset. We are doomed. Female antagonist, wake up. With a scoundrel like Jiang Xiyin, are you planning to stay with him for the new year? Is Prince Fu not handsome enough, not wealthy enough, or is he not satisfying in bed? Fu Shiyu's expression turned icy. Ruan Li, you are now expected to forgive someone who has usurped your accomplishments, spread rumors about you, and tarnished your reputation, correct? Indeed, she replied. Fu Shiyu ground his teeth in frustration. Are you not even the least bit upset? Ruan Li forced a bitter smile, her gaze desolate. Yes. And thus I have not blamed you for deceiving me, Your Highness. Fu Shiyu's heart sank sharply. He scoffed coldly and turned to leave. Just as Ruan Li thought he was departing, the sound of running water echoed from the restroom. After approximately 5 minutes, Fu Shiyu emerged, his hands damp, holding the new undergarment. With a stern expression, he declared, You may take today off. I will excuse you. I have washed your clothes. Once they are dry, you can change into them. The comments surged once more. Ah, what has the female antagonist done to the prince? The prince of the capital washing undergarments with a cold face? Is this acceptable? Yes, yes, yes. I love watching this. He enjoys it immensely. Am I the only one who thinks the female antagonist is intentionally pretending to be kind, acting for favor in front of Prince Fu? Disgusting. Gazing at the broad silhouette of someone hanging laundry, Ruan Li happened to catch the last of the comments. A slight smile graced her lips, and the compassionate depth in her expression lingered, only to be overshadowed by a flicker of indifference upon seeing the name and Shengnan. Her entire visage fell into a state of contradictory allure, as if she had just witnessed prey ensnared in a trap. In the next moment, almost as if under a spell, Ruan Li blushed and stood up, saying, Mr. Fu, I can manage this myself. It seems inappropriate. Fu Shiyu ignored her, maintaining a stoic demeanor as he continued to hang the clothes. After a brief silence, he spoke. This Friday evening, I will take you to meet a friend of mine. Oh, that time isn't suitable, Ruan Li replied softly. I have prior commitments this Friday. Cancel it, Fu Shiyu replied coldly. But I've already promised my fiancé to go camping with him and his friends. That excuse again, Fu Shiyu cursed inwardly. His smile grew ever colder as he gripped Ruan Li's wrist tightly. Very well, what time? Where? I shall meet your fiancé as well. Chapter 46. Breaking up after leaving the hospital, Ruan Li did not return to the marital home or her family, but instead sought refuge at her best friend's house. During this time, her friend had been preoccupied with a project involving a virtual boyfriend. In the evening, Ruan Li wished to converse with her, but as she began to speak, her friend fell asleep. Ruan Li silently switched her phone to silent mode. From the previous night until today, her family and Jiang Xiyuan had been trying to reach her, yet she did not answer a single call. It was only when her mother mentioned the household registration book, asking Ruan Baozhu to bring it to her, that she replied with a simple acknowledgement. Before sleeping, Ruan Li received a message from Jiang Xiyuan. Jiang Xiyuan, I will pick you up after work tomorrow, and then we will go camping together. Ruan Li, okay, what will you be wearing? I fear I might not recognize you. Jiang Xiyuan sent a photo, a black windbreaker and light-colored jeans. Ruan Li, will anyone else be joining us? Jiang Xiyuan, go Junjun, Zhao Shun, as well as your brother and Baozhu. They mentioned bringing you something, so I invited them along. Jiang Xiyuan, brother Yu is also supposed to bring his girlfriend, but he will not be attending. Ruan Li's eyes flickered. Days prior, several comments had captured her attention. The camping plot is about to unfold. I'm rewatching this. Ruan Li pushed Mate Bao into the water while camping, and Mate Bao got hurt. The male lead was heartbroken and threw a huge tantrum, carrying Mate Bao into the tent to tend to her injuries, leaving Ruan Li outside. Mate Bao, so délicat, shrank into the male lead's embrace while he treated her wounds. He simply couldn't contain himself. It was exquisite. Ruan Li thought they were just applying medicine, utterly oblivious to the passionate entanglement inside. What a thrill. But now that the plot has developed like this, will there still be that scene? Rest assured, such pivotal plots will never change. This was also why Ruan Li sought Fu Shiyu's assistance, refraining from pursuing in Shengnan. Since in Shengnan was destined to attend the camping trip on Friday, it was more beneficial for her to handle this favor, thereby accumulating moral capital. However, Fu Shiyu's presence was indispensable. Without him, her performance would falter. Friday evening, as Ruan Li finished her work and stepped out of the Fu Corporation building, She immediately spotted a Mercedes parked conspicuously nearby. She opened the passenger door to find Shangnan seated within. It was evident that she had been enduring a difficult couple of days. Despite her full makeup, the bloodshot veins in her eyes betrayed her weariness. "Senior Ruan, I apologize for what happened earlier," and Shangnan said, her eyes slightly reddened. "Jiang Si Yuan interjecta, Ruan Li, nan genuinely fails remorseful. Please do not hold it against her. It was I who initially provoked the situation by asking her to act, to incite a reaction from you." He continued, "During our time at Yonk, and even at the pool, we were merely pretending to upset you. We never truly kissed. On that night at the banquet, when everyone wore masks, I mistakenly thought she was you." Zhang's voice dwindled as he scrutinized Ruan Li's expression. Upon witnessing her realization of the truth, he let out a sigh of relief and continued, "However, Nan did indeed overstep this time. Regarding her falsely claiming your achievements, she explained to me that she merely wished to help me gauge your willingness to seek my assistance. Unfortunately, it escalated beyond control. She did not consult me beforehand, and I wrongly attributed the blame to you. I too share in the fault. Having spent 2 days in the detention center, she has faced her consequences, and fortunately, Ms. Feng and the Fu Corporation have withdrawn their accusations. Ruan Li, could you find it in your heart to forgive her?" Evidently, Jiang Xiyuan was unaware that Shangnan had been released early, thanks to Ruan Li's intervention. Yet Ruan Li did not rush to clarify. With a gentle smile, she replied, "All right, I shall heed your words." Jiang Xiyuan grinned broadly, reveling in the joy that Ruan Li bore no grudge against him. Noticing that Shangnan showed no intention of exiting the vehicle, Ruan Li settled into the back seat. The car was blaring with the sounds of death metal, an overwhelming cacophony. Unable to appreciate such music, she donned her headphones and gazed out the window. Spotting a blue road sign, she captured a photo and posted it to her social media. "Lazy Ruan Li, setting off. Langlang Mountain." A few minutes later, Wang Ying liked her post. The journey to Langlang Mountain would take 2 hours. She opened her virtual boyfriend's WeChat. "Lazy Ruan Li, what are you up to? Aren't you supposed to be on a date with your fiancé? Why are you contacting me? Do you think I have a penchant for being a mistress?" Even through the screen, the jealousy was palpable. Ruan Li mused that her training seemed to have worked well enough. It was time to ask her best friend for some money. "Lazy Ruan Li, feeling jealous?" "Lazy Ruan Li, group chats are fine. I can be with him and still chat with you. Isn't that just a group conversation? Try it out and see if the police come after you." "Ruan Li, isn't this supposed to be about training an insipid man? Why has it turned into dealing with a sharp-tongued cynic?" In the driver's seat, Jiang Xiyuan cast a glance at the rearview mirror, observing Ruan Li quietly seated in the back, engrossed in conversation and smiling sweetly. He noted how a strand of hair had escaped from behind her ear, cascading gently down the side of her face. Her already petite, oval face appeared even more delicate. It seemed that the 4 years of university had left no mark upon her. During high school, Jiang Xiyuan had not dated, despite his friends' attempts to set him up, even suggesting introductions to the school's most beautiful girl. He had shown little interest, preferring solitude. His friends had often wondered what type he truly favored. With a casual gesture, he indicated someone like Shangnan, someone who adores racing, revels in death metal, and thrives on excitement and adventure. Such spirited and flamboyant girls are perhaps the only ones with whom he shares a common language. However, everything changed when he encountered Ruan Li, a quintessential good girl, entirely outside of his ideal type. Yet, in her company, he never felt a hint of boredom. If it weren't for Jiang Xiyuan suddenly halting his thoughts and bringing the car to a stop at the roadside, he might have continued on without pause. Ruan, please take the front seat," he instructed. Ruan Li was taken aback. Jiang Xiyuan typically addressed her by her full name. His sudden intimacy made her feel somewhat uneasy. "There's no need to trouble yourself," she replied. "It's no trouble at all. You're my fiancé, Jiang Xiyuan asserted. "The passenger seat is yours." Ruan Li thought to herself, what is this eccentric fellow up to now? But Shangnan had already exited the vehicle, apologizing. "I'm sorry, senior. I'm used to sitting in the passenger seat when going out with the sea. Rest assured, my intentions were merely to test your reaction. I truly harbor no feelings for him. Honestly, if there were any semblance of that, we'd have been together long ago, and you wouldn't be involved at all, right?" Ruan Li chose not to elaborate. After switching seats, Jiang Siyuan extended his hand. "Hand me your phone. I'll connect to your playlist." "No need," she replied. "Why not?" Jiang Siyuan's tone was firm as he took Ruan Li's phone, ensuring that next time there would be no need for such a connection. Ruan Li did not contest him. Yet, there would be no next time. Once she obtained the household register, her ties with Jiang Siyuan would be severed. Chapter 47. Kiss Me. Ruan Li had no habitual inclination towards music. She had merely clicked on a playlist titled The Pinnacle of Mandarin Music. After Jiang Siyuan connected the music, the soft prelude gracefully replaced the death metal, flowing gently through the car. The first song to play was Slowly Cold, and a tender female voice sang, "How is it that the fervent first turns cold, while the slow burning remains in a state of fervor?" The interior of the car was silent. Ruan Li gazed out the window, her eyes calm and undisturbed. Jiang Siyuan, however, found himself drawn into the lyrics, feeling an inexplicable discomfort in his heart. As dusk settled, an hour later, they arrived at the campsite. Ruan Li stepped out of the car and noticed another vehicle from which Ruan Baozhu and Ruan Bo emerged. Jiang Siyuan, believing himself to be considerate, remarked, "You two siblings have a good chat. I will set up the tent with Junjun and Zhao Shun." "All right." Shortly thereafter, Ruan Bo approached Ruan Li directly. Without preamble, he stated, "Ruan Li, I called you, and you didn't answer. Do you think that by clinging to the heir of the Fu family, you've grown wings?" He continued, "Let me tell you, no matter how alluring you are to the heir, you cannot compete with Baozhu." Ruan Li lowered her gaze. "Brother, I have no intention of competing with Baozhu. That is for the best. But I must warn you, Baozhu is the white moonlight of the Fu family heir. He has merely forgotten her due to amnesia, so stay away from him." This explanation clarified Ruan Li's confusion. No wonder Ruan Baozhu had made a fool of herself at the Fu family banquet. The Ruan family still trusted that Baozhu would capture Fu Shi Yu's heart. However, Ruan Li could not bring herself to believe that Baozhu was Fu Shi Yu's white moonlight. Ruan Li spread her palms and directly addressed the matter at hand. "Please hand me the household registration book." Ruan Bo remained silent, casting a glance at Ruan Baozhu, who evidently possessed the document. Ruan Baozhu blinked. "Sister, you mentioned that brother AC would marry you, but on Mrs. Fu's birthday, I saw him inviting Shengnan to dance without extending an invitation to you. So, will brother AC truly obtain a marriage certificate with you?" Ruan Li's gaze was unwavering. "Of course." Ruan Baozhu then proposed, "How about this? I will present the household registration book to you, but only if my brother and eyewitness brother AC take the initiative to kiss you." "No problem," Ruan Li replied, but then added, "However, AC is not fond of displaying affection in public. I would appreciate it if you and brother could remain hidden from his view." "Understood." Today, there were a total of 7 individuals camping, 3 girls and 4 boys. The boys were tasked with setting up the tents, while the girls prepared the cooking equipment and lighting. And Shengnan approached Ruan Li, Sr. "The boys are planning to fish for a barbecue. Should we gather some firewood in the mountains?" Ruan Li, seemingly without any irritation, smiled and agreed. After approximately half an hour, Ruan Li and Shengnan had yet to return from gathering branches. Go Junjun, holding a fishing rod, whispered to Zhao Shun, "It's a good thing you didn't come. Otherwise, it would truly be a battlefield." Zhao Shun remained silent. Go Junjun continued to chatter. "Do you think he's aware that his girlfriend is a C's fiancé? Honestly, I am quite curious to see that battlefield. If you, such a proud person, finds out he has been played, Ruan Li will be in trouble." Just then, Zhao Shun, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke up. His voice was loud, causing Go Junjun to panic. "Keep your voice down." He even grabbed a handful of fish feed to stifle Zhao Shun's mouth. Behind them, a familiar voice broke the tension. "You're all here?" Go Junjun turned around and, upon seeing Shi Yu, was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Jiang Siyuan, who was setting up a tent, spotted Fu Shi Yu and exclaimed in surprise, "You're here too?" He then added with a teasing smile, "With your girlfriend?" Fu Shi Yu did not deny it. Instead, he inquired, "Have you seen anyone else nearby?" Jiang Siyuan replied, "It seems there is a group of girls, but they went into the mountains, saying they would join us for camping later to look out for one another." Fu Shi Yu nodded. "Then I shall wait for them here." Jiang Siyuan grasped the implication. Could it be that your girlfriend is among them? This revelation sent a shiver down Go Junjun's spine. No, no, you are all mistaken. He was about to clarify when Zhao Shun shoved a piece of stale bread into his mouth. Tearfully, he chewed, but the taste was rather odd. Upon closer inspection, his face turned as green as the bread. Tui, this is the bread I use for bait. It's 3 days expired. Zhao Shun, are you trying to murder your roommate? Go Junjun chased after Zhao Shun, leaving only Jiang Siyuan, Shi Yu, and Ruan Bo behind. Initially, Ruan Bo was taken aback upon hearing Shi Yu's voice. This voice sounded remarkably like that of the heir of the Fu family. He cautiously inquired, Jiang, who is this? This is my roommate, Shi Yu. Jiang Siyuan patted Shi Yu's shoulder, enthusiastically introducing him. Though Shi Yu hails from humble beginnings, his academic performance is exceptional. Not only is he a top student, but also the widely recognized heartthrob of our university. Oh, so he is a poor boy, Ruan Bo remarked, his demeanor shifting from cautious to condescending as he extended his hand. I am Ruan Bo, the eldest son of the Ruan family in Haicheng. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. However, Shi Yu disregarded Ruan Bo's outstretched hand. With one hand casually tucked in his pocket, he addressed Jiang Siyuan. I am heading into the mountains to find her. Intrigued, Jiang Siyuan responded, I'll accompany you. AC, a voice called from a distance. It was Zhao Shun, indicating there was an issue with the portable stove and requesting his help. Jiang Siyuan hesitated. You go? Why don't you go find your sister-in-law first? We can meet later for a late-night snack. All right. Shi Yu ventured into the mountains. He soon spotted Ruan Li, who had just posted a celestial-themed moment on social media. Following the location tagged in the photo, he found her standing alone on a narrow path, gazing up at the vast cosmos, seemingly entranced. Hearing footsteps, she turned her head, and her eyes sparkled brightly upon seeing him, reminiscent of twinkling stars, as if she had laid eyes on her beloved. The moonlight caressed her features, and the shimmering galaxy appeared like a delicate veil, saturating her skin with its ethereal glow. As the breeze brushed against her, she trembled slightly, resembling a woodland spirit of exquisite beauty. Ruan Li smiled sweetly, her voice melodic. You've come. This is Lover's Cliff. It is said that lovers who kiss beneath the witness of the stars will never part. She stepped closer, noticing he was wearing only a thin shirt, and draped a black windbreaker over his shoulders. Why did you come dressed like this? It's cold in the mountains. What if you catch a cold? A thought crossed Shi Yu's mind. If he could divert his gaze from Ruan Li to the jacket, he would realize it was identical to the one Jiang Siyuan had just worn. Nearby, rustling sounds emerged from the thicket. He frowned and glanced over, but Ruan Li stood on tiptoe, her eyes glistening with moisture as she implored softly, Kiss me. Chapter 48. Jealousy under the moonlight. Her youthful, apricot-like eyes were veiled with a misty sheen. In the serene forest, silence enveloped the world, leaving only the moon above and the person before him. Kiss me. The words escaped her lips like a lover's enchantment, ensnaring Shi Yu in their spell. He leaned down, capturing her lips with a fervor greater than ever before. He gripped the back of Ruan Li's head, akin to a famished wolf igniting its primal instincts. Today, Ruan Li was particularly passionate, her soft arms entwining around his neck, gradually entwining with his breath. The mountain spring flowed gracefully, its surface glimmering. Not far off, hidden among the trees, Ruan Baozhu watched the two silhouettes locked in an intimate kiss beneath the moon, her face flushing with embarrassment. She had initially believed Ruan Li's claims of having slept with Jiang Siyuan were fabrications. Yet, she was taken aback to witness the stark contrast between Jiang Siyuan's cold demeanor towards Ruan Li in public and his fervent warmth in private, the tension palpable. Although their faces were obscured, she could see his strong arms tightly encircling Ruan Li's waist, as if he intended to meld her entirely into his embrace, becoming one. Ruan Baozhu felt parched and swallowed hard. Baozhu, let us go. Ruan Bo's awkward voice pierced the air as he pulled Ruan Baozhu away. Upon hearing the rustling sound from the woods, Ruan Li slowly opened her eyes, deducing that the others had departed. The barrage of comments flooded in. What is happening? When did the female antagonist become so proactive? Isn't she supposed to be face blind? Could she have mistaken the crown prince for the male lead? Wait, the garment she draped over the male lead is? No, it's still on him, which implies the female antagonist had prepared an identical outfit in advance. The implications are chilling. The female antagonist must have deliberately silenced Shi Yu to create a pretext for misidentifying him, successfully leading Ruan Bo and Ruan Baozhu to believe that the one who kissed her was Jiang Xiyuan. Oh no, I must be gaining some intelligence. The astonishment conveyed through the comments rivaled the shock of discovering a murder mystery while watching Teletubbies. Ruan Li through a veil of mist. She could distinctly perceive the moonlight casting a deep blue shadow on the sharp and exquisite brow of the man before her. In matters of kissing, Shi Yu was undeniably gifted. Her fading lucidity dwindled further after confirming Ruan Baozhu's departure. Summoning every ounce of willpower, Ruan Li pushed Shi Yu away. A fleeting moment of confusion flickered in Shi Yu's elongated gaze. Then, before his mind could catch up, his robust arms encircled Ruan Li's waist, his soft lips pursuing her once more, descending upon her again. Reason fractured in an instant. Beneath the moonlight, their silhouettes intertwined. Time lost its meaning until Ruan Li felt a chill at her waist, abruptly realizing what was transpiring and halting the man's impending actions. There's still others waiting for us down the mountain, she spoke. Shi Yu wanted to retort, what does it matter to them? Yet, Ruan Li intercepted his words again. Her cheeks flushed as she insisted, you need to calm down. I still have to gather branches to make a fire. With that, she shed his coat, cradled it in her arms, and darted away. Shi Yu was left bewildered. Only when he lowered his head did understanding dawn upon him. She wanted him to cool off, to regain his composure. Shi Yu raised an eyebrow, brushed his lips thoughtfully, and a smirk crept onto his face. Hey, little brother, don't get too worked up. Soon you'll be the one crying. I can't wait for Shi Yu to discover he's merely a stand-in. I want to see him crawl in jealousy and madness. I want to see that too. The female antagonist has truly lost her mind. Bringing Shi Yu to a camping trip. Does she not fear exposure? Is the female antagonist foolish? Although she lacks WeChat with Shi Yu, she has it with Wang Ying. Wang Ying is Shi Yu's assistant. If he sees her social media updates, it's tantamount to Shi Yu knowing her whereabouts. Indeed, having offended the crown prince of the capital, let us witness how the female antagonist meets her end. At best, she faces disgrace. At worst, ruin. Tisk. Though this capital prince is full of flirtation, he's rather innocent. When he kissed the female antagonist, his ears turned beet red. Even if he learns the truth, he wouldn't dare to harm her, only sulking in silence. I anticipate it even more. At the foot of the mountain, Jiang Xiyuan's phone vibrated, revealing a message from Ruan Li, a location pin indicating she had lost contact with Shangnan. Upon arriving at the designated spot, Jiang Xiyuan discovered Shangnan seated on the hillside, her calves crossed, seemingly injured. A pang of concern struck him. Where's Ruan Li? Upon noticing him, Shangnan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I see, why are you here? I accidentally lost track of my senior. She must be upset with me for leaving her alone while I help you gauge her feelings. Fortunately, my injury isn't severe, so please don't blame her. Jiang Xiyuan's expression turned peculiar. Ruan Li sent me to find you. He glanced at her slightly injured leg. With such a minor wound, it would heal swiftly. Since when have you become so delicate? And Shangnan was momentarily taken aback. Moreover, Jiang Xiyuan's gaze shifted to her phone. Isn't your phone charged? Why didn't you contact us? Do you realize Ruan Li has been searching for you? As if summoned by name, Ruan Li appeared, descending from the mountain with a half basket of branches. Spotting Shangnan, she hurried over. Junior, I was gathering branches and looked up to find you missing. Are you all right? She meticulously examined Shangnan for injuries. Her focus so intense that she failed to notice Jiang Xiyuan's presence. A twinge of jealousy stirred within Jiang Xiyuan. Clearing his throat deliberately, he made a sound to announce himself. Ah, see, you're here too, Ruan Li exclaimed, a hint of surprise in her voice. Relief washed over her as she added, it's good that you and your brother-in-arms have such synergy, finding her before I did. Jiang Xiyuan frowned slightly. Her words were disconcerting, leaving him unsure how to respond. Ruan Li, with a playful smile, remarked, "Thank you for coming all this way, but we haven't collected enough branches yet. You should attend to your own matters." Jiang Siyuan, feeling uneasy as darkness encroached, insisted, "I will stay with you both." "It's fine. My junior has a boyish spirit. She will look after me, right?" Ruan Li said affectionately, linking her arm with Shungnan's, resting her head on her shoulder, speaking softly, as if in a playful tease. For a moment, Jiang Siyuan felt an unexpected surge of jealousy towards Shungnan. He raised his voice slightly, admonishing Shungnan, "Make sure to protect Ruan. Don't let her get hurt." And Shungnan's expression soured, managing a strained smile. Ruan Li beamed, embracing Shungnan. "You are truly wonderful, Junior." The thought that Ruan Li had never embraced him made Jiang Siyuan glare at Shungnan, muttering, "Had I known, I wouldn't have brought you along." And Shungnan? Chapter 49. Ruan Li, my fiancé. He, laughing out loud. "It's the first time I've witnessed such a scheme to sow discord between the leads. The White Lotus naturally undermines strong men. Am I actually enjoying this? Enjoying what? Those who favor the female supporting character must have skewed values. When the young master of the Fu family learns he has been played, he will surely retaliate against the female supporting character. This infuriates me. How could the male lead treat his precious sister like this? Wait for the dramatic chase to unfold. Rest assured, the second male lead's moment is approaching. Once the precious sister is hurt by the male lead, the second male will come to her aid. Support the rise of the second male lead. Ruan Li took note of the comments. She had long been curious about the identity of the second male lead. During their previous encounter at Yinke, it was this deeply affectionate second male lead who had administered the drug to her. Although the bullet comments had raised the topic several times, none had explicitly named him. Quietly, Ruan Li had conducted her own investigation into Jiang Siyuan's companions from that day in the private room. Yet she found no one who harbored unusual feelings for Shungnan. The mere thought of this second male lead, lurking around her like a venomous serpent, compelled Ruan Li to unearth his identity swiftly. Once Jiang Siyuan returned from the mountains, Ruan Li conversed with Shungnan with a smile, reminiscing about the sweet memories she shared with Jiang Siyuan. Even as Shungnan's expression grew increasingly grim, Ruan Li continued unabated, as if treating her as a true friend. Blushing, Ruan Li playfully inquired, "Junior, as Asi's good brother, do you think if I were to share a tent with him tonight, it would be too forward? But if I were to suggest it, he surely wouldn't refuse, would he?" Indeed, upon hearing these words, Shungnan could no longer maintain her composure. She abruptly rose, her voice betraying her agitation. "Asi prefers reserved girls, not those who are promiscuous. Ruan Li blinked innocently, but he kissed me quite passionately just now." Suddenly, Shungnan's voice sharpened. "You two kissed?" "Yes, just moments ago," Ruan Li replied, her cheeks flushed and her chin held high. Shungnan's pupils dilated. In the dim light of the night, she had not noticed earlier, but now, illuminated by the moonlight, she clearly saw the unnatural redness at the corners of Ruan Li's lips, as though they had been savagely bitten and torn by a beast. It was evident that she had not inflicted such injury upon herself. The earthy fragrance of the forest mingled with the fervor of jealousy, igniting a fierce fire in Shungnan's heart, her fingers tightening around her garment's hem. This scene did not escape Ruan Li's keen observation. While the crucial plot could not be altered, it did not imply that she must be the one to drive it forward. In the original narrative, it was she who envied the female protagonist, pushing her into peril. Now, she intended to compel Shungnan to feel jealousy and unrest, orchestrating her own narrative of downfall. At the foot of the mountain, Jiang Siyuan returned to the campsite. Spotting Shi Yu, who had also returned, seated by the shore fishing, he couldn't help but jest. "Brother Yu, why didn't you bring back your wife? She will be here shortly." "Oh." Jiang Siyuan's interest peaked as he settled beside Shi Yu. "Brother Yu, how did you meet your wife?" At Yin, Quebec, Jiang Siyuan was somewhat taken aback. Yin K was the premier private club in Haicheng. Not only was it membership-based, but also required financial verification. Could it be that Shi Yu was working part-time there? His curiosity deepened, prompting him to ask, "Which affluent family does your wife belong to?" "She's an ordinary person." Jiang Siyuan suddenly understood. Shi Yu had met his girlfriend while working at Yin, Quebec. This revelation was somewhat unexpected. Many girls were enamored with Shi Yu, including daughters from affluent families and political circles. Even the principal had hosted a dinner to facilitate a match between his daughter and Shi Yu. Yet Shi Yu had shown no interest and had declined the invitation. Jiang Xiyuan had always believed that Shi Yu harbored greater ambitions. He never anticipated that he would be in a relationship with an ordinary girl. After a moment of contemplation, he mused, "Is your wife exceptionally beautiful?" Fu Shiyu nodded, "Indeed. How beautiful could she be? Do you have a photo?" Jiang Xin raised an eyebrow, expressing disbelief that anyone could surpass the beauty of his girlfriend. As he spoke, he took out his phone, saying, "Let me show you a picture." Upon hearing this, Go Junjun became rigid. He should be fishing, not caught in this situation. Even Zhao Shun, typically composed, was not entirely unfazed at this moment. Just as Jiang Xin was about to show Fu Shiyu a photo of Ruan Li, the tranquil lake suddenly stirred with ripples. The float moved, a fish was on the line. The fishing rod in Fu Shiyu's hand dipped, bending into a crescent shape. The line taut, slicing through the lake's surface. Beneath the calm waters, a large fish struggled against the hook. Fu Shiyu acted decisively, lifting the rod and reeling in. As the fish broke the surface, gasps of astonishment erupted. "Wow, that must weigh 10 pounds. Go Junjun leaned closer, completely forgetting the earlier tense atmosphere. "Bro, you're incredible. Yeah, you just sat down, and you've already caught one. Shall we roast the fish? I brought some seasoning." The autumn night in the mountains was exceptionally serene, now alive with the presence of a few young people. Strings of orange-yellow starlights were draped over the cream-colored tent. An old movie flickered on the projector, casting a warm glow that filled the quiet autumn night with a sense of festivity. Jiang Xin pulled out the seasoning for the fish, murmuring, "I wonder what flavor Ruan Li likes." Fu Shiyu's fingers hesitated as he removed the hook. "Ruan Li." "Yes," Jiang Xin replied, "my fiancé, Ruan Li. Everyone in our dorm has met her, except for you, the busy bee. You know her. She works at Fu's. You even came to Zhang's with her last time." Fu Shiyu's pupils dilated, his mind buzzing like a swarm of bees. Go Junjun, who had been reveling in the excitement of catching a big fish, suddenly froze. Stealing a glance at Fu Shiyu, he saw a look of icy shock on his face, causing his heart to skip a beat. He fumbled with the barbecue grill, which clattered to the ground, producing a jarring noise. Jiang Xin remained oblivious to the shift in atmosphere. He caught sight of two figures descending from the mountain and immediately sat up. "She's here." Upon hearing this, Fu Shiyu stiffly turned his gaze. As his cold eyes settled on Ruan Li's face, his expression turned frigid. Jiang Xin, unaware of the chilling aura behind him, kindly helped Ruan Li with her basket, accidentally brushing against her fingertips and noticing how cold she felt, like ice and mint liquor. "Your hands are so cold." With a considerate gesture, Jiang Xin removed his black jacket and draped it over Ruan Li, pulling her gently into his embrace. "We just caught a fish. What flavor do you want? I'll cook it." Ruan Li smiled sweetly, her lips forming a delicate dimple. "I like whatever you make." Just as her words faded, a splash resounded from the shore, followed by Go Junjun's loud exclamation, "Bro, why did you throw the fish back into the lake?" Chapter 50. He is the third wheel Go Junjun, a glutton at heart, instinctively prepared to leap into the water after the fish. Fortunately, Zhao Shuni managed to hold him back, thus averting a headline in tomorrow's news. College student dies in wilderness camping accident. The prospect of grilling fish was lost. Thankfully, they had brought meat skewers instead. Coincidentally, the group of girls who had ascended the mountain earlier came down, joining the camping party. However, amidst the distractions, Jiang Xin completely forgot to introduce Ruan Li to Fu Shiyu. His gaze was fixated on the girls before him, attempting to discern which one might be Fu Shiyu's girlfriend. As he swept his glance across their faces, he found himself utterly at a loss, so he discreetly signaled to Fu Shiyu. Yet, Fu Shiyu's demeanor was notably subdued. The strands of hair that had once been neatly arranged atop his head now hung disheveled over his forehead, casting a shadow that accentuated his already sharp features, giving him an air of frosty intensity, akin to a blade drawn from its sheath, radiating a formidable presence. Even Jiang Xin, self-centered as he was, sensed something amiss. Just moments ago, everything had seemed perfectly normal, even more intimate than usual at school. How could it be that in such a brief span, his friend exuded an aura of impenetrable coldness? Had he quarreled with his girlfriend? Observing Shi Yu's stony visage, Jiang Xin dared not engage in conversation and focused intently on grilling the skewers. The newly arrived girls were rendered particularly uncomfortable, abandoning their intention to strike up a conversation, and refraining from uttering a single word as they busied themselves arranging dishes. Guo Junjun and Zhao Shan maintained a silence that spoke volumes, embodying the adage that silence is golden. Amidst this peculiar atmosphere, only Ruan Li appeared at ease. She seemed oblivious to the presence of an additional person, closely following Jiang Xin's every move. When he sat before the grill, she held a tissue, dabbing the sweat from his brow, her bright, sparkling eyes fixed upon him, reminiscent of how she gazed at Shi Yu in the forest. Two pairs of eyes were trained on her back, one belonging to Shangnan, the other to Shi Yu. Ruan Li feina de ignoranza. After about 10 minutes, the Ruan siblings returned, having lost their way in the woods, now emerging disheveled. Ruan Li approached her sister. "Can I have the household register now?" Ruan Baozhu, recalling the entangled figures beneath the moonlight, felt a flush rise to her cheeks. A mixture of jealousy and envy stirred within her, prompting her to speak with a touch of sharpness. "Sister, it would be wise to exercise some restraint. Otherwise, it is our Ruan family that will face embarrassment when you marry with a prominent belly." "Rest assured, that will not happen," Ruan Li reassured her. Reluctantly, Ruan Baozhu handed over the household register. As Ruan Li grasped the register, a weight lifted from her chest, and she exhaled a long sigh of relief. "The skewers aren't ready yet. Let us play a game first," Jiang Xin proposed. "How about a simple one called Seven Must Pass? The rules are straightforward. We take turns counting, and upon reaching a number that contains 7 or is divisible by 7, we must clap instead of responding. Whoever falters must face a challenge of truth or dare. This drinking game could be likened to a hellish trial." "Sounds good." Several girls nodded in agreement. It was not so much a matter of their enthusiasm for the game, but rather a need to divert their attention from the brooding figure of the handsome man with the dark expression. They gathered around the small grill, forming a circle. Ruan Li sat beside Jiang Xin, draped in his coat, and Shengnan occupied the other side, absent-mindedly rubbing her arms, seemingly remarking, "It's so cold." Ruan Li, overhearing this, leaned forward and said, "Junior, you can have this coat. I have other jackets." Jiang Xin typically paid little heed to such matters, but when Ruan Li spoke, his gaze inadvertently flickered towards her, drawn in by her presence. Her soft, lustrous black hair was loosely gathered at the nape of her neck, revealing a slender neck beneath. The warm orange light bathed her profile, casting a delicate glow upon her eyelids, reminiscent of damp starlight. His oversized black coat, imbued with his warmth and scent, draped over her delicate shoulders as if he were enveloping her in an embrace from behind. Jiang Xin's throat tightened. Upon seeing Ruan Li attempt to remove the coat to give it to Shengnan, he grasped her hand, insisting no need to give it to her. He then turned to Shengnan, teasingly remarking, "You, with your faux bravado, are warmer than I am. If you're cold, go run a lap. Don't steal Ruan's coat." And Shengnan was taken aback, while Jiang Xin had already readjusted the coat around Ruan Li's shoulders. The rigid black fabric obscured half of her fair face. Yet from Shengnan's vantage point, she could distinctly see the subtle curve of Ruan Li's lips. And Shengnan's mind buzzed. This was intentional. The game commenced. No one anticipated that the first to lose would be Shi Yu, who remained silent when it was his turn to count. Jiang Xin jeered, Lost. "Brother, I'll go easy on you this round. Just point out a girl you fancy from among us." His curiosity piqued. Who could be Shi Yu's little girlfriend? The uninformed eagerly awaited, while Guo Junjun and Zhao Shan felt as though they were in a battlefield. Shi Yu glanced up, his gaze landing on Ruan Li just as she looked up, their eyes meeting. Her youthful, apricot-like eyes looked at him in bewilderment, as if they were strangers meeting for the first time. The kiss in the woods, merely a figment of his imagination. He tightened his grip on the beer and downed it in one gulp. What forfeiting? Jiang Xin waved his hand, sealing this loophole. This round is over. From now on, even if you drink, you must answer. To his surprise, in the next round, it was his turn to answer incorrectly. I can handle it. I choose a dare, he declared. The girl across from him inquired. Then tell us how you met your girlfriend. All right. Jiang Xin smiled, taking Ruan Li's hand in his. She's my fiancé, we are engaged. He remained oblivious that with each word he uttered, Shi Yu's expression darkened further. It turned out that Ruan Li's mention of a fiancé was no mere pretext. He had unwittingly become the very third party he despised. Shi Yu cracked open another can of beer, tilting his head back to drink deeply, his throat moving. Ruan Li caught a glimpse and quickly averted her gaze. Initially anxious about the hellish game, fearing a wrong answer, she later felt a bit parched. Cradling her glass and sipping slowly. Having never consumed alcohol before, she felt a warm flush spread across her cheeks after just half a glass. Supporting her face with both hands, her gaze becoming dreamy. She was evidently becoming tipsy. When it was her turn to count, she blurted out, 7. The crowd erupted in cheers. Lost. Truth or dare? Ruan Li propped her head on her hand, repeating the last 3 words of the question, dare. She was the first girl to lose and chose dare. The girl across from her blinked and said, then go around the circle and kiss someone of the opposite sex that you like. With that, her companions began to cheer. However, perhaps it was just her imagination, but she felt a cold, piercing gaze upon her. Turning her head, she met the brooding eyes of a handsome boy with a dark expression. The sight sent a chill through her, causing her face to drain of color. On the other side, Ruan Li paused for a moment before nodding and standing up. Although she hadn't specified whom she would kiss, there was hardly any suspense regarding her choice. And Sheng Nan, in a fit of frustration, began to tug at the grass, leaving a patch bald. Meanwhile, Gu Junjun discreetly observed Shi Yu's expression, noting how it darkened as if a storm was brewing. He silently averted his gaze, offering a quiet tribute to the impending chaos. The instigator of this entire situation, Ruan Li, obediently adhered to the game rules as she circled behind each person. The evening breeze was gentle, mingling with the scent of fresh grass and the faint sweetness of the girl's perfume. Jiang Xiyuan straightened his back, bracing himself for the kiss, his lips curling into an involuntary smile. Yet, in the next instant, his pupils constricted. He watched as Ruan Li bypassed him and leaped into Shi Yu's arms, her soft lips grazing his cool cheek, accompanied by a gentle whisper, I like you. The words, I like you, floated into the air, mingling with the fruity aroma, melting into Shi Yu's ears. It was the grape-flavored fruit wine she had just sipped, sweet, intoxicating. Though she had consumed only half a can, the alcohol had rendered her body soft and unsteady, causing her to lean into him. Shi Yu instinctively caught her. As her cool lips brushed against his face, he felt a tremor in his brow, and the icy demeanor in his eyes began to thaw. Almost immediately, her delicate arms wrapped around his neck, causing her black jacket to slip from her shoulders and fall to the ground, gathering dust. Her slender waist pressed against his palm, reminiscent of fine jade or the silk of Jiangnan, carrying a hint of coolness. She was swaying as the alcohol took effect, her body sliding further down in his embrace. Her fragrant breath brushed against his chin and settled on his Adam's apple. Shi Yu swallowed hard, tightening his grip around her. The autumn night enveloped the forest in hues of red and gold, mingling with the crispness of fallen leaves and cold mist. The surrounding sounds suddenly froze. Ruan Baozhu and Ruan Bo felt their scalps tingle in shock, instinctively pinching themselves in disbelief. Even as the pain surged, they questioned whether they were dreaming. And Sheng Nan, who had been sulking with a drink, suddenly choked on the scene, coughing as if his lungs might burst. The newly joined girls in the camping group widened their eyes, scanning between Jiang Xiyuan, Ruan Li, and Shi Yu, their expressions oscillating between curiosity and astonishment. One eye asked, "What is the relationship between the 3 of you?" While the other exclaimed, "You city folks really know how to have fun." Zhao Shun remained remarkably composed. A sense of tranquil madness enveloped the scene as a long-held apprehension finally materialized. The most exaggerated reaction came from Go Junjun, who dropped his skewer onto the ground. Mouth agape, embodying a vivid expression of shock. After a prolonged moment, he propped his chin on his hand and finally closed his mouth. Casting a cautious glance at Jiang Siyuan, the latter stood as if frozen, his gaze vacant and complex. Go Junjun had never witnessed him in such a state. Throughout their 4 years in university, Jiang Siyuan had consistently presented himself as a poised scion of privilege, someone who could resolve any dilemma. Yet now, he appeared lost and rigid, akin to an abandoned dog. The barrage of comments surged. I'm dying of laughter. Shi Yu was just about ready to kill, and now he's been hooked. If the female antagonist channeled her skills towards the male lead, the female lead would be long forgotten. Damn it, the scoundrel doesn't deserve it. What a large-scale scene of chaos. I'm confused. Does the female antagonist truly suffer from face blindness? She hasn't misidentified anyone before. Does anyone understand? The imagery of Jiang Siyuan's coat falling to the ground is simply exquisite. I get it. There's a sense of redemption for the second male lead. Thank goodness humanity evolved without tails. Otherwise, the young master's tail could pop a soda bottle. Ruan Li, you've mistaken the person. A voice shattered the silence. In the next moment, Shi Yu felt a void in his embrace. He glanced up to see Jiang Siyuan steadying Ruan Li before him, their demeanor intimate. Jiang Siyuan spoke. Brother Yu, I apologize. Ruan Li suffers from prosopagnosia, commonly known as face blindness. She has dealt with this condition since childhood. Her father and mother have taken her to numerous hospitals, but to no avail. Today, fearing she might misidentify someone, I wore a black coat. But I didn't anticipate that it would come off, and with a bit of drink in her, she mistook the person. Face blindness. The black coat. Shi Yu's gaze fell to the ground, where a black windbreaker lay. It was identical to the one Ruan Li had draped over him in the woods. Indeed, it was the very same. A chill spread through Shi Yu's eyes as memories surged of his last visit to Ruan Li's home. Recalling the sneakers at the door and the gentleman's coat hanging on the balcony, which she claimed belonged to her fiancé, it appeared she had not been lying. Following this brief interlude, the game resumed. Ruan Li, now thoroughly inebriated, was cradled by Jiang Siyuan. Her eyes barely opened as she leaned against his shoulder and succumbed to slumber. She's had too much to drink. Let her rest for a while, Jiang Siyuan remarked, carrying her to the tent. The onlookers whispered among themselves, relieved she was inebriated. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been unbearable. Beneath the night sky, the fire crackled and popped, while everyone endeavored to forget the earlier mishap, shifting to a new round of games. Yet, the atmosphere remained inexplicably eerie. Shi Yu's expression had darkened further, and even those seated beside him felt an unsettling chill permeate their skin. Jiang Siyuan, noticing the shift, assumed Shi Yu was upset due to Ruan Li's mistaken affection. Just moments ago, he witnessed Shi Yu tightening his embrace as Ruan Li stumbled into his arms. The firm arms encircled Ruan Li's slender waist, creating an atmosphere of familiarity and tacit understanding that ignited a burning jealousy in Jiang Siyuan's eyes. Were it anyone else, he might have struck out, believing that the other person coveted his fiancé. Yet, he knew Shi Yu would not. Over the course of their 4 years in university, he had come to understand this roommate of his. Although blessed with an appearance that could easily attract attention, Shi Yu remained self-disciplined and reserved in matters of romantic relationships. Many might desire Ruan Li, but Shi Yu would not. He felt at ease allowing Ruan Li to interact with all his friends, but not with Shi Yu. Despite his reluctance to admit it, a subtle jealousy towards Shi Yu had lingered within him. This was also the reason he had never introduced Ruan Li to Shi Yu. The thought of Ruan Li's first kiss being given to Shi Yu ignited a powerless anger within Jiang Siyuan. As the clock approached 8:30, Go Junjun attempted to lighten the mood, mentioning that the meteor shower could be observed tonight, claiming their luck was truly remarkable. I'll go wake Senior Wan, said Shangnan, adding that it would be a pity for her to miss such a rare meteor shower. You all continue to have fun. I'll accompany her to the riverbank for some fresh air and to sober up. This was agreeable. The prospect of the meteor shower eased the atmosphere considerably. One girl found Go Junjun amusing and took the initiative to exchange contact information. In his excitement, Go Junjun accidentally dropped the oil bottle into the fire, nearly causing a conflagration. The girl remarked, "The time for the meteor shower is drawing near." Go Junjun cupped his face and said, "I've heard that couples who hold hands and kiss under a meteor shower will never part ways. How romantic. Unfortunately, I'm just a single dog." Such sentiments may seem juvenile for a primary school student, but they were perfectly suitable for university students. Jiang Siyuan's mind flickered with a thought. "I'll go fetch Ruan Li." No sooner had he spoken than Shi Yu suddenly rose, declaring, "I'll be heading back first." Why the sudden departure? Jiang Siyuan glanced at his watch. The buses had stopped running at this hour. "How will you get back?" "I drove hier," Shi Yu replied. "You drove?" Jiang Siyuan was taken aback. "You bought a car?" Shi Yu offered no response, his face cold as he shouldered his backpack and turned to leave. The myriad stars reflected in his eyes, casting a shadow of intensity. He, Shi Yu, would not become the third party in someone else's relationship. Just a few steps away, a woman's voice calling for help echoed from the riverside. His steps faltered abruptly. Chapter 52. The Malicious Woman 5 minutes earlier. And Shengnan entered the tent holding a plush toy. "Senior Wan, wake up." Senior A. Jun said there will be a meteor shower soon. "It would be too unfortunate for you to miss it." Ruan Li opened her eyes, slightly dazed. "How'd I end up here?" "You drank too much earlier. I'll help you to the riverside to sober up." "Thank you, I appreciate it." The two exited the tent. The tent was a fair distance from the riverside. Ruan Li rubbed her throbbing head and asked in Shengnan, "I didn't do anything embarrassing, did I?" "Not at all." Ruan Li felt relieved. "That's good." Then, as if recalling something, a sweet smile graced her lips. "I think I just kissed the sea." The starlight reflected in her eyes, making them sparkle like luminous gems. She grasped in Shengnan's hand, her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, "Do you know? Today is the happiest day of my life. I have pursued Si for 4 years, and he has finally accepted me. I believe this must be destined fate." Suddenly, Ruan Li took out her phone, opened her shopping cart, and shyly asked, "Since you are Si's good brother, could you advise me on which of these outfits he might prefer?" The cold light from the screen reflected in Shengnan's eyes. Observing the scant fabric, she understood, even as a girl herself, the immense allure these garments would hold for Jiang Siyuan when worn by Ruan Li. She clenched her fists, her eyes stinging with jealousy. "I told you, Si doesn't like this kind of thing, so don't bother," she replied. Ruan Li appeared somewhat disheartened. "All right then, I won't buy it. I thought Si would like it." And Shengnan felt a sense of relief wash over her. Her gaze fell upon the rushing river, suppressing the light at the corners of her eyes. She had not intended to act in such a manner. Although she was not fond of socializing with girls in reality, she held a profound admiration for them, presenting herself as a girl-loving influencer online. She considered women to be the most precious gifts in the world, especially when she stumbled upon videos of swimsuit beauties or outfit changes of nightlife girls. She would comment, "Sister, you move so enticingly. As a girl, I love watching this. I support dressing freedom." At times, she would even tag Jiang Siyuan, saying, "Check this out, good stuff, my brother, I'll one tea keep it to myself." When someone commented on the influencer, "Downward freedom is not freedom," she would ardently retort, "Mind your own business when it comes to beautiful girls." Occasionally, when she came across news about a wife confronting a mistress, she would boldly declare, "Don't be so petty. What skill is it to confront a mistress? If you have the ability, confront the man. Don't harbor such hatred towards women." See, she truly adored women. Thus, she held no animosity towards Ruan Li. However, Ruan Li should not misidentify Si. If Ruan Li truly liked Si, how could she mistake him for someone else? If it were her, she would never do so. It is evident that Ruan Li's feelings for Si are not genuine. As Si's close friend, she felt it was her duty to discern the true nature of women. "Junior, let us not walk toward the river. I'm scared," Ruan Li said. "It's all right. I'll take care of you," and Shengnan asserted resolutely, pulling her towards the riverbank. She then shouted, "Senior, I was only testing you for Si. I truly do not like him." Ruan Li looked bewildered. She reached out to grasp Shengnan's hand, saying, "Junior, I'm not upset with you. Yet." In that instant, as she extended her hand, and Shengnan stepped back and fell into the lake. Everything occurred in a flash, as if Shengnan had been pushed into the water by Ruan Li. She hurriedly reached out, "Junior, come back up." and Shengnan's lashes fluttered as she pitifully implored, "Senior, why did you push me? I really didn't compete with you for Aussie. I can't swim. Please pull me up. ISNT this framing? The heroine is too much. What is wrong with being ruthless for love? The junior is doing great." Exactly. Who told the supporting character to deliberately show the junior intimate lingerie, making her jealous? So exciting. Aussie is about to jump in to save the junior. I've finally waited for this tense scene. Let us feast. Ruan Li bent down, her gaze imbued with a compassion akin to that of a benevolent deity, extending her hand towards Shengnan. Yet, Shengnan chose to disregard it. "Senior, it was my fault. I was merely standing up for Aussie. Although your face blindness and inebriation may have led you to mistakenly kiss someone else, it is somewhat excusable. However, if I were in your position, I would never misidentify my beloved." And Shengnan expected to see shock on Ruan Li's face. Instead, she found none. Ruan Li appeared unfazed. In fact, she slowly crouched down and smiled at her. In the dark of night, the river surged violently, with signs warning against swimming and indicating hidden reefs, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. And Shengnan grew anxious. "What are you doing?" She clung desperately to the muddy bank. Yet, the usually delicate Ruan Li displayed surprising strength, prying open Shengnan's tightly clenched fingers one by one. Genuine terror colored Shengnan's eyes. "Ruan Li, let me go," she yelled, only to inadvertently collide with the depths of Ruan Li's compassionate gaze. There, she found clarity and coldness, tempered by a gentle smile. And Shengnan's scalp tingled. Ruan Li was not intoxicated. Was she intentionally engaging in a perilous act? Why? The rushing waters drowned out her final question. Her gaze lingering on the necklace that hung from Ruan Li's neck, a pendant of a rabbit glimmering with a hint of red under the moonlight. Moments later, and Shengnan found herself plunged into the water. A torrent surged into her mouth and nostrils, enveloping her in suffocating pain and fear. Although Shi Yu had taught her to swim, her mind had been preoccupied with other matters, and she had not even mastered the art of breathing properly. The water surged into her lungs with relentless force. She struggled desperately, her legs colliding with something unknown, pain shooting through her nerves. When Shi Yu arrived, he witnessed Shengnan floundering in the water and Ruan Li standing in stunned silence. Without a second thought, he leaped into the water. After rescuing Shengnan, she coughed as though her insides had been rearranged. Through tear-blurred vision, she trembled as she looked at Ruan Li. "Senior, why did you push me?" Ruan Li, bewildered, rupiah. "I did not." Shi Yu, filled with concern, pulled her close. Ruan, take your time and explain what happened." Zhao Shen also inquired, and Shengnan. "Could it be that you misunderstood? Ruan Li holds no grudge against you. Why would she push you?" And Shengnan felt tears welling up. "The senior still blames me for testing her feelings for Aussie. She thinks my relationship with Aussie is more than mere brotherhood, and fears I might compete with her." She forced a bittersweet smile. "Well, I shall avoid any semblance of rivalry in the future." As she spoke, she weakly coughed twice, shakily rising to collect the toy that lay on the ground. The moment her fingers brushed against it, the toy emitted a mechanical cartoon voice. "And Shengnan, you wretched girl, always clinging to Aussie under the guise of friendship. Today, I will teach you a lesson. Even if I push you into the water, what of it? As long as I shed a tear, Aussie will only believe me." Chapter 53. To win his heart, the cartoon toy's voice resonated in the stillness of the night, piercing the ears of everyone present. In that moment, all eyes turned to Ruan Li. Shi Yu's gaze darkened, filled with confusion. What was happening? Ruan Li shook her head, helplessly explaining, "Aussie, this is not my voice." Indeed, it was not her sister's voice. Ruan Baozhu interjected, "This is a recording doll, regardless of whether the voice belongs to a man or a woman, an adult or a child. The recorded sound transforms into a singular cartoonish tone when played back. Sister, it applies to you as well. Nan has already clarified that there is nothing between her and brother Aussie. Why do you insist on dragging her down?" Tears glistened in Ruan Li's eyes, her tone growing urgent. "It's not me." "Enough. This is your doing. Can't Baozhu speak the truth?" Ruan Bo, who stood protectively beside Ruan Baozhu, glaring at Ruan Li with displeasure. Ruan Li's eyelashes fluttered as she staggered back a step. Brother, you don't believe me either? Her figure swayed precariously, her complexion as pale as a sheet. Meanwhile, Shi Yu stood several paces away, his gaze dark and contemplative. In just a few exchanges, he grasped Ruan Li's precarious standing within the Ruan family. She held no position of significance. Even a foster daughter could overshadow her. The scheme was clumsy, the evidence flimsy. Yet, everyone present seemed bewitched, not one soul believing her, not even her fiancé or her blood relatives. It was utterly disheartening. Did she have no voice? Shi Yu pressed his lips together tightly and turned to leave. Ruan Li's tear-filled eyes caught a glimpse of his departing figure. Her lashes lowered to conceal the flicker of light in her gaze. From the very beginning, she had noticed the doll, the recording doll. She had known then that Shangnan had fabricated a conversation between the two, merely waiting for the opportune moment to unveil it. A lesson learned through hardship. And Shangnan had become more cunning. The barrage of comments praised her. Sister Bao is so clever. She recorded the audio in advance. The wicked Sister Bao is so cool. Those who underestimated her are in for trouble. Moreover, using a doll for recording has the added benefit of masking intent. Exactly. Sister Bao didn't record with purpose. She accidentally pressed the record button and inadvertently captured the evidence. Even if the antagonist tries to delve deeper, Sister Bao can unwittingly reset and overwrite this recording. A bunch of pretentious comments. I can accept a wicked female lead who utilizes everything at her disposal for money, status, or revenge, but I cannot abide a villainess who vies for a man. I have already given up on the main couple. I only wish to see the dynamic between the supporting female and the prince of the Fu family. Ruan Li looked at her attention fixed on the pinhole camera disguised as a necklace at her collar. She felt gratitude towards the comments. Though most of them did not favor her, and their remarks were rather insincere, at least they had provided her an early warning. In truth, if she revealed the footage, and Shengnan's lies would crumble, and Jiang Xiyuan would come to believe in her innocence. Yet, whether Jiang Xiyuan trusted her was no longer of consequence. What mattered was that her gaze was directed toward the path Shi Yu had taken. She intended to wager on Shi Yu's heart, just as the comments had suggested. Jiang Xiyuan had entered the tent with Shangnan, tending to her wounds. Ruan Li desired to follow inside, and I offer my assistance. However, Shangnan recoiled slightly, seeking refuge in Jiang Xiyuan's embrace. Jiang Xiyuan's gaze darkened as he commanded, "Do not follow." With that, he barred Ruan Li from entering the tent. A soft illumination emanated from within, casting the shadows of two figures, accompanied by Shengnan's voice. "It hurts. I'll see, be gentle. No." Outside the tent, Go Junjun stood dumbfounded. Is this a dressing? Zhao Shun remained silent. Go Junjun muttered under his breath. I can't shake the feeling that the words in the recording don't sound like Ruan Li. She isn't that kind of person. What on earth is happening? Zhao Shun replied. Silence is golden. The sounds from within the tent escalated, igniting a blush on the listeners' faces. Go Junjun yearned to escape quickly. Randomly pointing to a location on the map, there's an excellent observation point nearby. Let us go there to watch the meteor shower. Everyone eagerly agreed, having long wished to leave. As they passed by Ruan Li, Go Junjun called out, Ruan Li, come with us. Making a wish on a meteor is very auspicious. Ruan Li shook her head. Go Junjun attempted to say more, but was pulled away by Zhao Shun. Go Junjun protested softly. Zhao Shun, have you no humanity? Leaving a young girl, all alone there? Zhao Shun replied, someone will come to find her. Go Junjun asked, you mean you go? Chapter 54. Shi Yu's overwhelming affection, Zhao Shun affirmed with a hum. Go Junjun's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? Did you not see Shi Yu's expression just now? It was as dark as a pot bottom. He must despise Ruan Li for deceiving him. Of course, I still lean towards the notion that there is a misunderstanding. Ruan Li is utterly in love with Asi and does not seem the type to play both sides. Zhao Shun shook his head. Shi Yu does not hate Ruan Li. He feels sorrow for her misfortune and anger at her lack of resolve. To care for someone is the beginning of love. Go Junjun was bewildered. What on earth is this guy rambling about? I don't understand. After the crowd departed, only Ruan Li remained outside the tent. The wind tousled her hair, reminiscent of shattered wind chimes. The ambiguous sounds from within incessantly pierced her ears, while behind her lay an emptiness. Shi Yu truly had left. He did not return. The autumn breeze rustled, stirring a carpet of fallen leaves. The strength that had supported her gradually waned, and she nearly collapsed onto the ground. The female supporting character is so tragic. Oh, I feel so sorry for Ruan Li. What wrong has she done? I have witnessed the entirety of the supporting character's life. At the age of 5, she was abducted into the mountains while trying to save the male lead, nearly becoming a child bride. Fortunately, she was rescued by a rural schoolteacher, only to later struggle with facial blindness, preventing her from finding her parents. Meanwhile, Ruan's family was busy receiving gratitude from the Jiang family, and with their support, Ruan's company transformed from a modest 50-person enterprise into a prestigious business in Haiqing. Later, Ruan's mother, plagued by dreams of her daughter questioning why they did not search for her, decided to adopt Ruan Baozhu. Unbeknownst to her, when the supporting character was finally found by her biological family, it was to replace the adopted daughter and marry the disabled male lead. The female antagonist initially declined, but later a private media outlet revealed that her adoptive mother, the village schoolteacher, had embezzled charitable donations meant for female students. This revelation triggered a severe health crisis for her adoptive mother. In order to afford her mother's medical bills, the female antagonist reluctantly agreed to a marriage of convenience. Unfortunately, her fate was tragic. During her wedding with the male lead, the second male protagonist publicly exposed an embarrassing video of her during her time in traditional medicine, coinciding with a bold rival who attempted to interrupt the ceremony, leading the male lead to marry her rival instead. The Ruan family cut off her adoptive mother's medical expenses, and unable to obtain a passport, her mother could not return home. Thus, the female antagonist was forced to work illegally abroad. Although her mother's health was improving, the location of her rehabilitation center was maliciously leaked, resulting in a group attacking and berating her mother at her bedside. It was then that her mother discovered the truth about her daughter's illegal work, and not wanting to burden her, she tragically took her own life. Ah, is this truly the narrative of the female antagonist? It is indeed heartrending. Alas, she received no love, only to lose everything simply because she was destined to serve as a mere foil to the protagonist. Hugging you tightly, dear Ruan Li. Ruan Li had initially resolved not to cry, not when the barrage of insults rained upon her, nor when no one believed her. Yet, when the comments flooded in with comfort, the bitterness in her eyes became unbearable. Just then, footsteps approached from behind, causing her heart to flutter. In the next moment, the voice of Go Junjun rang out, Ruan Li, and a wave of disappointment washed over her. "Thank you, Junjun, but I will not watch the meteor shower," she said without turning around, forcing her voice to remain steady. "Moreover, I have no wishes to make." The shooting star had already fallen. How could it carry her dreams? Since she was 5, she understood that wishing upon stars was futile. The stars would not guide her to her mother. Now that she had grown, she grasped the dark laws of human society. She must ascend step by step, unearthing the culprits who had framed her adoptive mother, restoring her mother's honor. And Shi Yu was her ladder to the heavens. Yet, she had overestimated herself. She believed that displaying her misfortunes would garner Shi Yu's sympathy and compassion. Such tropes are common in romantic dramas. The protagonist, victimized and harassed, receives the celestial empathy of a divine male lead. Where does she go wrong? Perhaps fate truly favors the naive. Individuals like her, who scheme and fight, end up as mere contrasts to the protagonists in tales of effortless triumph. Some are born with fortune, showered with love, while others, like rats in a gutter, are despised and driven away, even when hiding in corners. It is exhausting. Is it that no matter what she does, she cannot escape this narrative? A wave of dizziness washed over her, distinct from the feigned fainting at the banquet. She was simply too weary, leaning back. A pair of strong arms caught her from behind, the air filled with a familiar, refreshing scent. In the sky, a meteor streaked across, and she found herself gazing into eyes more radiant than the stars. Go Junjun looked at the two, embracing in the distance, unsure of where to direct his gaze. Just now, he actually intended to say, Ruan Li, why don't you return to school with Brother Yu? A shooting star streaked across the sky, and Go Junjun recalled that popular Mary Sue legend, feeling a secret chill. Initially, he had planned to lurk in shadows, curious to see if Shi Yu would indeed return. However, before he could decide where to hide, Shi Yu had already turned back. Thus, he feigned the loss of an item and returned to the campsite with Shi Yu, only to be met with this unexpected scene. Yet Zhao Xin was right. Shi Yu was indeed infatuated. Chapter 55. Breaking up with him? Talking to me originally, Shi Yu had already departed. The black SUV drove some distance before abruptly turning around, the engine roaring and tires rumbling as it returned to the campsite. The autumn wind seemed intent on tearing the fabric, causing Ruan Li's clothing to flutter violently, her entire being teetering on the edge. His dark eyes reflected a reaction quicker than his thoughts. An arm stretched across her slender waist, so delicate and light that one hand could easily lift her. He asked, "Are you going to suffocate yourself again?" Ruan Li recognized his voice, her almond-shaped eyes widening in surprise. "Mr. Fu, what are you doing here? Are you disappointed?" Ruan Li shook her head, struggling to rise. However, Shi Yu grasped her wrist tightly, mocking, "If you despise me so much, then why did you kiss me at Lover's Cliff?" Ruan Li froze. "What did you say?" Shi Yu pressed his lips together, shifting to self-mockery. Even though he had long suspected the truth, Ruan Li's astonished expression felt like a sharp blade stabbing into his chest, turning his heart upside down. It was she who had stopped him at Yin K, asking, "How much to sleep with you?" It was she who had taken the initiative to add him on WeChat, saying, "Can we still sleep together?" It was she who had kissed him in the library. It was she who almost made him become the very third party he despised. Why did she still maintain an innocent facade? Shi Yu leaned closer, his thin lips brushing against her ear. "Did you not realize? Just now during the dare, you kissed me right in front of your fiancé." In an instant, Ruan Li was left speechless. The pallor of her face drained completely. No, it can't be. Staring at her bewildered expression, he should have felt a twinge of vindictive pleasure. Yet, he found no joy, only a suffocating pain in his chest. She must have done it on purpose, feigning ignorance and toying with his feelings. Otherwise, how could her WeChat messages be explained? He raised his hand, the roughness of his palm lifting her chin, his voice laced with icy shards. "Is playing both sides thrilling? You've turned me into your mistress. Are you satisfied? How does my kissing compare to your boyfriend's? Don't say you can't tell the difference. You certainly weren't intoxicated at Lover's Cliff." "No." Ruan Li shook her head desperately, her eyes brimming with tears. "No, it's not true. I never kissed the sea." Shi Yu paused. Ruan Li's tears fell, scorching against his palm. At that moment, the tent echoed once more with the soft cries of a woman, each wave more intense than the last, akin to the fervor of a passionate encounter. Shi Yu's desire to kill surged as he caught sight of Ruan Li, gazing blankly at the tent, her eyes glistening with tears, deepening the shadows in his gaze. "Do you truly hold such affection for Jiang Xiyuan? Even if he is entangled with other women, does your love remain unwavering? What does he signify? What merit does Jiang Xiyuan possess?" Shi Yu suppressed the simmering anger beneath her eyes. Even within the library, on Lover's Cliff, her mistaken identity was due to her face blindness. But how does one explain the exchanges on WeChat? Wasn't it her who commented on his abs? Wasn't it her who yearned for the night to arrive, to sleep beside him? Wasn't it her who inquired if she could buy a ticket to watch him bathe? "You do not mind my having a boyfriend, yet my boyfriend objects to my having a third party. Who truly loves me more? Can I not discern this?" The anger that she had managed to suppress reignited. Throughout her life, Shi Yu had maintained a cold and rebellious demeanor. Even with a stepmother who calculated against him at every turn, he always held the upper hand. No one dared to provoke him, except for Ruan Li. She was utterly submissive to everyone else, but remained cold and detached with him. His gaze darkened further, and with a powerful grip, he seized Ruan Li's chin and kissed her fiercely. Ruan Li struggled, letting out a muffled sound. The autumn breeze rustled through the mountains, and meteor showers cascaded from the heavens. Beneath the vast sky, a meteor streaked across. In the autumnal forest, the warmth of the hearth enveloped the scene, where a cream-colored tent was adorned with soft yellow lights, merging with the starlight and firelight. casting away deep blue shadows that danced upon the sharp jawline of the young man, blurring the tearful gaze of the young woman. The metallic taste of blood filled her mouth as Ruan Li found herself bending backward, overwhelmed by the frantic pressure of his lips against hers. On the verge of suffocation, she finally realized the gravity of the situation. This time, she had gone too far, and several meters away stood the petrified Go Junjun. No way. They kissed so openly? Not only did they share a kiss, but it was also a tearful one. How splendidly scandalous. But why did it have to be witnessed by a gossipy boy with a penchant for gossiping? In the next moment, as an exemplary student of journalism, Go Junjun instinctively reached into his coat pocket, retrieving his phone and opening the camera. Stop, for heaven's sake. But it was too late. The image was captured on his phone, and he rushed to find Zhao Shun to discuss this matter. He truly did not intend to invade anyone's privacy, but he needed an outlet for his pent-up frustration, or he would go mad. The barrage of comments continued to scroll endlessly. Wow, this is exhilarating. Is this for real? I came to see a Shi and the girl in the tent kiss. Yet it's the supporting actress and the prince of the Fu family? I wish I could swap places with Go Junjun. This is such a sweet moment. I have a feeling that the photo taken by Go Junjun will be bought at a high price by the prince. Junjun, tidy up. You're about to elevate your status. Ruan Li felt a bit breathless, her head spinning. The situation had spiraled beyond her control. She still cannot comprehend how she and Shi Yu had ended up kissing. Shi Yu fixed his gaze upon her, declaring that he would never play the role of the third party. Implied message, break up with him and be with me. The supporting actress has agreed, right? The prince of the capital, with power, influence, and looks. Even if he tires of you, the breakup fee could cover your foster mother's hospital bills. The moment has not yet arrived for them to unite. Yet you are contemplating a separation? As a man, I comprehend the sentiment. It is often the unattainable that holds the greatest allure, unless the supporting character possesses the skill to keep him in a state of uncertainty. The beloved will inevitably fade into insignificance. Ruan Li gazed intently before lowering her eyes and assuring Shi Yu, rest assured, I harbor feelings for Shi, and I shall not part ways with him. Shi Yu pressed, kindly repeat that. It seems the supporting character genuinely loves the male lead. Li, you are being foolish. This is infuriating. How is it that in the tent, the male and female leads are truly tending to each other's wounds? Shouldn't there be an explosion of passion instead? It's all the supporting character's fault. During the initial viewing, the heroine appeared like a radiant lotus emerging from the water, sustaining but a minor injury. When applying the ointment, she cried out in pain, naturally capturing the male lead's attention. And now, the heroine's makeup is a mess, her hair resembling tangled seaweed, akin to a specter emerging from a well. That is quite fortunate. Shi Yu gritted his teeth and reiterated, you do not wish to leave Jiangxian, yet you want me to follow you without any acknowledgement? No, Ruan Li replied, her gaze cast downward. The matter regarding Yun Ke is a misunderstanding. Let us consider it as if nothing has transpired, shall we? Shi Yu felt a chill seep into his very being. For a fleeting moment, he found himself at a loss for words. A misunderstanding? Instead of anger, he laughed. Was that WeChat also a misunderstanding? Before he could utter the last four words, Ruan Li covered his mouth, having caught sight of a blood-red message. Attention all departments, Jiangxian is about to exit the tent. Chapter 56. I will not be the third party. Jiangxian stepped out of the tent. Beneath the vast night sky, he observed Shi Yu's departing figure, perplexed. Brother Yu, did you not leave just now? I forgot something and came back. The string lights outside the tent had inexplicably gone out, enveloping the area in darkness. Jiangxian vaguely noticed a thick coat draped over Shi Yu's shoulder. He casually remarked, is that your clothing? It's rather thick. Yes, it's cold. Shi Yu replied without further elaboration. Jiangxian surveyed his surroundings and inquired, Brother Yu, have you seen Ruan Li? No. Strange, I thought I just heard her voice. Shi Yu responded, do you not blame her for pushing your good friend into the water? Jiangxian rubbed his temples. Ruan was merely envious. As long as she is willing to apologize, I can forgive her. I understand that, as my brother, you feel it is unjust and may advise me against forgiving her. However, Ruan Li and I share 4 years of affection, and both our families hope we will marry upon graduation. Nevertheless, Nan has also advised me not to forgive Ruan Li too easily this time. Otherwise, she will continue to cause trouble, which is unbearable. I have changed the password to our future home and instructed the Ruan family to prevent her from returning home, allowing her to reflect on her mistakes alone. Over the next few days, I plan to take Nan to Switzerland to compensate for the fright she experienced tonight and to temper Ruan Li's temperament in the process. I shall return once she realizes her errors. After hearing such a lengthy discourse, Shi Yu's voice remained calm and undisturbed. I shall take my leave. Very well. Please take care on your journey. Shi Yu spoke, his gaze lingering on Shi Yu's departing figure, a vague sense of unease washing over him. Yet he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Shi Yu approached the off-road vehicle and set down his jacket. Beneath his outerwear, a visage resembling polished jade was revealed. When their eyes met, those crimson orbs ignited a surge of agitation within Shi Yu. Was she feeling wronged by Shi Yu's words? If she wept further, did she believe I would kiss her right now? Ruan Li bit her lip in trepidation. Ah, is this appropriate? What a clever ruse. The prince possesses a certain allure, indeed deserving of accolades. That struck me hard. Is the male protagonist being portrayed as Japanese? I refuse to be a mistress. I shall observe how long he can maintain his smile. Shi Yu swung open the passenger door, his expression frosty. Get in. Today, he was driving a high-clearance off-road vehicle. Ruan Li, having just been hoisted over his shoulder, felt her legs numb. Entering the vehicle was more arduous than an elderly woman ascending a bed. She felt immensely awkward. Behind her, Shi Yu's hands gripped her waist, firmly ushering her into the car. Thank you. She had not yet spoken when a loud thud echoed as the door was shut coldly. The night highway was exceptionally tranquil. Inside the vehicle, Shi Yu wore a stern expression, his long fingers resting on the steering wheel, his thin lips forming a straight line. Ruan Li felt a chill and cautiously wrapped her arms around herself. In the next moment, Shi Yu adjusted the air conditioning to a warmer setting. Thank you, she murmured softly. Shi Yu replied icily, I am the one who is cold. It has nothing to do with you. Ruan Li observed the beads of sweat forming at his temples, choosing to remain silent. I have seen cold faces washing underwear, but I have never seen a cold face playing the mistress. I refuse to be a mistress. The law of truly fragrant may be late, but it arrives. And the package is indeed delightful. What a joke. Does the prince of the capital lack for women that he must be Ruan Li's paramour? Ruan Li seems to be playing hard to get, waiting for her downfall. Shi Yu drove swiftly, and they soon returned to Haishur. Mister Fu, you can drop me off here. Ruan Li indicated towards the subway station at the intersection. She had overheard Shi Yu's words, noting not only the changed password, but also his refusal to allow the Ruan family shelter. I will stay at a friend's house tonight. However, Shi Yu did not stop. Address? Yujinghuayuan. With a press of the accelerator, the off-road vehicle sped towards Yujinghuaching. Gazing at the dilapidated old building illuminated only faintly by streetlights, Shi Yu exited the vehicle and followed Ruan Li to the base of her apartment block. Mr. Fu, there is no need for such trouble. You need not accompany me further. Yet Shi Yu remained silent. Ruan Li steeled herself and ascended the stairs. The community where Zhou Qianqian rented had no property management, and the corridor was in disrepair. By the time she reached the 4th floor, the light bulb was out. She used her phone for illumination, climbed to the 5th floor, and unlocked her door. She intended to be polite, asking Shi Yu if he would like to come in for a glass of water. However, realizing this was not her home, she rephrased, Mr. Fu, thank you for bringing me back. Shi Yu remained silent. He seemed to wait for a moment before his expression darkened further, and he turned to leave. Wait. Ruan Li returned to her room and retrieved the cookies she had baked. You haven't eaten anything. Please have some cookies. Shi Yu accepted them with a cold demeanor. As she gazed at the retreating figure descending the stairs, Ruan Li felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Had she perhaps overreacted? The more she pondered, the more agitated she became. Ultimately, she reclined on the sofa, only to receive a message from the owner of the bridal shop, inviting her for a photo shoot at 10 o'clock the next day. She responded affirmatively. Meanwhile, Shi Yu had descended to purchase a light bulb, which he installed on the fourth floor. During this time, his phone buzzed incessantly. It was the bridal shop owner, who had insisted on adding him earlier. Bridal shop owner, classmate, have you made up your mind? Are you free for the shoot tomorrow? Shi Yu, not available. A few minutes later, the bridal shop owner sent a lengthy voice message. Bridal shop owner, classmate, you would be perfect for the theme of our upcoming bridal shoot. Our female model is exceptionally professional and stunning. She has never participated in couple shoots before. I can assure you, if the two of you collaborate on this photo shoot, it will undoubtedly become a sensation. Bridal shop owner, handsome, you are our top choice among male models. If you agree to join, we can negotiate the price. Bridal shop owner, the time and location for the shoot are. Shi Yu chose to ignore the messages and tucked his phone away. Stepping down the stairs illuminated by the light bulb, he descended to the first floor, where Zhou Qianqian returned home, weary for a long day at work. Regret washed over her. She lamented her decision to save money by renting a dilapidated fifth-floor apartment. She called Ruan Li, saying, Li, I'm starving. Could you please prepare a bowl of instant noodles for me? I love you. By the way, have you managed to train the damp male ghost from our one-night stand project? Just as she finished, the phone cut out due to low battery. Zhou Qianqian exclaimed, What damn male ghost? At that moment, a chilling, somber male voice interrupted her thoughts. What damp male ghost? Upon hearing the voice, Zhou Qianqian looked up and was met with a pallid countenance, deep-set eyes, and thin lips. What a spectral figure. When did this city village acquire such an exquisite apparition? Yet this ghost seemed somewhat familiar. In the next instant, she screamed, Brother, what are you doing here? Chapter 57. He is not even a mistress. Zhou Qianqian thought she had encountered a ghost. The figure before her was her half-brother. Their relationship was complex. They had only met once before. At that time, she had dyed her hair blonde and worked as a cybercaf manager, earning money through game hacking. He had appeared, offering her 500,000, uttering just 3 sentences. I am your biological brother. 5 years from now, if you can multiply this some tenfold, I will grant you an additional 5 billion, apart from our father's inheritance. When she inquired if it was permissible to engage in illegal activities, he nodded. However, Zhou Qianqian refrained from such choices. Thus, she returned to her natural black hair, went back to high school, and, driven by the prospect of 5 billion, enrolled in a prestigious computer science program, persevering until now. Now, gazing into her brother's dark, inscrutable eyes, Zhou Qianqian instinctively shrank back, uncertain of what he had experienced. He seemed far more menacing than he had 5 years prior. She explained, the damp male ghost refers to a project I am developing, a virtual boyfriend concept, and I enlisted a friend to assist with data training. She distinctly sensed that when she uttered the words boyfriend, the intimidating aura surrounding him seemed to dissipate. Curiously, she inquired, Brother, what brings you here? Shi Yu replied, just passing by. His phone screen illuminated momentarily. She assumed it was yet another message from the bridal shop owner. But to her surprise, it was Ruan Li. Lazy pear mud. The cat is peeking. Shi Yu. Just moments ago, she was professing her love for her fiancé, and now she was flirting with him. His expression tightened. Zhou Qianqian tentatively asked, Brother, what's wrong? Shi Yu replied, How is it that a girl can simultaneously profess her affection for her fiancé while flirting with my friend on WeChat? Is this a matter of emotional entanglement? Zhou Qianqian waved her hand dismissively. It's simply a case of juggling 2 relationships. Shi Yu's demeanor shifted abruptly, causing the temperature in the hallway to plummet, leaving Zhou Qianqian feeling as though she had been transported to the Arctic. Her mind raced as she realized that this friend was none other than her brother. She was left bewildered, pondering what kind of woman would dare to toy with such a formidable man. Zhou Qianqian paused and rephrased. But if she only flirts with your friend and not with anyone else, it signifies that she holds him in her heart. As the saying goes, even a doomed fate is still a connection. Insincerity is still a form of affection. And it's certainly better than a girl who does not care for your friend at all. A faint smile graced Shi Yu's lips, subtle and nearly imperceptible. He spoke. Let us go. I'd like to treat you to a meal. No, thank you. My friend is at home waiting for me to eat instant noodles. Zhou Qianqian politely declined, fearing indigestion. Her eyes lit up as she proposed, "Brother, if your friend is experiencing emotional turmoil, he could consider our company's virtual girlfriend service. Although it's still in beta testing, I can recommend it to you, and you could assist me in debugging it. You see, I previously asked a friend to help test the virtual boyfriend." As she spoke, she opened her chat with Ruan Li, scrolling through the messages. It was straightforward. "I'll send you the business card, and you can tailor it to fit your character and dialogue." Zhou Qianqian's voice faltered as she fixated on the business card she had sent to Ruan Li the previous week, her mind racing. Who is this? The motion sensor lights in the hallway dimmed. Zhou Qianqian smacked her forehead, and the lights flickered back on. "Oh dear, I was so busy that day, I mistakenly sent the wrong card." Just as she clicked to view the card, a sudden realization struck her, and her fingers froze. A chilling sensation crept from her toes, enveloping her entire being. This was her brother's WeChat. The lights dimmed once more, despite the living presence beside her. An eerie dread filled her. Stammering, she asked, "Brother, it can't be that coincidental, can it? The girl you mentioned who was flirting with your friend on WeChat. It wouldn't be Ruan Li, would it?" Silence ensued. After a prolonged pause, a voice, laden with frost, broke the stillness. "So, what is her character?" Zhou Qianqian felt her legs weaken. It was true. So, was her brother not merely juggling two boats, but rather navigating through a self-imposed trap? Zhou Qianqian confessed, laying bare the entire situation, from the carnivorous girlfriend to the one-night stand scenario. With her hands clasped together, she implored, "Brother, this is all my fault. Ruan Li knows nothing. She took this job out of financial necessity. If anyone should be blamed, it is me." In the dim light, Shi Yu's expression remained icy. He said, "Do not tell her about this." Zhou Qianqian gasped, "Brother, that may not be appropriate." In the next moment, her account received a transfer, 500,000. Zhou Qianqian shook her head, "Brother, Lily is my dear friend. I regard her as family. No matter how much you offer me, I will not deceive her." Instantly, another transfer appeared in her account, 5 million. Zhou Qianqian lamented, "She is a young girl vulnerable to the corruption of money. Why must you treat her so cruelly?" With great reluctance, she returned the money, asking but one question, "Brother, do you like Lily?" Early Saturday morning, Ruan Li rose early, cautious not to awaken Zhou Qianqian beside her. She quietly washed up and left for the shooting location. After Qianqian returned home the previous night, she had been strangely fixated on her, as if she wished to say something. Ruan Li intended to discuss her virtual boyfriend with her. Yet Qianqian suddenly yawned and expressed her fatigue. However, despite lying in bed tossing and turning for quite a while, sleep eluded her. Perhaps she was troubled by her entrepreneurial endeavors. Ruan Li could offer little assistance to Zhou Qianqian, save for her guidance in this matter. "Little Li is here." As soon as she entered the shooting venue, Sister Luan approached her warmly. "Long time no see. You look even more beautiful. The male model I mentioned previously can't make it, but don't worry, today's partner is also a handsome young man." Upon seeing the male model, Ruan Li greeted him. The boy had fair skin, a tendency to blush, and sported a rebellious perm, his physique robust, adorned with floral tattoos. Yet, when he spoke, he sounded sweet and innocent, exuding a certain navet. Noticing Ruan Li's gaze on his tattoos, his face flushed. "I'm sorry, I stayed up late filming a short drama last night, where I played a thug, and those tattoos were applied, but turned out to be hard to remove." Sister Luan chuckled. "You can keep them. After all, we will be in suits, and it adds a certain intensity." While Ruan Li was getting her makeup done, Sister Luan stood nearby. "Little Li, today we are pressed for time with a heavy workload. We need to shoot several sets of wedding dresses. And we also have 3 sets of outdoor photos inspired by classical oil paintings. The photographer I've hired is excellent at creating atmosphere, so he may request the models to be quite intimate. But rest assured, if you feel uncomfortable, just let me know." Ruan Li nudda aurigit. Sister Luan placed great importance on this new collection, and the makeup artist's skills were commendable, with just a slight elongation of her eyebrows. Ruan Li's gentle and elegant demeanor was accentuated. Sister Luan, unable to refrain from praising her, remarked, "No wonder she is my chosen bride. Truly beautiful." As the makeup artist lifted her chin to apply lipstick, Sister Luan called for a halt. "Stop. This angle is perfect, like a painting. Let me take a quick shot. Ruan Li felt slightly embarrassed by the flattery, her cheeks reddening and her eyelashes lowering. Meanwhile, a photograph captured this moment. Shi Yu had an international video conference that morning. Italian was not his native tongue, and the presenter had a thick accent, coupled with the Italian's overly expressive body language, which made his eyes ache. Finally, when the meeting concluded, he noticed that the bridal shop owner had sent him several messages that morning. He clicked on her profile, intending to unfriend her, only to unexpectedly discover a familiar face in her moments. Owner of the bridal shop, today's bride is absolutely stunning. Chapter 58, passionate about being third. The filming location is a quaint two-story villa, adorned with vintage furnishings. As Ruan Li changed her attire, an unexpected visitor arrived on the first floor, separated by a curtain. Sister Luan, spotting the newcomer, exclaimed in surprise, "Young handsome, what brings you here?" Shi Yu replied, "Just passing by." Upon hearing this, Sister Luan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet she glanced at the male model, feeling somewhat conflicted. It was uncharacteristic of her to change plans at the last moment. The male model, feeling somewhat aggrieved, reminded her, "Sister Luan, we have a contract." Despite his imposing physique, his eyes reflected an innocent simplicity, a contrast that had originally attracted Sister Luan. With those eyes upon her, she found it difficult to voice her desire to switch models. In a tense atmosphere, Shi Yu approached the male model and inquired, "How much do you charge for a day's shoot?" The model responded, 5,000. "Send me the payment code." Shi Yu instructed, his tone cold and authoritative. The male model, still a university student, complied, revealing a yellow payment code. Shi Yu glanced at it, and moments later, an electronic notification echoed through the air. "You have received 50,000 yuan via WeChat." The male model blinked in disbelief. Sister Luan was equally stunned. Shi Yu shot him a glance. "Aren't you leaving?" After a brief hesitation, fearing disrespect towards the 50,000, the male model hurriedly said, "Sister Luan, I'm terribly sorry. My cat just called to say it's hungry. I must return to cook for it." He then bowed deeply to Shi Yu and dashed away. Sister Luan gasped in shock. Turning to Shi Yu, she said, "The fee I agreed to pay you, ISNT 50,000. No need for payment." "Then who are you?" "Passionate." Sister Luan was left speechless. Ruan Li, separated by the curtain, remained oblivious to the unfolding events, while the comments on the screen rapidly scrolled by. "Passionate brother. I'm about to die from laughter. Brother, you're making me feel estranged. Brother, have you started a new show again? Passionate brother, this track belongs to you." Kicking over the main table, becoming the groom himself, "You're so passionate." Soon to be passionately third. Ruan Li was utterly bewildered. What were they discussing? Was it about the leads? It was also true that she had just come across in Shengnan's account. Earlier that morning, and Shengnan had posted a picture from first class on her flight to Switzerland, revealing half of Jiang Xiyuan's arm beside her. The comments were filled with sweetness. That boy next to Nan, Bao, must be the one accompanying her as a one-day boyfriend. With just a glance at his hand, one could tell he was undoubtedly handsome. He must be new fans. Nan Bao's boyfriend is the son of the richest family in Haicheng. Super handsome. I'm so envious. A flower of wealth has graced the world. It seemed Shengnan's fans were unaware that she had spent 2 nights in detention, ever since Shengnan had exposed Ruan Li for flaunting her Ru porcelain. The internet had pitted the two against each other. At that moment, there were also comments mocking, "Our Nan Bao is truly a rich heiress," while some others will never reach her heights, even if they work their entire lives. There were many similar remarks. As Ruan Li, a mere supporting character, recognized the inevitable consequences of opposing the protagonist, she understood that her fate would not be favorable. However, with the arrival of the Double 11 shopping festival, she saw an opportunity to secure a business deal. How could she attract attention? With her fingers dancing across the screen, she finally conceived a captivating title. What is it like to take wedding photos with your boss? As anticipated, once she posted it, the responses flooded in. After changing her outfit, she stepped out from behind the curtain, only to encounter a familiar face, Shi Yu. What was he doing here? One must weave countless lies to sustain a single falsehood. Ruan Li, who struggled with facial recognition, should not have identified Shi Yu at that moment. Thus, She endeavored to mask her surprise, smiling as she said, "Sister Luan, I'm ready." Two gazes turned toward her. Ruan Li was not donned in the main wedding gown, but rather a striking red mourning robe, with two slender straps resting delicately on her shoulders. The flowing silk skirt cascaded down, revealing a considerable expanse of her smooth back, exuding a vibrant allure. Sister Luan's eyes sparkled with admiration, while Shi Yu's dark gaze was heavy, reminiscent of a hyena clenching its prey. Little Li, the male model, had an unforeseen circumstance, and we had to switch to another model. "Please cooperate well," Sister Luan instructed. Ruan Li nudda, extending her hand with a smile. "Hello, I am Ruan Li." Shi Yu disregarded her delicate, elongated hand, his eyes cold as he replied, "I'll go change." Ruan Li's voice quivered, "Mr. Fu?" But Shi Yu offered no reply, striding past her without a glance. "Oh, love brother, you're at it again. Why not hold hands? Afraid you might pull her into your embrace?" Ruan Li didn't recognize him? No matter, he will soothe himself. Love must be pursued with a romantic mindset. The supporting character looks stunning in that mourning robe. I want to wear the same for my wedding. Ruan Li could hardly fathom encountering Shi Yu at the shooting location. When he emerged from the changing room, he appeared impeccably poised in a tailored suit that only accentuated his stature. The photographer was quite pleased with their looks. "All right, groom, recline on the spiral staircase," and bride, nestle in his embrace while playfully tugging at his tie. "Groom, lower your head, hands on the bride's waist, and pose for a kiss." Ruan Li felt somewhat stiff. Shi Yu, already half reclined on the wooden staircase, had one long leg slightly bent and the other extended in line with the staircase's angle. Noticing her rigidity, Shi Yu's languid voice broke the silence. "Don't wish to shoot with me? Want to shoot with Jiang Xiyuan instead?" Upon hearing this, Ruan Li realized that Shi Yu was here to enact some form of revenge against her. She adopted a professional demeanor, lifting her skirt and, following the photographer's instructions, settled into Shi Yu's embrace, grasping the edge of his tie. Shi Yu leaned closer, his cool breath enveloping her, halting just 3 centimeters from her lips. With a click, the soft light of dawn streamed through the corner window, casting a golden hue upon him, highlighting his deep-set eyes and striking nose. The voice of the photographer echoed incessantly in their ears. "Very good. Absolutely perfect. Are you two truly a couple? If so, a genuine kiss would enhance the atmosphere." Ruan Li hastily shook her head, denying it. The photographer, somewhat taken aback, apologized. "My apologies. You both appear too natural. The essence of this attire is to evoke a sense of desire and intimacy. Please remain still. I shall fetch some props," the photographer added. Ruan Li felt a twinge of embarrassment. At that moment, Shi Yu's phone rang. A glance at the screen revealed the name, Jiang Xiyuan. Although Shi Yu initially hesitated to answer, he glanced down at Ruan Li, noticing her pale complexion as she subtly shook her head. His expression darkened. He was not a third party, so why should he hide? With a swift motion of his long fingers, he answered the call. Jiang Xiyuan's voice came through clearly. "Brother Yu, what are you up to?" Sensing the tremor of the person in his arms, Shi Yu spoke slowly. "I'm taking wedding photos." Chapter 59. The Showdown at the Bar. Is this really how casually it was revealed? Brother Riheo, you truly resemble a malicious mistress intentionally provoking the legitimate partner. A battlefield of emotions. Stimulating. Are you two genuinely not filming an adult movie? This plot is rather cliché. Who understands? Although Brother Riheo claims he is not a mistress, he would undoubtedly feel jealous while the female lead speaks to the male lead. And then he would bite and gnaw at the female lead. I get it. I completely understand. The line fell silent for a moment. Then, the call disconnected, followed by a video call. Ruan Li reached out. In the ensuing struggle, someone's hand inadvertently pressed the answer key. The next moment, Jiang Xiyuan's voice erupted from the speaker. "Brother Yu, you're taking wedding photos? With whom? Your sister-in-law?" The phone clattered to the stairs. Jiang Xiyuan continued. "Last night, I noticed you seemed upset and didn't dare to ask. Which one is your sister-in-law?" Ruan Li listened to Jiang Xiyuan's incessant chatter, feeling overwhelmed. Why was he so talkative? What did it matter to him who Shi Yu's girlfriend was? More importantly, today was Saturday. She had to wait until Monday to update her household registration at the police station. Therefore, over the next 2 days, she absolutely could not let Shi Yu discover any clues. Otherwise, even if the household registration booklet remained in her possession, it would be rendered useless if the Ruan family applied for a loss report. Lowering her head, she buried her face in Shi Yu's chest, curling her body as small as possible. She lay quietly against him, her delicate frame and fair skin contrasting against the red mourning robe that slipped down her arm, allowing him to perceive the rise and fall of her breath. Shi Yu frowned. It felt more like an affair. He appeared more like the mistress in this scenario. Just as he was about to terminate the call, Shi Yu's voice rang out again. "What on earth is happening over there, brother Yu?" Ruan Li's heart tightened. Suddenly, she recalled that to facilitate the shoot, a reflective mirror had been added at the top of the staircase. The phone had fallen on the steps, face up. This meant that Shi Yu could see her and Shi Yu through the mirrored ceiling. Ruan Li felt as if her scalp was about to explode. Clearly, Shi Yu had also perceived the tension. The veins on his forehead were subtly pronounced as he reached for his phone. On the other end of the line, Jiang Xin's astonished gaze reflected the images on the screen. There, the colorful light filtering through the stained glass windows illuminated the dim recesses of the spiral staircase. The man's suit entwined with the woman's hair, while the wine-red hem of her dress cascaded down the cold, hard steps. Desire simmered, hidden yet fervent. Jiang Xin momentarily lost his train of thought. "Brother Yu, I never imagined you would capture such provocative couple portraits. I'll screenshot this and send it to Junjun and Zhao Shun to take a look." He then greeted Ruan Li from afar, saying, "Sister-in-law, let us have a meal together when you're free." The response he received was Shi Yu abruptly ending the video call. It was only then that Ruan Li lifted her head, her eyes glistening with the mist of anxiety. The barrage of comments erupted. "Love is a light. So exquisite. A song Green Light dedicated to the male lead. Go Junjun, no. Passionate brother. You truly know how to have fun. Though you claim not to be a mistress, your actions suggest otherwise. Not a mistress. Prince, even though the female supported character has a fiancé, you are still single, so you have every right to pursue her." Ruan Li felt utterly embarrassed and was about to rise when suddenly, the photographer returned. Unbeknownst to her, holding up the camera, she exclaimed with excitement, "Please, don't move. Maintain this pose," using the blurred doorframe as a foreground. "The atmosphere of secrecy is perfect, absolutely stunning." Ruan Li protested, "This doesn't feel right." Shi Yu shot her a sidelong glance. The photographer quickly realized the discomfort, offering an awkward smile. "Apologies, you two are simply too well matched." The subsequent photo shoots proceeded relatively smoothly. Even though Wang Jie had given her a heads up, Ruan Li was aware of the photographer's style, which adeptly captured the emotional tension of intimacy through delicate lenses. However, every time the photographer suggested a pose, she felt a wave of embarrassment. If she were facing a professional male model, perhaps it would have been easier. Alas, it was Shi Yu. While the photographer refrained from forcing a kiss between non-couples, the nature of bridal modeling inevitably led to moments of close physical contact. Fortunately, they managed to complete several indoor outfits without a hitch. During a break, Ruan Li took a moment to respond to some online comments. However, a message from Shengnian popped up at the top of her phone. And Shengnian, photo. In the background, the Swiss dawn was faintly brightening. She and Jiang Xin had just landed, checked into a room, and their luggage lay strewn across the floor, wide open. In the image, and Shengnian had circled a corner of her suitcase containing a piece of lingerie in a red circle, which appeared to be quite provocative. And Shengnian, "Ah, see, I forgot to bring my lingerie inside. Could you please fetch it for me?" Voice message, half a minute later. And Shengnian, "Sorry, I sent that to the wrong person. Just pretend you didn't see it." Ruan Li shook her head, exasperated by this clumsy excuse. A person's sixth sense is often subtle, much like how some individuals, when conversing, veer off topic and redirect the discussion towards themselves, while everyone is aware that they are about to feign ignorance, yet no one calls it out. She understood that this was a provocation from Shengnian. Just as she was about to send an international gesture emoji, she caught a glimpse of Shi Yu standing behind her in the reflection of the screen. His deep-set eyes had seen the message Shengnian had sent her. Ruan Li blinked, and in the next moment, her eyes brimmed with tears. A single tear fell onto the screen as her voice message trembled with emotion. "What are you all doing?" A swift response came from the other end. Jiang Siyuan's voice. "Jiang Siyuan, what Nan and I do is none of your concern." His tone was cold and ruthless. The screen went dark, and Ruan Li crouched on the ground, hugging her knees, burying her face in her legs. The barrage of comments flew by. The male lead must be seriously ill. They clearly did nothing with Shangnan. Just rent a room. Yet he can't communicate properly. Please, it's already disgusting for friends of the opposite sex to share a room, isn't it? Disgusting? It's all the supporting female's fault. There should have been a flirty scene between the male lead and the female lead where he held up lingerie for her, only for their hands to touch. Pure innocence shattered. The supporting female cries, and look how heartbroken the devoted brother is. Devoted brother? I agree you should be the third wheel. I am Qin Shi Huang, and I too agree you should be the third wheel. Hearing the photographer call for the shoot to begin, Ruan Li wiped away the traces of tears at the corners of her eyes and continued with her work. As the sun began to set, the group arrived at an outdoor park, intending to capture a photo of the groom kissing the bride beneath her veil. The photographer instructed that the groom should place his thumb at the bride's lips and then kiss his own finger. Understood? Ruan Li nodded. Meanwhile, Shi Yu's expression remained indifferent. He had shown little emotion throughout the day. Logically, this would not bode well for the wedding photos. However, whenever his gaze fell upon Ruan Li, it was as dark as ink, imbued with an indescribable allure. With both of them possessing stunning features, every shot turned out beautifully, saving a considerable amount of time in post-production. The photographer exclaimed, "What a delight!" Everything was progressing smoothly. Everyone was waiting for the sunset to reach the perfect position. At that moment, Ruan Li spotted a familiar figure not far away. It was her mother and Ruan Baozhu. Half of the sky was painted in gold, and many people were strolling by the lake. Upon noticing the wedding photo shoot, a crowd began to gather. Someone remarked that the couple looked like celebrities. The onlookers multiplied, some even taking photos with their phones. Ruan Baozhu, curious, approached and recognized Shi Yu. "Mom, this guy is Asi's roommate. I heard he is the campus heartthrob at High University. Just yesterday, Asi was asking what his girlfriend looks like, and here we are today." She took out her phone. "Perfect. I'll snap a photo and send it to Asi." Unlike the regular spectators, Ruan Baozhu was determined to capture the bride's face clearly. Ruan Li overheard this. The set of photos would be polished by Luan Jie and released the following Wednesday as part of a new product launch. By then, she would have already relocated her household registration, free from worries of exposure. But now was not the time. Ruan Li clenched her fists as Ruan Baozhu raised her phone and circled behind the photographer. Ruan Li, without a moment's hesitation, and even before the photographer could call for the start, wrapped her arms around Shi Yu's neck and rose on tiptoe to kiss him. In that fleeting moment of the kiss, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The setting sun danced within Shi Yu's eyes, his pupils widening in surprise. Through a delicate lace veil, he beheld Ruan Li's eyes tightly shut. As the flash of the camera illuminated the scene, the photographer's voice rang out, exclaiming how perfect it was. The golden hues of the sunset cast a radiant glow, silhouetting the opulent skyscrapers of the city, while the lights flickered on in that instant. And the river reflected the sun's descent, radiating brilliant golden light. In the park, the orchestral music permeated the air, classical yet vibrant. Yet, Ruan Li was too preoccupied to appreciate it. She was unaware if Ruan Baozhu had departed. She couldn't take the risk. Clinging to Shi Yu's shoulder, her almond-shaped eyes peered over his shoulder, covertly observing Ruan Baozhu within the throng. However, Ruan Baozhu had no intention of leaving. Just as Ruan Li contemplated an alternative escape, she felt a sudden, forceful pressure against her lips. Through the lace veil, warm breath enveloped her, and her waist was compelled to lean back, nearly supported only by the arms draped around her. Her back arched like a bowstring ready to release. The sunset bathed her pristine wedding gown in a fiery glow. The voices of those around her seemed to drift from the clouds, filling Ruan Li's ears with a strange, concealed, shameful, and perilous emotion that surged within her heart. Her face and neck felt as though they were ablaze. The photographer, abandoning the still shots, activated the video function. The atmosphere was just right. The groom embraced her tighter. Come, bride. Grasp the groom's shoulder, relax your body, lean back, revealing the elegant curve of your neck, surrendering your strength to the groom. Ruan Li's heart raced. Though a mere veil separated them, the intensity was more fervent than ever. The barrage of comments only fanned the flames. Didn't someone claim they weren't an inappropriate third party? Why are they still chasing after kisses? Lover of romance. Kissing through a wedding veil doesn't count. This is hilarious. By that logic, as long as one holds an umbrella, it's not considered a kiss. It seems they paid to be here. Must be making the lover of romance ecstatic. He might be blissfully unaware, but if he knew the female lead was kissing him to evade Ruan Baozhu, he would surely go mad. The onlookers continued to multiply, and Ruan Baozhu showed no signs of leaving. This situation was unsustainable. Ruan Li grasped Shi Yu's tie and whispered, "May I borrow your coat?" Shi Yu's dark gaze fixed upon her. Ruan Li continued, "Ruan Baozhu is still here. I fear she might recognize me." Upon hearing this, Shi Yu's jaw tightened. So, her kiss was merely a ruse to hide from her foster sister. Using him as a shield? Very well. Shi Yu se dit clenched in frustration. In the next instant, he swept her up in his arms. Ruan Li was momentarily taken aback, realizing she was about to collide directly with Ruan Baozhu. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Shi Yu's neck, burying her face in the crook of his neck. As the crisp scent enveloped her senses, she felt thoroughly concealed. This was where it would end for today. A voice, devoid of discernible emotion, emanated from Shi Yu above her. Ruan Li pressed closely against his chest, her vision obscured by darkness, yet her tactile senses heightened, allowing her to distinctly perceive the vibrations of his voice resonating within his chest. She tightened her embrace around him, burying her face deeper into him. Behind them, Ruan Baozhu felt a twinge of disappointment, wondering why nothing of their faces was revealed, shrouded in mystery. Ruan's mother, however, found the couple strikingly familiar, particularly the girl nestled in Fu's arms. Two hands entwined on his suit, revealing a faintly red mole on the left wrist. Ruan Baozhu shook her head and sent the captured photo to Jiang Xiyuan. The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. The photographer's apprentice, bewildered, asked, "Master, why are they leaving? We still have a set of photos to take." After capturing a few more shots of the couple's retreating figures, the photographer broke into an Annie smile. "Let them cool off. It seems we've ignited a spark." The apprentice inquired, "What do you mean?" The photographer waved his hand, signaling the end of the shoot. Shi Yu led Ruan Li to a secluded area of the park, gently setting her down. Ruan Li felt her face flush, stammering an apology. "I didn't mean to kiss you earlier. If you're upset, you can." Her words were abruptly silenced by his long, calloused fingers, his thumb resting softly on her lips. Subsequently, Shi Yu leaned in, executing a staged kiss, while simultaneously raising his phone to capture the moment. "Ruan Li, starlat." "Push him away." Shi Yu's indifferent gaze swept over her. "Rest assured, I won't play the role of third party." He then sent the recently taken kiss photo, which conveniently omitted Ruan Li's face, to Jiang Xiyuan. Shi Yu, image Jiang Xiyuan. Shi Yu, sent by mistake. Let us pretend you didn't see it. This familiar exchange caused Ruan Li's heart to flutter. Although Shi Yu's actions seemed somewhat childish, she was overwhelmed by a long-lost sense of protection. She sincerely expressed, "Thank you. I'm not doing this for you." Shi Yu replied coolly. "Then why?" "For justice," he declared. Chapter 61. The princess' cold facade upon hearing the word justice. Ruan Li paused momentarily, only to be bombarded by a flurry of comments. "Oh, justice guy. Well, you're quite just. Why does this guy have so many little skits? I want to watch the Spring Festival Gala without you. Passionately just. Shall we award you the Helping Hand Prize? Female supporting role. Take a look at him. Otherwise, one day when you have children." He still stubbornly claim he is aiding the nation in procreation. Now that is quite the willingness to propagate. These comments, devoid of pretense, were rather amusing. Ruan Li couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Shi Yu inquired, his expression still stern. Ruan Li quickly pressed her lips together, stifling her laughter. Shi Yu, seemingly struck by a thought, observed her with a gaze that rippled with intrigue. Wait, your deep-set eyes are fixed on Ruan Li, yes. And you're not face-blind. How did you recognize your foster sister? Ruan Li had let her guard down. If Shi Yu discovered that she had feigned face blindness to intentionally approach him, she wouldn't need to wait for the story as conclusion. She'd find herself in deep waters immediately. I heard her voice, she murmured. Ruan Li whispered, having been facially blind since childhood. I possess a heightened sensitivity to voices and scents. For instance, the fragrance you and a sea exude bears a striking resemblance. Indeed, although Jiang Xin is a wealthy young master, during our time in the dormitory, he was no different from any ordinary boy. Whether it was facial cleanser or body wash, he would use whatever his roommates had, hardly ever remembering to purchase his own. A common person might hesitate, fearing accusations of taking advantage, but Jiang Xin, being affluent, had no such concerns. Thus, throughout our 4 years in college, he primarily used the same brands as Shi Yu. A week ago, Ruan Li might have struggled to distinguish between the two. This response convinced Shi Yu. He nodded, glancing at his watch, asking, "Aren't you going to take a picture?" Ruan Li, bewildered, failed to grasp his train of thought, inquiring what. Shi Yu, with a cool demeanor, lifted his gaze, stating, "Your account has reached 500,000 followers. I always keep my promises. Has it truly reached 500,000? Ruan Li retrieved her phone, checked the follower count, and realized it had just surpassed. A pair, 500,023 followers. It had only just crossed the threshold. Surprised, Ruan Li felt an indescribable emotion clogging her throat, her nose tinged with a slight sting. Suppressing this feeling, she forced a radiant smile, saying, "Thank you. Allow me to treat you to a meal." Shi Yu remained expressionless, merely responding with a no. The barrage of comments resumed. Deadpan guy. Oh, you care more about the data than the female leader's self? Is that reasonable? The young master seems to be continuously scrolling, pretending not to care about the female lead, only to reveal it when the count increased by 23. Profit cut out, on the surface, but internally eager to dine with his wife. Justice guy, please cease the bombardment. First to open fire with a cold face. It seems the female lead is somewhat moved. Alas, in Haicheng all these years, her family neglects her, and her fiancé overlooks her. It's not my place to say, but the male lead truly isn't worthy of her. Upon returning to the bridal shop, Sister Luan praised the two profusely. The photos are absolutely stunning. I must contact you for future collections. You've worked hard today. Let me treat you to a meal. Sister Luan? Haven't you eaten yet? Ruan Li smiled. We just secured a reservation. Why not join us? As those words fell, the temperature of the air plummeted. Sister Luan glanced at the source of the chill, Shi Yu, and immediately understood. This cold-faced, handsome young man, who had suddenly agreed to the shoot and paid out of pocket 80,000, dismissing competitors while claiming passion, was not enamored with the photography itself, but rather with someone else entirely. Presumably, it was the effect of her social media post. Sister Luan smiled mysteriously, waving her hand. Never mind, I shall not intrude on your date. For the next collection, you two should strive for a couple shoot with a bolder concept to attract more clients. Ruan Li hastily clarified, Sister Luan, I have a boyfriend now. Sister Luan was taken aback. Shi Yu scoffed, his aura dark and foreboding, and turned to leave. Ruan Li quickly waved farewell to Sister Luan and hurried after him. In Switzerland, the time was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. As Jiang Xin awakened from his time adjustment, he encountered a kiss photo sent by Shi Yu, instantly invigorating him. Simultaneously, he received another photograph from Ruan Baozhu, who had fortuitously captured a candid shot of Shi Yu and his girlfriend from a third perspective. Ruan Baozhu, isn't this your roommate Shi Yu? I remember you mentioned your curiosity about his girlfriend's appearance, and I happened to run into them yesterday. Ruan Baozhu. Unfortunately, I couldn't capture her face. They seemed to be a couple modeling for wedding attire when Shi Yu scooped her up mid-session. Ruan Baozhu. The photographer hinted that things escalated unexpectedly. Jiang Xin gasped. Such audacity. He regarded Shi Yu with newfound respect. After 4 years of solitude, he had unexpectedly entered a significant relationship. He promptly shared both images in their group chat. Curiously, There was a profound silence in the dormitory chat today. The last message was still from the morning. He tagged Go Junjun and Zhao Shun. Jiangxi, look, the photo Shi Yu sent me is a third-person shot of his sister-in-law. It's not Go, it's Dog Jean. Go Junjun, what? She sent it to you? Jiangxi, indeed. Grinning, he then proceeded to share his chat history with Shi Yu. In the library, Go Junjun's eyes widened in disbelief. He tugged at Zhao Shun's sleeve. Have you seen the chat? Shi Yu is so arrogant. Not only did he take wedding photos with Ruan Li, but he also sent them to Jiangxi. That fool is grinning away, completely oblivious that the sister-in-law in the picture is Ruan Li. Alas, our dormitory is about to become quite tumultuous. Shi Yu is relentless and competitive. This is no different from AI Li wearing exquisite clothing. Perhaps we should rename him Shi Yu AI Li. Zhao Shin cast a glance at him. Then you should inform Jiangxi. Go Junjun faltered. Forget it. I just feel that Shi Yu is even more formidable than Xiyin. And Xiyin is at fault too, always entangled with his childhood sweetheart. That is precisely the issue, Zhao Shun retorted, retracting his gaze. We cannot afford to offend either of them, so keep your mouth shut. The matter of Shi Yu and Ruan Li must not escape our lips, understood? Go Junjun, rarely witnessing Zhao Shun's seriousness, complied. He slumped over the table, softly humming the theme song of The Temptation of Going Home. For all the pain of love's obsession, for all the wounds of hatred's fixation, I can no longer discern between love and hate. Is it truly like this? Unfortunately, his arm pressed against his phone, inadvertently sending a voice message. Jiangxi, Fu Shi Yu. In Chapter 62, amidst the dining ambience, Ruan Li had reserved a semi-private booth in a Western restaurant. After ordering a serving of fries, she inquired of Fu Shi Yu, "What would you like to eat?" Fu Shi Yu, unhesitant, ordered an Australian sirloin and a bottle of red wine. The rich aroma of the wine wafted through the air, and the steak, upon being cut, revealed a flawless pink hue, causing Ruan Li to swallow hard. It wasn't that she couldn't afford it, but she harbored a slight aversion to steak. As Fu Shi Yu sliced into the meat, Ruan Li seized the opportunity to take a photograph. Although she had mentioned her boss would make an appearance at 500,000 followers, she had not stated that she would show her face. Hence, Ruan Li only photographed the upper half of Fu Shi Yu. The lighting in the Western restaurant has been meticulously adjusted at a particular angle, complemented by the embellishments of plates and bouquets, creating an exquisite visual appeal. Fu Shi Yu, holding the cold-colored cutlery, displayed slender fingers that exuded an air of sophistication. She inquired of Fu Shi Yu, "Is this suitable for posting?" Fu Shi Yu frowned, questioning the difference from before. Previously, it was just your hand. Now, aside from your face, the upper body is also captured, Ruan Li explained. Fu Shi Yu furrowed her brow and summoned the waiter to take a photograph. After briefly outlining her request, she also provided a tip. The waiter, initially surprised, soon wore an increasingly genuine smile, assuring her, "Rest assured, sir, I will capture the sweet atmosphere between you and your girlfriend." "Not a girlfriend," Fu Shi Yu corrected. "Then it must be your wife. I didn't expect you to be so young and already married." "This is my boss," Ruan Li interjected. The waiter fell silent, focusing intently on his task. After a moment, he announced, "Sir, it's ready." Fu Shi Yu glanced at the finished product and gestured for the waiter to present it to Ruan Li. Upon seeing the photo, her eyes sparkled with astonishment. In the image, she bowed her head, with one side of her bangs gracefully cascading in front, obscuring much of her face while revealing her delicate chin. Fu Shi Yu, positioned slightly away from the camera, donned a sharply tailored suit, a cool-toned watch adorning his wrist, and his long, pale fingers grasping the cutlery, all of which radiated an aura of old money. Although their faces were not fully visible, it was evident that they were not merely appeasing fans. Fu Shi Yu methodically sliced his steak, reasoning that since he had agreed to a fee of 500,000 for the appearance, he could not afford to be perfunctory with fans, as it would be detrimental to the future management of her account. Ruan Li paused, acknowledging that her intention for creating her account was indeed to earn money. However, after Fu Shi Yu's remark, she found merit in his perspective. For years ago, when she arrived in Haicheng, she had to navigate everything independently. Her parents, aside from reproaching her with What did your foster mother teach you? Offered no guidance on how to handle such matters. For instance, when it came to cutting steak, Ruan Li, who did not eat steak, had been left with a lasting impression from her first dining experience at a Western restaurant. Back then, Ruan Bo had deliberately asked her whether she preferred her steak medium or medium well. She had replied, medium well, prompting peculiar expressions around the table. Ruan Baozhu had stifled a laugh, saying, "Sister, there's no medium well. It should be medium or medium rare." Subsequently, Ruan Bo had purposely ordered her a well-done steak slathered with an excessive amount of black pepper sauce. She struggled to cut it. "Apply more force," he instructed. She complied, only to have the black pepper sauce splatter all over her. Under the disappointed gazes of her parents, Ruan Bo's laughter echoed loudly. "Look at this unsophisticated country bumpkin, making a mess while eating steak." Ruan Li had felt unjustly wronged at that moment. She did not consider herself ignorant. She could discern which rice stalks flourished and understood how to yield the sweetest melons. Her inability to eat steak stemmed solely from her unfamiliarity with such an environment. Moreover, being able to eat steak did not denote superiority. After expressing her thoughts, she was met with her father's disdain. "You're sharp-tongued. Your brother only means well. This is not how your foster mother raised you." From that point onward, she learned to remain silent in the Ruan household, becoming a docile and sensible ornament. Her sole purpose to marry Jiang Xiyin. This marks the first occasion in 4 years, aside from her teacher, that someone has offered her advice and assistance. She inhaled sharply, uploading the photographs she took, as well as those captured by the waiter, to her social media feed. To express her gratitude toward her boss for accompanying her as a wedding dress model, she treated him to a meal. However, the boss ordered Australian steak and red wine, while she opted for a mere serving of fries and a hamburger. It is no wonder he might have mistaken her choice for a children's meal. The comments from netizens came swiftly. "Sister pair, it's mealtime, and you're embarrassing everyone again?" Someone remarked. "I suppose the end of a pampered life leads to a pampered wife, right? Is it amusing to belittle oneself?" The thought of a middle-aged man with an oily complexion uttering such words felt rather distasteful. "Wait, swipe left on the second image," Sister Pair posted. "This boss is somewhat handsome." Another commented, "That physique is quite impressive." "Wow, Sister Pair is also quite beautiful, fair and slender. And does she truly possess such thick hair? Help, I can't believe I'm fawning over this." It was her first encounter with a wife flaunting her husband in this manner. He was indeed a striking figure. What can one infer from just a silhouette? "Don't be overly enamored," someone cautioned. "I refuse to believe they look like that unless shown live." Meanwhile, several advertisers had also reached out. "Hello, blogger. I represent the brand One Coffee. We have 2 exclusive invitations for the Double 11 Gala and would like to invite you and your boss to participate. If you're interested, please add my WeChat." Initially skeptical, Ruan Li investigated the sender's profile and confirmed it was indeed the official account of One Coffee, a trendy coffee brand akin to the Hermes of the coffee world. Ruan Li stared, momentarily astonished. Shi Yu glanced at her phone. "May I inquire who the other esteemed invitee is?" Ruan Li asked. "The internet sensation Nan Bao and her temporary boyfriend," was the reply. Ruan Li thought. She always says that opportunities don't just fall from the sky. The brand had evidently recognized her and Shungnan's substantial follower base. As comments streamed by, one read, "The male lead for this gala has arranged a top-tier makeup team for his girl, overshadowing numerous female influencers and celebrities." Another added, "Indeed, this couple is incredibly sweet. Nan Yin's popularity is skyrocketing. Is this where dreams begin?" Someone mused. Another raised doubts about whether the girl was a third party, to which someone defended, "Only the unloved are the third wheel. I hope the supporting actress understands this truth." Ruan Li noted, "Next Friday is Double 11. By then, she would have her household registration sorted and would not fear the Ruan or Jiang families discovering her account's existence. Yet, without a doubt, she would be relegated to the role of a mere foil to Shungnan at the gala. Just as she was about to decline the invitation, a clean, elegant hand reached for her phone and responded with an emoji. Ruan Li uncertainly asked, "Are you going to accompany me?" "Not to accompany you," Shi Yu replied, placing a silver knife on the linen tablecloth, his dark gaze fixed on her as part of promoting the Fu family's corporate image. Ruan Li seemed to grasp only part of the situation. chewing on a dry fry. In the next moment, a plate of perfectly sliced steak was presented before her. Beside them, a girl caught sight of this scene and couldn't help but express her discontent about her boyfriend, wondering how others treat their significant others. Meanwhile, Ruan Li showing momentarily falterat. What is this? Shi Yu replied coldly, I do not eat Australian beef. Chapter 63. Official announcement. After Shi Yu finished speaking, a barrage of comments erupted behind him. Not specifically cut for you. I don't eat Australian beef. Even a well-done steak can't match your stubbornness. Australian beef. Is no one speaking up for me? Australian beef is so delicious. I won't allow anyone to defy it. Ruan Li pretended not to see and took small bites of the steak on her plate. Shi Yu, on the other hand, ordered another serving of American beef. Ruan Li was not well-versed in the distinctions between American beef and Australian beef. She simply knew that if it tasted good, it was good beef. The meat on her plate was tender and slightly sweet, suggesting it must have been a fine creature in its previous life. Speaking of beef, Ruan Li turned to Shi Yu and said, I wish to do something. May I borrow your influence? Shi Yu replied, Wait, is something off with me or with you? Your face looks a bit pale. Are we discussing this at the midnight show now? Realizing her words could be misinterpreted, Ruan Li quickly clarified. I wish to return to the Ruan family home, but as you heard yesterday, Shi informed my family that I am not to return. I hope to borrow your influence to retrieve something from there. The Ru porcelain is still at the Ruan residence. I've arranged a buyer, and the transaction is scheduled for tomorrow morning. Oh, Shi Yu leaned languidly against the back of his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Speak then. How may I assist you? As the two conversed, unbeknownst to them, a wave of discussions about their photographs surged online. In Switzerland, at 2 in the afternoon, and Shangnan took out her phone and instinctively checked the comments section of her social media platform. Hurry and check out this pair. She posted a stunning photo. The boss has a super handsome vibe too. And Shangnan frowned and clicked on the pair's profile. Who upset you to make your face look so grim? Jiang Xiyun approached and asked. She's a smart one, trying to imitate me. As soon as I posted a photo with you, she immediately posted one with her boss. As Jiang Xiyun's gaze landed on the girl on the screen, he felt a flicker of recognition. This girl looks somewhat familiar. And Shangnan chuckled. It's just a typical internet celebrity look, enhanced with a slim face and big eyes filter. They all look quite similar. Suddenly, she seemed to have an idea and raised her head, saying, See, since we are brothers, could you do me a favor? Sure, just say it. Sleep with me. Jiang Xiyun was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Brother, I'm not interested in that. Not interested? And Shengnan's face paled, and she clarified. What are you thinking? I'm going to ask you to take a couple's photo with me. 11 is approaching, and my current traffic has been snatched by this invitation. The merchants wanting to collaborate with me have dwindled. I want to become self-sufficient. As you know, my mother is still abroad and cannot return. Trouble does not reach the children, and Shangnan was indeed quite pitiable. Feeling a pang of compassion, Jiang Xiyun replied, All right, no problem. How shall we shoot? In Haicheng. As night fell, Ruan Li sat in the back seat of a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Suddenly, her phone lit up. It was a message from Shangnan. And Shangnan, Senior Ruan, I borrowed Shi to take a photo. I hope you don't mind. A series of photographs, notably intimate couple portraits, have been shared. One featuring a waterbed in a hotel, bathed in the warm glow of ambient light, and Shangnan is seen perched upon Jiang Xiyun's lap, feigning a kiss. Ruan Li, her expression tranquil, saves the image. The barrage of comments is peculiar. Is this reaction from the female lead appropriate? Why is she so calm? Shouldn't she be seething with jealousy? I can't shake the feeling that the female lead doesn't truly care for the male lead. Impossible. In this narrative, the female lead is the foremost admirer of Shi, a devotion that remains unreciprocated. Exiting WeChat, Ruan Li navigates to Nan Bao's profile. Indeed, and Shangnan has publicly shared the photos. The caption reads, A day as a couple, follow up. However, unlike the private messages she received, Jiang Xiyun's face is absent from this post. The comments are filled with affirmations of their compatibility. Is this not an announcement of their relationship? Congratulations. They make a splendid pair. Ruan Li muses. This is akin to someone using your toothbrush to scrub a toilet, all while cheerfully asking you not to mind. And Shangnan is confident that Ruan Li with her gentle nature, would not dare to cause a scene or leak the photographs. Nevertheless, she remains, in name, Jiang Xiyuan's fiancé. Such blatant behavior is certainly inappropriate. This image may serve a purpose in the future. Ruan Li not only saves it to her phone, but also backs it up in the cloud. Subsequently, she lowers her gaze, sniffles softly, her distress palpable in the quiet confines of the car. Shi Yu glances at her, observing Ruan Li with reddened eyes. Fixated on the sultry photo and Shengnian's scent, his expression darkens. Not only does she lack facial recognition, but her judgment is also clouded. He fails to comprehend what she finds appealing in Jiang Xiyuan. Shi Yu tightens his lips, resolving to disengage from Ruan Li's affairs. A love-struck mind is beyond remedy. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere thickens, reminiscent of a frigid winter. Just as the Rolls-Royce approaches the Ruan family villa, Ruan Li breaks the silence. May I post the series of photos taken on the spiral staircase to my account? I wish to grow my followers more swiftly. Shi Yu's tone remains devoid of emotion. Jiang Xiyuan saw that ensemble this morning. He assumed you were my girlfriend. Yes, I am aware. Aren't you concerned about him misinterpreting the situation? Ruan Li lowers her eyelashes. His willingness to accompany in Shengnian for such photographs, allowing for public misconception, indicates he has never considered me. At this moment, I am more focused on cultivating this account. However, you and C are roommates. I'm worried he might cause you trouble. Wedding photos have a limited audience unless specifically searched for. Otherwise, even when Luan Jia launches new products, Jiang Xiyuan would remain oblivious. Yet, if the content were to emerge from a pair's account, the impact would be different. And Shengnian would undoubtedly see it. Once she becomes aware, it would mean that Jiang Xiyuan would, too. Come the Double 11 Gala, when she reveals her identity, Jiang Xiyuan will realize that the girl who leaned on Shi Yu during their video call is none other than her. The passing neon lights dance upon the car window. Shi Yu's gaze drifts outside, his voice cold and detached. Do as you wish. Do as you wish. Justice, brother, why does your smile seem so smug? Has the female lead lost her mind? Is she not actively courting disaster? Does she still wish to marry into the Jiang family? One could finally dance before the main character. Let us not allow the prince to revel in the shadows of this clandestine affair. Haha, that would indeed be delightful. Chapter 64. He is truly a stand-in. Ruan Li inquired with Sister Luan for several photos of the mourning robe. The images, meticulously retouched, exuded a splendid oil painting quality. Unexpectedly, the photographer had utilized that surreptitious shot framed by a door, and after covering the faces with stickers, Ruan Li uploaded it online. A pair. I obtained these photo samples from the bridal shop. If any friends are planning to marry soon, please mention my name. No discounts, I assure you. As soon as it was posted, comments flooded in. Which studio is this from? I adore it. My wife is stunning. I shall support you forever. No these scoons. Why such indignation? Heh, your boss's waist looks quite strong. And that arm. One could easily be swept up in an embrace, cough cough. Sisterly, how do you indulge so well? The third image inexplicably carries a damp, clandestine vibe. How thrilling. A trendsetter, seeing Nanbao's photo shoot. You followed suit. How tiresome. Please understand the context. Sisterly shot hers first. Why not say Nanbao is emulating Sisterly? Due to the presence of family, Ruan Li's comments were quite lively. In truth, Ruan Li had not initially intended to share the photos. She merely noticed that Shi Yu's mood was amiss, which prompted her actions. At present, she had gathered enough funds for her adoptive mother's surgery, yet the injustice remained unresolved. As the principal of a high school in an impoverished county, her adoptive mother had devoted her savings to help local children escape the mountains. She had never wronged anyone, nor would she be a thorn in anyone's side. Yet, years ago, a certain media outlet had relentlessly accused her adoptive mother of embezzling a donation. That sum of 500,000 never existed. Ruan Li had attempted to investigate that media, but the depths of the matter were far too complex. Should she rely solely on her own endeavors? It might take her a decade or two to clear her adoptive mother's name. Justice delayed is not justice. As the heir of the capital's elite, Shi Yu possessed the means to facilitate this. Once the dust settled, even if her lies were exposed, Even if Shi Yu intended to cast her into the open sea to feed the sharks, she would willingly accept the consequences of her own actions. At present, another storm loomed. That is, the video where she mistook Shi Yu for Jiang Xiyuan's stand-in and sent it to the Ruan family. Ruan Li's gaze drifted through the car window, catching a glimpse of Ruan Baozhu standing at the Ruan family's gate. An idea blossomed in her mind. Switzerland. And Shengnan stumbled upon a photo of a pair in a morning robe. Her brow furrowed slightly. She wondered what was with this girl. The photo appeared remarkably natural. But it mattered not. She had heard that she would also attend the Double 11 Gala. Once exposed to the flashing lights, her facade would surely crumble. Yet, her boss seemed to exude an air of aristocratic charm, suggesting a noteworthy background. Nearby, Jiang Xiyuan raised an eyebrow upon seeing the screen. Isn't this the photo Shi Yu took with his girlfriend this morning? Could it be that Shi Yu's girlfriend is this blogger? And Shengnan was taken aback. Are you suggesting that the boss in this photo is the impoverished campus heartthrob from Haida, Shi Yu? Indeed. Jiang Xiyuan produced a screenshot from the morning, and Shengnan chuckled softly, initially believing that a pair held some significance, only to realize it was all a script. Even the rumored wealthy and handsome boss turned out to be the impoverished youth Yu. She felt relieved, awaiting the day of revelation on Double 11 to expose this falsehood. In Haicheng, at the entrance of the Ruan residence, Ruan Baozhu spotted Ruan Li and raised her lips in a smirk. Sister, what brings you back? Brother C said you deliberately pushed in Shengnan into the water yesterday, truly malicious, and instructed us not to let you in. Ruan Li smilat. Are you certain you want to prevent me from entering the house in front of the young master of the Fu family? Ruan Baozhu's eyes narrowed. Her gaze fell upon the Rolls-Royce Phantom parked outside. The driver in the front seat was obscured, but the man in the back lowered the rear window, revealing a pale wrist adorned with a silver watch, dazzling against the night sky. Could it truly be the young master of the Fu family? As Ruan Baozhu contemplated pursuing him to strike up a conversation, the car window closed. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she allowed Ruan Li to enter the house first. After the last banquet, the young master of the Fu family had personally taken Ruan Li to the hospital, witnessed by many. However, most believed that Ruan Li's favor with him stemmed from the drone rescue incident. Yet, Ruan Li's beauty was undeniable. A sense of crisis washed over Ruan Baozhu as she watched Ruan Li ascend the stairs. Taking a deep breath, she contacted Fu Ming. Though she had mistakenly kissed the wrong person at Madame Fu's birthday banquet, the silver lining was that she had secured the contact information of the young master's brother. Ruan Baozhu, second young master Fu, it seems you're interested in Ruan Li. I have a way for you to spend the night with her, without any responsibility. Fu Ming. Fu Ming, get lost. Am I insane enough to steal my brother's woman? Ruan Baozhu clenched her teeth in silent anger. How did Ruan Li come to be the young master's woman? Ruan Baozhu. Video. Ruan Baozhu, second young master. This is a video of Ruan Li and Jiang Xiyuan flirting under the guise of teaching at the pool. If you share this with a young master, he surely won't favor a woman of such loose morals, and your opportunity will arise. Fu Ming. Old Deng, do not conspire against me. Ruan Baozhu nearly choked on her breath upon reading the message. What a useless fool Fu Ming was. That day, Madame Fu had plotted for him, while hoping he would usurp the position of the young master. Yet he turned out to be so spineless. Ruan Baozhu. Then give me the young master's WeChat, and I can inform him personally. On the other end of WeChat, Fu Ming pondered briefly. This transaction seemed profitable. He wouldn't be the one to offend anyone, but if his brother truly despised Ruan Li because of the video, he could seize the opportunity. To be honest, just thinking of Ruan Li's face made his heart flutter. After a moment's hesitation, he sent over his brother's email. Fu Ming, don't tell my brother it was me who sent this. Ruan Baozhu felt as though she had struck gold and assured him repeatedly. Subsequently, she forwarded the video of Ruan Li and Jiang Xiyuan flirting at the pool to Shi Yu. The moonlight spilled through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the precious nightscape of Haicheng outside. Shi Yu moved out of the dormitory and returned to his spacious apartment in the heart of Haicheng. The cold light from his mobile screen illuminated his face as he stumbled upon a video titled Exposing the True Face of Ruan Li. His gaze darkened. Without hesitation, he hacked into the sender's information tracked down the registered phone number, and dialed it. He uttered only 5 words. "Where did you get the video?" His voice was frigid, laden with a chilling aura that made the voice on the other end tremble. "Your Highness?" Ruan Baozhu stammered. "Where did you get the video of Ruan Li?" "She sent it to me." Ruan Baozhu confirmed the caller's identity, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. It appeared that the young master was enraged after witnessing a video of Ruan Li in an intimate setting with another man. She added, "If you don't believe me, I can send you the chat screenshots." Ruan Li, enamored with wealth, had previously donned revealing swimwear to entice Jiang Xiyuan, the heir of the richest family in Shanghai. Jiang Xiyuan had intended to teach his childhood friend how to swim that day, but Ruan Li had seized the opportunity and taken him away. This video was shared in their family group chat. She intended to flaunt it. Shi Yu clenched his fists tightly. Naturally, he could not trust all of Ruan Baozhu's words. He promptly contacted the owner of the private pool to obtain the surveillance footage. After reviewing the entire sequence of events, a terrifying darkness enveloped his countenance. She regarded him as a mere substitute. He chuckled. "Fear not. Lily repeatedly tests the young master's boundaries." And the young master's boundary was one that oscillated between, "There is no boundary to the fact that she deceives me alone while not deceiving others. Indicates her love for me, a submissive test of loyalty." It was also a grand desensitization experiment of being the third party. Rating: 5 stars, 5 stars indeed. Chapter 65. Literary Discourse. Ruan Li entered the Ruan residence. The once jovial atmosphere in the living room, filled with laughter from Ruan's father, Ruan's mother, and Ruan Bolin, instantly shifted. Ruan's father blasted her without preamble. "You still remember to come back? You've grown quite bold. Why didn't you mention your acquaintance with the young master of the Fu family earlier? Do you realize how many lucrative opportunities the Ruan family has missed? And what about that genuine Ru porcelain? Where on earth have you hidden it? I had someone break into your room, yet found nothing. Hand over the Ru porcelain immediately, and then leave the Ruan family. Young Master Jiang has stated that you deliberately pushed Miss An into the water. Such malice will not be tolerated by the Ruan family." "Enough noise," Ruan Li interjected. "I did not return to listen to your pig-like squeals." At her words, Ruan's father widened his eyes in disbelief. "Ruan Li, how dare you speak to your father like that? Have you grown wings?" Ruan Bolin fumed. "Do you genuinely believe that by promoting Fu's new drone, you can win the young master's favor? He views you merely as a promotional tool. Once you are of no use, he will cast you aside. Let us see how you fare then." Ruan Li's gaze remained icy as she retorted, "If I am a dog, then what are you?" "Certainly not. Then are you not lower than a pig or a dog?" The Ruan family fell silent, seemingly transported back 4 years to a time when they forgot that Ruan Li had never been a docile girl who endured adversity, but rather a spirited country girl whose words could outmatch 8 others. Ruan's mother trembled with rage. "Is this how you speak to your elders? How has your adoptive mother educated you? Do you believe we can cease her hospital expenses right now?" Ruan Li approached, her gaze fixed intently on her biological mother. Yet within those eyes, she found no trace of affection, only an overwhelming disdain and contempt. At times, she yearned to inquire why, despite being her child, she was subjected to such cruelty. Taking a deep breath, Ruan Li calmly stated, "Mother, I am now a favored individual beside the heir of the Fu family. You may very well cut off my adoptive mother's medical expenses and witness whether the Fu family will grant you mercy." Ruan mother's eyes widened in shock. Her mouth agape for a moment, ultimately choosing not to mention the severance of funds again. Even Ruan Bo, who typically boistered, fell silent. The atmosphere grew tranquil. Ascending the staircase, Ruan Li mused that perhaps she possessed a flair for performance. Even if merely an act, it was executed with remarkable authenticity. The Ruan family thrived on weakness and feared strength. If she continued to endure their whims, she would be unable to rescue Ru Si. Conversely, should she return home exuding the demeanor of a petty victor, the Ruan family would hesitate to act rashly. Upon entering her room, Ruan Li discovered the lock on her door was broken, and the space had been ransacked. She moved aside the bed and lifted the floorboard, revealing a vase of vibrant colors reminiscent of a clear sky after rain. This was a secret base she had painstakingly excavated over 4 years, inspired by the Shawshank Redemption, specifically designed to store her treasure possessions. She retrieved the vase and extracted a picture frame from within. In the photograph, a woman proudly embraced 2 children, a girl beaming with a trophy, and a boy, tall and handsome, displaying a gentle smile on his mature face. This was a snapshot taken when Ruan Li had won first place in a competition during middle school, standing in front of the town's science palace with her mother and brother. Though they shared no blood ties, this trio became her deepest solace. Whenever she felt overwhelmed and on the verge of giving up, she would take it out to gaze upon. After carefully wiping the photograph, Ruan Li tenderly placed it into her suitcase. Without a moment's delay, she grasped the vase and departed. As she descended the stairs, Ruan's father and Ruan's mother were absent, and she collided with Ruan Baozhu. Ruan Baozhu smirked, "Sister, do not rejoice too soon. Do you truly believe the heir of the Fu family will always stand by your side?" Ruan Li retorted, "I do not comprehend." Retreat. Ruan Baozhu, taken aback, was momentarily speechless, allowing Ruan Li to reach the courtyard entrance. Behind her, Ruan Baozhu shouted, "Ruan Li, you are dreaming. The heir of the Fu family has amnesia. I am his beloved. He purposely injured his leg to evoke my sympathy. Once he spends more time with me, he will remember." Ruan Li hesitated. Naturally, she did not believe Ruan Baozhu was the white moonlight of Shi Yu. However, on that night at Young Club, she had indeed noticed a scar on Shi Yu's calf. How absurd. Ruan Li's eyes flickered. She realized how to avoid the fate of being fed to sharks at the bottom of the sea. She must help Shi Yu find his white moonlight. Ruan Li felt elated. Yet, the barrage of comments erupted. What? The heir has a white moonlight. Heavens above. I have just begun to immerse myself in this world. And yet, another white moonlight emerges. Might I inquire, is the white moonlight a standard accessory for every domineering CEO? Meanwhile, another group rejoices in celebration. How splendid. I've always wondered why the supporting female character seems to possess such extraordinary fortune. The Crown Prince, in his devotion to the white moonlight, even went so far as to shatter his own leg. What a deranged, green tea-sipping, insidious man he is. This is absolutely thrilling. With the Crown Prince's profound love for the white moonlight, once he regains his memories, how shall the supporting female character compete? I am intrigued, eagerly anticipating the moment the Crown Prince regains his memories. Ruan Li chose not to further trouble Zhou Qianqian and temporarily took residence in a hotel. Early Sunday morning, she met with the buyer for the porcelain, completing the transaction. She then went to view a property, selecting a charming garden villa situated in a prime location with ample greenery, perfect for bringing her adoptive mother back to reside. The original owners, a kind elderly couple, were selling their home as they planned to emigrate abroad. The rooms were exceptionally well maintained, ready for immediate occupancy. The primary reason she chose this particular house was due to the owner's connections, which would expedite the property deed transfer. However, the elderly couple mentioned they would formally emigrate in 2 weeks, necessitating a brief, continued stay in the house. This was entirely reasonable, and Ruan Li was not in a hurry to move in. After a busy day, Ruan Li barely glanced at her phone. Upon returning to the hotel, she remembered to check on her virtual boyfriend. She sent a few messages, but received no reply. Feeling perplexed, she wondered if something was amiss. Lazy pear mud. If you do not respond to my messages, do you dare to believe I will rush to your house and eliminate you? Lazy pear mud. I am a ruthless killer. Do you dare test me? She set her phone aside and proceeded to take a shower. Just as she left, a group chat titled Virtual Boyfriend Debugging Group popped up on her screen. Zhou Qianqian. Attention everyone. The virtual boyfriends have suffered a severe attack from rival businesses. The backends have been infiltrated with blocking programs from Shaokai and Literary City. Certain words you send during casual chats, such as kill, die, evil, etc., will appear as blank squares to the opposing user. The programmers are currently addressing this issue. Meanwhile, the pale moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Shi Yu's aloof and weary features were shrouded in a misty haze, while a cold breeze caressed his fingertips, glowing crimson. Suddenly, the phone on the coffee table lit up, casting an eerie blue glow that illuminated Shi Yu's sharply dilating pupils. Ruan Li, if you do not respond to my messages, do you dare to believe I will rush to your house and eliminate you? Ruan Li, I am a ruthless killer. Do you dare test me? Chapter 66, Deleted Friends. The Crown Prince's eyes turned red after finishing her shower. Ruan Li lay in bed and noticed a message from her virtual boyfriend. A single question mark. Ruan Li scratched her head, perplexed. He has reverted to his icy demeanor. Perhaps her lack of communication over the past few days had caused this shift. In simulation games, if one neglects to interact with their characters for an extended period, the character's affection levels plummet. However, she was utterly fatigued today, her eyelids heavy with sleep. She replied with a simple, "I'm off to bed," intending to turn off her phone, but to her surprise, a response came almost instantly. With whom? Ruan Li found herself even more bewildered. There seems to be a problem. The conversation appears disjointed. She has read the messages, but responded randomly. Lazily pear-paced, with my boyfriend. Did he not go abroad? Lazily pear-paced. We even sleep together over video. He sleeps his way, I sleep mine, yet we can still hear each other's voices and sleep soundly. The other side fell silent. Perhaps it truly is malfunctioning. Ruan Li collapsed on her bed, and a group message popped up on her screen. Zhou Qianqian, after testing, the following new blocked words have been added. Bed, sleep, dear. As long as everyone deletes their virtual boyfriends and re-adds them, normalcy can be restored. Ruan Li, kat is puzzled. What on earth is all this nonsense? She scrolled through the group messages, her expression cracking. These enemies are exceedingly cunning. They have implanted the blocking system of the Shaokai smartwatch and Literature City into the data of virtual boyfriends. What is the difference between this and putting sleeping pills in Viagra? Well, there's a difference. At least the latter wouldn't lead to social death in front of acquaintances. Ruan Li silently lamented her narrow escape and promptly deleted her virtual boyfriend as per Zhou Qianqian's suggestion. In the group chat, everyone was animatedly sharing their recent experiences of social death. Disney's escaping security help. I sent a message to my mentor. I intended to send 10 steps to kill a person, but the recipient received 10 steps to mouth a person. Flipping pineapple cake. You're better off? I sent my boyfriend a message about me and my friend sleeping outside, and well, I had to comfort my boyfriend afterward. Ultraman walking. Lazily pear-paced, what about you? Lazily pear-paced. I just took a shower. Besides my virtual boyfriend, I haven't contacted anyone. Everyone envied her good fortune. Suddenly, Zhou Qianqian messaged her privately. Zhou Qianqian, Lily, don't delete that boyfriend. Ruan Li already deleted. Zhou Qianqian, just remember to add him back. Ruan Li agreed, but her eyes felt unbearably heavy. She collapsed into sleep, unaware of whether she had merely dozed off or drifted into oblivion, but she slumbered until dawn. Meanwhile, in the night, Shi Yu gripped his phone. Staring at the message Ruan Li had sent, his teeth clenched, his eyes bloodshot. With her boyfriend, together on video. He spoke his words, I spoke mine. The text flooded his vision like shards of glass, glaringly painful. Even as his cigarette burned down to his fingertips, he remained oblivious to the sensation. Outside, autumn rain began to fall. Leaves fluttered down, the bitter wind and rain weaving a melancholic tapestry, while the city's vibrant neon lights blurred in the deep blue night. Shi Yu's hand tightened in frustration. He dialed a video call. However, a red exclamation mark appeared on the screen. Lazily pear-paced had enabled friend verification. You're not yet her friend. On Monday, Ruan Li woke up feeling refreshed. She vaguely recalled that she was supposed to do something, but had forgotten. No matter. She would remember gradually. She requested a morning off from her supervisor to handle her household registration. The elderly homeowners had not deceived her. They indeed had a way and expedited the processing of the property deed. Subsequently, Ruan Li, holding the deed, went to the police station. She had prepared all the necessary documents, and the transfer of her household registration went surprisingly smoothly. Stepping out of the police station, Ruan Li clutched her brand-new household registration book, and gazing at the name Ruan Li inscribed within, she felt an overwhelming sense of surrealism. As if she were in a dream, she had truly escaped the confines of the Ruan family. Upon returning to her workplace, an uncontainable smile graced Ruan Li's face. Colleagues passing by couldn't help but cast her a curious glance. As the saying goes, working is akin to attending a funeral. Such a smile, was an anomaly in the office. Is this person perhaps mentally unwell? However, after a few more glances, they found themselves unwittingly enchanted by her joy. In the elevator, Ruan Li spotted Shi Yu. Feeling buoyant, she took the initiative to greet him. Shi Yu, however, wore a cold expression, ignoring her. Ruan Li understood the reason behind his demeanor. It was about the matter of the substitute. Choosing to avoid any unpleasantness, she suppressed her smile and quietly exited the elevator. A few colleagues were engaged in conversation. Which department is that girl from? She's truly beautiful. Indeed, seeing her feels like a reminder of a time before I became a bitter woman. I have a friend who wishes to have her contact information, but she already has a boyfriend. The seasoned office workers, steeped in resignation, mused about Ruan Li, likening her to a delicate boat gliding through a picturesque scene, carrying with it the cherished memories of their youth. Just as they watched the small vessel drift further away, an inexplicable chill swept through the elevator. Turning around, they met the somber gaze of Shi Yu. What a predicament! The delicate boat had collided with a formidable iceberg. Upon returning to her workstation, Ruan Li noticed Wang Ying had sent a message in the company group chat. Wang Ying, dear colleagues, the company is organizing a team-building event tonight at Young Club. The announcement elicited soft gasps of surprise throughout the office. Young? That private club by the riverside? I've heard one must demonstrate substantial assets to become a member, with luxury cars lining up outside at 3 in the morning. Though I detest team-building activities, if it's at Young, that changes everything. After work, the employees flocked to Young. Ruan Li spotted familiar figures, the 4 members of the Ruan family. What were they doing here? The barrage of messages clarified her confusion. Ruan Baozhu learned that the Crown Prince would be at Young for team building, planning to drug him and create a scenario that could not be undone. Indeed, the Ruan family had conspired, intending to pin the blame on Ruan Li, claiming she sought to seduce the Crown Prince, drugging his drink, while Ruan Baozhu would appear as the innocent jasmine flower, mistakenly entering the Crown Princess room. Goodness, are these truly my parents? Yet another day of feeling sympathy for the supporting character. If the Crown Prince knew how unfortunate Ruan Li was, he wouldn't be able to stay angry. He would feel utterly heartbroken. Ruan Li zayelashas flutarat. She knew precisely how to appease Shi Yu. Meanwhile, the Ruan family had also spotted her and approached. Ruan Bo, with a furtive demeanor, handed her a vial of clear liquid. Ruan Li, I know you wish to return to the Ruan family. If you add this to the Crown Prince's drink, we will allow your return. Ruan Li was amused. Did you scorch your tongue with a curling iron? Ruan Bo glared at her. What do you know? This is called a Beijing accent. Once Baozhu and the Crown Prince recognize each other, I can showcase my talents in the capital. Ruan Li accepted the potion with a mysterious smile and said, Brother, are you eager to establish connections within the capital's elite? I happen to know a prominent figure in that circle who will be present tonight. He has a peculiar affinity for chrysanthemums, and I can arrange for someone to prepare them for you. Ruan Bo's eyes lit up. What are we waiting for? Quickly introduce me. Chapter 67. An awkward revelation. Ruan Li instructed her colleagues to proceed with their team-building activities while she pulled Ruan Bo aside and ordered a large pot of chrysanthemums for express delivery. Brother, this is the Guohua 8th Ming, the king of chrysanthemums, priceless in the market. Ruan Bo, unfamiliar with flowers, was awestruck by the grandeur of the bloom, believing it to be true. Soon, they arrived at the top floor, where Ruan Li pointed to the door of a private room and said, I had initially intended to pay a personal visit to that esteemed figure, but since you wish to connect with the elite, I must reluctantly step aside. After all, you are the eldest son of the Ruan family, the main lineage. As the eldest son walks steadily, I shall relinquish this pot of chrysanthemums to you. Ruan Bo felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing this. Indeed, he had always known he bore the mantle of the family's hopes as the eldest son. It seems you truly regret your past and wish to return to the Ruan family, Ruan Bo remarked, gently patting Ruan Li's shoulder, revealing a rare moment of affection. Rest assured, aside from Baozhu, you are my dear sister. Now go ahead and knock on the door to introduce me to this esteemed individual. Ruan Li shook her head. Brother, it is illogical for both of us to meet the esteemed figure with only a single gift. You should go alone. This individual has a particular fondness for chrysanthemums. Simply presenting this flower will ensure his acceptance of you. As she spoke, she raised her glass and offered it to Ruan Bo brother. May you achieve resounding success and boundless longevity. Ruan Bo accepted the glass and drank it all in one go, teasing Ruan Li, "It's not even my birthday. Why wish me longevity?" Ruan Li humbly agreed. "Then I wish you a triumphant breakthrough, overtaking obstacles, and may fortune favor you." Ruan Bo took delight in her words. Before departing, he reminded Ruan Li, "Do not forget what I instructed you to do. Make sure to slip that potion into the young Master Fu's drink. Its effects will manifest quickly within about 10 minutes. You must bring Baozhu before the young master. Otherwise, I shall not spare you." "Understood, brother." As Ruan Bo entered the esteemed figure's room, Ruan Li left with satisfaction. She then sought out her parents, who had invited numerous prominent figures from Haicheng for the evening's festivities, including Mrs. Jiang. Lowering her voice, she called her parents to the corridor. "Father, mother, I've discovered which room the young master is in." With that, she entered the private room with a glass of wine. Upon her return, she nodded at Ruan Baozhu. "It's done. The young master has taken a drink. Once the potion takes effect, you can enter." Ruan Baozhu was overjoyed, eager to use her acquired skills to entice the young Master Fu, hoping for a second encounter. Ruan's parents, envisioning their daughter soon becoming the young mistress of the Fu family, were elated. The three of them basked in their joy, oblivious to Ruan Bo's absence. Ruan mother intentionally sought to shift the blame for the drugging onto Ruan Li, framing the elder sister as the seducer and the younger sister as innocent. After tonight, Ruan Li's reputation will be utterly destroyed. This also signifies the complete dissolution of her engagement with the Jiang family. Ruan's mother specifically invited Mrs. Jiang to witness firsthand that all of this was orchestrated by Ruan Li, having no connection to the Ruan family, ensuring that they would not bear the brunt of the fallout. Once Ruan Li had arranged everything, she set a 10-minute countdown on her phone. Subsequently, she returned to the private room for the team-building event on the first floor. The Yunke establishment is strictly hierarchical, and today, the Fu family has booked the entire first floor. Unless one is a registered member, ascending to the upper levels is impossible. Upon entering the room, Ruan Li spotted Shi Yu seated in a corner, his expression dark and brooding. He has yet to publicly declare his status as the heir, leading everyone to perceive him merely as a strikingly handsome intern within the data group. His appearance is undeniably captivating, even in the shadows. He seems to emanate an ethereal glow, making it difficult for one's gaze to divert from him. However, the chill that radiates from him renders any approach nearly impossible. Ruan Li hesitated to approach him and instead sat beside a colleague from her department. Noticing her return, someone curiously inquired, "Darling, was that person your boyfriend?" "No, he's my brother," she replied. "Are you single then?" "My brother is incredibly handsome, studying sports. I'd like to introduce you to." Ruan Li joked, "Sure. I'll count on you to play matchmaker once I break up." Her colleague chuckled, praising her emotional intelligence in responding. Meanwhile, Shi Yu's expression grew even colder. Next came a game segment. During a round of truth or dare, Ruan Li lost and was urged to call her boyfriend and say, "I miss you." She dialed Jiang Xiyuan, but the call did not connect. "He might be on a plane, still in the air," Ruan Li explained. Her colleagues cheered. Just send a WeChat message. The mention of WeChat jolted Ruan Li into realization. She had forgotten to re-add her virtual boyfriend. In full view of everyone, Ruan Li simultaneously mentioned her quarrel with her boyfriend while sending a friend request. "I miss you." Someone laughed. "You have such a good temper. If my partner deleted me, I wouldn't bother unless he looked like Daniel Wu. Otherwise, no man deserves my efforts to appease." Another colleague leaned closer, peering at the avatar with curiosity. "Hey, why does your boyfriend's avatar look somewhat familiar?" Ruan Li, feeling guilty and fearing exposure regarding her virtual boyfriend, quickly replied, "It must be a common online image. There are plenty like it. But why does it look so much like Shi Yu's avatar?" The person remarked, opening Shi Yu's WeChat, their pupils dilating in shock. "Oh my gosh. It really is Shi Yu. The WeChat IDs are identical." The Fu family has no explicit regulations against office romances, and it felt as though a new world had been discovered. The atmosphere erupting with excitement. "Are you two in a secret relationship? Goodness, you both have hidden it so well." No wonder someone mentioned wanting to pursue Ruan Li in the elevator today. Shi Yu's expression was so grim. Shi Yu remained in his corner, his gaze fixed on Ruan Li, distant and profound. Meanwhile, Ruan Li's mind was in turmoil. Her eyes darted back and forth between her colleague's phone screen and her own, desperately searching for any discrepancies on the two WeChat profiles. Yet, there were none. They were identical. It was undoubtedly the same person. Ruan Li's mind was a blank slate. Shi Yu had been the virtual boyfriend she had been training all along. The mere thought of the messages she had sent in the past made her feel dizzy and disoriented. Could she still sleep? And those chiseled abs? It wasn't that she was lewd. It was simply that the bloom was so exquisite that not appreciating it would render her utterly unromantic. And those suggestive videos, they weren't fabricated. They were indeed the work of Shi Yu himself. A wave of heat washed over Ruan Li's face, relentless and overwhelming. Finally, she recalled the system's prompt from last night. If those sensitive words were replaced with euphemisms, Ruan Li's complexion paled, teetering on the brink of collapse. Would it be too late to switch to another planet? The comments were abuzz with excitement. Goodness, so the virtual boyfriend is a prince? I remember when the prince recorded those suggestive videos, he mentioned his roommate had returned. Could the roommate be Shi Yu? Recording suggestive videos in front of his roommate's fiancé, is this how you all play in the capital? How thrilling. It seems that the fervor began long ago. Now I understand why the prince was so furious. Yesterday, Ruan Li mentioned she was video chatting with her boyfriend while sleeping, and it was censored to euphemisms. I can't imagine the prince's expression upon reading that message. Creepy crawlers. Moreover, Ruan Li even deleted him from WeChat. This is hilarious. I suspected that one swimming video couldn't provoke such anger. Turns out there was this misunderstanding. Ruan Li was left in a daze. At that moment, a love song played in the private room. Her colleagues began to cheer, urging Ruan Li and Shi Yu to perform a duet. Ruan Li stiffly raised her gaze, locking eyes with Shi Yu's deep, enigmatic orbs. And her mind involuntarily conjured images of that suggestive video from the dormitory. Those sculpted pectorals, those defined abs, that tantalizing V-line, and then a buzzing sound. A 10-minute reminder of infidelity blared. Ruan Li suddenly stood up, stammering, I need to use the restroom. Chapter 68. Annulment of engagement. Ruan Li temporarily suppressed her shock and embarrassment. She had a formidable battle ahead. She made her way to the top floor, where a crowd had gathered in the corridor. Ruan's mother, visibly anxious, exclaimed, Has anyone seen my precious Baozhu? I can't reach her by phone. And she's not in the private room. Someone pointed towards another room, stating, I think I just saw Baozhu enter there. How could that be? I heard that's the exclusive lounge of the Fu family's prince, Ruan's mother replied. Upon hearing this, the crowd was initially taken aback, recalling that Yun Ke was indeed a property of the Fu family. Subsequently, their expressions towards Ruan's mother shifted to something peculiar. Could it be that Ruan Baozhu intentionally went in? They mused, finding the situation amusing, as if the thief were shouting to catch the thief. Indeed, I remember last Wednesday at Madame Fu's birthday banquet, Ruan Baozhu mistook the second son of the Fu family for the prince, making quite the spectacle. The mocking voices penetrated Ruan's mother's ears. She suppressed the intensity of her gaze. It appeared that Baozhu had the foresight to preemptively position Ruan Li as the scapegoat, attempting to pin the scheme of drugging and enticing the prince onto her. Baozhu could only be seen as the victim. As for Ruan Li, this child Ruan's mother sighed inwardly. Although not raised by her side and having adopted the habits of rural folk, she remains a piece of flesh that has fallen from her, and she would not truly turn a blind eye, even if she cannot marry into the Jiang family. Arrangements will be made for her marriage, ensuring her a life of affluence. Amidst the clamor of diverse opinions, a sudden, blush-inducing sound erupted from the room. The attendees, all married individuals, immediately turned crimson, not out of shyness but out of indignation. They too had daughters and were eyeing the prized asset of the Fu family. Unexpectedly, it was the shameless Ruan Baozhu who had climbed into bed, and they found themselves unwittingly implicated in the scandal. Engaging in such scandalous behavior was indeed shameless. Mrs. Ruan, Your family possesses remarkable audacity, daring to scheme against the heir of the capital. At that moment, Father Ruan returned, having obtained the surveillance footage from Yun, Quebec. Upon viewing the recording, the audience was astonished to discover that prior to Ruan Baoju's entrance, Ruan Li had also entered, mysteriously carrying a small vial and pouring something into a wine glass, wearing a triumphant smile. Moments later, Ruan Baoju appeared. "Sister, where are you?" she wondered, perplexed, as she had just seen her moments ago. Ruan Baoju, bewildered, tentatively knocked on the door. "Is anyone there?" Receiving no reply, she boldly entered the room and did not emerge again. The crowd was taken aback. Just then, Ruan Li emerged from the rooftop elevator. Upon seeing her, Mrs. Ruan immediately approached, demanding, "What did you put in the wine for the heir?" Ruan Li, confused, replied, "What?" Without further ado, Mrs. Ruan rummaged through her belongings until she found the vial, pretentiously sniffing it, and then displayed an expression of shock. It was indeed that kind of drug. An uproar ensued. Ruan Li found it amusing. Her mother's acting skills had not inherited even a fraction of her talent, as it was painfully obvious. The online comments reflected the audience's disbelief. "Elder sister, how could you smell something colorless and tasteless?" To give Mrs. Ruan the benefit of the doubt. "Are you perhaps familiar with it? Such a keen nose. You could have been a police dog." It infuriates me. The Ruan family is despicable for scheming against Ruan Li. Ruan Li is their own daughter. Mrs. Ruan, clutching the vial, lamented, "How could you possess such a drug?" Ruan Li shook her head, feebly asserting, "It wasn't me. Truly not me. I have no way to explain." "Nonsense." Still trying to argue, Father Ruan exclaimed, brandishing the surveillance footage. "It clearly recorded you deliberately drugging the heir's wine, intending to enter once the effects took hold. But Baoju mistakenly entered the room looking for you." Ruan Li refuted, "No, this is fabricated. I didn't go upstairs." In truth, Ruan Li had enlisted Zhou Qianqian to tamper with the surveillance at Yun, erasing all footage of her presence on the rooftop. As long as she maintained that the video was altered, it wouldn't be considered conclusive evidence. At that moment, Mrs. Jiang approached. She expressed her disappointment, saying, "Ruan Li, I underestimated you. It appears you harbor aspirations of climbing into the esteemed circles of the Fu family, while we, the Jiang family, are unworthy. In my opinion, it would be best to dissolve the engagement between our families starting today. The Jiang family will certainly not impede your quest for greater heights." The Jiang family had long sought to expose her faults to annul the marriage. Today presented a splendid opportunity. With tears glistening in her eyes, Ruan Li clutched the hem of Madame Jiang's garment, large teardrops cascading from her eyes. "Aunt Jiang, that is not true. I have no intention of drugging young Master Fu. I love a sea. I never meant to take advantage of anyone. Please do not touch me." Madame Jiang coldly brushed her hand away, saying, "I find it repulsive." Ruan Li collapsed onto the carpet, fragile and slender, akin to fallen leaves in autumn. Faced with disdainful gazes and mocking laughter, she trembled as she dialed a number. "I will call a C. He will believe me. He has returned to the country. He will help me." As soon as the call connected, Ruan Li choked out, "A C, where are you?" "I am at Yun, and Aunt Jiang said she wants to annul our engagement." Before she could finish, a gasp emanated from the other end. It was Jiang Xiyin's voice. "Nan, what is wrong? Call for an ambulance. Hurry." The call was abruptly terminated. In the rumored exclusive booth of the Crown Prince, whispers of intimacy echoed. The onlookers hesitated to intrude. Ruan's mother coldly instructed Ruan Li, "At this juncture, you shall kneel here until your sister emerges, and you will personally explain to the Crown Prince of the Fu family." Not wishing to stir up trouble, the crowd retreated to their original booth, intending to observe the unfolding drama. Left alone in the corridor was Ruan Li, sprawled on the ground, while the audience expressed their sympathy for her. Time passed, and footsteps echoed softly on the plush carpet behind her. Ruan Li vipit hertius, preparing to kneel as her mother had suggested. Yet, before her knees could touch the ground, warm hands lifted her arms. Ruan Li's heart fluttered. She recognized that Fu Yu had once again softened towards her. Despite having won the bet, tears streamed down her face more fiercely. She turned and threw herself into the embrace of the newcomer, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist. I knew you would come. The atmosphere grew thick with tension, and the corridor felt eerily silent. Under the dim, yellow light, shadows from Fu Shiyu's long lashes fell upon his lower eyelids, and a murky glint flickered in his gaze. After a pause, he resignedly raised his hand, holding Ruan Li even tighter. He could hear his own heartbeat. Mimicking the voice of his roommate, he murmured, "Yes, it is me." Chapter 69, Crushed. Crown Prince, do not love too deeply. I refused to be the mistress. I thought the beloved brother would forcibly take what he wanted. Little did I know he would become a substitute for love. What a wretched character. Indeed, every beautiful face surrounded by darkness has a phony husband who consumes them entirely. Why do I feel a twinge of sympathy for the beloved brother? Dear supporting characters, do not rejoice too soon. Let us not forget that the Crown Prince had a beloved white moonlight before his amnesia. Moreover, the supporting character has the male lead's name tattooed on her. Once they are intimate, the Crown Prince will see the tattoo and immediately wilt. Exactly. If I were a man, I would be utterly repulsed. Where did this spirited man come from? Furthermore, isn't it just Shi Yu? Perfect. My sister is a genius. In my opinion, the passionate brother is the chosen third party. 10 minutes ago, Fu Yu was seated in the private room when a female colleague murmured, "Why has Ruan Li been gone for so long?" "Shi Yu, you are her boyfriend. Could you check on her?" Fu Yu replied coldly, "I am not." The colleague frowned, muttering softly, "It's just an argument. Why the long face? Do you not want a wife anymore?" Saying this, she stood up. "I'll go take a look." She is timid and it's her first time here. I hope she doesn't enter the wrong room and provoke someone difficult. Fu Yu tightened his grip on the wine glass, shadows deepening on his face, adding an air of chilliness. This was not her first visit, nor was she timid. Last time, she even wanted to stay with him. In the dim light, his phone screen lit up. Jiangxin. "Brother Yu, are you still working part-time at Yinke?" Fu Shiyu's gaze darkened as he deleted the message. His chat interface was always tidy. He swiped left to delete messages from those deemed unimportant. Just as he pressed the red delete button, his hand hesitated. He suddenly recalled that rainy day on the outskirts of the city when Jiangxin had asked him to pick up his fiancé, even sending him a photo. He had not seen it at the time. As the WeChat backend refreshed, he deleted the record behind it. He should have known earlier. At that moment, a new message arrived. Jiangxin, "Brother Yu, it seems Ruan is in trouble at Yin, Quebec, and Shangnan can't leave. Could you please check on Ruan?" Simultaneously, a call from Wang Ying came through. "Young Master Fu, Ruan Li is in trouble." Fu Yu abruptly stood up. The female colleague who had just spoken was startled, then wore a look of realization. "Ah, you're anxious now, huh? All right, go find Ruan Li. I want to compete with you." On the top floor, Fu Yu's arrival shattered the corridor's tranquility. The people in the private room heard the commotion. Ruan's parents, eager to secure a name for Ruan Baozhu, hastily opened the door. As the door swung open, bright light flooded the dim corridor, and Ruan Li's mind instantly cleared. She had intentionally miscalled Fu Yu's name to solidify her facade of face blindness, hoping to dispel his suspicions. Little did she expect that Fu Yu would actually respond. Ruan Li's eyelids fluttered, her heart uncontrollably racing as if it would leap from her chest, causing ripples in her heart's lake. Just then, a waiter passed by with a tray, carrying cocktails of beautiful colors intended for another private room. To quell the tumult within her, Ruan Li took one and drank it in a single gulp. The flavor was reminiscent of tea, sweet and tangy, infused with lemon and orange liqueur. By the time Fu Yu attempted to intervene, it was too late. Ruan Li had already downed an entire glass of Long Island iced tea. This drink was deceptively potent, tasting like a beverage, but packing a significant punch, especially since Ruan Li had consumed it on an empty stomach. The fiery evening glow danced upon her jade-like skin. Her transparent eyes clouded with mist. Fu Yu hesitated, reaching out to grasp her. "To the hospital for a sobering shot." "I won't go. It is merely a glass of fruit wine. There's no need for such drastic measures. What are you all doing?" Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from behind. Ruan Li turned around to see her mother striding towards her, accompanied by a throng of people. Without offering an explanation, she, emboldened by the effects of the alcohol, knocked on the door of the private room. "Baozhu, are you inside?" My parents claim I drugged the heir of the Fu family and harmed you. I did not. I truly did not. Please open the door and clarify. The knocking was more akin to pounding than a polite knock. This startled everyone, fearing Ruan Li might disrupt the heiress affairs and offend the Fu family. Ruan's mother's gaze shifted from the sharply defined features of Shi Yu to her daughter, perplexed by her closeness to this young man. Striding in her high heels, she approached Ruan Li swiftly, raising her hand as if to pull her away from the door. However, before she could reach her, Ruan Li's hand was forcefully swatted away. Caught off guard by such a gesture, she stumbled and fell to the ground. With a glare filled with fury, Ruan's mother fixed her eyes on the youth standing protectively in front of Ruan Li and demanded, "Who are you?" The crowd buzzed with curiosity. The young man exuded an aura of nobility, frequently gracing the upper echelons of society, yet he was unfamiliar to them. Shi Yu glanced at Ruan Li beside him, about to speak when he noticed Ruan Li squatting before her mother, her eyes misty and reeking of inebriation. "Mom, are we going bankrupt? Why are you sitting on the floor like this? Get up, it's so embarrassing." Ruan's mother was rendered speechless as silence fell over the corridor. A smirk curled on Shi Yu's thin lips, and a suppressed laugh escaped his throat. This little sourpuss was certainly becoming more assertive in her drunken state. Ruan's mother, gritting her teeth, glared at the radiant Shi Yu, demanding, "Who on earth are you?" Just then, the door swung open. Un muscular man, broad-chested, with short black hair and a stubbled chin, stood there. His left arm bore a tattoo of a green dragon, and his right, a white tiger. His skin adorned with vibrant colors that obscured his original complexion. The man, visibly displeased, spoke in a thick Beijing accent. "What is going on? Are you all insane? Why are you making such a racket outside my door?" Ruan's mother was taken aback. "And you are?" The man spat. "I'm your father." Ruan's mother. Beside them, Ruan Li struggled to suppress her laughter, while the crowd erupted in amusement. "Ha ha ha, that accent is so authentic. What a peculiar way to address someone. Calling her your father. That you is quite clever. Feels like this person has a bit of charm. Surely they don't think this guy is the heir of the Beijing-circle?" The onlookers were not so naive. Though they had never seen the true face of the Fu family heir, they had encountered him during banquets. This tattooed man, in physique, voice, and tone, bore no resemblance to the heir at all. Amid Ruan's mother's stunned silence, the tattooed man rolled his eyes and muttered, "You're interrupting my good fortune." He feigned closing the door. As the door was about to shut, wafting the scent of the room's azaleas, Ruan's mother suddenly realized, "Oh no, if this man is not the heir of the Beijing-circle, then Baozhu must have been deceived." She immediately sprang up from the ground and dashed into the private room. Chapter 70. You have finally become someone else's mistress. Ruan's mother burst into the room, only to find a woman lying unconscious on the sofa, disheveled. It was none other than Ruan Baozhu. Heartbroken, Ruan's mother pointed an accusing finger at the tattooed man. "What have you done to my daughter? You have tarnished her innocence. I will sue you." Turning to Ruan's father, she urged, "Darling, call the police." The tattooed man, with bulging eyes, retorted, "You're spouting nonsense. Your daughter came on to me and started undressing herself. I had to knock her out. I prefer." He then pointed at Ruan's father, declaring, "I'd rather be with your husband than be interested in your daughter." Ruan's mother, Ruan's father, everyone. Ruan Li struggled to suppress her laughter, finding it quite challenging. Ruan's father, a man nearing 50, was experiencing sexual harassment for the first time in his life, his face flushed with anger. "How dare you knock my daughter out? I will fight you." Yet, the elderly man was no match for the vigor of a younger man. Not only did Ruan's father fail to avenge Ruan Baozhu, but he was also slapped on the backside by the tattooed man. Ruan's mother watched helplessly as her husband was humiliated, shouting, "I will call the police right now." The tattooed man, with an air of confidence, replied, "Call the police. If you don't, you're foolish. Your daughter barged into my room. I could sue her for trespassing. In America, I could have shot her." His intimidating presence rendered Ruan's mother momentarily speechless. At that moment, Ruan Baozhu began to stir awake. Lowering her head, she noticed her disheveled clothing and glanced at the crowd by the door, her face flushing crimson as she innocently said, "Mom, Dad, I don't know what happened. I saw my sister walk through this door, thinking she was inside, but I never expected the heir of the Fu family to be here. Ruan's mother attempted to silence her, but it was too late. Ruan Baozhu quickly continued. The heir said my sister drugged him and sent me in to repay the debt. So, Mom and Dad, please don't blame my sister. I don't think she meant to drug him. The atmosphere turned tense. Everyone present was astute. This was clearly not a case of the sister drugging someone, but rather Ruan Baozhu attempting to shift the blame. Ruan's mother turned pale, trying to salvage the situation. Baozhu, are you frightened? Come, let us go to the hospital. Ruan Baozhu shook her head, although she could not recall what had just transpired. She caught a whiff of a familiar scent in the air. Her cheeks flushed as she insisted, Mom, I'm telling the truth. Truth? Nonsense. The tattooed man fumed. Well, have I ever needed drugs? I don't need them to maintain my vigor. Ruan Baozhu appeared bewildered, staring at the bare-chested man before her. Her expression filled with questions. The heir of the Fu family she remembered was composed and refined. Who was this burly man with a tuft of black chest hair? Ruan's mother abruptly pulled Ruan Baozhu aside. Baozhu, let us go. Just then, a retching sound echoed through the room. It was Ruan Li, covering her mouth and appearing quite tipsy as she stumbled into the bedroom of the private room, frozen in place upon realizing there were still people present. As the crowd followed the sound, they found a man lying bare upon a grand bed, mumbling, Darling, more, please. Do not gaze upon such impropriety. The onlookers swiftly averted their eyes. Yet, Ruan Li's ears perked up, and she addressed the man whose face was obscured by a blanket. Brother? Shi Yu. What nonsense are you spouting? Ruan's mother frowned. How could that possibly be your brother? You are intoxicated. No, he is indeed my brother, Ruan Li asserted. Pointed her ear. I can't hear it. Impossible. Ruan's father waved his hand emphatically, declaring, Xiao Bo is the eldest son of the Ruan family, the future heir of our lineage. How could he be entangled with another man? He berated Ruan Li. You, a young lady, drinking like a common drunkard, have brought shame upon our family. Ruan Li blinked, emboldened by the alcohol, and lifted the blanket. With a rustle, the man on the bed, feeling a chill, mumbled as he sat up, exchanging wide-eyed glances with the entire room. The moment their eyes met, the world of Ruan's parents collapsed. Xiao Bo, how did you end up here? Ruan Bo jolted awake, glanced at his own unclad state, then at the assembled crowd, and let out a piercing scream. Chaos ensued. Ruan Li observed the scene, her vision blurring as the ceiling appeared to melt, blending with the chandelier into a vivid golden hue, intermingling with the blue of the wallpaper. Each person's movements seemed to slow, reminiscent of a Wong Kar-wai film. Leaning against the wall in a daze, she muttered, The eldest son of the Ruan family, turned. The main lineage of the Ruan family, severed. Ruan's father and mother leaned back in shock. Comments flooded in. I'm truly going to laugh myself silly. Ha ha ha. The supporting character has a way with words. Mrs. Ruan, do not be disheartened. At least your adopted daughter's virtue remains intact, albeit at the cost of your son's purity. How did the supporting character's brother end up here? The chrysanthemum on the bedside looks so familiar. Isn't that the king of chrysanthemums that Ruan Li had her brother gift to a prominent figure in the capital? So, was this all deliberately orchestrated by the supporting character? The supporting character, both good and bad, I love it. Indeed, the tattooed man was the prominent figure Ruan Li had mentioned. However, he was not a business tycoon, but rather a literal powerhouse. As a sister, Ruan Li had been quite benevolent towards Ruan Bo, even returning kindness for malice by arranging a liaison for her brother. With her thoughts in disarray, she wore a silly grin. The clamorous crowd pressed into the thin air, the air thick with an unpleasant odor, as the alcohol she had recently consumed exploded within her stomach like fireworks. This time, Ruan Li truly felt nauseous and on the verge of vomiting. In the next moment, a refreshing scent enveloped her nostrils. She felt considerably better and closed her eyes heavily. Amidst the turmoil, Shi Yu cradled the inebriated Ruan Li and called Wang Ying to arrange for a car. Just as they reached the entrance of Yunk, they collided with colleagues dispersing from a team-building event. How could Xiaoli drink so much? A colleague exclaimed, At this hour, it's difficult to hail a taxi. I'll let you take this one. Hurry home. Shi Yu replied, No need. but Ruan Li had already climbed into the car, mumbling home home. Shi Yu could only nod in gratitude as she got into the car. The driver inquired, "Where's your home, young lady?" Ruan Li leaned against the window, pondering, "Where's my home?" Strangely, the familiar surroundings eluded her. She gazed outside, where towering buildings loomed like monstrous structures of concrete and steel, utterly foreign to her. This was not her home. Behind her house lay majestic mountains and a gentle stream, where her mother and brother would share meals with her. But where was her home? A sense of urgency washed over Ruan Li. She struck her head in frustration, questioning, "Why can't I remember where my home is?" Shi Yu grasped her wrist, halting her self-destructive gesture, and pulled her into his embrace. In a low voice, he instructed, "Take me to Jiangjing Mansion." When Wang Ying hurriedly arrived, he caught sight of the young master, holding Ruan Li close, the fragmented neon lights reflecting in his eyes, filled with concern. A gap in the car window allowed the sound of a rustic song to seep in. "Finally, you become someone else's mistress," the lyrics, oddly fitting, reverberated. Chapter 71. The moon hangs high, not solely illuminating me. As the taxi arrived at Jiangjing Mansion amidst the haunting melody of betrayal, Ruan Li stepped out, the wind brushing against her, yet her head remained heavy and dizzy. Jiang Xiyuan changed the password. "You can't enter," Shi Yu reminded her. "You can stay at my place tonight." Ruan Li shook her head and made her way upstairs. Initially, she thought her intoxication would not disrupt her demeanor. She seemed calm and composed, just as usual. However, she turned out to be not only obstinate but also highly guarded. She shielded the entrance's password lock with her hands, cautioning, "I need to enter the password, so step back." "It's futile to reason with a drunken person," Shi Yu sighed, taking a step back. "No, further back." Ruan Li insisted. He complied, and this back and forth continued until he retreated to the elevator entrance. Only then did Ruan Li nod and cautiously input the password. Beep. Incorrect password. Beep. Incorrect password. Beep. Incorrect password. Ruan Li was bewildered. The password was her birthday. How could it be wrong? Lost in her thoughts, the door swung open. Warm light spilled forth, revealing in Shengnan, who had answered the door. She wore Ruan Li's pajamas, which barely reached her thighs, and was missing the accompanying long pants. The lace edges of her lingerie peeked out from the slightly open neckline. Ruan Li glanced at the door number and scratched her head. "Why are you wearing my pajamas in my home?" And Shengnan's gaze shifted. "Senior, C forgot to tell you that I'm staying here for the night. He changed the door code to my birthday, fearing I might forget it." Almost as if to corroborate her words, a worried voice echoed from within the bedroom. "Nan, come touch me, I'm almost there." And Shunan blushed, fixing her hair. "Senior, C and I are not in a position to entertain you right now. Perhaps you should find a hotel for the night." With that, the door slammed shut, leaving Ruan Li standing in the dim corridor. Her head grew heavier, and just as she contemplated knocking again, a large, bony hand seized her wrist. "Come with me." "Where to?" "To my house." Ruan Li shook her head, stating emphatically, "No, this is my home. I cannot leave. If I do, they will cease to provide me with financial support." Shi Yu was perplexed by her words, yet the barrage of comments understood. The supporting character is so pitiable. She is trapped in that memory. "Darling, you now possess a home of your own. No one can evict you, and you can live with your mother. May I inquire, didn't the female protagonist faint at the airport? How did she end up in someone else's wedding house?" "Hee. The little darling merely has low blood sugar. A piece of chocolate will suffice." The male lead initially intended to take her to the hospital, but she detests the smell of antiseptic, and given the dormitory's curfew, he brought her back to the wedding house instead. So, were the male lead and the little darling engaged in something rather thrilling just now? Smirking, what is the difference between this and a newlywed couple? How sweet. Sweet my foot. The couple is engrossed in playing Dead by Daylight, and the male lead was just struck by the hunter. His health is critically low, requiring a teammate to heal him. What is with the female protagonist's bashful expression? Do you need to wear someone else's pajamas to play Dead by Daylight? Ruan Li, her eyes glazed, struggled to comprehend the barrage of comments. She pointed at the swirling words before her and blinked vigorously until her gaze finally settled on Shi Yu's face. Meanwhile, Shi Yu was on the phone with Wang Ying. Yes, purchase an apartment in the Jiangjing mansion, regardless of the cost. Please have everything packed within the hour. As soon as he hung up, he received a call from the errand runner. Sir, the hangover remedy has arrived. The community has restricted access, so the delivery cannot come inside. Outside, a gentle rain pattered against the window. Shi Yu turned to Ruan Li, saying, I shall go downstairs to retrieve the medicine. Please wait for me. The autumn night, rain drummed against the window. After Jiang Xiyuan's health was restored, he was struck by the hunter once more, leading to his untimely demise. Realizing too late, he inquired, who knocked just now? And Shangnan replied, someone was drunk and mistakenly entered the wrong room. As she spoke, she set her phone down, clutching the pajamas. Ah, see, I'm wearing Ruan Shi's clothing. She won't be upset, will she? It's fine. She is not a petty person. As Jiang Xiyuan thought of Ruan Li, he glanced at the time, noting it was quite late. Why hasn't Ruan Li returned yet? He took out his phone and attempted to call her, but the call did not connect. He tried reaching Shi Yu next, but that too was fruitless. Growing increasingly concerned, he muttered, could it be that brother you missed the message? He stood up, intending to visit Yunke personally. Remembering that his mother had also gone to Yunke today, he decided to call and inquire about the situation. However, upon turning to look at Shangnan, his brow furrowed. Why are you undressing? And Shangnan hastily covered her chest with the pajamas, biting her lip. I'm afraid Shiweji will misunderstand. Ah, see. Please don't look at me. The more she tried to conceal herself, the more suggestive the situation became. Under the dim light, Jiang Xiyuan approached, and in Shangnan's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Yet, he heard Jiang Xiyuan's teasing voice from above. Not bro. Didn't you say you've been working out? Why is there no evidence of it at all? As he spoke, he removed his shirt, showcasing his robust biceps. His eyes filled with admiration for his own physique. And Shangnan, huh? Little C? The call connected. Jiang Xiyuan let out a hissing sound and asked on the other end of the line, Aunt Yao, why are you the one answering the phone? Aunt Yao was a close friend of Zhang's mother and had a daughter 2 years his junior, who had tried several times to matchmake them. Upon hearing Jiang Xiyuan inquire about Ruan Li, there was a heavy sigh from the other side. Don't even mention Ruan Li. Today, she was at Yunke, attempting to seduce the heir of the Fu family, and was seen entangled with some man. Many people witnessed it. Your mother is utterly furious. She is on the brink of a breakdown. Jiang Xiyuan tightened his grip on the phone. Aunt Yao, could you be mistaken? Countless eyes saw it. Your mother is so enraged that she mentioned calling off the engagement. After the call ended, images flooded Jiang Xiyuan's mind of Ruan Li being taken to the hospital by the heir of the Fu family during Madame Fu's birthday banquet, her fingers pale and lifeless. At that moment, the doorbell rang. It was Ruan Li. A wave of betrayal surged within Jiang Xiyuan. Did she truly have feelings for him? Outside the door, Ruan Li pressed the doorbell repeatedly, remaining silent. When the door opened once more, Jiang Xiyuan was revealed bare-chested, embracing Shangnan, passionately kissing her. And Shangnan reciprocated, tightly holding Jiang Xiyuan's back, leaving ambiguous scratch marks with her beautifully elongated nails. At the entrance, Ruan Li stood frozen at this sight. Jiang Xiyuan did not turn around. His voice was icy as he demanded, What are you doing back here? I told you to apologize to Nan Nan. Did you not take my words to heart? There was no response from behind. Turning around, he saw Ruan Li holding up her phone, illuminated by the crystal chandelier, her features devoid of sorrow. Only a thirst for attention. Family. Send 666, and the host will provide benefits to the family in a live stream. Chapter 72. Who do you say I am? Ruan Li had actually started a live stream, and Shangnan's pupils constricted sharply, and she gasped, clutching her chest. Although she was a content creator, she had aspirations to enter the entertainment industry. She absolutely could not allow herself to be tarnished by such scandal. She reached out to snatch the phone. However, in her drunken state, Ruan Li seemed to revert to her days of pretending to be a monkey at the zoo, exhibiting surprising agility. The comments section erupted with laughter. Is the female supporting character really this crazy when drunk? I'm going to die laughing. I thought she would run away crying, but instead, she invited the live stream family over. Alcohol is the essence of grain. The more you drink, the younger you become. Drink more, I love watching. Is the comment section insane? The female supporting character is leaking someone else's private information. That's illegal. Woo-woo. My sister is going to be a big star. What if this affects her career? Why don't you mention that your sister was in someone else's new house wearing their pajamas and lost her lower garments? That was acting. To help the male lead test the female supporting character's feelings. Whether it's acting or not, she knows in her heart. The comments became a cacophony of noise, and Shangnan was on the verge of tears, her emotions spilling over. Jiang Xiyuan felt a throbbing headache and said to Ruan Li, "Give me the phone. Can't you see Nan Nan is crying? Apologize to her." Yet at that moment, Ruan Li was unfazed, declaring, "Don't cry. Nobody wants watered-down pork." Jiang Xiyuan's expression darkened. "Are you trying to drive me mad? Ruan Li, don't die. I'll resurrect you after watching a 120-second advertisement." Jiang Xiyin, Senior Wan, and Sheng Nan, with her face covered, wept. "I was testing you for C. He lacks security and needs a partner he cannot drive away, which is why he asked me to act, repeatedly probing your heart. Ruan Li Bota. I also wish for a bank that, after robbing me, doesn't turn me in." Jiang Xiyin furrowed his brow, finally noticing the difference in Ruan Li compared to her usual self. "Have you been drinking?" Ruan Li shushed him. It was a live broadcast, and she couldn't utter prohibited words, so she said 81. Jiang Xiyin confirmed that Ruan Li had not only drunk, but had drunk excessively. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Reasoning with someone tipsy was futile, and he reached for her phone. Ruan Li exclaimed, "Run." She raised her phone high and dashed out the door. Jiang Xiyin intended to chase her, but suddenly realized he was still in his pajamas. Ruan Li took the elevator down to the first floor. As the doors opened, she collided with Shi Yu, who was returning with hangover remedies and keys. Wang Ying's efficiency was commendable. The keys had already been delivered. The new apartment was on the top floor of this building, vacant since the previous owner had renovated it. It would be ready for immediate occupancy after a cleaning. Upon seeing Shi Yu, Ruan Li's eyes sparkled as she showed him her phone. "Look, a live broadcast." Shi Yu frowned and watched the entire scene unfold. In reality, it was not a live broadcast, but merely a recording, yet it was sufficiently repulsive. At that moment, another elevator descended. Jiang Xiyin emerged, surprised. "Brother Yu? What are you doing here?" Shi Yu's expression was cool and distant. He instinctively tightened his coat around Ruan Li, enveloping her securely. "I see, sister-in-law lives here." As he spoke, Jiang Xiyin's gaze fell upon the girl's shoes, classic white sneakers from a renowned sports brand. Ruan Li owned a pair as well. A thought flashed through Jiang Xiyin's mind, and he inquired, "Which floor does sister-in-law live on?" "The 33rd floor." "The top floor?" "Yes." Just then, Ruan Li stirred in his arms, her fluffy head causing Shi Yu a moment of disquiet. "Stay still," he urged, holding her down. His mother's misfortune had instilled in him a disdain for interlopers and third parties. But he never anticipated that one day he would conceal his roommate's fiancé beneath his coat. Ruan Li, feeling uncomfortable, began to struggle as if attempting to speak. Shi Yu leaned down, his thumb resting on her lips, and kissed her. Staring at his suddenly magnified handsome face, Ruan Li's almond-shaped eyes widened. Her breath caught in her throat. Equally astonished was Jiang Xiyin, frozen in place with his mouth agape. "No, he's still here. How did this happen?" His gaze returned to the figure of his sister-in-law. Who was this person capable of stirring his usually reserved roommate so profoundly? The longer he stared at that silhouette, the more familiar it seemed. Was she a student from their school? He felt as though he had seen her somewhere before. Sensing that Jiang Xiyin had no intention of leaving, Shi Yu lifted his eyelids slightly. His pitch-black eyes were cold and piercing, revealing crescent-shaped whites. As his gaze shot straight at Jiang Xiyin like a shard of ice. "Have you seen enough? Still not leaving? If you want me to go, I'll leave right away." As he gazed at Jiang Xiyuan's departure, Shi Yu was on the verge of releasing Ruan Li. Yet, a damp sensation coursed through his fingertips. It was as though electricity surged through him. He lowered his gaze, his intense focus fixated on Ruan Li. She appeared increasingly intoxicated, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her eyes glistening with moisture. Her hands clutched his tie, and he could still detect the fragrant aroma of Long Island iced tea, infused with hints of lemon and black tea, in her breath. Simultaneously, Ruan Li beheld the man before her, her lips curling into a smile. Dreams were delightful. They encompassed everything. His generous and magnificent chest brought her a sense of comfort. He possessed a slender waist that she could easily encircle with her arms. And that face, truly exquisite, especially under the golden glow of the lights, which illuminated his sharp brow, his skin a cool alabaster, his nose regal, and his thin lips reminiscent of embellished rubies. Even beneath the glaring lights of mortality, he remained a striking figure, dazzling and radiant. Yet, his towering stature cast a shadow over her, an oppressive chill reminiscent of snow-laden mountains. Nevertheless, she found herself enamored. It felt as though feathers brushed against her heart, igniting a delightful tickle. She rose on her toes, wrapping her arms around his neck, her soft lips gently descending upon his gem-like eyes. "Your eyes are truly beautiful." Next, her kiss graced the tip of his nose. "Your nose is lovely too. Your lips are charming. Your Adam's apple is appealing. Undoubtedly, you would look splendid without your clothes." Each word she uttered, each kiss she planted, felt like shards of ice striking Shi Yu's heart. He clenched his fist, lowering his head to meet Ruan Li's glistening almond-shaped eyes, which shone brightly against her porcelain complexion. He understood that these sweet nothings were not directed at him, and these kisses were not meant for him. She merely mistook him for Shi Yu. He could not take advantage of her vulnerability. In the next moment, her delicate, cool hands cradled his face. "You're truly handsome, Shi Yu." Instantly, Shi Yu's heart trembled, his taut reason frayed, and every vein and muscle in his body swelled with fervor. His arm instinctively tightened, drawing her into his embrace. "Tell me, who am I?" Chapter 73. Help me, tell me, who am I? Ruan Li stared at his lips, which opened and closed in a flurry of unintelligible words. She couldn't comprehend. In response, she bit down. Shi Yu's Adam's apple bobbed as he clenched his fist. Upon looking down again, he found Ruan Li nestled in his arms, blissfully unconscious from her intoxication. The girl displayed no awareness of her earlier flirtations, having just been playful. She now lay against his chest, her porcelain face contorted, her lips slightly parted like a goldfish blowing bubbles. A cold breeze swept through the hall. Shi Yu removed his coat and draped it over Ruan Li, then lifted her effortlessly, striding toward the elevator. Just as the doors were about to close, a hand blocked their path. It was Shi Yu. "Yuga, what a coincidence. I ran into you again. It's raining outside. I'm just going upstairs to grab an umbrella." As he spoke, Shi Yu noticed the wound on Shi Yu's lower lip, shaped like a bite mark. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, casting a surprised glance at the woman Shi Yu was holding. Her flowing hair concealed her face, revealing only a porcelain-white neck. He secretly clicked his tongue, surprised by her boldness. Shi Yu's indifferent gaze swept over him. Shi Yu smiled and, diverting his attention from the girl in Shi Yu's arms, inquired, "By the way, have you seen Ruan?" She just dashed out from upstairs. Ruan, a name uttered with such familiarity. Shi Yu remained expressionless, replying that he had not seen her. Soon, the elevator arrived at the 24th floor. As they prepared to exit, Shi Yu remarked, "I have something to attend to today. One of these days, I'll bring Ruan over to your place to meet your wife." Shi Yu offered no response. After he departed, Ruan Li, roused from her slumber, blinked in confusion and murmured, "Who called me?" Her words dripped with the softness of melted cotton candy. "No one." "Oh," nestled in the crisp embrace. Ruan Li nodded and drifted back to sleep. It was not until she was laid upon the plush mattress, her soft body sinking into the fragrant sheets, that Ruan Li found herself ensnared in a dream, clutching the bedding tightly. She was unaware of her surroundings, feeling as though a massive python coiled around her. The heat nearly suffocating, each inch of her skin engulfed in a burning, slick embrace. Just as she was on the brink of asphyxiation, the serpent released her. A vague, drizzling sound filled her ears, reminiscent of cold rain striking hard tiles. Ruan Li turned over, her cheek pressed against the silk duvet, a refreshing coolness permeating her pores and spreading through her limbs. The tension in her furrowed brow gradually eased, and she fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, soft rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a hazy glow. Ruan Li opened her eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling, her head pounding. The events of the previous day flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern, but her recollection halted abruptly upon revealing Ruan Bo's face beneath the covers. She recalled the fruit wine she had consumed. Could it have been the infamous Long Island iced tea? As she regained her senses, the realization struck her that she had been dressed in different clothes and was in an unfamiliar space, sending a buzz through her head. At that moment, a deep male voice resonated from outside the door. "Grandfather, this is my affair." Recognizing Shi Yu's voice, Ruan Li felt a sigh of relief. Cautiously, she descended from the bed and cracked the door open. There stood Shi Yu, engaged in a phone call. He deliberately lowered his voice, but Ruan Li, sensitive to sound, could grasp the entirety of the conversation. She heard an elderly yet robust voice on the other end. "You rascal. If it weren't for someone from the Fu family leaking news about your dating escapades to me, this old man would have remained oblivious. Let me tell you, I'm heading to Haicheng today. If I don't meet my granddaughter-in-law, you can prepare for blind dates, 8 a day. Until you marry." Shi Yu's tone was cold. "If you want to marry, do it yourself." The old man, taken aback with indignation, retorted, "Oh, so you've grown wings, have you? Do you believe I won't make Fuming the heir?" Shi Yu remained indifferent. "Fine, suit yourself." Their conversation ended on a sour note. "I can help you." Ruan Li's voice chimed from behind. Shi Yu turned, his gaze colliding with her clear eyes. He recalled the events of the previous night and instinctively averted his gaze. Unbeknownst to Ruan Li, she approached with a hint of remorse, inquiring, "Has your grandfather found out about WeChat?" Although she had consumed enough to lose her recollection, one embarrassing incident lingered in her memory. The virtual boyfriend she had been nurturing during this period turned out to be Shi Yu. She could not fathom where things had gone awry, yet she was aware that it was her doing. Bowing her head, she remained oblivious to the peculiar red mark adorning her delicate neck, which stood out starkly against her porcelain skin. "How can I assist?" Shi Yu's gaze fixated on the crimson hue, his tongue pressing against his cheek. Ruan Li spoke, "I can clarify things with your grandfather. It's all a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding, indeed. The phrase struck Shi Yu, eliciting a cold smirk at the corners of his lips. With one hand casually tucked into his pocket, he leaned closer to Ruan Li, gesturing toward the scab on his lower lip. "Was your affectionate biting and kissing yesterday also a misunderstanding?" Ruan Li was taken aback. It wasn't he until the barrage of comments flashed before her that the entirety of the scene came rushing back. She had kissed Shi Yu and had audaciously remarked, "You must look splendid without your clothes." Instantly, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Had she truly uttered such brazen words? As Ruan Li stood in a daze, Shi Yu settled onto the sofa, his long legs stretched out languidly, outlining a sharp silhouette. With a smirk that danced between amusement and mockery, he said, "There's one thing you can indeed assist me with." Chapter 74. Unmasking in Shengnan. Ruan Li nodded. "Eager to help. I will do whatever it takes." No sooner had she spoken than a flurry of comments surged forth. "Would you really do anything? Little Ruan Li, don't speak too boldly." Heart emojis abound, claiming you'll do anything, but when it comes to action, you'll be in tears. Pray tell, what sort of tears? I am quite the connoisseur of such drama. The young prince is poised for action. Do not underestimate him. Sly smile. The situation has reached the extremes. Perhaps in the next life, we shall be online friends. Ruan Li. She resolved never to regard these comments as mere fabrications again. They were clearly the work of an insatiable voyeur. The morning light outside cast a golden hue upon Shi Yu's profile as he spoke, his lips parting slightly. "During the time my grandfather is in Haicheng, you shall pretend to be my girlfriend. Once he departs, you will inform him of our breakup." Ruan Li pondered this proposal carefully. Just yesterday, Mrs. Jiang had publicly declared the annulment of her engagement to Jiang Siyuan, which effectively meant her return to singlehood. All that remained was to tear up that contract. 4 years prior, the Jiang family, the Ruan family, and she had entered into an agreement. Should she fulfill her engagement to Jiang Siyuan, she would receive one of Jiang's shares. Conversely, if she violated the contract, she would owe 10 times the hospital expenses the Ruan family had covered for her foster mother over the years. The contract existed in triplicate, one copy held by her, one by the Ruan family, and one by Mrs. Jiang. Given Mrs. Jiang's eagerness to sever ties, acquiring that copy would be straightforward. As for the Ruan family's copy, it wouldn't pose much of a challenge. After a moment's thought, she replied, "All right." Fu Xiu glanced at his watch, his expression inscrutable. His voice remained even as he instructed. "You have 20 minutes to freshen up. I have arranged for Wang Ying to bring you some clothes. Afterwards, you will accompany me to the company. I have also asked Wang Ying to procure breakfast for us to eat in the car." Ruan Li stood at attention. "Understood, Mr. Fu." Fu Xiyu's languid gaze fell upon her, teasingly inquiring, "What did you just call me? Baby?" Ruan Li seemed as if she had been struck by lightning, stammering, "Must we be so sweet and private?" Fu Xiyu wore a faint smile, a manifestation of familiarity. Then, tilting her snow-white chin, she called out. Ruan Li endeavored to control her mouth muscles, attempting to utter the word baby. Yet, overwhelmed by embarrassment and sweetness, she ultimately opted for a less awkward term, brother. The two syllables resonated in the spacious living room, akin to a chocolate filled with liquor. She hesitated, wondering if it was acceptable to call him brother. Fu Xiyu's expression remained indifferent, albeit strained. "Come on, stop pretending you're blushing." Even if the sky were to fall, the prince would still maintain his cool demeanor. I can't stop laughing. I seriously suspect the prince deliberately made a phone call in the living room, pretending to lower his voice, but actually luring little Ruan in otherwise. Why not step out onto the balcony to make the call? "Sister, you have a knack for this. I'll join you next time." Ruan Zayelashus Flutarat. And she dared not dwell on it. After a swift wash-up, she changed into her outfit. Wang Ying was remarkably reliable, not only procuring couples attire for them, but also matching water cups, keychains, and bracelets. In essence, anything that could be labeled as couple-themed was acquired. In the elevator, the bright and splendid mirror reflected the two figures. Ruan Li donned a caramel-colored sweatshirt layered over a snow-white shirt, paired with an orange plaid straight skirt, exuding an autumnal atmosphere. Fu Xiyu sported a velvet blazer of the same hue, his snow-white shirt collar buttoned at the first button, adorned with a low-saturation orange pattern tie, exuding a steady yet vibrant charm. Even a passerby child could easily discern their couple status. The elevator halted at the 24th floor. The male lead and the little sister are just outside the elevator. How thrilling. Is a showdown about to unfold? If we bump into them, it's game over. The female antagonist and the righteous brother are clearly in couple attire, and there's no way to explain. Upon seeing the comments, Ruan Li instinctively hid behind Fu Xiyu. The doors opened, revealing Jiang Xiyuan and Shengnan entering. "What a coincidence, you go," Jiang Xiyuan exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. "This outfit suits you perfectly." Fu Xiyu greeted him calmly. Jiang Xiyuan noticed someone hiding behind him, smiling as he leaned in to say, "Sister-in-law, it's a pleasure to finally meet you." Ruan Li dared not speak, tightly clutching Fu Xiyu's blazer, her delicate, pale fingers gripping with unusual strength. Fu Xiyu shielded her behind him, coolly stating, "She's simply shy." And Shengnan observed with a hint of curiosity, "Isn't that a bit too shy?" Fu Xiyu shot a sidelong glance, adding, "Compared to certain individuals who stay at their fiancé's home, yet remain outside the door, my girlfriend is indeed excessively modest." Upon hearing this, and Shengnan's complexion paled. "What's going on?" Jiang Xiyuan detected something amiss. Fu Xiyu toyed with the pendant identical to Ruan Li's, playfully suggesting, "Check the surveillance of your door lock, and you'll find out." Jiang Xiyuan paused, retrieving his phone. After watching the video from the door lock surveillance, he stiffly raised his head. Incredulity etched on his face as he looked at Shengnan. "When did I change the door lock password to your birthday? Moreover, why did you insist on having Ruan Li stay outside, and even tell me that the person knocking at the door was not her?" In the cramped elevator lobby, confronted with a barrage of inquiries, and Shengnan instinctively took a step back, yet found herself with nowhere to retreat. Chapter 75. Regret. And Shengnan clenched the hem of her dress, a wave of bitterness washing over her. "Ah, see, so this is how you perceive me." The comments were filled with empathy. Fu Xiyu, that third party, what right does he have to speak about her sister? "Oh, I feel for our sister." The male lead, truly, does he still not realize that the one he genuinely cherishes is our sister? Hurry up and bring on the wife-chasing drama. Why? What sympathy does a third party deserve? Isn't Fu Xiyu also a third party? Why is no one criticizing him? Don't be so biased against women. Why bring up the disdain for men again? Just because you learned a term, you think yourself enlightened? Setting aside the fact that the female supporting character was abducted for over a decade while saving the male lead. She later cared for the injured male lead until he recovered. She deserves recognition. Yet how does the male lead treat her? Neurotic male lead calling it sensitivity, needing an irreplaceable lover. Does that mean the female supporting character deserves to be mistreated? The comments erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiyuan brushed and Shungnan's hand aside and took out his phone. I'll call Ruan Li. Tension gripped Ruan Li as she attempted to silence her phone before Jiang Xiyuan could connect. However, fate had other plans. The ringtone echoed within the narrow elevator. Jiang Xiyuan paused, his gaze suddenly fixed upon her. Ruan Li's ringtone was a theme from an obscure Japanese anime. One Jiang Xiyuan had adored during his recovery period, and Ruan Li had deliberately set it as her ringtone. Even after his taste changed, she had never altered it. Jiang Xiyuan's Adam's apple bobbed as a fleeting thought crossed his mind, absurd enough to be quickly dismissed, like a breeze whisking by, leaving nothing grasped. Your sister also likes this anime? He inquired. Yes, she does, answered Shi Yu. We watched it together. Jiang Xiyuan was momentarily taken aback. He should have felt joy at finding a fellow admirer of the niche anime. Yet an odd emotion surged within him. Why had he never heard that Yugo also watched anime? Not really a fan, just saw this one. What a coincidence. No wonder we became roommates. Our tastes align. He elongated his tone. By the way, doesn't your sister answer her phone? The elevator came to a halt, arriving at the first floor. Shi Yu took Ruan Li's phone and ended the call. He then grasped her hand and exited the elevator. An inconsequential call, let it go unanswered. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiyuan's phone emitted a busy signal in response to his call. The stark, sterile light of the elevator illuminated his face, revealing a hint of bewilderment. Fu's building. As Ruan Li and Shi Yu made their entrance, their colleagues began to tease them. Is this public now? Just yesterday, you two were at odds. And today you're in matching outfits, with matching cups and accessories. Are you here for work or to flaunt your relationship to the single folks? Regardless, we must treat you to coffee. Ruan Li felt a bit embarrassed. Shi Yu remained unperturbed. All right. Soon, the conversation shifted to work. Everyone was anxious, as the chairman of the group was scheduled to visit our company today, and the purpose of his visit was shrouded in mystery. I had a friend employed at the group who advised me to be cautious. Instantly, a sense of unease enveloped the room, a tension that persisted until the end of the workday. Ruan Li was particularly on edge. During lunch at the cafeteria, her hands never touched the chopsticks. All her food was fed to her by Shi Yu, leaving her with a sense of indigestion. After a long day of performances, Ruan Li felt exhausted, but had yet to catch even a glimpse of the old master Fu. As she left work, she quietly inquired of Shi Yu, "Is your grandfather not coming?" "No, he has been here all along," Shi Yu replied, sending a chill down her spine. He continued, "Let us go. He has sent the location and invited us to a banquet at Wangjiang Pavilion." Meanwhile, Jiang Xiyuan had been unable to reach Ruan Li all day and called her family, who merely informed him that she had been drinking and had not returned home. He even found Bai Rendong beneath the girl's dormitory and asked her if Ruan Li had been staying in the dorm lately. Bai Rendong scoffed, "Isn't this young Master Jiang returning from Switzerland with the junior? I see you're here to find Ruan Li." A few days prior, Ruan Li had reached out to her, inquiring about available beds in the dorm. Bai Rendong, ever inquisitive, had indeed unearthed the details. Jiang Xiyuan frowned. Had she not been staying in the dorm these past few days? Bai Rendong rolled her eyes. Why do you care where Ruan Li stays? You changed the locks without a word and forbade her from returning home. Do you really think a girl would stay anywhere else? Jiang Xiyuan clenched his trembling hands, guilt consuming him little by little. He leveraged his connections to check the hotel guests in Haicheng over the past few nights, but there was no record of Ruan Li. In the vast city of Haicheng, he was at a loss as to where to search for her. It suddenly struck him that he had never met any of Ruan Li's friends. As dusk fell, Jiang Xiyuan brought Go Junjun to the Fu Corporation building, waiting for Ruan Li to finish her work. However, he received a sudden call from his mother. "Ah Si, come to Wangjiang Pavilion. Old Master Fu has made reservations for tonight, and your father and I intend to pay him a visit." Chapter 76. I am cold. Wangjiang Pavilion was a property of the Jiang family, so it was not surprising that his mother received the news in advance. Over the phone, she added, "Shao Si, go to the school to pick up Xin Yu, and then stop by the mall to buy a gift for old Master Fu. Be at Wangjiang Pavilion by 8. Jiang Siyuan agreed. After ending the call, another message arrived. It was from a friend asking about the events that transpired at Yonk the previous night. Don't mention it. Yesterday was indeed spectacular, but Ruan Li was truly unfortunate. That foster daughter of the Ruan family attempted to climb into the bed of the young master of the Fu family, then framed Ruan Li. As for the Ruan couple, they aided their foster daughter in slandering their own biological daughter. In the end, the young master of the Fu family never showed up, and instead, it was Ruan Li's brother who ended up in the room. Jiang Siyuan took some time to digest the words on WeChat. Was the truth really like this? Why had Aunt Yao deceived him? At that moment, two figures emerged from the entrance of the Fu Corporation building. Shi Yu was holding Ruan Li's bag, and they walked side by side. Colleagues, unperturbed, waved at them, wishing them a safe journey. Go Junjun's eyes widened in disbelief upon witnessing Jiang Siyuan and another individual together. Were they truly so shameless as to be oblivious to the presence of others? Why must he always find himself in such a tumultuous scenario? Sensing that Jiang Siyuan was about to look up, Go Junjun hastily leaped to restrain him by the neck. I'll see. I have an upset stomach. Do you have any tissue? It's in the car. Go get it, Jiang Siyuan replied, handing him the car keys. No, you have to help me get it. Go Junjun protested, clutching his backside, unable to move, lest the situation worsen. All right, Jiang Siyuan acquiesced, as he turned to retrieve the tissue from the vehicle. Go Junjun was consumed by inner turmoil. While it was indeed inappropriate for Shi Yu to encroach upon another's relationship, Jiang Siyuan's previous declaration that anyone who impersonated him to disrupt his engagement with Ruan Li would face dire consequences was equally unjust. Go Junjun felt a throbbing headache. Both individuals were his roommates of 4 years, and he found himself at a loss as to whom to support. He could only pray that this impending storm would not erupt before him, for he feared the repercussions of such knowledge spreading far and wide. Oh heavens! Why must a mere chatterbox like him endure such trials? After departing from the Fu family office, Ruan Li bid farewell to her colleagues and entered Shi Yu's car. The prospect of meeting the nation's wealthiest man filled her with trepidation. Should she bring a gift for the elder? Shi Yu glanced at her. It's up to you. Feeling awkward arriving empty-handed, Ruan Li resolved to purchase a scarf. Today, Shi Yu had opted to drive himself in a Mercedes SUV rather than allowing the chauffeur to take the wheel. While still quite ostentatious, it paled in comparison to a Rolls-Royce Phantom. As the vehicle navigated toward the underground parking lot of a nearby mall, Ruan Li unfastened her seatbelt, preparing to alight, when she caught sight of a familiar orange sports car glinting in the windshield. It was Jiang Siyuan's vehicle. How could he persistently haunt her? Lowering her head, she intended to remind Shi Yu to turn off the interior lights when the door of the opposite car swung open, revealing Jiang Siyuan. His eyes, keen as ever, quickly locked onto her as he approached with purposeful strides. Ruan Li felt a chill run down her spine. She pondered the possibility of confronting Jiang Siyuan directly. After all, he held no affection for her. Perhaps they could locate the contract together, dissolve the engagement, and part ways amicably. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a large hand grasped the back of her head, and she was abruptly pulled onto Shi Yu's lap. Ruan Li was caught off guard, her nose colliding painfully against the fabric of his trousers, causing her to wince. Shi Yu's muscles tensed, akin to a beast poised to spring. An awkward and eerie atmosphere enveloped the car. Knock, knock. The car window was rapped upon, and Jiang Siyuan's voice called out, "Brother Yu?" Shi Yu extinguished the interior lights and lowered the window a quarter, revealing his cold, indifferent gaze. Jiang Siyuan was taken aback. "Brother Yu, is it really you?" He glanced at the car emblem and license plate, incredulity washing over him. "Is this your vehicle?" Just then, another car entered the parking lot, its blinding headlights casting light into Shi Yu's car. Jiang Siyuan's eyes narrowed. He noticed a girl sitting in the passenger seat, her body draped over Shi Yu's lap, her waist slender and delicate. He recognized the outfit from this morning. It belonged to Shi Yu's girlfriend. Jiang Xin inhaled sharply, feeling a flush creep to her ears. Was it appropriate to engage in such activities in a parking lot? Shi Yu had remarked that his girlfriend was shy. Perhaps he had misjudged her temperament. Jiang Xin, reluctant to linger, turned to her companion. That you go. Jun accompanied me to buy some things. I shall take my leave now. Once back in the car, she excitedly exclaimed to Go Jun. Guess what I just witnessed? She recounted the incident in detail, concluding with fervor. I know who Yu Ji's girlfriend is. Go Jun, momentarily taken aback, stammered. Huh? She is a blogger named Li. Jiang Xin replied. Yu Ji's car probably belongs to her. Go Jun's expression was one of incredulity. Wait, with a name like Li, can't you see anything amiss? Meanwhile, inside the SUV, Ruan Li rested her head on Shi Yu's lap, whispering, Did he leave? Yes, he replied. Ruan Li felt a wave of relief wash over her as she straightened up. Her oval face flushed crimson under the dim light, her delicate features slightly flushed, and she breathed softly. The once spacious SUV now felt constricting, filled with her alluring fragrance. Shi Yu draped a windbreaker from the back seat over his legs. His tone, I see. You should go buy the gift. I will wait here. All right. Ruan Li thought the same. It would be awkward if they encountered Jiang Xin again. However, she felt the need to cover herself. Her gaze fell on a light-colored windbreaker on Shi Yu's lap, and she asked, May I borrow your jacket? No, he replied curtly, adding, I am cold. Ruan Li felt embarrassed, her hand gripping the windbreaker faltering. She had assumed they were in this together, only to be met with rejection. As comments streamed by on the screen, she began to understand the implications. I'm cold, what nonsense? P.S. burning up. Little Li, stop tugging at the jacket, or he might introduce you to his little brother. Heart emojis, wow. This is too juicy. A mere touch sends him over the edge. How intense. If he asks like this before marriage, imagine after. Girl, you should get out. Don't disturb Justice G's craftsmanship. Ruan Li, feeling an electric jolt, quickly released her grasp on the windbreaker and exited the vehicle in haste. Wait, Shi Yu called after her, extending his slender, pale hand out the window. A black card pinched between his fingers. Use this. Okay. As she walked to the first floor of the mall, Ruan Li's cheeks still bore a hint of warmth. Hello. Which product are you interested in? A sales associate approached eagerly. Ruan Li glanced around, pointing at a classic scarf. I'll take this one. Please wrap it up as a gift for an elder. Certainly. Just as she completed her purchase, a firm grip seized her wrist. Ruan, so it's you here? Hearing Jiang Xin's voice, a meme flashed through Ruan Li's mind. What kind of luck was this? Where have you been these past few days? Jiang Xiyuan grasped her hand and explained, Please do not be upset. Yesterday, I took in Shengnan to Jiangjing Mansion because the dormitory had locked its doors, and she fainted due to low blood sugar. I was concerned that she might encounter further mishaps at night. Moreover, I did not change the lock to her birthday. I reviewed the surveillance footage and inquired why she said such a thing. She claimed it was because you pushed her into the water last time, which frightened her, leading her to retaliate in such a childish manner. Ruan, since both of you have erred, why not reconcile? Jiang Xiyuan rambled on. Ruan Li only caught 3 words. Both are at fault. She smiled, albeit in frustration. Fixing her gaze on Jiang Xiyuan's eyes, she asked, Do you truly believe you are blameless? What? Jiang Xiyuan looked bewildered. You opened the door when I knocked for the 2nd time yesterday, did you not? You intentionally let me witness you kissing in Shengnan. Jiang Xiyuan slapped his forehead, finally recalling to clarify the misunderstanding. That was merely a misperception. Genuinely. I regard her as a brother. It was meant to provoke you. Someone informed me yesterday that you were attempting to entice the heir of the Fu family. And I remembered that on the day of Madame Fu's birthday banquet, you fainted, and it was the Fu family who carried you away. Ruan Li sighed and asked, see, do you have feelings for me? Jiang Xiyuan was taken aback by the sudden inquiry and hesitated. Rubbing his nose, he responded, Why the unexpected question? Do you truly think I have affection for you? Let us not jest. I married you because my mother promised you while I was hospitalized. Otherwise, wouldn't the Jiang family be untrustworthy? Comments flooded in. Why should the female antagonist humiliate herself? Our male lead only professes love for the heroine. Is it just me? Or does Jiang Xiyuan seem to have feelings for Ruan Li? His words contradict his heart. I also believe that, biologically, touching one's nose is a sign of deceit. If the male lead likes Ruan Li, then Ruan Li must be the heroine. I've rewatched the ending where the heroine interrupts the wedding multiple times. Absolutely. I can't wait for the storyline where the heroine interrupts the wedding. Just imagining the heroine in a wedding dress, taking Asi's hand, kissing in front of the female antagonist, exchanging vows and rings, saying I do is exhilarating. Love is built on trust. The male lead's repeated trust in the heroine is evident. His heart solely belongs to her. Ruan Li lowered her gaze. The comments were accurate. If Shi Yu truly liked her, he would not have resorted to having someone impersonate her sleep with Ruan Li, nor would he have used her sports car to test her. He exhibited no trust in her, continuously swayed by hearsay. Furthermore, judging by his tone, it appeared he had reconciled with Shangnan. Glancing at the time, Ruan Li noted that only 40 minutes remained until the appointment with old Master Fu. She spoke, "Are you free tomorrow? Let's discuss our marriage." This misunderstanding must come to an end. At that moment, the sales assistant brought over a beautifully packaged gift box. Shi Yu smirked as he drew out a scarf, stating, "I shall accept this." Ruan Li was taken aback. He gestured at his watch and added, "I must make a trip to Wangjiang Pavilion. Old Master Fu has arrived, and our entire family must attend." Ruan Li furrowed her brow. As she gazed at Shi Yu's departing figure, she instructed the sales assistant to wrap another scarf. Subsequently, she made her way to a renowned cosmetics store nearby, addressing the sales assistant. "Hello, I wish to purchase some products. Could you assist me in applying makeup?" The sales assistant smiled regretfully. "I'm afraid we can only offer a half-face trial." At that moment, two foreign individuals with golden hair and blue eyes entered the store. The sales assistant, noticing them, promptly summoned an intern to attend to Ruan Li, while she herself attended to the foreigners. Ruan Li, pressed for time, considered switching to another store. The intern spoke up, "Madam, I can provide a full makeup service. Could you show me the style you desire?" Ruan Li pointed to a celebrity in an advertisement within the mall, saying, "This one. Certainly, you would look splendid in that style." Ruan Li then produced her black card, declaring, "I'll take a complete set of all your products." The intern appeared taken aback, her voice rising in surprise. The entire line? Even the sales assistant, who had gone to attend to the foreigners, glanced over, her expression filled with regret. "Yes, I am in a rush," Ruan Li added. "Please make me look unrecognizable, even to my own mother." The intern hesitated for a brief moment, as if to delay would be an affront to the deity of wealth. She even produced a wig and a fake nose. Ruan Li raised an eyebrow in confusion. The intern, slightly embarrassed, admitted, "To be honest, am actually." Suddenly, everything clicked into place. Ruan Li settled before the makeup mirror and called Shi Yu, informing him to arrive first, as she would require some time. She also reminded him that the Jiang family might be heading to Wangjiang Pavilion. Upon entering the private room, Shi Yu was met by the irate gaze of old Master Fu. "Why have you come alone? Where's my granddaughter-in-law?" Shi Yu sat down and poured himself a cup of tea before responding. "You summoned her for a meal on short notice. She has gone to select a gift for you." The old man felt a warmth in his heart, appreciating her thoughtfulness. Then, narrowing his eyes, he inquired, "So, when did this happen, and why haven't you informed the family?" Shi Yu replied wearily, "When Fu Chunshan was courting Jiang Li. Did anyone know?" The old man's expression hardened, and he sighed, "Your father was in the wrong. Therefore, after your 22nd birthday, I shall officially announce you as the heir to the Fu family, my successor. This month marks Shi Yu's birthday." The reason for the 22-year delay was rooted in Jiang Li's machinations. As a mistress, she sought to elevate her son Fu Ming to heirship by consulting a master who claimed that Shi Yu's fate was too prosperous, suggesting that prior to the age of 22, he should remain low-key and cautious, avoiding any ostentation. The old man dismissed such notions. He had originally planned to announce Shi Yu's heirship at 18. However, an incident on Wall Street resulted in a shooting, and Shi Yu was critically injured, necessitating his return to the country for urgent medical care. Consequently, the old man aged overnight, regardless of whether it was mere coincidence. He felt compelled to heed the master's predictions. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Expecting his granddaughter-in-law, the old man warmly called out, "Come in." To his surprise, the entire Jiang family entered. Madame Jiang smiled and said, "Oh, Mr. Fu, I heard you visited Wangjiang Pavilion today. As the host of Haicheng, it is only natural for the Jiang family to pay you a visit. My son Xian and my daughter Xinyu have prepared gifts for you. I kindly ask you and the Crown Prince to accept them." The Jiang family, being the wealthiest in Haicheng, naturally extended their hospitality, and old Mr. Fu did not wish to decline their goodwill. As Jiang Xian presented the gifts, his gaze fell upon Shi Yu, who stood beside old Mr. Fu, and he exclaimed, "Brother Yu, what are you doing here?" Before Shi Yu could respond, old Mr. Fu, fearing a repeat of a past mishap, quickly interjected, "He is my sponsored student." This statement held no fault. After all, he was indeed his beloved grandson. Madame Jiang scrutinized Shi Yu, feeling a vague sense of familiarity. Yet now was not the moment to ponder such matters. Since entering, the Jiang family had shown no intention of leaving. A wise man does not strike a smiling face. So old Mr. Fu engaged in conversation with the Jiang family about the cultural differences between Haicheng and the capital, Beijing. After approximately 10 minutes, the wooden door was knocked upon once more. As the door opened, a figure stepped in, bringing with her a waft of delicate fragrance. Upon seeing her, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 78. So sweet outside the private room, a young girl entered, her golden curls framing a fair complexion. She wore a pink off-shoulder dress, layered with a white fur coat, revealing her long and graceful legs. Her petite face was adorned with exquisite makeup. Her curled lashes and striking blue eyes, along with her prominent nose, imparted an air of exotic beauty reminiscent of a Korean idol. "Young lady, have you perhaps entered the wrong room?" Madame Jiang, perceptive to the nuances of the situation, noted that old Mr. Fu did not recognize her and took the initiative to speak. At the entrance, the girl blinked, remaining silent. Her grape-like eyes surveyed the spacious room, revealing a hint of confusion. Meanwhile, Shi Yu, seated beside old Mr. Fu, held his fist against his lips, seemingly trying to suppress a smile. Madame Jiang chuckled softly. "You are quite well informed, young lady, knowing that old Mr. Fu and the Crown Prince are here." The implication being that she was here to seek favor. The Jiang family exchanged glances, displaying a hint of derision. "Oh my!" The girl widened her eyes, looking at Madame Jiang, and asked in broken Chinese, "Old Mr. Fu is here, right? Are you a relative here to take advantage?" Madame Jiang, though the girl spoke in Chinese, her pronunciation was unexpectedly misplaced. The Jiang family exchanged puzzled looks. "Korean?" At that moment, Shi Yu spoke up, "Come, have a seat." The golden-haired girl's eyes brightened. "Appa, you are here." Her originally sweet voice, now articulated in halting Chinese, possessed an oddly charming quality. Shi Yu smiled gently, pulling out a chair beside him. "Ruan Li, you're late, aren't you?" "No worries, we just arrived," he replied, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth as he pushed the orange juice he had ordered for her forward. Old Mr. Fu gazed at Shi Yu in astonishment, revealing a look of surprise that his grandson had not smiled in a decade. He vaguely sensed something but could not ascertain it. Tentatively, he inquired, "Xiao Yu, this is—" Fu Shi Yu introduced to Ruan Li, "Baby, this is Mr. Fu, the one who financed my education." "Oh my!" Ruan Li exclaimed, dramatically covering her lips with her fingers. She quickly rose and performed a deep 90-degree bow, saying, "It is a pleasure to meet you. Please take good care of me." The old gentleman responded, "What are you doing?" Fu Shi Yu stifled a laugh before addressing the elder. "This is the girlfriend I mentioned to you." The old gentleman's heart sank. He looked at his granddaughter-in-law with a complex expression. She was indeed beautiful, but why was she a foreigner? Equally astonished was Jiang Xiyuan. He gazed at the golden-haired girl before him, then glanced at his roommate, whose lips were curving into a smile. "No, bro, you made me feel quite unfamiliar." He had always been curious about Shi Yu's girlfriend, but did not expect her to have such a style. How to describe it? She resembled a Barbie doll, perfectly aligning with the makeup and fashion of the Korean girls he often saw in the streets of Haicheng. Even her accent was identical, a sound that seemed to emerge from the back of her nose, somewhat sticky in quality. Yet, he still felt a sense of familiarity, which he could only attribute to the template of Korean cosmetic surgery. He never expected the usually reserved Shi Yu would be attracted to such an American sweetheart. Meanwhile, Ruan Li took her seat. Sensing the scrutinizing gazes from all directions, she appeared calm on the surface, but felt as anxious as a dog inside. Nervously fidgeting with her hands. A pair of warm, dry hands covered hers. Looking up, she met Shi Yu's mischievous gaze. Slightly annoyed, she lifted her elbow and nudged his side, her eyes communicating, "What are you laughing at?" Shi Yu looked at the fiercely adorable Ruan Li, his smile broadening. Today, she wore blue contact lenses, resembling a ragdoll cat, tried to appear fierce, but lacking any intimidation, making one want to hold her close. He sipped from his teacup, suppressing the smile at the corners of his lips. Ruan Li quietly reminded him, "That's my water." Shi Yu raised an eyebrow, then noticed the faint lip print on the slender wine glass. He remarked, "No wonder it's so sweet." Ruan Li found his comment perplexing. "It's orange juice. Of course it's sweet." Meanwhile, both the elder Fu and Jiang Xiyuan were left astonished. The old gentleman knew his grandson all too well. He had never been one to indulge in romantic affairs. He was aloof since childhood, appearing gentle but difficult to connect with emotionally. His moods rarely surfaced, and his appetite was modest. It was rare to see Shi Yu eat more than 3 bites of any dish at the table. For him, taste seemed merely ornamental. Whether it was delicacies or simple steam buns and congee, they all held the same flavorlessness. The old gentleman was not boasting. He genuinely believed that if time could rewind, his grandson had the potential to be an emperor. On the other side, Jiang Xiyuan felt utterly disoriented. He suspected that Shi Yu had been possessed, yet without evidence. He felt an overwhelming urge to scatter glutinous rice or splash a bucket of dog blood. Secretly, he took out his phone and messaged Go Junjun. "Jiang Xin, allow me to show you the relationship dynamic between Yu Ge and his girlfriend. I can hardly believe I am not dreaming." Jiang Xin, the first message has been sent. The second, however, displays a red exclamation mark. Jiang Xin, did Go Junjun delete him? The most talkative and gossip-loving person in the dormitory, Go Junjun, deleted him when he mentioned Yu's girlfriend? At this moment, Jiang Xin genuinely felt as though he were in a dream. He pinched his thigh. Ouch, that truly hurt. Jiang Xin's leg bumped against the table leg, producing a sound, prompting old Master Fu to glance over at him and remark to Madame Jiang, "By the way, I heard that Xin has become engaged. I wonder which young lady it is." Upon hearing something related to herself, Ruan Li instinctively perked up her ears. Madame Jiang sighed. The Ruan family from Haicheng, a modest household, hardly of any significance. Previously, when my Xin injured his leg, that young lady was always by his side, taking care of him. Now that medical advancements have made great strides, Xin's injury has healed swiftly. Seeing that the young lady has affections for Xin, I took it upon myself to arrange their engagement. Old Master Fu frowned at this. This caused a tightening sensation in Madame Jiang's heart, prompting her to add, "Speaking of which, the Ruan family was previously an inconsequential merchant family in Haicheng. Out of gratitude, we gradually supported the Ruan family." Old Master Fu did not respond, but instead turned his gaze towards Jiang Xin. "My child, do you have feeling for that young lady?" Jiang Xin lifted his lips, recalling in Shengnan's words that the first to confess love is at a disadvantage. With his parents, sister, and Shi Yu present, expressing affection felt somewhat awkward. He revised his statement, saying, "I'm very grateful to her." Old Master Fu shook his head, stating that if his feelings were rooted in gratitude rather than love, then this engagement should not be pursued. Such an act would not be a repayment to the young lady, but rather a betrayal, potentially jeopardizing her entire life. Chapter 79. When 3 do not be discovered. Old Master Fu then looked at Madame Jiang, disagreeing. "You believe that supporting the young lady's family business suffices as benevolence. Yet what does the young lady gain? Is the company hers? Does she have any siblings? All she receives is a husband who does not love her and a family that perceives her as having climbed too high." Silence enveloped the table. Meanwhile, Ruan Li felt a sudden constriction in her breath. She had not anticipated that the most perceptive person would be old Master Fu, whom she had never met. On the other side, upon hearing these words, Jiang Xin's dark eyes reflected a hint of confusion. He parted his lips, wishing to articulate something further, but was interrupted by Shi Yu. "Old Master, my girlfriend has a gift for you." Ruan Li, with graceful compliance, rose and approached old Master Fu. "This is a special gift I selected for you, warm and composed, perfectly suited for someone of your esteemed age." Old Master Fu received it with a smile. Upon unwrapping, he found a scarf. His brows raised slightly as he glanced at the scarf draped around Jiang Xin's neck. The two scarves were identical. This was rather awkward. How fortuitous, thought Madame Jiang, trying to shift the topic. "Young lady, what is your name?" "Ruan Li secreti furuit herbroth." Oh no. She was so preoccupied with not being recognized that she forgot to fabricate a name. When prompted, she spontaneously declared, "I am Su Junda." The old gentleman raised an eyebrow, while Jiang Xin and Madame Jiang exchanged puzzled glances. How could a girl bear such a name? At that moment, Shi Yu spooned a ladle of golden swallow's nest soup for Ruan Li, casually mentioning, "Her Chinese name is Zhengzheng." The two syllables pierced Ruan Li's ears, causing her to stiffen. It had been ages since anyone had called her by that name. How did Shi Yu know? Throughout the meal, Ruan Li hardly took the initiative to serve herself. The dishes piled high in her bowl were all her favorites, served by Shi Yu. She buried herself in her meal, sweetly exclaiming, "Appa, it's delicious." The old gentleman looked puzzled. What deliciousness? Meanwhile, the Jiang family shuddered at the exchange. As the evening wore on, the meal was nearly concluded. The elder Fu, showing signs of fatigue, had a weary expression. Madame Jiang, ever perceptive, tugged at her husband and children, suggesting, "It's getting late. We shall take our leave. If the elder Fu is gracious, we would be delighted to host a banquet for him and the crown prince tomorrow. After all, my Siyu and the crown prince are of similar age. Surely they will have much to discuss." "Very well," the elder Fu replied, though his enthusiasm was waning. As Shi Yu prepared to depart, the elder Fu called out, "Wait, you stay." The wooden door of the private room closed tightly, leaving just the two of them in the expansive space. The elder Fu's demeanor shifted. His once weary eyes now glinted with sharpness. "A Korean? Appa, you've grown bold. Do you truly believe I am so blind as to fall for your ruse?" Shi Yu had no intention of deceiving him, given the elder's formidable methods. He had undoubtedly investigated Ruan Li thoroughly before leaving the capital. It was likely that even his inquiries about Jiang Xin's marital prospects were intentional. This old man was full of guile. "Shi Yu," the elder Fu lamented, "as the heir of the Fu family, what girl could you not have? Yet you choose to entice another's fiancé, willingly lowering yourself to the status of a mistress. Do you possess no sense of morality?" Shi Yu met his gaze with calm assurance. "None." The elder Fu shot him a glare. "I mean, you're a child of the Fu family. Why must you resort to stealth? In terms of looks, temperament, and lineage, you surpass that Jiang boy by leagues. In my day, I seized your grandmother from another's grasp." Reminiscing about his glorious past, the elder Fu stroked his white beard, his expression filled with pride. To love is to seize. That is the Fu family tradition. This trait has evidently not been inherited by my grandson. Shi Yu's gaze remained impassive. "She does not harbor feelings for me. How could that be?" The elder Fu recalled how he had deliberately allowed her to overhear his phone call earlier, and she had feigned a relationship with him merely to placate the elder. The elder Fu was momentarily taken aback. Was the truth truly so? This posed a dilemma. He gazed deeply at his proud grandson and sighed. If you must be a mistress, then embrace it. But keep it hidden. Do not let it be discovered. Outside the door, Ruan Li awaited Shi Yu's return, only to find Jiang Xinyu fixating on her. Eyes reddened. Ruan Li had not considered herself close to this prospective sister-in-law. Had she inadvertently provoked the Jiang family's little princess? As Jiang Xinyu puffed her cheeks and continued to glare at Ruan Li, her disdain was palpable. The girl had false hair, a fake nose, and struggled with her Mandarin. Aside from her beauty, she seemed utterly lacking in merit. Why on earth would Shi Yu be fond of such a girl? Ruan Li, intending to head downstairs to wait, was taken aback when Jiang Xinyu followed her, immediately proposing, "I'll give you 5 million to leave Shi Yu." The acidic tone revealed everything to Ruan Li. This girl harbored feelings for Shi Yu. No wonder she had been glaring at her throughout dinner. Ruan Li shook her finger playfully. "Oh no. I am exceedingly fond of Shi Yu. Even if you offer me 500 million, I could never part ways with him. He adores me just as much. Look at this." She delicately pointed to the faint red marks on her collarbone with her shimmering, extended nails. This is evidence of his affection. In truth, Ruan Li had sensitive skin, and in a bid to remain unrecognizable to her mother, she had altered her fashion style. The new clothes from the mall, unworn and unwashed, triggered her allergies upon wearing. Although this had nothing to do with Shi Yu, the credit card used for shopping was his. Rounded up, her statement held some validity. Shi Yu, gazing at the ambiguous marks, felt tears welling up. She had initially been reluctant to attend this dinner. The powerful young prince did not pique her interest. Her heart belonged to someone else, Shi Yu, her brother's roommate. From a moment she first encountered him while visiting her brother at high university, she had been smitten. She even implored her brother to make introductions, yet Shi Yu had never once reciprocated. Shi Yu felt akin to a heroine in a romantic tale. To get closer to Shi Yu, she had worked diligently to improve her grades, ultimately gaining admission to Haiqing University through her artistic talents. Little did she know, Shi Yu already had a girlfriend. The little princess of the Jiang family, accustomed to a life of ease, had only tasted the bitterness of love. Overwhelmed, she burst into tears. Ruan Li panicked, "Please don't cry. I had no idea he had this romantic entanglement with you. I don't like him anyway. That's not acceptable." At some point, Fu Shiyu had appeared behind her. His cool, indifferent gaze fell upon Shi Yu. "We have never met before," he stated, pulling Ruan Li closer. "Thus, I have no obligation to consider your feelings regarding my girlfriend." His voice lacked warmth, and after delivering this statement, he guided Ruan Li into the car. Shi Yu's sobs grew louder, her tears flowing freely, eliciting sympathy. Inside the vehicle, Ruan Li explained, "Actually, Shi Yu is not a bad person, much like my brother, but she's simply isn't likable." The atmosphere in the car was oppressively silent. Turning her head slightly, Ruan Li collided with Fu Shiyu's intense gaze. His eyes seemed to possess substance, tracing every inch of her collarbone, the allergic skin flushing subtly. He leaned in closer, his rough thumb grazing her neck, an overwhelming pressure enveloping her. "If you mention anyone else again," he spoke in a low tone, raspy as if sandpaper had smoothed it, "I won't hesitate to make it a reality." Chapter 80. Cohabitation. Ruan Li felt heat rising to her face, realizing Fu Shiyu had overheard her earlier words. She pursed her lips, choosing silence thereafter. The off-road vehicle wove through the nocturnal city, an air of tranquility enveloping its interior. As they passed a hotel, Ruan Li broke the silence. "Mr. Fu, you can stop here. My luggage is all at this place." However, Fu Shiyu did not halt. With a swift press of the accelerator, he directed the vehicle towards the Jiangjing mansion. Ruan Li was taken aback. "I'll see has changed the door lock code. I can't get in. I didn't suggest you return to Jiang Xiyuan's residence." Fu Shiyu replied coolly, his dark eyes devoid of warmth. "For the time being, you shall reside with me." Ruan Li hesitated. "Thank you, Mr. Fu, but there's no need for such trouble. I've already paid for my hotel." "I'm not seeking your opinion," he interjected, turning slightly, his narrowed gaze fixed intently on Ruan Li. "The old man will return to Beijing tomorrow, leaving behind his confidant. He will only withdraw the surveillance once he confirms our romantic relationship." After a brief moment of contemplation, Ruan Li replied, "But the old man is such a discerning individual. He might have already deduced that our relationship is a facade." Fu Shiyu raised an eyebrow, his expression icy. "And so, therefore, we should clarify things with him," Ruan Li suggested. Fu Shiyu's pale fingers gripped the black leather steering wheel, the sinewy tendons of his hands betraying an underlying intensity. "Do you truly believe the old man is eager for me to marry solely to embrace a great-grandchild?" As he spoke, the window slid down, his long arm lazily resting on the ledge. The autumn breeze swept in, gently tousling his slightly drooping fringe. From Ruan Li's vantage, the dazzling neon lights cast a kaleidoscope of colors across his profile, shrouding him in an enigmatic darkness that hinted at a subtle vulnerability. A pang of emotion stirred within Ruan Li. She heard her own voice, barely above a whisper. "Why is that?" "Because of the heir's identity," Fu Shiyu replied, his tone measured. "The old man requires a pretext. A stable romantic relationship would enhance the heir's credibility. If our fade were to falter, Neither Ruan Li nor her son would let it go easily, nor would the board members. Ruan Li found herself momentarily speechless. She recalled the whispers circulating about the fierce internal strife within the Fu family. Despite Shi Yu's remarkable abilities and his reputation as a young genius on Wall Street, he had grown up abroad, leaving his foundations in the capital rather shallow. Meanwhile, his stepmother, Ruan Li, had been maneuvering through the capital's social circles for years, laying the groundwork for her son. In mere seconds, Ruan Li envisioned a grand narrative of intrigue within a wealthy household, a predatory stepmother, a favored younger brother, a biased father, and the precarious Shi Yu, alongside herself, who sought to uncover the truth behind her adoptive mother's case once Shi Yu assumed power. To date, she had only traced the smear campaign against her mother to a media outlet with ties to the capital, leaving her in the dark about the rest. Ruan Li nodded resolutely. Rest assured, I will not hinder your progress. When the day comes that Shi Yu successfully inherits the Fu family, I shall be a loyal supporter, having contributed to the cause. Ruan Li mused contentedly as the black SUV entered the urban express tunnel. Unbeknownst to her, a fleeting curve appeared at the corner of the driver's lips. 1,000 miles away in the capital, in a bar awash with vibrant lights, Fu Ming sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he ended a call with his mother, who was urging him to seize power, and turned his attention to a popular starlet beside him. The notion of usurping power seemed utterly unattainable, an impossibility for a lifetime. Though he indulges in smoking, drinking, perming his hair, tattooing, racing, fighting, and flirting, he is fortunate. When his grandfather was alive, he relied on him, and now he leans on his brother. His father is a wastrel, and so is he. It is unclear what occupies his mother's time. One must ponder, if the Fu family business were truly entrusted to him, could they continue to enjoy their current comfortable life? In Haicheng, the sleek black Mercedes SUV returned to the Jiangjing mansion. Due to a nasal discomfort, Ruan Li removed her makeup. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, the security guard approached their unregistered vehicle, inquiring about their unit number. As the window rolled down, Shi Yu provided the building number, unit, and 33rd floor. After verifying the information, the guard allowed them to pass, but was momentarily stunned upon seeing the girl in the passenger seat. He recognized Ruan Li, the fiancé of the owner on the 24th floor. The couple's striking looks had led many to believe they were celebrities, thus garnering extra attention. However, how could she be in the vehicle of the owner on the 33rd floor? As if summoned, a vibrant orange sports car roared into view. It belonged to the owner on the 24th floor. As it passed the security booth, the guard overheard Jiang Xin sending a voice message. Ruan, I've sent you the door lock code for the new apartment. It's not safe for you to stay out alone. Come back. I brought your favorite dishes from Wangjiang Pavilion. The guard, pondering the implications, seemed to grasp something significant as he watched the speeding vehicle disappear, unable to suppress a mental note of the song Green Light. That night, after returning to the top floor, Ruan Li and Shi Yu retired to separate rooms. At 10 o'clock, after taking a shower and preparing for bed, Ruan Li's phone lit up with a message from a brand representative. A coffee bean. Are you there? A coffee bean. The organizers would like to invite you to participate in a charity live-stream event for farmers tomorrow morning at 11, lasting 2 days and nights. Do you and your boss have time? Friday marked the Double 11 Shopping Festival, meaning the charity event was scheduled for the following 2 days. The organizers typically do not extend invitations unless someone else had to back out. Ruan Li was keen on elevating her profile. This opportunity could provide her a platform to voice her concerns while investigating her adoptive mother's case, ensuring she was not silenced by the constraints of capital influence. After a moment of contemplation, she took a screenshot and sent it to Shi Yu. Lazy pear pulp. Are you going? After a few minutes of silence, she recalled the dirty clothes she had carelessly placed on the sofa. After all, it was not her home. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she quickly got out of bed to retrieve them. Oddly, however, one snow-white undershirt was missing from the bag, likely left behind at the mall. Ruan Li Siga, as she had quite liked that shirt for its soft and fitted fabric. As she passed by Shi Yu's door, she received another message from the brand representative, urging her to confirm. Previously, Ruan Li would have preferred to keep her distance from the spotlight, but now she was reluctant to let this opportunity slip away. After a brief hesitation, she knocked on the door of the adjacent room, but no response came. Ruan Li's heart skipped a beat. As the memory of her foster mother's collapse haunted her, she dreaded such occurrences, worried that something might be amiss. Pressing her ear against the door, she discerned labored breaths emanating from within, tinged with pain. It reminded her of the irregular breathing of critically ill patients she had heard during her time in the hospital. A wave of dread washed over her, prompting her to forcefully push the door open. Chapter 81. The young master of the Fu family is a third party upon entering. Ruan Li's eyes widened at the scene before her. Her graceful legs felt as though they were nailed to the ground, rendering her immobile. Meanwhile, Shi Yu, unhurried, retrieved a tissue, his elongated, deep-set eyes fixating on her. Is there something you need? Ruan Li's ears buzzed with noise, and her mind was bombarded with a flurry of comments. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Stammering, she managed to utter, "Why you're not wearing any clothes." She had not anticipated that Shi Yu was working out, bare-chested. Wiping the sweat from his neck, he lazily raised his eyelids. "This is my bedroom. I closed the door, yet you barged in and questioned me about my attire?" Regaining her composure, Ruan Li attempted to retreat, but Shi Yu interjected, "Aren't you going to apologize?" "Yes. I'm sorry," she stammered, hastily fleeing back to her room and diving under the covers. After a moment, her phone vibrated. It was a voice message from Shi Yu. Ruan Li wished to convert it to text, but her trembling fingers betrayed her, and the 3-second voice clip filled the room. MHM, just a single syllable, resonating from his chest, passing through his throat and nasal cavity, deep and powerful. Ruan Li's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively tightened her grip on the blanket. Her cheek pressed against the cool fabric, the soft coverlet felt as though it were melting like ice cream. Before her, comments floated by. "Justice, brother. Just one word. Do we have to send a voice message?" How else could he entice the female lead? Fitness, brother working out late at night, intentionally ignoring messages. Just waiting for the female lead to burst in. What a scheming man. He was cold in the car, but now he's finally warming up with that sidelong smile. Huh, what a flirt. Fitness brother is on a high tier. He only entices, not entangles. What a master. Ruan Li endeavored to erase the image she had just witnessed, finally succumbing to a deep slumber in the late hours. The following day, Ruan Li requested a leave of absence on Ding Talk. The recording location for the upcoming event was in the countryside, centered around a live-streaming initiative to assist farmers, with a travel time of approximately 3 hours. Early in the morning, she packed her belongings and sat on the sofa, editing her copy. A pair, participating in the event with the boss. Let's go. Just as she sent it, the door to Shi Yu's bedroom swung open. He was dressed in casual attire, exuding a laid-back charm, reminiscent of a member of a boy band. "Why are you wearing a mask?" he inquired. Ruan Li removed her mask, revealing her flushed nose. Shi Yu couldn't help but chuckle. "Which circus do you belong to?" Dejaktadli, Ruan Li Raplia. For she had not anticipated her allergic reaction to the silicone fake nose from the previous day, which had swollen overnight. Fortunately, there is no pain, just a slight itch. On her first public appearance, Ruan Li felt particularly dejected as she found herself resembling a clown in a circus. "I called someone over to take a look." Shi Yu reassured her, making a phone call. "My friend is unwell. Could you come over?" "Yes, it's a girl. Her nose is a bit swollen. You'll understand when you arrive." Before long, the doorbell rang. As the door swung open, a man burst in like an unleashed husky. "Where's your girlfriend? You sly fellow. So quietly fierce, yet I had no idea," Chu Tian exclaimed, his gaze landing on Ruan Li, whose nose was adorned with a red hue. He blurted out, "Where did she come from?" The sight of Ruan Li, resembling a popular cartoon character, a pink beaver, made her head droop even lower. Shi Yu interjected, "Enough joking. Let us focus on the examination." Chu Tian, grinning, introduced himself. "This must be your sister-in-law. I'm Shi Yu's childhood friend, Chu Tian. Rest assured, I'm quite discreet. I specialize in treating swelling and have brought along anti-inflammatory injections as well." Confronted by Chu Tian's familiarity, Ruan Li awkwardly replied, "Just call me Ruan Li." She then recounted the story of her allergic reaction. Chu Tian appeared somewhat disappointed. "Ah, it's just your nose." He glanced at Shi Yu, whispering something with his lips. Shi Yu shot him a cold glare, silencing him. Ruan Li, unable to decipher the unspoken words, turned her attention to the comments scrolling by. The legendary doctor friend has arrived. Indeed, every domineering CEO has a doctor friend. Chu Tian must have misheard something. He got overly excited. What did he miss here? The child is simply unaware. Yet there were no answers. Ruan Li chose not to dwell on it. At that moment, Chu Tian approached Ruan Li, inspecting her allergic nose closely. It's not a serious issue. Your skin is overly sensitive, leading to allergies. Just apply the medication for the next couple of days and avoid sunlight, and the swelling should subside by the day after tomorrow. Ruan Li sighed in relief. The timing was fortuitous, as it would not affect the upcoming gala. Thank you, Dr. Chu. She expressed her gratitude. Chu Tian waved his hand dismissively. No need for formality. I came prepared. His sentence was abruptly cut off as Shi Yu covered his mouth and unceremoniously tossed him out the door. Outside, Chu Tian's voice could be heard angrily shouting, "Fu, you scoundrel! Am I to be treated like a disposable umbrella, used and discarded?" Ruan Li remarca. Though his words are coarse, there is some truth in them. She pointed towards the door and said to Shi Yu, "This doesn't feel right. After all, doctor, Chu came specifically to help. It's nothing to be concerned about. Just ignore him," Shi Yu replied, glancing at his watch. "Let us go. Wang Ying is waiting downstairs." Oh. Upon arriving at the garage, Wang Ying greeted them and prepared to assist with their luggage. Shi Yu waved his hand, single-handedly lifting a suitcase and placing it in the trunk. Ruan Li also picked up her bag and stuffed it into the trunk. Noticing this, Shi Yu set down the suitcase he had already lifted, took Ruan Li's bag, and placed it inside before finally putting his own suitcase in. "Thank you for your help," Ruan Li said, oblivious to the small detail, as she climbed into the car through the nearest door. "You should sit over here." Shi Yu gently supported her waist, guiding her to the other side where the sun's rays could not reach them. Ruan Li's spine tensed, and she murmured her gratitude. "Thank you." Shi Yu's gaze remained indifferent as he replied, "No need to thank me. I simply enjoy basking in the sun." Ruan Li responded with an "oh," eliciting laughter from the online audience. The sun-loving guy has been humorously dubbed Sun Brother. This guy has a new little show every day, and it's quite entertaining. You were cold yesterday, and today you crave sunlight. Might you be suffering from coldness in your palace? He absolutely adores it. Inside the car, Ruan Li inquired, "Will we still need to pretend to be a couple on the show?" Shi Yu replied, "No, this time we represent the Fu Corporation, and we must maintain the company's image." Ruan Li, who suffered from motion sickness, felt a wave of dizziness wash over her and concurred. Indeed, it will be quite unfortunate for people to learn that the heir of the Fu family is a third party. The atmosphere in the car suddenly turned frigid. Wang Ying, startled, slammed on the brakes. Realizing her faux pas, Ruan Li feigned motion sickness, closing her eyes in pretense. To her surprise, when she opened her eyes again, 3 hours had elapsed, and they had arrived at the recording location. In the distance, Ruan Li spotted familiar figures, Jiang Xiyuan and Shangnan. Yes, they had also arrived. Following the routine, Ruan Li and Shi Yu proceeded to the registration desk. The scene of the farmer assistance event was vibrant, adorned with red banners, and a multitude of fans had gathered, clamoring for Shangnan's autograph. And Shangnan is truly stunning, and Jiang Xiyuan is quite handsome. They make such a lovely pair. May we take a photo together? The chatter continued. I wonder if that Ruan Li will show up. She is practically a knockoff of our Shangnan. Indeed, the previous day, that attention-seeking individual had displayed photos online with her boss, brazenly awaiting her downfall. If her boss is half as attractive as the photos suggest, I shall live stream myself eating excrement. At that moment, a fan suddenly pointed toward the registration desk. Wow, look over there. That guy is incredibly handsome. Under the sunlight, the man had a cool demeanor, dressed in a black casual jacket, with broad shoulders and an air of nobility. He exuded a charisma that surpassed that of many celebrities. As he listened to the organizers, he filled out a registration form, his long, pale fingers twirling a pen with an air of leisurely nonchalance. Meanwhile, Shangnan's fans chattered excitedly. Ah, he is truly stunning. Is he a newly debuted star? I thought today's event only featured the influencer. Should we ask for his WeChat? To converse with such an extraordinary handsome man would be a life-defining experience. Does he have a girlfriend? That girl beside him has a good figure with a slim waist. Surely not. She must be part of the behind-the-scenes crew, dressed in a hat and sunglasses, clearly wishing to remain incognito. The fans' discussions were hardly subdued, and their exaggerated compliments caught the attention of Shengnan and Shi Yu, who turned to see the source of the noise. Upon recognizing Shi Yu, they were not surprised. They were aware that Ruan Li had been invited and that her boyfriend was indeed Shi Yu. However, Shi Yu could not help but steal a few more glances at Ruan Li, who was fully covered. How peculiar. Yesterday, she dressed like a member of a Korean girl group, and today, she appeared wrapped like a zongzi. Had he not been acquainted with Shi Yu's character, one might have suspected him of juggling two relationships simultaneously. As a few female fans blushed and hesitated to approach him for his WeChat, a staff member announced, "Here you go. Ladies, these are your work badges for the next 2 days." The sunlight illuminated the nicknames on their badges. A pair. The fans were taken aback. Could this pair be the same one from online? What? The strikingly handsome gentleman across from them was actually the owner of that brand? Goodness. He was even more dashing in person than in his silhouette photo. His visage radiated authority. Who would have imagined that a pair's boss was living such a lavish life? Is this even plausible? To be frank, this boss was far more attractive than any of the male streamers present today. These remarks reached Shengnan's ears, causing her to clench her fists, a flicker of discontent flashing in her eyes. Regardless of Shi Yu's good looks, he was merely a poor boy from humble beginnings, incomparable to a privileged young man like Shi Yu. Yet, the moment he appeared, he overshadowed Shi Yu's brilliance. And Shengnan's gaze darkened as she feigned surprise, saying, "I didn't expect Senior Shi Yu to be here as well." The fans perked up at her words. "Nansher, do you know him?" "Indeed. Senior Shi Yu is our renowned impoverished campus heartthrob at High University." The term impoverished caught the fans' attention. Some questioned, impoverished campus heartthrob? But isn't he the owner of a pair? He even gifted her an expensive watch. How could he be impoverished? And Shengnan covered her mouth, revealing an expression of regret. As if she had misspoken, she quickly shifted the topic. "Let us not dwell on that. I brought some dolls for you all. Hope you like them." The fans exchanged glances and immediately understood. So, the handsome and wealthy boss of a pair was merely a scripted role. She had simply hired an attractive male model. The fans, having stumbled upon this juicy revelation, promptly took to the internet to share their findings. Shocking. The boss of the Guanyoma influencer, a pair, is actually a poor boy. This sparked a flurry of comments. One can tell it's fake just by thinking about it. It's just a stunt for publicity. I said it before. He.S. just a hired male model. No way. I found that photo so sweet. I even shipped a pair with her boss. When it comes to sweetness, it's still Nansher and Jiang Shao who reign supreme. Exactly. Our Nanyan's hidden love story is the most thrilling. The online debate raged on. Meanwhile, Ruan Li was attentively listening to the staff discuss the day's agenda. The activities were straightforward. The first day involved selecting products to sell, specifically which agricultural products they would offer. The second day would be dedicated to selling the goods, culminating in a bonfire party the following evening to promote local tourism. To add an element of fun, the organizers arranged a climbing game, with the first-place winner receiving priority in choosing their room. This was a classic segment reminiscent of reality shows from over a decade ago. However, the top room was indeed exceptional, being the penthouse suite of a local guest house, offering breathtaking views of the surrounding forest, far superior to the ordinary rooms. The host announced, "For everyone's safety, we have randomly assigned you into groups. You may pair up for the journey, but individual scores will be calculated separately. Additionally, if there are 2 or more influencers in a team, only one representative needs to participate. The others will accompany the photographer in a minibus to await your arrival at the finish line. Now, contestants, please warm up. The competition is about to commence." Upon hearing the rules, Shi Yu instinctively stood up, but Ruan Li held him back, saying, "I'll go." Shi Yu's gaze fell on her nose, and she reassured him, "It's fine. I've taken care of my sun protection." For Ruan Li, climbing a mountain was as effortless as breathing. Moreover, she had come to this event with the intention of gaining followers. Furthermore, she noticed Shengnan not far away. As expected, and Shengnan stood up, declaring, "I'll participate." The brand intended to position her and Shengnan as a contrasting pair. It was evident that if she abstained from the climbing competition, her public image could suffer considerably. Ruan Li certainly could not allow herself to be disparaged. Unsurprisingly, she and Shengnan were assigned to the same group, and Shengnan greeted her with poise. "Hello, I'm Nanbao." Ruan Li indicated her throat and waved her hand. Her voice hoarse as she said, "Sorry, my throat isn't well." Ruan Li had numerous side jobs, in addition to dog walking and modeling wedding dresses. She had also dabbled in voice acting, deliberately practicing to alter her vocal tone. At this moment, her voice was husky, quite different from her usual tone, and Shengnan did not perceive anything amiss. What Ruan Li did not anticipate was that, due to several influencers' absence, her team consisted of only 2 members, while other teams boasted 5 or 6 participants. The organizers planned to reassign some individuals from other groups. Just then, several fans of Shengnan eagerly expressed their desire to join her on the climb, and the organizers agreed. Moreover, the organizers had prepared supplies for each group, providing a fully stocked backpack containing their drinking water and lunch. Climbing was already exhausting, and carrying supplies made it even more strenuous. The fans grumbled, "It's so heavy. Are we supposed to carry it ourselves?" Indeed, it was incredibly weighty, and there was only one backpack. Hearing this, Shengnan rubbed her shoulder and lamented, "Unfortunately, I injured my shoulder playing badminton yesterday. Otherwise, I could carry it. I have plenty of strength." Upon hearing this, the fans expressed their concern. "Nanbao, please take care of your injury. Aren't there others?" They then turned to Ruan Li. "You should take it." Chapter 83. Scheming little pair. Ruan Li was perplexed by their remarks. The comments on screen began to flood in. Why should the supporting character carry it? Don't they have hands? Because there's only one backpack and no other bags. Let me spoil it. This backpack will ultimately be carried to the finish line by Mei Bao, and it will be broadcasted live, successfully gaining attention. Exactly. Mei Bao has great stamina. The supporting character is being overly dramatic. Our Nan is better. These individuals are clearly morally coercing Ruan Li. Their essay's sense of being bullied by a small group. The comments are too sensitive. How is this bullying by a small group? Our dear Mei Bao possesses a grand vision, soon to be lauded across the internet, garnering admiration from many. This revelation ignited a spark in Ruan Li's eyes. Could it be that simply carrying a bag would earn her affection? She eagerly seized the package, for her purpose in joining this program was to enhance her public appeal. Having grown up in the mountains, trekking was second nature to her. The mountains she hailed from were indeed impoverished, characterized by rugged slopes, whereas here, there were steps and well-maintained paths, rendering the journey effortless for her. Observing this, the fans rejoiced, playfully noting, "You chose to carry it, not us." Some even suggested hosting a camping trip at the summit for picturesque photographs. Ruan Li, however, remained silent, resolutely moving forward with the supplies, her determination evident. One fan chuckled, covering her mouth, remarking on Ruan Li's compliance, prompting laughter among the group. As they journeyed, several individuals paused to capture the beauty of the vibrant flora, seemingly forgetting their task at hand. Initially, Ruan Li sought to integrate herself with them, yet she faced inexplicable exclusion. Even during group photos, the camera would deliberately frame out her presence, choosing instead to capture the empty space on the left. Disheartened, Ruan Li relinquished her attempts to fit in and continued on her path. Behind her, a few girls giggled, exclaiming, "Nan Bao is truly stunning." Every gesture of hers could grace a photo. Indeed, Nan Bao was a genuine beauty. Their remarks were intentionally directed at Ruan Li, who, upon witnessing their dismissive laughter, felt a pang of loneliness. They exchanged knowing glances, as if imparting a lesson to this scholarly girl. Their merriment resumed, yet when they craved water, they were struck with dismay. Ruan Li's figure had long vanished from sight. Panic set in as they attempted to contact her, only to find themselves unable to reach her. All supplies were in Ruan Li's possession. In their quest for convenience, they had not taken even a bottle of water, let alone any food. The organizers had indicated that the ascent would take 3 hours, yet at their current pace, 4 to 5 hours seemed plausible. especially considering they had not had lunch and were running low on energy. The girls sought assistance from the production team, but the rules were clear, leaving the team powerless to help. To make matters worse, there were no vendors on the mountain selling water or food, and Nan's face paled at the realization. In her effort to lighten Ruan Li's load, she had secretly placed sunscreen and her makeup kit into the supply bag, planning to take over once Ruan Li could no longer bear the weight. She had envisioned a moment at the finish line where the cameras would capture her resilience under strain. However, to her astonishment, when she glanced up, Ruan Li had already disappeared from view. The laughter among the girls faded as they hastened their pace, eager to catch up with Ruan Li. The only consolation was that no cameraman was trailing them, ensuring that their unkind behavior remained unrecorded. Little did they know, their every action had been captured by the drone hovering above. Nearly 2 hours later, Ruan Li arrived at the finish line, her slender frame carrying a backpack taller than herself. The cameraman and organizers were taken aback by her swift approach, as she seemed to glide effortlessly to the end. "Are you the only one?" they inquired, bewildered. Ruan Li scratched her head and turned around, only to find the space behind her utterly empty, devoid of any presence. As the hiking backpack was opened, the onlookers were astounded to discover that the supplies within were meticulously arranged, untouched. The host, taken aback, exclaimed, "You haven't had a single sip of water?" Ruan Li nodded in affirmation. The host further inquired, "Aren't you thirsty?" Ruan Li simply shook her head. The finish line was equipped with live-streaming cameras, capturing the moment of Ruan Li's sprint. The audience before the screen couldn't help but exclaim, "What a warrior!" I have traversed this mountain myself. Though it is not particularly tall, some paths are quite steep. To carry such a hefty load all alone is truly impressive. To be candid, I couldn't complete this mountain in a single day. Am I the only one curious why all 5 people's supplies were entrusted to her? The backpack contains sunscreen and a makeup kit. What makeup does a girl wearing a mask need to touch up? Surely, it doesn't belong to the others in her group. Does it? That's quite excessive. It seems I've recognized this makeup bag. It belongs to Nan Bao, as it appeared in her previous product sharing session. How amusing. Why was there no live coverage during the climb? I am quite eager to witness the hilarity of this group, devoid of water and food, while lacking the means to touch up their makeup. Ruan Li sat by the roadside, replenishing her strength with water while scrolling through her phone. She noticed a rising number of fans in the back-end data, and a smile graced her lips. About half an hour later, she began to see others trickling in. As the sun approached the horizon, and Nan and her party of 4 finally arrived at the finish line, dragging their weary feet. The group had lost their initial elegance, with no inclination left for photographs. Sweat drenched their cheeks, their eyeliner smudged, and their foundation was patchy. Their parched lips resembled cracked earth in a drought, as if they were utterly dehydrated. In stark contrast, Ruan Li sat at the finish line, fresh and composed, despite wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a mask. Her slender silhouette and voluminous hair exuded an aura of top-tier beauty. Upon seeing the water, the others' eyes sparkled with longing, akin to famished wolves catching sight of meat. 5 hours had passed, 5 entire hours without a drop to drink. The idyllic camping experience and beautiful photographs were all but ruined. The live-streaming cameras captured their disarray. One fan rushed toward Ruan Li, accusing her, "Did you deliberately walk so fast to make us lag behind? Don't you realize that these supplies are for our entire group?" At this, a passing beauty influencer with 1 million followers could not contain herself. She stepped in front of Ruan Li and addressed the group. "Do you not understand that this is the collective supply for the group? Why should only she carry it?" The fans fell silent, their guilt evident. Meanwhile, Nan approached Ruan Li. Grasping her hand with concern, she remarked, "I heard you the first to reach the finish line. How remarkable. You're so slender. How did you manage to carry the supplies for 5 people all the way? Though it was agreed that we would take turns carrying. How did you end up completely disappearing? How are you feeling now? Are you tired?" The fans nodded in agreement, affirming her words. Indeed, we were deeply concerned for her safety when alone, only to discover that she was merely seeking sympathy before the camera, distorting the truth. The chorus of voices can easily sway perception. Since there is no recording, their words are regarded as the ultimate truth. The live stream erupted in turmoil. Could it be? A twist in the narrative? How could a frail girl like her possibly bear such heavy burdens? Might the organizers be favoring her? Poor Nan Bao. Almost wronged by a mere pair. Such a tragedy. We were nearly ensnared by capitalist machinations. Royalty begone. Comments flooded the screen before Ruan Li. Speechless, I cannot help but laugh in anger. The protagonist's fabrications flow effortlessly. It reminds me of the clique that bullied me in school, who mocked me in private while feigning concern in front of teachers. Hugs to the one above. Damn, I wish I could send my recent recording to the supporting character. At that moment, a video surfaced online, capturing how several individuals pressured Ruan Li to carry supplies, filmed by a drone at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 84. Let us annul our engagement. The footage vividly displayed the dialogue among Shungnan's fans at the base. Netizens were aghast. Truly, I am bewildered. They claimed they would take turns carrying the bags? It was blatant group bullying against a single pair. Are they not lying through their teeth? The little influencer has no rights, forced to carry supplies while being slandered. If someone helped me with such a heavy load, I would give my life for her. I would never dawdle to take photos. An hour ago, a fan posted a group photo in which Ruan Li was absent. Yet, the drone footage clearly showed her presence. These individuals deliberately ostracized her. Down with them. I initially held a fondness for Nan Bao, but who knew her true character was so unkind. This girl of extraordinary strength, referred to as a single pair, has my swift attention. Ruan Li is a fambaza suarat. Meanwhile, Shungnan and her companions remained oblivious, believing the audience had fallen for their deceit. As a reward for her efforts, Ruan Li successfully elevated Shi Yu's profile, leading him to a charming guest house. The owner, a digital nomad who fled the bustling city, had established this haven. With great enthusiasm, the owner introduced her small garden, along with a dog and a cat. A Shiba Inu and a beautiful American Shorthair, snuggled together in slumber. Ruan Li found great delight in this setting. After dinner, the influencers began selecting products for promotion. Ruan Li chose locally grown green pears, savoring their sweet and crisp flavor. Coincidentally, her name also contained the character for pear, which would further engrave her image in the audience's minds. That night, Ruan Li retired early but was jolted awake by a nightmare around 10 o'clock. She dreamt of a scene from the original narrative. During her wedding ceremony with Jiang Xiyin, Shungnan burst in, attempting to disrupt the nuptials. The mocking laughter of the guests echoed in Ruan Li's mind, distorting into grotesque visages. She sat up, rubbing her aching temples, and scrolled through her phone. She discovered that Nan Yinji had trended, with comments praising their sweetness and compatibility, expressing a desire to witness their marriage. Ruan Li yelled Jiang Xiyin, hoping to discuss their annulment. Since she had chosen to attend this soirée, it was impossible for her to conceal her presence any longer. She hoped that Jiang Xiyuan would come to realize his true feelings, annul their engagement, and pursue a relationship with Shungnan, thus avoiding the spectacle of a wedding heist, as rumored in the comments. The call connected. She had just uttered a greeting when a female voice on the other end spoke up. Are you looking for a C? He is in the shower. I'll have him return your call shortly. It was in Shungnan's voice. Ruan Li raplia calmly. Surprisingly, Shungnan exclaimed, Oh, it's Sister Ruan. I apologize. I didn't mean to answer a CS phone. His contact list didn't display any notes. The absence of notes indicated that Jiang Xiyuan had not saved her number at all. Only those deemed unimportant would not warrant a notation. Ruan Li smiled. Thank you for letting me know. Shungnan sighed. Sister, you've misunderstood me. Please don't overthink it. That wasn't my intention. Ruan Li ended the call. Although her feelings for Jiang Xiyuan had waned, discovering that someone she had known for 4 years had failed to save her phone number still stung her heart slightly. Her phone vibrated. She initially thought it was Jiang Xiyuan returning her message, but upon glancing down, she saw it was a series of wedding photos sent by Luan Jia. Luan Jia, Shaoli, your photos have gone viral in the industry. Many bridal shop owners are inquiring about you and that handsome young man, eager to book your schedule. Ruan Li opened the photos. They were far more splendid than she had anticipated, particularly the image of the veil kiss under the sunset. Even the model herself, upon seeing these photos again, would surely feel her heart flutter, creating the illusion that she truly had just captured her wedding in a bridal shoot with Shi Yu. The night was still young, and Ruan Li found herself restless, so she rose and ventured into the garden for a stroll. The guest house was adjacent to the quarters of other attendees. While wandering in the garden, Ruan Li noticed that the cucumbers in the host's vegetable patch had not been pruned of their climbing tendrils. Other plants bore fruit as well. The first gourd still hung there unharvested. It was no wonder the yields were poor. The climbing tendrils would absorb vital nutrients, and the gourd would compete for resources needed by subsequent fruits. Seasoned farmers would know to trim both the climbing tendrils and the gourds. With nothing pressing to occupy her time, Ruan Li decided to lend a hand in tidying up the garden. After a short while, she heard a chorus of excited screams. Peering through the wooden fence out of curiosity, she spotted a throng of fans gathered in another yard. The focus of their attention, Shi Yu, was cupping Xiangnan's face in his hands, the two standing quite close. The screams came from their ardent admirers, and Xiangnan, blushing, made a shushing gesture to the fans, explaining, "I got sand in my eye, and C is helping me blow it out." She urged everyone not to share any photos. The fans, looking starstruck, replied, "Don't worry, we won't say a word. We're just waiting for your official announcement. It's like watching you kiss right in front of me. So sweet and blissful." Ruan Li lost count of how many times she had stumbled upon such intimate moments between the two. Her heart remained untroubled. Seeing that Shi Yu was free, she dialed his number. On the other side of the fence, Shi Yu's phone rang. He glanced at the incoming call, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he prepared to answer. And Xiangnan grasped him and whispered, "The fans are still around. I'll see. Please cooperate with me a little longer and carry me upstairs." A pair had played a trick on her during the mountain climb, leading to some misunderstandings among the audience, and the harsh criticisms were unbearable. The sales results for tomorrow were crucial for her. Now, recalling the online comments made her chest ache with indignation. She returned to her room after the climb, believing she had successfully resolved the crisis. However, unbeknownst to her, someone had released a drone that captured footage of the distribution of supplies at the foot of the mountain. The internet was now rife with scorn directed at her, and Xiangnan felt utterly wronged, secretly blaming the cleverness of the pair. Fortunately, Jiang believed in her. "All right," Jiang replied, cutting off the incoming call. He thought that he could return Ruan Li's call whenever he wished. The situation within Xiangnan was more pressing. Ruan Li was far luckier than in Xiangnan, having the support of the Ruan family. But in Xiangnan had lost everything. Jiang lifted in Xiangnan and carried her back to her room, amidst the excited screams of fans. Once he placed her down, and Xiangnan took out a deck of cards and asked if he wanted to play. "No." Jiang waved his phone, a smirk playing on his lips. "Ruan Li is looking for me." And Xiangnan's expression froze momentarily before she feigned a kick at him, exclaiming, "Forget you. Have you forgotten your roots now that you have a wife?" Jiang looked rather proud, and Xiangnan shook her head with a smile, thinking that wise individuals do not fall into love. The one who loves first is destined to lose. Jiang waved his hand dismissively. "I see you're just jealous that I have a wife." As he spoke, he descended the stairs, dialing a number on his phone. Ruan Li was the only person he didn't need to save as a contact. Even if her number wasn't in his phone, he could recite it from memory. The call connected, and a smile graced Jiang's lips as he asked, "What do you need?" On the other end, Ruan Li's voice, tinged with uncertainty, echoed back, "Jiang, let us annul our engagement." Chapter 85. The Unveiling of Truth? The barrage of comments exploded with shock. "What did I just hear? The female supporting character wants to call off the engagement with the male lead? Wait, how has the plot changed so drastically? Shouldn't the female supporting character be the male lead's devoted admirer? Is the female supporting character bravely stepping off the glitch path and daring to forge her own path? Congratulations. I believe the female supporting character is employing a strategy of retreating to advance, having seen the male lead's good relationship with the little sister. She aims to lure him in. Disgusting. How manipulative. The comments were in a frenzy. The evening breeze was particularly serene, and just a wall apart, Ruan Li's words, "Jiang, let us annul our engagement," pierced through to him. His breath caught, as if the wind had howled into his ears. His blood felt like it had entered a vacuum, and his heart pounded violently. For a fleeting moment, He thought he had misheard. Then, he chuckled softly, all right. Ruan Li anticipated such a smooth response. The weight in her heart lifted immediately, a wave of unprecedented ease enveloping her. She had seen in the comments that significant plot points would not be altered, which made her anxious that Jiang Xin might have some unfounded reason to refuse the annulment, merely to drive the wedding and abduction storyline. Thankfully, she had only spoken a single sentence, and Jiang Xin was already eager to agree. It appears that the assertion regarding the unchangeable nature of crucial plot lines in the barrage is not entirely accurate. The matter of breaking off the engagement is rather straightforward. She was on the verge of terminating the call recording, eager to address the contract annulment, when she heard Jiang Xiyuan inquire, "Who are you playing truth or dare with? Bai Rindan and the others?" Ruan Li, perplexed, responded, "What?" With a mischievous tone, Jiang Xiyuan continued, "Did they not compel you to make this call, to end the engagement as a consequence of losing a dare? Otherwise, how could you bear to do it?" His confidence was palpable. Yet, Ruan Li felt a heaviness in her heart. Gazing over the fence, she noticed Jiang Xiyuan lighting a cigarette, languidly leaning against his tangerine sports car, the crimson ember flickering amidst the mist. She articulated each word deliberately. What if it were not a dare? What would it be then? The king's game. Jiang Xiyuan flicked ash from his cigarette, a smirk playing on his lips, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Did you return home today? Did you see the gift I prepared for you?" "It is something you." Ruan Li interrupted his idle chatter, stating earnestly, "I am not playing games, nor am I jesting. Let us call off the engagement." The phone seemed to have been abruptly silenced. There was no sound from the other end, not even the faintest breath, which blended into the tranquil breeze. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Xiyuan's voice, devoid of emotion, broke through. "The wind was strong. What did you say?" "I did not hear. Let us void our engagement." Before she could finish, an irate, icy voice erupted from the other end. "Ruan Li, how dare you bring up the matter of breaking off the engagement? What gives you the right to suggest such a thing? How could you even think of it?" His voice escalated with fury, as if he were about to smash the phone against the ground. Ruan Li instinctively shrank back. She dreaded conflict. Whenever she heard raised voices, she would involuntarily stiffen, her limbs growing cold, and she would instinctively wish to flee. Yet, this time, she resolved to cut through the chaos decisively. She spoke, "I have seen the trending topics, and I notice many people are shipping you in Shangnan. If our relationship as an engaged couple were to be exposed, it would be detrimental to both you and Shangnan. Hence, breaking off the engagement would be advantageous for us both. So, it is because of this." Jiang Xiyuan's lips curled into a cold smile, his emotions gradually stabilizing. "I see." His previously tense muscles began to relax as he leaned back against the hood of the car, exuding a sense of irreverent nonchalance. He narrowed his eyes, inhaling deeply before exhaling the smoke. "The Jiang Corporation's agency has signed Anan, and I am merely helping to generate buzz. After the Double 11 Gala, I will no longer appear at her videos. Furthermore, the fan speculation is merely overblown imagination. I have never acknowledged in Shangnan as my girlfriend. After a long day, please do not make a fuss. Later, take a look at the gift I bought for you." "I am not causing a fuss. I am being serious," Ruan Li insisted. "Enough." Jiang Xiyuan's brow furrowed deeply, his volume rising once more. "I have already stated that my pretense of being in a relationship with Shangnan is solely for publicity, which also benefits the Jiang Corporation. Why are you being so petty? Can't you learn from Shangnan's demeanor and be a bit more magnanimous? Stop being difficult." As soon as he uttered those words, Jiang Xiyuan felt a pang of regret and smacked his forehead. That was not his intention. He never meant to compare Ruan Li to anyone else. He only lost his composure upon hearing Ruan Li insist on their annulment. To him, he was merely assisting a friend in need. Yet, Ruan Li insisted on raising the matter of the annulment over such trivialities. Still seething with anger, he retorted, "If I had any feelings for Shangnan, I would have acted on them long ago. Why wait until now?" Meanwhile, Ruan Li's complexion grew increasingly pale. She had underestimated the impact of the unfolding drama. Since Jiang Xiyuan refused to acknowledge his affections for Shangnan, she would take on the role of the villain. Ruan Li spoke up, "It is I who has feelings for another." A brief silence enveloped the line. Then, Jiang Xiyuan let out a derisive snort. Ruan Li, you truly are something. To force me into publicly admitting your status, you resort to such excuses? Do you think I would feel jealous? Let me tell you, do not overestimate your importance. Our marriage is fundamentally tied to the Jiang family's reputation. As long as you breathe, it will not be easily altered. His voice was dry, as if it had been scraped against sandpaper, and the intensity of his emotions rendered it jarring, akin to nails scraping against a white wall. Shortly thereafter, the call was abruptly terminated. Jiang Xiyuan had violently hurled his phone to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. The comments flooded in. Why is the male lead so furious? Indeed, the female antagonist initiated the annulment, thus liberating him to be with the heroine. So shouldn't he be pleased? Could it be that he actually harbors feelings for her? I sensed something, the moment he heard her mention the annulment. He seemed to lose his mind. Impossible. The male lead is simply accustomed to pride. Even in a breakup, he must be the one to initiate it. Exactly. The analysis is spot on. Fortunately, the male lead didn't fall for it. The female antagonist is simply jealous of his closeness to the heroine and wishes to leverage the opportunity for recognition. Ah, so that is the case. Ruan Li nodded to herself. Jiang Xiyuan, with his pride, would never allow the annulment to come from anyone but himself. If she could not wait any longer. If the overt approach was futile, she would resort to stealthily retrieving the contract. Just as she contemplated this, she heard a noise underfoot. Jiang Xiyuan, alerted by the sound, pursued her with suspicion, seizing her wrist. Ruan Li, unmasked, was fully exposed under the moonlight. Jiang Xiyuan's eyes narrowed. Ruan Li, what are you doing here? Chapter 86. The princess dark turned under the intense gaze of Jiang Xiyuan. Ruan Li's mind raced. Just then, a staff member approached the guest house, addressing her. Miss Pear, are you available? I need to go over the schedule for tomorrow with you. The name Miss Pear detonated in Jiang Xiyuan's ears like a bomb. The night was thick with tension. The staff member, unaware of the unfolding scene, approached Ruan Li upon receiving no response. However, as she drew closer, she noticed Jiang Xiyuan gripping Ruan Li's wrist. The staff member gasped. Isn't that in Shengnian's boyfriend? Why is he here at night, grappling with Miss Pear? She appeared to have stumbled upon a significant secret. Under the moonlight, Jiang Xiyuan cast a piercing glance, commanding, "Get lost." The staff member trembled in fear and hurriedly fled. Ruan Li furrowed her brow, unwilling to drag others into her troubles. Noticing her subtle expression, Jiang Xiyuan's anger transformed into a mocking smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Ruan Li, you're quite something, leading me in circles. How amusing. His grip was forceful, making Ruan Li feel as though her wrist might shatter. She managed to speak. Jiang Xiyuan, calm down. What did you just call me? Jiang Xiyuan suddenly realized that during their earlier phone conversation, Ruan Li had used his full name. If Ruan Li were a pair, what then was her relationship with Shi Yu? He had seen Shi Yu's girlfriend before and had always assumed that it was the blogger known as a pair, especially since he had witnessed them together during a wedding photo shoot. Ruan Baozhu had even stumbled upon their filming scene. Their embraces were genuine, their kisses real. Yet now he was being told that Ruan Li was a pair? Who, then, was the girl in Shi Yu's video call? The one in the kissing photograph Shi Yu had sent him? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Jiang Xiyuan felt his eyes swell with frustration. He tightened his grip, pulling Ruan Li closer, his gaze ablaze with fury. You wish to annul the engagement because of Shi Yu? When did you two become involved? At this point, Ruan Li resolved to clarify her stance. She wanted to call off the engagement, not to play the fool in someone else's romance. And it had nothing to do with Shi Yu. It is because I believe we are incompatible. You stated you do not like me, and that our union is merely out of obligation. That is unfair to both of us. To Jiang Xiyuan's ears, her words implied acceptance of her relationship with Shi Yu. A heavy pressure clamped down on his chest, reminiscent of the oppressive heat before a summer storm, threatening to erupt. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to call Shi Yu to confront him about seducing his fiancé, but his phone had just been shattered by his own hand. With nowhere to vent his wrath, he glared at Ruan Li, his voice dripping with disdain. Are you so desperate? Shi Yu has a girlfriend. yet you still harbor feelings for him? It has nothing to do with him. I believe we are incompatible. And you think you are suitable for him? How long have you known each other? You are aware he has a girlfriend, yet continue to entangle yourself with him. Are you shameless? Ruan Li was no passive figure. After enduring his insults multiple times, she clenched her fists. First of all, this has nothing to do with Shi Yu. Secondly, as my fiancé, you have been entangled with Shangnan, allowing the public to misunderstand your relationship. Are you not the one who is shameless? You claimed your connection with Shangnan was an act to test me. Yet now you assert you wish to help her gain followers by feigning intimacy in front of fans. What about the dance at Mrs. Fu's birthday banquet? I saw Shangnan kiss you, and you did not refuse. Would you behave the same way with Go Junjun? With unrestrained fervor, Ruan Li laid bare all that had burdened her heart. Shi Yu encountered. That day at the ball, I mistook someone for you. I thought the lady in the purple dress was you. You misidentified her, but what about her? Ruan Li inquired. I refuse to believe she couldn't recognize you. Do not suggest that she was merely trying to test me. You were oblivious to my presence at the event. Shi Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. Ruan Li continued. If you're reluctant to annul our engagement due to concerns about the Jiang family's reputation in Haicheng, I can publicly take the blame. I could even date another man, inviting the world to cast their judgment upon me. Upon hearing Ruan Li mention seeking a boyfriend, Shi Yu gritted his teeth. A boyfriend? His voice was laced with frost. Suddenly, his hands gripped Ruan Li's slender neck, his expression darkening. You wish to dissolve our engagement and pursue Shi Yu? Let me assure you, that is out of the question. Even if you were to perish, you would still enter the Jiang household. Ruan Li felt a chill run down her spine. Why did Shi Yu, who clearly harbored no affection for her, insist on maintaining the engagement? Was there truly no escape from this narrative? At that moment, she noticed a barrage of comments. If the female antagonist truly wishes to annul the engagement, the best approach is to feign deep affection for the male lead. Indeed, I broke up with my ex in just that manner. I proposed a split, and he threatened to take his life, so I had to act as if I adored him, checking in daily and scrutinizing his phone. Eventually, he couldn't take it and strayed with someone else, and I felt quite pleased. Poor sister. Let us reiterate. For men, unattainability is the ultimate prize. Shi Yu has feelings for the female antagonist, though he never admits it and offers no actions. No wonder he remains unmarried. My boyfriend is similar. Because I express my love openly, he thinks himself quite the catch, boasting to his friends, I must be exceptional, or why would this woman love me so? I could easily find someone better. Men are inherently fickle. I was once blinded by love, desperately pleading with my ex not to leave. But he ignored me and became someone else's lapdog. The female antagonist has made a grave mistake. She should completely sever ties with Shi Yu. Otherwise, no matter his feelings for her, a man's jealousy will compel him to hold on, simply to win. Exactly. The female antagonist is too foolish. If I were in her position, I would secure the male lead's affections and then discover the contract for the arranged marriage, ultimately destroying it. Ruan Li's dim eyes regained their spark. Was it truly that simple? She seemed to understand her course of action. Under the moonlight, tears streamed down her cheeks. She grasped Shi Yu's wrist, her almond-shaped eyes glistening. Shi Yu's hand faltered. Ruan Li spoke softly. Si, promise me you will cease all interactions with Shangnan. I cannot abide her. As for Shi Yu, I merely wish for you to experience the feelings I have endured during this time. There is nothing between us. He harbors affection for another, a white moonlight. That day during the wedding dress shoot was merely a side job for me, and he was a model hired by the store. Do you know? The moment I first laid eyes on you in the hospital, I was smitten. Even the marriage agreement we signed back then has been carefully framed and placed in a prominent spot, allowing me to see it often, as if I could see you frequently. Si, the one I cherish is only you. The evening breeze rises abruptly. Dark clouds obscure the moon. Within the guest house, a tall figure melds into the shadows, cloaked in an air of gloom and a haunting pallor. The prince, driven mad by love, willingly plays the role of subordinate, masquerading as a roommate, enticing Li into darkness. 910, Chapter 87. Embrace him before he shatters. The evening breeze stirs the heart. Jiang Xiyin heard Ruan Li's confession. and his ears visibly flushed red. Previously, he had always tested Ruan Li, as she had never expressed her affection for him. Yet this time, he truly heard her declaration. She said she liked him. In that instant, it was as if 1,000 fireworks erupted in his mind, vibrant and grand. All his doubts dissipated. He no longer needed further explanations from Ruan Li. He had reconciled her relationship with Shi Yu. Shi Yu, a poor boy who had found a girlfriend, naturally needed to work doubly hard to earn money. Hence he took on the role of a wedding dress model. Ruan Li, not fond of Xiangnan, sought to oppose her, thus registering an account under the name of a pair and hiring Shi Yu to play the role of her boss. As for those so-called kissing photos, they were also sent at Ruan Li's behest, intended to stir his jealousy. The heaviness in his chest lifted like a refreshing rain. A gentle breeze swept by, leaving only a profound sense of joy within. Meanwhile, Ruan Li hung her head. She did not notice the delight in Jiang Xiyin's eyes. She was engulfed in a moment of confusion. She had once believed that once love was spoken, it would become trivial, akin to a birthday wish. Thus, she had always concealed her affection in her actions. Little did she realize that when she sought to end this relationship, she instead became sweetly verbose. After a moment, she heard Jiang Xiyin's voice above her. After this event, I will maintain my distance from Xiangnan. I will also announce that you are my fiancé. However, I had promised her first, so for the next few days, I will still cooperate with her. Upon hearing this, Ruan Li looked up. Really? Jiang Xiyin smiled, gently tapping her forehead. Indeed, Ruan Li's tears transformed into laughter. She should have embraced Jiang Xiyin as part of their act. Yet inexplicably, she felt a twinge of reluctance. So she merely smiled, like a child who has received candy, appearing quite delighted. But soon, her brows furrowed again. She murmured, "What about your marriage agreement? You haven't discarded it, have you?" "Rest assured," Jiang Xin replied, a playful smile gracing his lips. "It's in the drawer of my study desk." A flicker of intrigue crossed Ruan Li's gaze. "So, it was placed there." "Ah, right." Jiang Xin leaned in, focusing on her swollen nose. "What happened to your nose?" Ruan Li, unaccustomed to his closeness, instinctively took a step back and replied, "It's an allergy. The doctor said it will be fine in a few days. Also, regarding my identity as a pair, please don't mention it to anyone just yet, all right?" "Understood," Jiang Xin affirmed. The moonlight broke through the clouds, cascading gently across the courtyard. The atmosphere was just right. Jiang Xin's gaze fell upon Ruan Li's lips, his throat tightening. He leaned closer to her. Suddenly, a sharp bark interrupted the enchanting atmosphere as a Shiba Inu, baring its teeth, charged towards the only stranger in the courtyard, Jiang Xiyuan. In an instant, the charming ambience evaporated, and Jiang Xiyuan fled in disarray from the guest house. Ruan Li let out a sigh of relief and turned back into the guest house, where she enjoyed a restful night's sleep. However, her dreams were unsettled, plagued once again by visions of being ensnared by a damp, suffocating python. At dawn the following day, Ruan Li awoke early, her nose significantly less swollen. After applying some ointment and donning a mask, she descended the stairs and glanced at the seedlings in the small vegetable garden. The previous evening, in the darkness, she had carelessly pruned the climbing beans, and now, in the bright daylight, she discovered several overlooked stragglers. Moments later, Shi Yu emerged. Today, he had swapped his black leather jacket for a soft gray-pink sweatshirt, which complemented his already fair complexion, making him appear as pristine as delectable cream. Ruan Li couldn't help but swallow hard, finally understanding why the entertainment industry had once referred to handsome male actors as cream boys. They truly resembled a delicious cream cake. "You're awake," Ruan Li greeted him. Noticing the dark circles under his eyes, she inquired, "Did you not sleep well last night?" Shi Yu replied, his tone weary and detached as he lazily enveloped Ruan Li in his long arms. A refreshing fragrance enveloped her, causing her spine to stiffen. A low voice whispered in her ear, indicating someone was watching. His words were brief, leaving Ruan Li uncertain about who was observing. Was it someone from the old man's side or Jiang Li's? Nevertheless, she did not reject the embrace. She recalled how Zhou Qianqian had promised to find Ruan Li 18 male models once she finished her work. Yet, It seemed unlikely she could find anyone with a physique superior to Shi Yu's. After breakfast, the agricultural assistance activities commenced. The streamers needed to visit local villagers to learn about the agricultural products they would promote. A light rain had fallen the previous night, making the mountain paths somewhat slippery. As they approached a rocky slope, Shi Yu took a long stride onto the stone and turned back to help Ruan Li. Yet, another hand also reached out towards her, Shi Yu's. Ruan Li stared at the two hands extended toward her, momentarily stunned. She shook her head, declining assistance. However, Shi Yu clicked his tongue and firmly grasped her arm, pulling her up. "Don't be stubborn, be careful," he cautioned. Shi Yu, with an indifferent gaze, withdrew his hand but fixated on the two of them, his eyes tinged with jealousy. It wasn't just him who noticed this scene. The sight of Shi Yu holding Ruan Li also caught in Shengnan's attention, and Shengnan paused, seemingly taken aback that Shi Yu would proactively assist Ruan Li while disregarding his own interests. Not far away, fans were bewildered. What was happening? Why was Shi Yu helping Ruan Li up the mountain? Had he mistaken her for someone else? Damn it, she must be pretending to be weak. That green TBTCH. How disgusting. She probably just wanted to latch on to Shi Yu's wealth. Damn it, I loathe mistresses. And she doesn't even dare to show her face. Either she is plain ugly or has undergone a botched plastic surgery. Fans were filled with righteous indignation. This scene was shared online through Reuters. Subsequently, a secondary account was created and a self-directed narrative unfolded. A pair masquerades as a green tea, seeking sympathy for Jiang Shao. Although Jiang Shao harbors no affection for her, he possesses a gentlemanly demeanor and feels pity for Nan Bao's solitude. I am acquainted with the individual known as a pair. She relishes in tempting the boyfriends of others to validate her allure. It is unfortunate that her cosmetic surgery has marred her appearance, yet her obstinacy remains unchanged. It is no wonder that Nan Bao's fans targeted a pair with online bullying. She is indeed a habitual mistress. In addition, fans of Shengnan captured a video originally intended to document Shengnan's emergence, but within the frame's periphery, the figure of Ruan Li was spotted. She was seen plucking seedlings from another's vegetable garden. Divine intervention, indeed. The fans expressed their astonishment and immediately penned a lengthy article, denouncing a pair for vandalizing crops during a charitable agricultural initiative, lacking decorum, and seducing others' boyfriends, thus calling for a complete boycott and her immediate withdrawal from the public eye. It remains unclear who orchestrated the trending topics. A pair, the mistress and a pair, the ugly adorned the entertainment charts. Ruan Li, unacquainted with these developments, remained oblivious until she gleaned information from the barrage of comments before her. The female lead's fans accused Ruan Li of being a mistress? Quite the hypocritical outcry. Logically speaking, isn't Shengnan the actual mistress? Laughable. This is the first instance of fans purchasing trending topics to attack the principal. If Ruan Li's face is deemed unattractive, what does that make me? Anticipating a facepalm moment. Chapter 88. The dog's waist. Ruan Li retrieved her phone and beheld the trending topic. A pair. The mistress was fervently discussed. Ruan Li mused. She has indeed risen to prominence. Yesterday, those indignant netizens, enraged by the bullying of Ruan Li by Shengnan and her fans, had now pivoted their sympathies toward Shengnan. Ruan Li was unfazed by the vitriol. Since the age of 18, she had comprehended a fundamental truth. It is not the people who select the news. Rather, the news selects them. A teacher once imparted wisdom. In an era where popularity reigns supreme, no piece of news appears without purpose. Her derogatory entries could hardly ascend the trending charts without the aid of Shengnan or her team. News is akin to a young girl, subject to manipulation. Her foster mother had been similarly wronged. In this moment, Ruan Li felt fortunate to be a blogger, possessing a platform to voice her thoughts. Unlike at 18, when she had no recourse. However, Shengnan mistakenly believed that the mistress narrative could incite public sentiment. Little did she know that a pair was in name, Ruan Li's fiancé. If one were to delve deeper, it isn't Shengnan who embodies the role of the mistress. Ruan Li felt assured as she diligently selected her products. Even when some righteous staff members intentionally mocked her in her presence, she feigned ignorance. In her possession was an undisclosed recording from their last camping trip, captured with a miniature camera, documenting the entire ordeal of Shangnan wrongfully accusing her. Ruan Li had no desire to oppose the protagonists, yet she required the remorse of the online community post-reversal to pave the way for her foster mother's vindication. When her reputation was at its nadir, the release of this video was anticipated to occur tomorrow. By noon, the autumn air was crisp and invigorating. Ruan Li and Shi Yu each carried a basket filled with pears as they prepared to descend the mountain when Shi Yu arrived once more. Without hesitation, he seized Ruan Li's basket. "I'll help you carry it down." Ruan Li shook her head, insisting it was not heavy. Shi Yu grasped her hand, flashing a grin. "Don't worry about me. Let us go. I'll escort you back to the inn." Ruan Li thought to herself that Shi Yu must have been kicked in the head by a donkey in the village. Just then a long, cold hand grasped Shi Yu's arm. "Return the basket to her." Shi Yu's voice resonated with authority. Shi Yu was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. "Brother Yu, I understand. You're short on cash and agreed to help Ruan test me. If you need money, just tell me. We've been brothers for years." Shi Yu's tone was frigid. "I said get it back to her." His grip was like steel, causing Shi Yu's arm to sting and his brows to furrow with anger. "What do you mean, Shi Yu? I'm helping my girlfriend carry her things. What right do you have to stop me?" Shi Yu's gaze was distant. "Do you want to see how they're cursing her online right now?" Shi Yu was taken aback. His phone was broken, rendering him nearly disconnected from the outside world since yesterday. Shi Yu lent him his phone. Even without searching, one could easily see the comments trending. "Can a single pair keep our Jiang Shao away? Gold diggers, get lost. Does she need a man to help her up the hill? If she is this delicate, she should go home and have babies instead of participating in agricultural aid activities. Shameless mistress, how dare you interfere in our Nanyan's affairs? Your fate is uncertain." The comments were numerous and harsh. Shi Yu's fingers froze. Seizing the opportunity, Ruan Li reclaimed the basket of pears and hoisted it onto her shoulder. She intended to leave, but recalled the comments from the previous night. Thus, she deliberately stated, "Ah, see, they're saying online that I'm a mistress. It must be rumors spread by Shangnan. Can you clarify that you have no relationship with her, and that I am not a mistress?" "No." Shi Yu shook his head. Nanyan is not that kind of person. Indeed, in his subconscious, his trust in Shangnan was unshakable. Ruan Li felt no disappointment. She continued, "You protect her so fiercely? Fine, if you want to speak, I will." With that, she took out her phone, intending to clarify the situation online. Shi Yu stopped her. Ruan, when did you become so unreasonable? Just wait until the charity event is over. This agricultural aid activity and tomorrow's gala were crucial for Nanyan. It's important for me as well. Ruan Li countered, "You are different. You have the Ruan family and me, but she has nothing and must rely on herself. Are you willing to let your fiancé be slandered as a mistress by netizens while forbidding me from clarifying? Ruan, can you not be so confrontational and show some kindness? Last time you pushed Shangnan into the water, didn't she let it go?" Ruan Li remained calm. She recorded the conversation, believing it deserved a wider audience. Shi Yu, unable to endure any longer, clenched his pale fingers, revealing a sickly pallor. Every single cell in his body screamed in anguish. His pearly white teeth clenched tightly, and his mouth was filled with the metallic taste of rust. He could not comprehend what was so admirable about Shi Yu. Yet, she was inexplicably drawn to him. Whenever he appeared, he monopolized her gaze, leaving no room for anyone else. Shi Yu, born into the prestigious Fu family of the capital, bore a surname that ensured his place at the pinnacle of society, granting him effortless access to whatever he desired, regardless of his personal endeavors. This privilege rendered his emotions rather apathetic. Throughout his life, he had lacked any true aspirations. Even in the face of loss, he remained indifferent. Yet in this moment, a frenzy of jealousy consumed him. He wished for Shi Yu to vanish from this world, never to resurface. Unable to remain in this place any longer, Shi Yu felt as though the air was a tide, drowning him in suffocation. His countenance was icy as he turned to descend the slope. The rocky pathway was slick, and he lost his footing. "Careful, Ruan Li exclaimed, catching him, her eyes brimming with concern. Are you all right? No, I've twisted my ankle, he replied. Is it serious? Ruan Li asked cautiously, supporting his arm. Take it slow. I'll help you. Shi Yu averted his gaze, evading her touch. You all go ahead. There's no need to worry about me. No way, Ruan Li insisted, propping his arm over her slender shoulders, her frail frame bearing the weight of his body. The barrage of comments around them suddenly intensified. Cutting green tea man. Nonsense about his ankle. It's clearly jealousy. With those 8-pack abs, how could he possibly slip? Slip? No, he is merely crafty. Our prince is competing fiercely. Look at him. Female supporting character. The sun blazed brightly. Jiang Xiyuan fixated on the two figures, nearly intertwined, feeling a sharp sting in his eyes. He strode forward, halting them immediately. Let me handle this. Ruan Li is my girlfriend, so it's not appropriate for you to assist her. Yet Shi Yu tightened his grip. He turned to Jiang Xiyuan, his voice frigid. Ah, see, could you not be so petty? When did you become so calculative? This seemingly casual remark from Shi Yu struck Jiang Xiyuan like a heavy blow. His steps faltered. As he attempted to pursue them, he slipped, twisting his ankle painfully. He gasped sharply in agony. Ruan, I've twisted my ankle. It hurts so much. Ruan Li turned back to see Jiang Xiyuan crouched on the ground, clutching his left ankle. His expression one of sheer torment. Just as she was about to approach him, Shi Yu seized her. His head hung low, his voice almost a whisper against her neck. I'm in pain. In that instant, Ruan Li found herself in a dilemma. Jiang Xiyuan was already grimacing in pain. He had sprained his ankle while playing basketball in high school, and due to a previous car accident, his bones were more fragile than those of an average person. As the doctor had warned, at this moment, Jiang Xiyuan was in such agony that he lacked the strength to speak. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, each pulse of pain searing through him. Yet he found himself waiting in vain for Ruan Li to come to his aid, only to hear Shi Yu say to her, You should go. I'm fine. Don't blame Ah-Si. Yes, just feeling insecure. Jiang Xiyuan was taken aback. What kind of statement was that? It seems as though he deliberately feigned an ankle injury, does it not? Meanwhile, Ruan Li exhibited an expression of sudden realization. She sighed to see. Shi Yu is genuinely unwell. Your brothers do not dwell on such trivial matters. Jiang Xiyuan responded with a questioning glance. Upon Ruan Li's words, she assisted Shi Yu in descending the mountain. The path was muddy and damp, strewn with stones. While she could manage descending alone, carrying a patient necessitated her utmost caution. She paid little heed to the barrage of comments. This damp, green tea vibe is unmistakable. Refreshing. Green tea brother. The identity of a mistress. Yet with the demeanor of a legitimate wife. Claims to shun the role of a mistress. Yet competes fiercely. The male lead is in pain. Yet the prince insinuates it's a deliberate act. Who is truly pretending? This is infuriating. The female supporting character is blind. Can she not see that the deceitful green tea is acting? Cannot discern. But the beloved brother today appears so tender and delicate. How could he harbor ill intentions? Even if he did, he would spend his thoughts on me. Perhaps we should toss the beloved brother into the Yellow River. Then the entire nation could enjoy Longjing tea. As the autumn breeze stirred, Jiang Xiyuan sat alone on the hillside, his gaze fixed vacantly on the two distant figures. His eyes fermented with gloom and confusion. Previously, whenever he experienced even slight discomfort, Ruan Li would fret incessantly. The accident 4 years prior had not only injured his bones, but also his nerves. With each seasonal change, his legs would react, pain seeping through his joints. Each time Ruan Li witnessed his affliction, her eyes would redden with worry, her concern surpassing her own pain. How could she care for him so deeply yet trust Shi Yu's words, believing him to be acting? Jiang Xiyuan pressed a hand to his heart, as if a sour apricot had tumbled within, an uncontainable ache surging forth. Did her anger stem from his promise to Shangnan, pretending to be her boyfriend? Was she upset that he attended events with Shangnan under the guise of scandalous couple without informing her beforehand? Yes, it must be so. Ah-Si, why are you sitting here? Were you waiting for me? And Shangnan's innocent voice chimed from behind. Jiang Xiyuan lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting displeasure. Are you the one who spread rumors that a pair is a mistress? He had promised Ruan Li not to disclose the pair's identity. And Shengnan's eyes widened in shock. "See, are you speaking up for an outsider?" Jiang Xian's gaze turned icy. "If you seek attention, do so without dragging others into it." And Shengnan's palms turned cold as she comprehended Jiang Xian's indifference. Such a privileged young man would hardly care for the plight of an irrelevant person. She recalled how, while ascending the mountain, Jiang Xian had offered assistance to the pair. A heavy weight settled in her heart. "Did she come to you with grievances?" "Yesterday. She played a trick on me atop the mountain. I merely sought to retaliate slightly. How did it become that I'm seeking attention?" "Enough," Jiang Xian interrupted. "She's not that kind of person." Upon hearing this, and Shengnan felt as though all the blood in her body had congealed. Her voice trembled. "How long have you known her to speak on her behalf?" Jiang Xian warned coldly. "Remove the trending topic, or you'll come to regret it. The world is filled with onlookers." Just when I thought that no one had witnessed the recent scene, a fan of Shengnan, determined to unveil the ugly truth about a certain pair, discreetly began a live broadcast. Although the sound was inaudible, capturing any physical interaction between Jiang Xiao and pair would serve as evidence of her being the mistress. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that Jiang Xiao resembles the mistress more than anyone. Indeed, pair was initially walking alongside her boss, and then Jiang Xiao suddenly offered to help her carry something, feigning a sprained ankle. Quite the perplexing situation. In retrospect, pair and her boss appear rather sweet together. Wasn't it said that the male figure is merely a hired model? So what? Possessing such extraordinary beauty is enough. If it were me, I would gladly support him for a lifetime. Is there really someone who has taken a liking to this? Perhaps indulge in something delightful. Pair doesn't even dare to show her face. She must be quite unattractive. Is this really worth the infatuation? After receiving a warning from Jiang Xiyuan, and Shengnan felt deeply wronged, she reached out to others, intending to retract the trending topic. However, she discovered that the cost of retracting it was 3 times that of purchasing it. Gritting her teeth, she paid the price. Yet, she deliberately contacted them in front of her fans, stating, "After all, pair is a girl, and girls should support one another. You all know I've never been fond of female competition, nor do I appreciate others attacking a girl by labeling her a mistress." Her fans felt even more sympathy for her. Previously, when Shengnan had defended a mistress in a scandal involving some wealthy women, no one expected that she would encounter such a situation herself and still display such grace. Truly, she is the influencer I admire, and Shengnan's values are indeed commendable. We will definitely support you during tonight's live broadcast. By the way, my brother works as a staff member, and he mentioned that pair wore a mask due to allergies, causing her face to swell like a pig's head. I truly wish she would reveal herself on camera to prevent her from incessantly enticing others. A glimmer of darkness flickered in Shengnan's eyes. She smiled and replied, "Oh no, girls are gifts to the world. They deserve to be treated well, regardless of their appearance." Her fans sighed, and Shengnan is truly kind. No wonder Jiang Xiao adores you so much. When Shengnan marries into a wealthy family, that will be my connection to the elite. And Shengnan, will your wedding invite fans? I would love to witness what a grand wedding looks like. And Shengnan smiled and agreed, "Sure." Subsequently, a trending topic emerged, and Shengnan and her boyfriend prepare for a magnificent wedding. Under this discussion, someone commented, "And Shengnan is beautiful and a wealthy heiress. Marrying into another wealthy family is entirely normal." On the contrary, pair, who doesn't even dare to show her face, previously had that image which was clearly photoshopped. A poor girl like her deserves to pretend to be in love with a struggling male model. How pitiful. Chapter 90. She is so beautiful. Meanwhile, Ruan Li supported Shi Yu as they returned to the guest house. The guest house was on the 3rd floor, without an elevator. The wooden stairs creaked underfoot. Ruan Li was helping Shi Yu, who had his strong, robust arm wrapped around her neck. However, Shi Yu was quite tall, making it difficult for Ruan Li to exert any strength. She lifted her foot, ready to ascend a step, and then said, "Now it's your turn to try." She tilted her head, intending to ask Shi Yu if he could lend her some support, but in that moment of lifting her gaze, her movement froze. The steps erased the height difference. The proximity between the two individuals bordered on transgression. With a mere tilt of her chin, Ruan Li could brush against the crimson lower lip of Shi Yu, despite her mind being devoid of distraction. In that fleeting moment, she felt the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest through the delicate fabric of her clothing. The thin barrier of cloth rendered the air stifling, enveloping her in his searing warmth, causing her head to spin. Her senses were heightened to an extraordinary degree. She could perceive the unmistakable scent of masculinity that clung to him, both intricate and assertive. She could even hear the soft rustle of their garments against each other. The staircase was narrow and steep. Shi Yu, caught off guard, stumbled and collided with her from behind. A muffled groan escaped his lips, accompanied by labored breaths that resonated in her ears, deep and restrained, causing her eardrums to flush with warmth. More crucially, she discerned something unusual from the impact. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and instinctively, she drew her legs together. Shi Yu cast a sidelong glance, capturing the expression on Ruan Li's face. It reminded him of their first encounter, where she appeared much like she did now, with misty eyes, porcelain-like flushed cheeks, and those irresistibly lush lips, red as ripe cherries. She resembled a melting strawberry-flavored cotton candy, leaving him enveloped in a sweet aroma. It was evident that she held a fondness for him. So why then did she still harbor feelings for Jiang Xiyuan? They seemed far more compatible. Shi Yu pressed his tongue against his cheek, quietly curling his fingers into a fist as the dark depths of his gaze swelled with intensity. "Mr. Shi, are you all right?" A deep voice interrupted from behind. Turning around, he saw a male staff member standing at the entrance of the guest house. Ruan Li snapped back to reality, her cheeks aflame. He twisted his ankle. The staff member promptly stepped forward. "Allow me to assist." The previously charged atmosphere dissipated, replaced by a spirit of helpfulness. "Then, I would appreciate your assistance," she replied, her face still radiant with heat as she hurried upstairs. Meanwhile, the staff member approached, offering to support Shi Yu. However, he raised a hand in polite refusal. "No, thank you." With a casual glance at the staff member, he turned away, long legs striding over 2 steps with ease. The staff member watched in astonishment. What a remarkable recovery. Just moments ago, he had been immobile, and now he moved with the agility of a gazelle. Young people truly bounce back quickly. Yet, the staff member rubbed his neck, puzzled by a sudden chill. That evening, the agricultural charity livestream commenced. The staff member called Ruan Li, inquiring if she wished to appear on camera. In truth, her nose had completely healed from the swelling. A silver lining, indeed, after 2 days of treatment. Her nose was now delicate and smooth, akin to a peeled lychee. However, to be safe, Ruan Li decided to postpone her appearance until the next day. That night, other hosts showcased their talents in a bid for the title of top seller. Lacking any particular skills, Ruan Li opted to assist Shi Yu in packaging fruit. The mere recollection of the scene in the stairwell still left her feeling awkward. Fortunately, engaging in work provided a welcome distraction. Having toiled in agriculture since childhood, she was swift and efficient in her tasks, earning the admiration of the orchardists. However, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was quite discordant. What a performance! Should we discuss how you secretly ruined someone's crops? Agricultural girl. Homewrecker. Just seeing you is irritating. Ugly woman. Get lost. At the entrance of the greenhouse, and Shangnan arrived, holding her phone to stream live. She expressed, "Thank you all for your concern. While there's been some misunderstanding between me and a pair, I urge everyone not to attack her with the label of a homewrecker. I have already removed the trending topic from today, as I believe this unfounded slander must be deeply upsetting for the pair. Although these terms did not trend because of me, the incident originated from my actions, so I wish to personally apologize to the pair." Thus, and Shengnan sought out Ruan Li. Ruan Li remained fully equipped, wearing a hat and mask, though her sunglasses had been replaced with a pair of thick-framed, clear lenses. And Shengnan clarified her intentions. "I apologize. My fans captured some behind-the-scenes footage that led some to believe you were enticing a C, resulting in the homewrecker topic trending. Can you forgive me?" In the live stream, fans commented on Shengnan's grace and poise. She was aware of this, as it was indeed her intent. Sometimes, a preemptive apology could seize the initiative. However, Faced with an inexplicable apology, Ruan Li shook her head and declined. And Shengnan felt disheartened. If you are unwilling to forgive me, I will share 10% of tonight's sales with you as a gesture of goodwill. Would that be acceptable? And Shengnan adopted a very humble stance. In just a few exchanges, it appeared that Ruan Li was rejecting the apology. Indeed, beautiful women often had a good temperament, and Shengnan, a wealthy heiress with striking looks, had been showered with affection, and thus she understood love well. Yet, this pair, likely unattractive and less fortunate, seemed to harbor a stubborn disposition. Some even tagged the production team, questioning, is it appropriate for an agricultural assistance show to feature someone like this pair who destroys others' crops? Don't push me to report you. The situation escalated further. Everything progressed according to Shengnan's plan. The only discomfort she felt came from the distant gaze of Shi Yu, cold, piercing, and laced with a hint of mockery, as if observing a mere jester. And Shengnan clenched her teeth, perplexed as to why Shi Yu harbored such animosity towards her, despite her many friendships and successes among boys throughout her life. Only Shi Yu remained perpetually aloof. Initially, she had assumed he was simply a naturally cold individual, perhaps even a misogynist. However, over the past few days, she had observed his attentive care towards the pair. A wave of intense resentment surged within in Shengnan. She yearned to uncover what spell this woman had cast over Jiang Xiyuan and Shi Yu. Would they still regard her favorably if they witnessed her allergic, disfigured face? The timing was nearly ripe. The public's aversion to a pair has reached its zenith, and Shengnan, with a glint in her eye, feigned a loss of balance, seizing the moment to snatch away Ruan Li's mask, intending to humiliate her in front of the crowd. However, in the next instant, her gaze narrowed in shock, and the barrage of comments in the live stream momentarily ceased. Chapter 91. Once again happy, sisterly. The delicate blue mask slipped away, revealing a face as pure and white as jade. Her dark, lustrous pupils widened slightly from the unexpected encounter, reminiscent of autumn waters overflowing a pond. This was a visage untouched by makeup, as natural as the morning air and sunlight. Her thick, raven lashes quivered gently, and her lips, slightly parted and full, glistened with vitality, the flush of her cheeks enriched by a fine sheen of perspiration, transforming into the most vibrant of blushes. Beautiful, more precisely, breathtaking, and Shengnan stood frozen, her smile faltering, replaced by sheer astonishment. Ruan Li, a pair turned out to be Ruan Li. Soon after, a wave of resentment surged within her, darkening her vision. She had been outmaneuvered by Ruan Li. Unbeknownst to Ruan Li, she had not intended to reveal herself today, opting for simplicity in her attire. The temperature in the greenhouse was pleasant, leading her to wear only a brown tank top paired with black work trousers, her shoulders squared, revealing a hint of her waist. Despite the ordinary ensemble, standing beside the elegantly made-up Shengnan, she appeared strikingly beautiful in her simplicity. In the brief silence of the live stream, comments erupted in a frenzy. Wow, is a pair this beautiful? Wasn't it said she had botched plastic surgery? If this is the result of surgery, I would go bankrupt for it. Such a lovely appearance, my destined wife. Oh no, let's not be so rigid about gender. I adore this outfit. What a slender waist. The proportions are divine. My goodness. Indeed, fashion relies on beauty. This face elevates the outfit by 100-fold. Why on earth did she wear a mask before? What a waste of such beauty. The screen was awash with praise. Not only the viewers, but even the staff were taken aback. They had not anticipated that beneath the guise of a pair lay a stunning beauty. In that moment, everyone present turned in astonishment towards Ruan Li. Ruan Li felt immensely embarrassed, having refrained from makeup to recover from her injuries. And after sweating from her labor in the greenhouse, she could only imagine how disheveled she appeared. She yearned to don her mask again, but was interrupted by a staff member exclaiming, "The numbers are rising. More viewers are tuning in to see the true face of a pair." Ruan Li, resigned, she lowered her head. After days of concealment, she had hoped to leave the audience with a favorable first impression, rather than that of a clown with a red nose. But with matters unfolding as they were, she resolved to create an impression of diligence and simplicity instead. The staff read through the comments, and everyone was inquiring whether the pair was sweet. Ruan Li removed her gloves and picked up a plump green pear, casually wiping it on her clothing before taking a crisp bite. She chewed thoughtfully and exclaimed, "It's truly sweet." Under the high-definition lens, the audience beheld the host's neat white teeth gently piercing the crisp, sweet skin, revealing the creamy flesh within. Juice overflowed, staining her lips with a glistening sheen. The translucent pear juice trickled down her rosy fingertips, meandering along her fair wrist, poised to fall. The barrage of comments erupted. "Darling, don't eat the pear, eat me instead." Indeed, the pear was exceptionally sweet and succulent. Just one bite left her fingers and wrist adorned with pear juice. She reached for a tissue, but a large, knuckled hand grasped her wrist. A cool, damp wipe was placed over her juice-stained hand, methodically aiding her in cleaning up. Ruan Li's breath caught in her throat. She softly protested, "I can do it myself." Yet, Shi Yu, with an irresistible grip, held her slender wrist firmly, commanding, "Stay still." His elegant, elongated eyes lowered as he meticulously cleaned the sticky residue from her fingertips, one finger at a time, even attending to the spaces between them. The once cool tissue felt as though it were melting from the heat, her fingers warming from his touch. A tingling sensation ignited within her, causing her heart to race. In haste, she grabbed a pear from the basket and stuffed it into Shi Yu's mouth, stammering, "You try it too, is it sweet?" Only then did he release her wrist. Yet his dark, intense gaze remained fixed upon her, the corners of his pale lips barely lifting in a subtle smile. "Yes, it's very juicy and sweet." The comments exploded. "Whoa, you two are way too flirtatious. Which pear is sweet? Answer me. Don't be too mushy with those eyes. What authoritative faces you both have. Pear sister, you're so blissful. It's too sweet for us single dogs. I advise you to delete this." "I can tell. The boss wants a pear." Within a short span, the items in the live stream sold out. Director in Xiangnan's dramatic twist of an ugly duckling turning into a swan may seem cliché in a short film, but in reality, it was a sensational hit. Many onlookers flocked in for the spectacle. The number of viewers in the live stream climbed steadily. Ruan Li, unprepared for any specific talent, simply sat before the camera and ate pears, 1, 2, 10. Her eating style was dainty, savoring each bite, which stirred appetites among the audience. Originally seeking to watch for free, many found their cravings unexpectedly ignited and placed orders. By the end of the live stream, Ruan Li emerged as the star of the agricultural live commerce event. Countless commercial collaborations flooded in, and her fan base surpassed 1 million. Meanwhile, to generate buzz, a single pear charmingly trended on social media. Yet, in Xiangnan, who had bestowed immense popularity upon Ruan Li, found herself facing backlash. The comments turned judgmental against her. "I find it perplexing, even if Nanbao were to fall. How could she inadvertently pull off a pear-esque mask? Surely, that cannot be the case. It must have been intentional." Nanbao believed that unveiling a pear-esque mask would accentuate her own beauty, but to her astonishment, the pear was remarkably beautiful in its own right. Is this not akin to lifting a stone only to crush one's own foot? I have previously stated that for certain influencers, their daughters are merely fashion accessories. The more they wave their flags in enthusiasm, the more their words contradict their true sentiments. Indeed, I too could be quite the scoundrel. I understand her. Alas, I have unfollowed her. Many fans who initially followed her due to Xiangnan's daughter have expressed their disappointment and chosen to unfollow. Even the brands that sought collaboration with her are now considering canceling their partnerships. As the live stream concluded, and Xiangnan felt that certain days envelop her. Her mind was consumed with thoughts. How could a pear possibly be Ruan Li? Sure, U.S. girlfriend is a pear, and a pear is Ruan Li. Could it be that they have entangled themselves? Along with her astonishment, doubt surged within in Xiangnan. How could someone as haughty as Shi Yu, whom even she could not approach, possibly take an interest in Ruan Li? Moreover, the two seemingly had no intersection in their lives. No, it is not that they lack a connection. During the last camping trip, did not Ruan Li kiss Shi Yu? Could it be that Ruan Li seduced Shi Yu at that moment? How audacious of her! And Xingnan's eyelids fluttered as she promptly dialed Jiang Xiyuan's number. Jiang Xiyuan had been taken to the town's hospital in the afternoon due to a sprained ankle. On the video call, he lay on a hospital bed, one foot bandaged and elevated like a zongzi. She said, "Ah, see, there is something I'm uncertain whether to tell you. It appears that Ruan Li and Shi Yu might be concealing something from you." "You already knew?" Jiang Xiyuan's voice was calm, and Shengnan felt a wave of confusion wash over her. "You knew that Ruan Li and Shi Yu are together? What nonsense are you spouting?" Jiang Xiyuan replied, somewhat displeased. "Shi Yu has another girlfriend, is not Ruan Li. He is merely assisting Ruan Li in a performance due to financial constraints, which is what makes me envious." And Shengnan was taken aback. Recalling the moment when Shi Yu assisted Ruan Li in drying her hands, the romantic atmosphere seemed to linger. She blurted out, "It does not look staged. If you do not believe me, I can send you the video, and you can see for yourself." Chapter 92, Dreams. Without a trace, and Shengnan searched online for keywords, intending to send the live stream recording to Jiang Xiyuan. However, strangely, the video of Shi Yu helping Ruan Li dry her hands was nowhere to be found online. Only a few scattered screenshots remained, utterly failing to capture the enchanting scene that had unfolded. Gritting her teeth, she sent what she had. On the other end, Jiang Xiyuan chuckled upon seeing the images. What is the big deal about helping her dry her hands? When did you become so superstitious? No, look at Shi Yu's gaze. His peach blossom eyes look affectionate even towards a dog. No, look at what the comments say. Fans simply love to speculate. There are even people claiming I like you. How ridiculous. I have a normal orientation. How could I possibly like a man like you? And Shengnan was poised to say more. Jiang Xiyuan interrupted her. Acknowledging the validity of her concerns, the misunderstanding among netizens had reached a profound depth. He believed it inappropriate for them to attend the gala together the following day, opting instead to walk the red carpet with Ruan Li, thereby publicly announcing her identity. In truth, Jiang Xiyuan's outward confidence belied his inner turmoil. Born into the esteemed Jiang family of Haiqing, he had always been revered, harboring an innate arrogance that rendered him dismissive of others. However, following that devastating car accident, he became increasingly conflicted. The moment the doctor informed him that he might never walk again, he overheard his parents discussing their intentions to have another son. This revelation implied a painful abandonment of him. From that moment onward, Jiang Xiyuan ceased to believe that anyone could genuinely care for him. He had previously oscillated between hope and despair, repeatedly pushing Ruan Li away simply because she never professed her love for him. Yet after his confession the previous night, he found himself believing in her sincerity. Today, as he witnessed Ruan Li assisting Shi Yu down the mountain, he suddenly recognized the extent of his past transgressions. Thus, he resolved to publicly acknowledge his relationship with Ruan Li the next day. On the other end of the line, and Shengnan's face paled, should their engagement be revealed. Those who had once scorned Ruan Li would undoubtedly turn their vitriol upon her once more. The label of a mistress, devoid of boundaries with another's boyfriend, would shatter her carefully crafted image of a beloved woman, leading to her downfall. Her voice trembled as she asked, "What will happen to me if you make your relationship with Ruan Li public?" Jiang Xiyuan reassured her, "Do not worry. I will have Ruan clarify that we are merely good friends. I have already instructed a friend to subtly indicate online that she is my fiancé, ensuring that it does not come as a shock to anyone." The call ended abruptly, and Shengnan ground her teeth, a metallic taste filling her mouth. A sleepless night loomed ahead. The event's guests were still resting in the village, set to depart together for the gala the following day. Sleep eluded her. Clutching a cigarette and a lighter, she ascended the mountain, a place she seldom visited. During her studies abroad, stress had compelled her to indulge in the occasional smoke. Fearing the cameras of the production team, she sought refuge in the solitude of the mountains. Autumn's crisp, pleasant weather enveloped her, the trees heavy with ripe fruit. Yet, amidst the haze of nicotine, and Shengnan's heart remained unsettled. She resented the notion that her efforts had merely served as a stepping stone for Ruan Li. The latter was indeed cunning, deliberately orchestrating contrasts to stir public opinion. While Ruan Li possessed striking beauty, even the most ethereal goddess could not elicit such exaggerated discourse, especially when devoid of makeup. Beauty, no matter how profound, could only reach a certain threshold. Ruan Li merely capitalized on the contrasting narratives. She deliberately concealed her face, intentionally refraining from clarifying the rumors, allowing the public to mistakenly believe she had undergone a disfiguring cosmetic failure. Ironically, she had fallen in her own trap. Had she not inadvertently unmasked her own visage, the current magnitude of the situation would never have arisen. And Shengnan harbored an intense hatred for Ruan Li. Why did she always strive to seize what rightfully belonged to her? This applied not only to Jiang Xiyuan, but also to the attention and acclaim that should have been hers today. A gust of autumn wind swept through, causing the ripened wheat in the fields below the mountain to surge like golden waves, eagerly awaiting the harvest. Perhaps it was this picturesque scene that caught in Shengnan's attention. An idea sparked in her mind as she recalled the video captured by fans, showing Ruan Li secretly uprooting seedlings. If the news of Ruan Li's destruction of crops were to spread, what good would her beauty do her? She would be scorned, insulted, and blacklisted. And Shengnan's eyes gleamed with excitement as she carelessly tossed her still-burning cigarette but onto the ground, planning to return to her room and turn this incident into a sensational news story. However, before she could revel in her thoughts, a blaze of fiery light illuminated her face from the side. She stiffly turned her head, only to see the autumn wind igniting the dry hillside in an instant. It was ablaze. The fruit trees, which were to be harvested soon, writhed violently in the sea of flames, black smoke billowing into the sky. The fierce glow of the fire reflected in Shengnan's dark eyes, and instinctively, she opened her throat to shout for help. But there, in the distance, she spotted a slogan: "Setting fire to the mountains leads to imprisonment." Her voice seemed to be choked, unable to escape her lips. If she were to alert everyone now, they would all know that her smoking had caused the wildfire. The scorn, insults, and blacklisting would be directed at her. Perhaps she would even face detention for 15 days. That would spell her complete ruin. In that moment, and Shengnan felt an overwhelming sense of relief that there were no surveillance cameras here, and grateful that no one had witnessed her presence. She stealthily returned to the village, feigning ignorance, and contacted a marketing account to promote the trending topic of Ruan Li's crop destruction. Tonight, it was not only Shengnan who struggled with insomnia. Ruan Li did as well. After concluding her live broadcast, she retreated to her room. Yet, as soon as she closed her eyes, images of Shi Yu helping her dry her hands flooded her mind. They had shared more intimate moments on the night she was drugged. But the most electrifying memory was the brush of his fingertips against hers that night. Lying on her soft bed, her heart raced as if it would leap from her chest, dispelling all traces of sleep. After a long struggle, she finally drifted into a dream, only to find herself ensnared in a damp reverie. Shi Yu's tall shadow loomed over her, his finely shaped nose stained with the thick, clear juice of a pear, and his delicate lips glistening with moisture. So sweet. You should try it too. Ruan Li jolted awake, a wave of hot sweat soaking her thin nightgown. She showered again. Yet the fire within her continued to intensify until the orange light from outside slanted across her face. For a moment, she was dazed. Her clear, bright eyes reflected the raging wildfire, suddenly narrowing. Growing up in the village, Ruan Li knew that once this fire ignited, it would spell disaster for the farmers who had labored throughout the year. If the flames reached the village, the threat would extend beyond mere property safety. Without a second thought, Ruan Li slipped on her clothes. As she dialed the fire emergency number, she rushed to find the innkeeper, urging her to inform the villagers about the fire on the mountain. In the inn's courtyard, she spotted a tractor alongside various farming tools. "Does this vehicle have fuel?" she asked. "Yes," the innkeeper replied hesitantly, "but I can't drive it." "I can," Ruan Li asserted. "Give me the keys." In a state of urgency, Yi Fong, the innkeeper, once a remarkable employee of a prominent corporation, adeptly managed various workplace emergencies. Yet, when confronted with the raging wildfire, she found herself utterly at a loss. Initially overwhelmed with anxiety, she gradually found solace in Ruan Li's calm demeanor. "You intend to create a firebreak between the hillside and the village?" "Indeed," Ruan Li replied, swiftly retrieving the keys and climbing into the vehicle. "Be careful. I will call for assistance immediately." Yi Fong returned to the inn, rousing both guests and volunteers. Just as she was about to knock on Shi Yu's door, his voice echoed from behind her. "Where is Ruan Li?" Turning around, Yifang noticed Shi Yu approaching from the direction of Ruan Li's room. He must have sought her out upon discovering the fire. She has gone to extinguish the flames. Yifang responded hastily. It was 2 in the morning, the hour when most were deeply immersed in slumber. The once tranquil and dark village began to awaken as Yifang knocked on doors, illuminating one home after another. Fire! Fire! Villagers of all ages, armed with buckets, rushed towards the mountains to combat the blaze. Volunteers and bloggers engaged in agricultural activities swiftly joined the rescue efforts. As they arrived, they beheld a slender figure seated atop a heavy tractor, her arms taut. One hand firmly gripped the steering wheel while the other pushed the lever to its limit. The mower's blades and tines sank deeply into the earth, uprooting the vegetation. The tractor's roar mingled with the crackling of the wildfire, resonating through the quiet forest. The crowd momentarily paused, astonished. Isn't that a pair? Could she operate a tractor so skillfully? What is her profession? Meanwhile, a photographer, one hand clutching water and the other holding equipment, captured this scene on film. Shortly thereafter, the fire truck arrived. With collective effort, the wildfire was brought under control. The fruit farmer sustained some losses, yet, thanks to the timely intervention, the damage was not severe. Firefighters began to investigate the cause of the blaze, discovering a cigarette but in the woods. They planned to take it back for analysis to identify the arsonist. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, and they expressed gratitude to Yifang, acknowledging her as the first to detect the fire. Yifang quickly shook her head, insisting it was not me but Ruan Li. Thanks to her quick thinking, she borrowed my tractor and cleared the grass connecting the mountainside and the village, creating a firebreak. The villagers then recalled the girl who had driven the tractor. Yes, where is that young lady? Ruan Li herself was uncertain of her whereabouts. She had been navigating around the mountain, and when attempting to turn back to the village, the tractor ran out of fuel. Lost and without her phone, she was far from the village, engulfed in darkness. The remaining fuel barely sustained the headlights. In the throes of adrenaline, Ruan Li had felt an inexhaustible vigor. However, as the flames subsided, fatigue and drowsiness washed over her. She resolved to wait until dawn before returning. Leaning against the back of the chair, her body taut, drowsiness enveloped her. The tractor was rather simple, devoid of windows on either side apart from the windshield. The evening breeze swept through, chilling the perspiring Ruan Li. It felt a bit cold, yet she found it nearly impossible to keep her eyes open. She wrapped her arms around herself, curling up as much as possible. Just then, a familiar crisp scent filled her nostrils as Shi Yu located her, discovering Ruan Li curled up in the vehicle. He gently shook her, urging her to awaken and not to sleep there. In her foggy state, Ruan Li recalled the large yellow dog she had raised in the countryside. She was an uneasy sleeper, often letting her hands dangle over the edge of the bed, where Ah Huang would playfully nuzzle her palm with his furry head. Without opening her eyes, she instinctively embraced the soft warmth of Ah Huang, cradling him to her chest, whispering softly, "Good boy, Ah Huang, don't be a bother." Suddenly, Shi Yu found himself enveloped in her gentle, fragrant embrace, his dark eyes widening in surprise. He tilted his head back to observe her soot-streaked face, resembling that of a calico cat, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his lips. Yet a profound ache stirred within his heart, not wishing to disturb the dreamer. He climbed onto the tractor, gathering her tenderly in his strong, warm arms. In her dreams, Ruan Li seemed to have found a source of warmth, nestling closer into his embrace. When the others arrived, Shi Yu placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, before carefully lifting her down from the tractor. The staff watched enraptured, as if in a bubble of pink. Prior to this, like most netizens, they had been skeptical of Ruan Li, the delicate equestrian influencer, believing their relationship to be mere marketing. However, they were taken aback by not just their striking appearances, but also their undeniable sweetness. The photographer, originally a part-time driver, couldn't suppress his professional instincts and whipped out his phone to capture the moment. He eagerly anticipated editing this scene into the footage of Ruan Li driving the tractor to extinguish the fire, envisioning its effectiveness. Online, the forest fire remained unknown to the public. Yet, A trending topic calling for a boycott of Ruan Li's attendance at the Double 11 Gala quietly emerged. The most popular post featured a video of Ruan Li severing seedlings, with numerous comments fueling the narrative. Meanwhile, the Zhang family, far away in Haicheng, observed the trending news with grave expressions. The Zhang family was currently advancing a smart agriculture project funded by government grants, with many enterprises vying for the opportunity, including the Fu family. At a critical moment when Ruan Li was facing public backlash, someone leaked news of Jiang Xin and Ruan Li's supposed marriage. Was this not a recipe for chaos? Consequently, when media inquired about the marriage, Mrs. Jiang firmly denied any such occurrence. Furthermore, she inadvertently liked a post suggesting that Jiang Xin and Shengnan were childhood friends, insinuating that Ruan Li was deliberately approaching Jiang Xin to leverage her beauty for personal gain. In an instant, Ruan Li found herself ensnared once more in the swirling currents of public opinion. Soon, it was revealed that she was an employee of the Fu family, prompting media to gather at the entrance of Fu Corporation. In response, Wang Ying declared, "Fu Corporation safeguards the privacy of every employee. We will pursue legal action against those who spread rumors." This stance incited the ire of fans of Nanyanjin. A multitude of individuals flocked to the comment sections across various platforms of the Fu family, demanding the dismissal of Miss Ruan Li. Shortly after 10 in the morning, the owner of the guest house, Yi Fong, made a statement. Chishan Guest House Yi Fong. Regarding the circulated video, Miss Ruan Li was merely assisting me in managing the climbing tendrils and the premature melons in my garden. No crops were harmed. I hope everyone will keep their eyes open and not be manipulated. She shared chat records, as well as information sourced from the internet regarding the detrimental effects of climbing tendrils and premature melons. Several agricultural experts also retweeted this post. Farmer Xiao Liang. Climbing tendrils consume nutrients as they expand outward, which is why fruit farmers often prune them. Melon agriculture. Premature melons are the first to grow. They are inedible and unpalatable. If these premature melons are not removed, they will adversely affect the development of subsequent fruits. The girl in the video acted correctly. Public opinion began to shift. Is there really such an explanation? I've gained knowledge. Please, this makes my previous criticism of a single pair seem rather foolish. Oh dear, I misjudged her. Surely this is a performance, right? I cannot believe it. Soon after, the event organizers released a video depicting Ruan Li extinguishing a fire with a tractor, ultimately collapsing and sleeping in the vehicle. Chapter 94, My Master. The video of Ruan Li fighting the fire was widely shared by various media outlets, garnering immense views. A girl driving a tractor to put out a fire. What a heroic figure. A boy caring for his girlfriend is also commendable. Truly, the girl is remarkable. I admire her so, but be cautious in your affections. Her boyfriend might not take kindly to your admiration. This scene evokes such emotions. May I inquire, which television drama is this from? Haha, this is not from a drama. It directs you to a single pair. This couple is genuinely sweet. The owner is exceptionally doting. Naturally, there remain some discordant voices. It is worth noting that this woman seeks to intrude upon the affections of others. She is a gold-digging mistress. Everything is staged. Why indulge in such fantasies? To those who claim sweetness, rest assured that when you grow old, I will sell you health products. Did it not say that the man is a hired pauper? The two are merely together for publicity. How delightful! A semblance of true emotion entwined with insincerity is not the essence of a genuine heart. An exquisite performance. Business thrives on such captivating narratives. Ruan Li awoke from her slumber, realizing it was already past 10. The curtains shielded her from the bright daylight, casting a dim glow within the room. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself staring at the ceiling of the guest house. She felt no sense of disquiet until her gaze fell upon Shi Yu beside her. He appeared aloof and distant, yet his countenance was strikingly beautiful, pale as jade, with deep, ink-like eyes and soft, rosy lips. He resembled a captivating spirit of classical folklore, and this spirit was gazing intently at her. Suddenly, she snapped to attention. "What are you doing here?" Shi Yu, with a leisurely pose, supported his head with a bent arm. "Are you unaware of what you did to me last night?" Ruan Li found herself at a loss. unable to recall the events of the fire. Yet, she remembered that fleeting dream, wherein she envisioned Shi Yu coughing. The mere thought of that scene left her parched. But how could he possibly know? Recalling the shared dream literature she had once read, Ruan Li's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and color. She murmured, "Could it be? How could you possibly know what I dreamed about?" Shi Yu gazed at her blushing, egg-shaped face, noticing her tightly bitten lips and the misty sheen in her watery eyes. It was evident that she was contemplating something rather inappropriate. She dreamed of him, an unspeakable dream. A complex, indescribable emotion began to burgeon within her heart. He spoke in a low, husky voice, coaxing her gently. "How do you know that I do not know?" Ruan Li felt a pang of remorse. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have dreamt of you. That word is simply too difficult to articulate. How'd I help?" Shi Yu's voice grew increasingly husky. He extended his long fingers, brushing aside the stray strands of hair that clung to Ruan Li's forehead. It was with his hand, or rather, his fingertips grazed her crimson lips, pressing slightly, causing them to sink into a deep shade of red. Ruan Li felt as though electricity coursed through her body. The air-conditioned room felt stifling, as if a fire blazed within her chest. Suddenly, she recalled fragmented images, a wildfire, a tractor, an embrace. She remembered everything. After extinguishing the fire last night, she had been so exhausted and cold that she mistakenly took Shi Yu for her family's big yellow dog. Compared to that damp dream, this one was evidently easier to articulate. The flesh on her face had yet to fade. She then exclaimed, "I used my teeth. I mistook you for my family's big yellow dog, carrying a basket to buy meat floss and condensed milk bread at the village shop." Shi Yu replied, "Is the dream rather detailed?" The atmosphere grew tense, dispelling the lingering ambiguity. Ruan Li, rarely seeing Shi Yu flustered, stifled a laugh and asked, "What do you think I dreamed about?" Yet the mirth in her eyes betrayed her mischievous demeanor, resembling a cat that appeared to possess 1,000 cunning thoughts. It was not particularly clever. A shadow flitted across Shi Yu's gaze. Suddenly, he leaned forward, pinning Ruan Li beneath him, burying his head in the crook of her neck. Ruan Li ceased to smile, reaching out to push him away. However, Shi Yu remained unmoved. In the next moment, she felt a tingling pain on her neck.